This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Ding, the target is hit, the fugitive is confirmed dead, the spacecraft is destroyed and falls into the abandoned asteroid number 2978, mission completed. The asteroid number 2978, which has been abandoned for a long time and has become a garbage planet, was hit by a ball of fire from the sky with a loud bang. After the fire went out, a dark lifeboat was left in place. There was a crackling sound at the bottom of the lifeboat, and the lifeboat popped open. The person inside was ejected from the lifeboat, wrapped in a layer of transparent bubbles, and flew away. The open lifeboat burned up automatically. A small aircraft descended from the sky, and several exploration eyes flew out of the aircraft. They circled in front of the burnout spacecraft for a while before flying back to the aircraft. The aircraft then left the abandoned asteroid number 2978. The bubbles that flew out fell into the garbage mountain composed of waste dumped over the years, and a lifeless girl fell out of it, falling in a hidden corner. Xiao He didn't expect that she would open her eyes again one day, even though the scene in front of her didn't look very beautiful. The gray sky, without any sunshine, surrounded by low metal buildings with cold light, and no one was seen. All this told Xiao He that she was not on the blue planet she was familiar with. Xiao He curled up into a ball, and then found that her legs seemed to be no longer lame. Xiao He blinked her eyes, tentatively stood up with the help of the wall, and found that she was really no longer lame. And she was very happy. At the same time, she thought of something else. She raised her hand and touched her face. She was relieved when she felt the familiar feeling. It was still her. Then she became confused again. Wasn't she dead? She was really dead. She died of cancer. She had worked for a few years and had saved money. She could do what she liked. But she was diagnosed with cancer caused by nuclear radiation. Xiao He shuddered when she thought of the pain before death. However, she was not sure about her current condition. Did she come back to life or travel through time? If she traveled through time, why did this body look like her own? Looking at her intact legs, Xiao He slowly moved forward, trying to find a glass or mirror to see what she looked like now. After walking for a long time, Xiao He did not see anything like glass. Instead, she found a metal wall that was bright enough to reflect light. She could barely see its appearance. Xiao He got close to look at it carefully. When she saw the unchanged face and the teardrop mole at the corner of the eye, Xiao He was sure that this was indeed her body. She just didn't know why her lame leg was healed. Xiao He touched her leg and saw the sci-fi silver tights on her body. There was a palm-sized number printed on the position of her heart, 01. At this time, Xiao He realized that she had walked for so long without seeing anyone. There seemed to be no one where she was. Xiao He touched the number. Actually, Xiao He would not care if there was no one. But no one meant that she might starve to death in this unknown place. Xiao He looked up and looked around. There was no tall building here. All of them were one-story buildings made of similar materials. There were no doors or windows on the buildings. From waking up to now, Xiao He could confirm that she had indeed traveled through time. The god of traveling also cured all her illnesses. It was just that Xiao He felt that this place did not look like the blue star. Gurgle. Her stomach growled with hunger. Xiao He touched her stomach and swallowed her saliva. The most urgent thing was to find a way to eat to survive. She thought that she had finally survived, not to starve to death. Suddenly, there was a sound similar to the whistling of an airplane in the sky. Xiao He looked up and saw the UFO she knew. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao He hurriedly followed it. She had not seen a single human or intelligent creature in this world. There might be someone on the UFO in the sky. She had to find a way to leave here and figure out what kind of world this was. Following the aircraft from a distance, Xiao He kept a close eye on it, fearing that she would lose it. After running for more than 10 minutes, Xiao He saw the aircraft stop. Then, the hatch at the bottom was opened and some square objects began to be dumped. After the dumping was finished, the aircraft gradually rose and finally accelerated through the gray sky and disappeared from Xiao He's sight. Wait! Xiao He was anxious. At this time, no matter how much she disliked communicating with people, she had to find a way to keep the spaceship. This was related to her life and death. When she ran to the place where the aircraft dropped things, the aircraft had long disappeared. Xiao He squatted beside it in frustration. She didn't notice that the object next to it was not a stable building, and directly rubbed the square object, which was scattered with a bunch of messy things. Seeing the scattered things, Xiao He realized that these metal-looking objects were probably some kind of boxes, which contained things. She accidentally bumped into the box, and the things inside spilled out. Xiao He looked around but didn't see anyone. She was so hungry that she hesitated for a while, and went forward to see if there was any food inside. After searching for a while, she didn't find any food. All that fell out of the box were worn-out things. Xiao He couldn't recognize them. She could only tell from the mottled shells that these were probably things abandoned by their owners. Some of the things had words on them. Xiao He endured her hunger to identify the words on them. These words are all in Chinese. Xiao He saw the words: replacement of parts for housework robots, and a more conspicuous date. StarCraft 863 scrapped. When she saw these words, Xiao He didn't know what she felt in her heart. She seemed to have really come to a high-tech future world. Xiao He dropped the scrap parts in her hand, and was at a loss for a while, until her stomach growled again. She came to her senses. No matter what, she was still alive, and she was alive no matter where she was. After coming to her senses, Xiao He began to think. From the boxes that were pushed open, this place looked like a garbage disposal center. The aircraft just now might have been used to dump garbage. If it was a garbage dump, she should be able to find some food that was expired but still edible. Xiao He sighed. On the first day after crossing over, she turned into a wanderer and looked for food in the garbage dump. Who else would be so lucky and unlucky except her? After reflecting for a while, Xiao He began to push over the boxes piled up here to find food. After pushing over several boxes, the boxes underneath were all messy scrap parts. Xiao He simply climbed up the garbage mountain. The things that the aircraft she saw just now drop might have food. And they were just dropped not long ago. After climbing up, Xiao He really saw a metal box that was newer than the metal boxes below. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief and took a break. Then pushed the top metal box down the garbage mountain, and pushed a few others, and then climbed down. The metal boxes that rolled down were all broken open. Xiao He found a test tube with the words nutrient solution on it in one of them. Xiao He was so hungry that he didn't care about so much. It was better to die of poison than starvation. He quickly drank a bottle of nutrient solution, and soon the hunger in his stomach disappeared. Xiao He waited for a while, and didn't feel that he was going to die, so he put away the remaining bottles of nutrient solution. He also found a backpack that looked okay from the garbage. After filling it with nutrient solution, Xiao He looked up at the sky. The light here had not changed. Xiao He didn't know if it would get dark. But whether it would get dark or not, Xiao He had to find a place to stay, and wait for the next aircraft to arrive, and leave. Xiao He didn't plan to go too far from the garbage mountain, fearing that he would miss it the next time the aircraft came. After looking around, Xiao He decided on metal boxes. These boxes looked very solid. They didn't get deformed after rolling down from the garbage mountain just now. They just broke the seal. They should be okay for living. After laboriously cleaning out the things in the metal box, Xiao He pushed the metal box to a wall that looked like a building that couldn't be pushed, pushed the metal box against it, and simply fixed it, then continued to go to the garbage mountain to find some useful things. She didn't know when the aircraft would come next time, so she had to be prepared for long-term living. There was also water. Xiao He found a water pipe near the garbage dump, which was quite high-tech. Xiao He didn't recognize it as a water pipe at first, until her hand accidentally touched it, and a stream of water rushed out. After seeing the water, Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, and turned back. There were a lot of messy things piled up in front of the metal box that Xiao He used as a temporary residence. These were all things that Xiao He saw on the garbage mountain and thought might be useful. But they still needed to be sorted again. The useless things were thrown back into the garbage mountain. After sorting for a long time, Xiao He picked up a box. There were words he didn't recognize on it. Most of the other things had Chinese instructions. Only a few things had this kind of words he didn't recognize. It wasn't English. Xiao He thought it might be a foreign language from the star system. It's just that you can tell what other things are used for from their shapes. But you can't tell what this one is used for. And the packaging is very complete, as if it has never been opened. Xiao He used a blade he picked up to cut the box open, and took out the small box inside. The small box can be held in 2 hands, and it doesn't look like the things inside are big. There are Chinese words written on the box, which read Lost Civilization. Xiao He doesn't quite understand what Lost Civilization means, and guesses if it's something related to history. After opening the box, Xiao He only saw something like a sports bracelet inside. Nothing else. No instructions. And nothing else except the 4 words Lost Civilization. Without the manual, there was no way to know what this bracelet was for. Xiao could only frown and study the bracelet over and over again. The bracelet was so small. It looked like an ordinary bracelet. Strictly speaking, it looked more like a cheap decoration. Xiao was a little disappointed. He thought it might be a plastic bracelet produced by a small wholesale mall in Iwu. Xiao sighed. He put the bracelet defined as a plastic bracelet on his hand. It would be a pity to throw it away after looking at it for so long. It could be worn as a decoration. Xiao thought and pinched the bracelet on his hand. At this moment, Xiao felt a tingling sensation on his wrist. And then his eyes blurred. And he felt dizzy for a moment. A sweet female voice came to his mind. Welcome to the holographic game bracelet developed by the Joint Research Institute. Blood collection is complete. System binding is in progress. Binding is complete. Start entering the game. Chapter 2. Xiao listened to the prompt sound that suddenly came out without any warning. And the starry sky that suddenly appeared in front of him. Everyone was stunned. This scene was obviously not normal. Xiao closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, he saw the messy garbage that he had just picked up in front of him. If I heard it correctly, holographic game, before crossing. As a person who didn't like socializing very much, Xiao also played games. And played many games, all kinds of games. At that time, I also thought that according to the development of technology, maybe one day I could play holographic online games. So she could actually experience the holographic game. Thinking of this, Xiao's eyes lit up. The desire to experience the holographic game overwhelmed the uneasiness of being alone on the deserted planet for the first time. Xiao immediately closed her eyes and wanted to enter the game interface again. However, after closing her eyes, she did not return to the starry sky. Xiao opened her eyes a little confused and looked at the bracelet on her wrist. It had allowed her to enter the game just now. Why not now? Xiao's hand fumbled on the bracelet. I don't know what it touched. The bracelet lit up, and a tablet-sized light screen appeared in front of Xiao with the option to enter the game. Xiao looked around and directly clicked the button to enter the game. Xiao felt that this game might tell her what kind of world this was. Moreover, Xiao was more willing to communicate with others on the internet. Welcome to the large-scale holographic online game, Lost Civilization. I am the elf who guides new players. Welcome the lucky 1000 player who has obtained the internal test qualification to log into the game. Please complete the next operation according to the instructions. Please step into the aperture and complete the character setting. A aperture appeared in front of Xiao. At the same time, a light lit up in the void. A little elf with dragonfly wings appeared in front of Xiao. When flying, it would also bring out the aperture. Xiao did not hesitate and walked into the aperture. Beep, the player starts scanning body data. Beep, network connection failure. Please reconnect the network. Beep, network connection failure. Please reconnect the network. Xiao was dumbfounded. The L's in front of her scattered and turned into a few big words network failure floating in front of Xiao as if laughing at Xiao's ignorance. 5 minutes later, the game system ejected Xiao from the game space. Xiao stared at the bracelet on her hand. She didn't expect that in the interstellar era, there would still be network disconnection problems. That's not right. She might not have a network at all where she is. I thought I could learn about the world she lives in through the game. But now it's gone because of the network problem. Xiao lowered her head in frustration, and then tried to enter the game again, trying to find the network connection option, but there was nothing else on the bracelet except entering the game and the prompt, and the same thing in the game, only a few big words network failure. Even after restarting, it was just the first scene again, and then the big words network failure continued to repeat. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao finally gave up, stood up, and continued to organize the metal box he was going to live in. He picked up something that looked similar to a bed to use as a bed, and also a table, stool, quilt, etc. Xiao had spent a long time searching through the garbage mountain to find them. In the end, he picked up other metal boxes to cover the one he was living in, as a protection. When Xiao's stomach began to get hungry again, the sky here finally began to darken. It should be night. Xiao did not continue to go to the garbage mountain. Instead, he wrapped himself in the old blanket he had picked up and crawled into the nest he had built. He closed the opening of the metal box and blocked it with something to prevent it from being opened easily. Sitting on the bed, Xiao opened a nutrient solution to fill her stomach. When the day comes again, she will continue to look for something similar to nutrient solution. According to today's situation, The few nutrient solutions she picked up will not last for a few days. After yawning, Xiao He wrapped herself in a blanket and slowly lay down against the wall. She must rest well to live longer. Before going to bed, Xiao He was a little unwilling to give up. She clicked on the game bracelet again and tried to enter the game. This time, there was finally a change. Xiao He's eyes gradually brightened. The network failure that had been displayed before changed. The prompt sounded again. It was detected that the player failed to enter the game many times. The reason for the failure was a network problem. Turn on the automatic detection function to detect the network around the player. Detection completed. The player is located at the abandoned asteroid number 2978. There is no network. Start the emergency program and automatically connect to the satellite network. Network connecting. Please wait. Xiao He dared not move, holding her breath and waiting for the result. She didn't expect that this bracelet was really high-tech. After failing to enter the game many times, it could actually start the program to connect to the satellite network. It also detected her location. Xiao He felt that even if the abandoned asteroid number 2978 was really a garbage planet, the satellite network should be able to connect. As expected, Xiao He was right. 1 minute later, the 3 big words in the connection in front of her turned green. Starlight rose again around her, and the game guide elf that had disappeared reappeared. Network connection successful. Please enter the aperture to scan your body data. Xiao He immediately entered the reappearing aperture, and in just a few seconds, it showed that the scan was successful. The option to set body data appeared in front of Xiao He, commonly known as face pinching. Players can set their own game image, which can be adjusted by 10% to 50% based on the original appearance. Players, please note that you must abide by federal laws and regulations after entering the game. After saying that, the elf blinked at Xiao He, and then Xiao He appeared in front of her, with her eyes closed, and there were adjustment options next to her. Xiao He lowered his profile by 50%, making himself only 30% similar to the original. Just like wearing a mask, the image that is different from the original will give Xiao He a sense of security. It is detected that the player has set the game image. According to the player's gene lineage test, the player will be automatically assigned to the Huaxia region. Please enter the game and explore the gameplay by yourself. The elf drew a circle in front of Xiao He after he finished speaking. Xiao He felt dizzy, and the surrounding scenes passed by quickly. The majestic and simple voice replaced the sweet prompt sound of the elf. In the 900th year of Xingyuan, the Federal Empire Cooperative Research Institute developed a new holographic technology and developed the game Lost Civilization. The game development is based on the fact that all human beings have been obsessed with their lost home planet, helping all human beings to find the lost roots of civilization and answer the question, where do we come from? The game will present the homeland that has been lost for thousands of years. Welcome all players to enter the game, and wish all players a happy game. After the voice ended, Xiao He fell to the ground suddenly. What came into view was the green grass. Xiao He could even smell the scent of green grass, which was very realistic. The only thing that is not perfect is that Xiao He did not see the introduction of the game, and did not know what type of game it was. Role-playing, competitive, or plot-based. Xiao He scratched his head, and suddenly saw a hen with a group of chicks passing by. So what should I do now? Xiao He scratched his head, revealing a completely different side of himself from reality, and reached out to catch the hen that was about to leave. Sister Chicken, where is this place? Is it the novice village? Should I go to receive a quest? Why is there no one? The hen looked at Xiao He, who was holding her and nagging in horror, and struggled hard, pecked Xiao He, and ran away when Xiao He was in pain. At the same time, an electronic sound came from Xiao He's mind. Player 12135 was attacked by the Chicken King in the novice village, reducing 10% of his health. Xiao He clearly saw that the red health bar on the attribute panel had dropped a bit. This interface finally made Xiao He feel familiar. No matter how it changes, the game cannot escape those rules. The health bar and blue bar are still there, and the experience bar shows 0, which means that as long as she follows the routine to find a way to fill the experience bar and upgrade, she can naturally explore the gameplay of this game. As a veteran gamer, Xiao He is very confident in herself. After getting up from the ground, Xiao He looked around and found that the buildings in the novice village were very strange. Strangely dilapidated. The style was also very strange, because in this place that Xiao He regarded as the novice village, she saw caves, courtyards, thatched houses, rural bricks and tiles, and other houses of various structures. The only common feature was that they were very dilapidated. Like dangerous houses. It was like a collection of dangerous houses in China for 5,000 years in one scene. Xiao He was a little speechless and felt that this game seemed unreliable. Xiao He shook her head and walked away. She finally entered the game. She definitely couldn't just stay there and do nothing. She had to find an NPC to take on a mission, kill pheasants or wild boars in the novice village, and level up first. After walking for a while, Xiao He saw a person. He was not sure if it was an NPC or a player. He was wearing a gray shorts. His hair was neatly tied up. And he wore a blue headscarf. It looked like the costume of a certain dynasty in China. Xiao He immediately stepped forward and pulled the person to greet him warmly. Hello. Sister. May I ask where this place is? I accidentally got lost. Can you help me? The person who was pulled was an NPC. He looked at Xiao He in confusion. Outsider. I don't need your help here. You can go to the center of the village to find the village chief. The village chief will give you instructions. Xiao He got the information he wanted, and immediately nodded and thanked him sweetly. Thank you. Sister, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where to go. The expression on the NPC's face softened immediately. And he smiled. I am a lovely girl. My last name is Wang. You can just call me Sister Wang. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao He saw a smile slowly appear on the NPC's head. The words NPC Sister Wang were white. Xiao He nodded repeatedly. Okay. Sister Wang. Sister Wang. I'll go find the village chief first. I'll come back to see you later. Chapter 3. NPC Sister Wang smiled even more and waved at Xiao He. Xiao He showed a curious expression after walking away. This NPC Sister Wang looked too much like a real person. Her conversation was not the kind of fixed template dialogue she had played before. Her expression was also very vivid. The development of artificial intelligence in this world is so amazing. As a pure novice player who played a holographic online game for the first time, Xiao He was full of curiosity about this game. Following the direction pointed by NPC Sister Wang, Xiao He successfully found the village chief. The old village chief stood conspicuously in front of a small courtyard, expressionless, with a big green exclamation mark on his head, and seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the players. In addition to the village chief NPC, Xiao He also saw NPCs wandering around along the way. They would talk to each other, and were just like real people. They would just ignore players, like Xiao He, unless the players approached them to ask questions. Xiao He walked up to the village chief NPC and asked tentatively, Village chief? The village chief looked at Xiao He and said in a serious tone, Dear outsider, welcome to the Huaxia region of Lost Civilization. I am the novice guide NPC. Please complete the novice tasks according to my instructions, and get the novice gift pack. Xiao He immediately became serious, and waited for the instructions of the village chief NPC. The village chief NPC looked at Xiao He for a while, and then moved away. Xiao He looked at the village chief NPC with a smile, and the village chief continued to look at the mountain in front of the village. 5 minutes later, Xiao He reacted. The village chief thoroughly implemented what he said when he entered the game, asking players to explore the game on their own. This is no longer self-exploration. This is called pioneering. Xiao He smiled and nodded, and simply found a stone next to the village chief NPC to sit down. Just explore it yourself. Anyway, the most basic attribute panel of the game, the system backpack, the task interface, and the equipment interface should all be there. And this is a holographic online game. According to the novels about holographic online games she has read, there should be sensory adjustments and the like. Xiao He tentatively shouted, Attribute page? What came out was not the page, but Xiao He's game guide elf. Dear player 12135, hello. Players who enter the game for the first time, please click on your own attribute page, change the name used in the game. If the player has not changed it, a name will be generated immediately after 10 days. Please change it carefully. The attribute page also appeared in front of Xiao He. Xiao He looked over. The detailed attributes below were unclear. Only the naming column was clear, and there was a big arrow indicating Xiao He to name. Xiao He thought for a while, clicked on the name bar, and solemnly entered the 3 characters he meow air. This was the ID she used to play games before, and she didn't plan to think of another one now. After clicking the confirmation button, the game ID turned into a stream of light and flew over Xiao He's head. The player ID is blue. After doing this, the attribute bar was clearly revealed. which was the familiar attribute setting. Life, 600 stamina, 300 strength, 5 attack, 10 speed, 6 defense, 5 agility, 4 spirit, 8 in addition to the familiar basic attributes. There are 2 other hidden attributes at the bottom. Affinity, intelligence. Xiao He looked at the affinity. If I guess correctly, this affinity might be related to the game NPC. And it is a hidden attribute. Intelligence is also hidden, so I can't tell much. After swiping across the attribute panel, the NPC favorability interface appears. Currently, Xiao He sees only one displayed on it. Novice Village Sister 1 favorability. 2. Swiping down further is the equipment interface, which is empty, with only one ordinary cloth garment that the novice comes with. Xiao He didn't see the system backpack page. Scrolling back, the task page appeared. There was only one task on it. Novice task. Complete the novice guide. Reward, novice gift pack. Task completion, 80%. After seeing the completion, Xiao He knew that his direction was probably right. And with the task page guide, it would be much easier to do the tasks later. If there was no task page, I wouldn't know how to do the tasks. It seems that the development team still considered that it would be difficult to explore completely on your own. After closing all the pages, Xiao He saw a sachet hanging around his waist. He reached out and took it. The system backpack appeared. It was empty. There were 35 slots for storage. After checking the backpack, Xiao He's first task was completed. The question mark on the head of the village chief next to him also turned into an exclamation mark, indicating that the task was completed. Xiao He stood up and continued to talk to the village chief. Uncle Village Chief, I have completed my task. The village chief NPC moved his eyes from the mountain to Xiao He's face. Looked Xiao He up and down, and suddenly showed a strange smile. Hello, dear He Meower player. The novice gift package has been distributed to the system backpack. Next, please continue to explore the game. Find another player to talk to, and turn on the chat system. The village chief NPC returned to his expressionless look as soon as he finished speaking. Xiao He looked at the village chief, and then looked around. There were no words on the heads of the people around her. She couldn't tell who was a player and who was an NPC. The village chief didn't plan to give any hints. Xiao He scratched her messy hair and simply opened the novice gift package. The novice gift package contained a set of white Taoist robes, consisting of a top and pants, a pair of black boots, and a wooden hairpin. After Xiao He clicked on the equipment, the shorts that came with the system turned into white Taoist robes. The hairpin tied her messy hair into a bun. It looked pretty good. The equipment bar also shows the attributes of these clothes. Low-level top, defense +1. Low-level pants, defense +1. Low-level wooden hairpin, life +10. Complete beginner equipment, however. The current mission does not seem to require fighting. Xiao He closed the interface and began to look for players to talk to and open the chat system. She really needs to open the chat system. If she plays a single-player game by herself, she can't understand this world at all. If everything goes well, she may be able to ask for help in the game to get out of trouble. This needs to wait until the conditions are ripe, and she can't ask for help rashly when she sees someone, mainly because it's hard to explain why she is staying on an abandoned planet. Xiao He felt that she might have come here with her soul, and she might be an illegal resident in this world. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiao He did not plan to seek help from netizens. In this novice village, there were many people coming and going, or NPCs, but Xiao He did not see anyone wearing a novice robe like herself. Then she thought, this game has been running for a long time, and it is normal that there is no one in the novice village. Ghost. Normally, no matter how long the game has been running, there should be players wearing novice equipment in the novice village. What's wrong with this game? At this time, Xiao He had forgotten the line of introduction that she ignored when she entered the game. Only 1,000 players entered the game in the internal beta test, and the public beta test time was determined by the player's exploration process. After walking around the village, Xiao He was sure that there were no players in this novice village. All NPCs. If she could not find players, it meant that she could not complete the task. If she could not complete the task, she would have to stay in the novice village alone. This was not good news for Xiao He. Xiao He looked at the mountain in front of the novice village, and began to think about the possibility of going out. He Meower? What are you doing here? Xiao He looked up and saw NPC Sister Wang looking at her with a concerned look. Xiao He immediately smiled. Sister Wang, is this your home? She pointed to the small tile house behind her. NPC Sister Wang nodded. Then opened the door and said to Xiaohe, "He meow. Do you want to come in and sit? It's getting dark. It's not safe outside." And those outsiders used to look for places to rest when it got dark. And they kept muttering words we couldn't understand. NPC Sister Wang said with a little complaint. It was obvious that the players disturbed the lives of the NPCs. Xiaohe shook her head and said, "No, Sister Wang. I'll leave in a minute. By the way, Sister Wang, you said there were outsiders coming before. Where did those outsiders go?" "The village chief told me to talk to the outsiders." NPC Sister Wang immediately told Xiaohe angrily. "The village chief, you old man, is fooling you. Those outsiders have left a long time ago. You can't find outsiders here at all. Don't listen to the village chief." Xiaohe was distressed when he heard it, but Sister Wang, if I can't find outsiders, I can't complete the village chief's task. NPC Sister Wang was also a little worried. She felt that He Meower was a good girl. Unlike other outsiders were very rude. They asked if there were any tasks right away, and even pestered after saying no. But He Meower was a good girl. She said no and let it go. She was very likable when she smiled. Seeing that it was still early, NPC Sister Wang put down the things in her hand and said to Xiaohe, "He Meower, come with me. I will take you to talk to the village chief and change your task. Actually, I think it's good for you to stay in our village. The outside world is not as good as our village. But you are outsiders. You come here just to walk around." Xiaohe nodded repeatedly and thanked NPC Sister Wang enthusiastically. "That's great. Thank you, sister." NPC Sister Wang took Xiaohe to the village chief. The village chief still had a big question mark on his head. He stared at the mountain outside the village without saying a word. He didn't even look at NPC Sister Wang and Xiaohe. Xiaohe pulled NPC Sister Wang. NPC Sister Wang patted Xiaohe on the shoulder and walked to the village chief and said, "Village chief, why are you making things difficult for a little girl? There are no outsiders in our village now." The village chief did not speak, still staring at the mountain in front of him. NPC Sister Wang became impatient. "Village chief." At this time, the sun completely disappeared, leaving only a little afterglow of the evening. The village chief finally changed, cursing and waving his limbs. "It's finally time. Standing for a whole day, outsiders are out and still arranged to stand guard, torment the old man, must complain to the Lord God." Chapter 4. Xiaohe opened his mouth slightly, staring blankly at the village chief NPC, who suddenly changed his appearance. The village chief NPC slapped Xiaohe on the head and said, "What are you looking at?" Xiaohe covered his head and asked, "Uncle Village Chief, you still have a set time for issuing tasks?" The village chief nodded unhappily. "Originally, all of you outsiders had left. I could have been lazy and caught some fish, but who knew you would come so late?" Xiaohe hurriedly apologized to the village chief. "I'm sorry. Uncle Village Chief, I'm sorry, but you asked me to find another outsider, and I couldn't find one. If I can't complete this task, do I have any other way to leave the novice village?" The village chief rolled his eyes, and said mysteriously, "Not that there is no way." Xiaohe immediately looked at the village chief expectantly. NPC Sister Wang pulled Xiaohe and said, "The village chief likes to keep people in suspense. Come here. I'll tell you. The village chief has always felt that the houses in our village are not very beautiful. The overall appearance does not meet his aesthetic standards. There is also a mountain in front of our village, which blocks the way out of our village." NPC Sister Wang suddenly sighed and looked at Xiaohe with great sorrow. "He meow. Our village hopes that someone will move the mountain in front of the village away, so that we can all go out and see the world." Xiaohe nodded subconsciously, and then realized something, and slowly turned his eyes to NPC Sister Wang. NPC Sister Wang was looking at her with hope. Xiaohe looked at the village chief again. The village chief coughed lightly, and hung up the work only expression, said to Xiaohe seriously, "Dear player He Meower, you have successfully started the main task. Gain public beta. After completing the task, Lost Civilization will be fully open from internal beta to public beta, accommodating more players to enter the game and explore the civilized continent. After completing the mission, players will receive god-level equipment. Please complete the task as soon as possible." At the same time, in the chat interface that Xiaohe had not yet opened, the prompt sound for the entire server was transmitted to the ears of all 1,000 players in the internal beta. System prompt: Player He Meower has started the main quest. A line of prompts was quickly drowned out by the conversations of players in the World Channel. World Channel, player love hug, something seemed to have flashed by just now. Player Qian Ba by air, what? It has been more than half a year since we entered the game. Why is the level increasing so slowly? The official also said that there is not much difference in the value of currency inside and outside the game. But I didn't make any money. Player Yu, don't make a fuss. Just now, the system prompted that someone has started the main quest. As far as I know, the first step of the main quest is to open the game for full public testing. Player Qian Ba by air, player Iku Lu Xing, player Zai Shan Yin Shan, player Milk Cute Man, player Guang Yin, and he Meow Air, does anyone need help? Nothing special, everyone wants to start the public beta test as soon as possible. After Guang Yin spoke, no one else spoke, everyone was waiting for the lucky player who could start the main quest to speak, but after waiting for a long time, no one came, and all the online players sent private messages to him, asking who this he Meow Air was, who could actually start this main quest that they couldn't even figure out. At the same time, researchers in the Imperial Federation Joint Research Institute breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Fu, it's done. Among all the internal beta bracelets and helmet game rooms that have been distributed, the last bracelet successfully entered the game 3 hours ago, and the public beta mission has been launched. We don't need to arrange anyone to enter. The tall and handsome man, with long hair tied casually behind his head, had his side face hidden in the darkness. He nodded slightly and ordered, monitor the data. After the public beta, ensure that there will be no problems in the operation of the game. At the same time, open the player communication center, which should be called the player forum according to the previous name. Don't worry, Brother Fu. The opening condition you set is too harsh. When everyone enters the game, they directly leave the novice village. Who has the patience to wait until dark? However, the village chief NPC really complained to the main brain just now. Ha ha ha. He was talking about complaining before. Thank you for your hard work. Hee hee. It's not hard. I'm really looking forward to the success of the research. Everyone in the laboratory is full of energy. This game contains all their hard work. If it succeeds, they can solve the biggest regret among all human beings. Xiao He, who was forced to accept the task, looked at the mountain in the distance and tried to struggle. Uncle Village Chief. Sister Wang, didn't you just say that you didn't like the houses in the village? Why did you suddenly assign me the task of digging the mountain? How about I build houses for you? How can I dig this mountain by myself? Learn from Yugong? The village chief looked at Xiao He in confusion. Who is Yugong? Why should I learn from him? Xiao He scratched his head. Yugong is an old man with great perseverance. Is that right? That's not right. Why am I telling you this? Uncle Village Chief. Let's talk about it. Even if I want to dig the mountain, shouldn't you give me a tool? The village chief NPC listened to Xiao He spend a few minutes talking about Yugong moving the mountain. A line of code flashed in his eyes, and the data was transferred to the database. Then he said to Xiao, player He Miao dictated a short story that conforms to the characteristics of a fable. It has been stored in the database. You will be rewarded with a gold coin. Xiao heard the notification sound of the account being credited, and her mind worked quickly. Immediately pulled the village chief NPC and said, 1 gold coin for 1 story? Uncle Village Chief. Do you want to hear many stories? The village chief NPC had a bug for the first time since it was put into operation. After a long pause, he told Xiao in a serious manner, please ask player He Miao to complete the main task as soon as possible. The monetary reward task needs to be triggered by the player actively. Find the relevant NPC. In other words, Xiao's calculations failed. She did not get any reward for the story she told actively. Xiao He was a little disappointed. But a gold coin is also money. In a game, you will need to use some game coins to exchange for equipment or something. So it is better to have some than nothing. When Xiao He accepted this task, it was already dark in the game. The village chief waved his hand impatiently at Xiao He. Okay. Okay. I have nothing to do with you here. Come back after you complete this task. In order to help you complete the task as soon as possible, I can give you a prop. This prop allows you to summon a player to help you. The time limit is 1 hour. After saying that, the village chief threw something to Xiao He, and then mercilessly closed the gate of the yard, which made Xiao He, who was about to ask questions, feel frustrated. NPC Sister One pulled Xiao He and said, the village chief has a strange temper. It's getting dark. He Miao, you stay with me at home for 1 night. I'll ask the village chief to allocate a house for you tomorrow. Xiaohe nodded, thank you. Sister. The more NPC Sister Wang looked at Xiaohe, the more she liked him. She thought this child was good in every way, and now she had to help their village open up the mountains. After entering Sister Wang's house, Sister Wang specially cleaned up the room for Xiaohe so that Xiaohe could have a good rest. After Sister Wang left, Xiaohe looked at the prop that the village chief threw to her. It was a button. Touching it would show the words disposable consumables. Xiaohe sighed. At least she could see the hope of getting out. Moreover, the function of summoning players would allow her to further understand this world. Xiaohe put away the props, opened the page, and clicked to log off. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the dark temporary residence again. Xiaohe pinched her wrist. The game bracelet on her wrist was emitting a faint light. This little light gave Xiaohe great comfort in the darkness. At the same time, Xiaohe sorted out the gains from the game. This game called Law Civilization completely confirmed her guess. The world she is in now is a high-tech future interstellar world. She is on an abandoned asteroid called 2978. Abandoned means that there may be no other creatures on this planet except her. There are only these abandoned garbage here. The basic introduction of the game is very clear. Law Civilization was jointly developed by the Federation and the Empire. That is to say, the setting of this interstellar world is probably 2 big countries. It is not sure whether there are other small countries. The game has been released for half a year. The time displayed on the game bracelet shows that it is now May of Interstellar 901. According to the date mode, the timekeeping method here is exactly the same as that of Blue Star. And when entering the game, the service area she was assigned to is called Huaxia District. So Xiaohe boldly guessed that. The humans here may be the Blue Star people who walked out of Blue Star and developed into the universe. These cognitions made Xiaohe's anxiety when he just woke up disappear. Even if it was not the original Blue Star, it was not much worse. Xiaohe felt that the future was full of hope. Much more hopeful than when he was on Blue Star. At least, it was not shrouded in the shadow of nuclear wastewater. Holding the game bracelet, Xiaohe fell asleep in the dark. It was dead silent outside. There was no other movement except the sound of the wind. Relatively speaking, this also meant that Xiaohe's situation was relatively safe. After sleeping until waking up naturally, Xiaohe's previously tense nerves were completely relaxed and rested. Xiaohe opened his eyes, touched his stomach, and looked at the time. He found that he had slept for more than 10 hours. There was also light coming in from the gap of the metal box. Xiaohe stood up and walked out to take a look. The dark time here is very long. Almost 20 hours. It is uncertain how long the day is, but it will definitely not be less than 20 hours. Xiaohe rubbed her face, went to the water pipe to wash, after taking the nutrient solution. She retracted into the metal box and entered the game. She also studied the bracelet, set the time. She would come out every once in a while to check, so as not to miss the aircraft. After entering the game, it was already dawn in the game. She was lying down when she came in, outside. Sister Wang seemed to have noticed something and came over to knock on the door. He meowed, "Are you back?" As an intelligent NPC, Sister Wang knew that these players would leave every once in a while, so it was not surprising that Xiaohe suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. Xiaohe hurriedly tidied up and walked out. "Good morning, Sister Wang." Sister Wang looked at Xiaohe with a smile, pointed to the table behind her and said, "There is food. Eat quickly, otherwise you will be exhausted." Xiaohe nodded, and then she realized that her health bar and physical strength had decreased overnight, and she didn't recover until she ate. After eating, Xiaohe took out the summoner, which randomly summoned players. No matter who was summoned, the person who came could convey the content of the task. As soon as the summoner was pressed, it turned into light and disappeared. At the same time, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from Sister Wang's yard, accompanied by a cry of pain. "Ouch! What the hell?" Chapter 5. Xiaohe hurriedly walked out of Sister Wang's house, and saw a man holding his waist with a grin outside the door, cursing, and a male player wearing a gray Taoist robe with a very obvious ID on his head. Empire bred. It seems that the game is still quite reasonable. Although the NPC has no identity introduction on his head at the beginning, but his name will appear after he gets to know the player. And the player's ID will always appear on his head, so the player and the NPC can be distinguished at a glance. Empire bred turned around and said in surprise, "What's going on, Novice Village? Didn't they say that you can't get back in if you leave the Novice Village?" After saying this, Empire bred saw Xiaohe standing at the door. His eyes were fixed on the ID name on Xiaohe's head. He gradually opened his mouth and pointed at Xiaohe. You are the lucky player who started the main quest. Xiaohe nodded immediately, showed a friendly smile and greeted, "Hello, finally I saw someone. I just started playing the game yesterday, who knew that the task given by the village chief uncle was impossible because I couldn't find other. The player cannot complete it. At night, the village chief was anxious to get off work, so he gave me this task. Then the system prompted me to start the main task, and gave me a prop to randomly summon players for help. I'm really sorry I brought you here, but don't worry, you can leave in an hour. I'll tell you the content of the task when you go out. Help think of a way to flatten the mountain." Empire Bread raised his hand. Stop. Let me sort it out first. Xiaohe shut up, looking at Empire Bread expectantly. Empire Bread has a good image in the game. He looks like a handsome boy. He put his hands behind his back and walked around Xiaohe. He touched his chin and thought for a while and said, "He meower?" Xiaohe nodded. "You said that you couldn't complete the novice mission. And then when it was night, the village chief automatically gave you the main mission?" Xiaohe thought about it and nodded again. "That's it." Empire Bread immediately held his head and looked crazy. "It's unfair. I also waited until night." And the village chief still had a blank expression. There were so many brothers who waited for a day and a night. "Why did you get the mission?" Empire Bread couldn't figure it out. Xiaohe spoke cautiously. "Maybe it's because I'm the only one left in the novice village. And I can't get out?" Imperial Bread immediately looked at Xiaohe and nodded seriously. "What you said makes sense. But Sister He Meow, what is the content of the main task you just mentioned? Is it simple? Can it be completed in an hour? After completing it, will I get any reward as a helper?" "Obviously." Imperial Bread ignored what Xiaohe said just now. "Level the mountain." Xiaohe's eyes were a little vague. He pointed at the mountain in front of the novice village and said, "The mission is for us to move that mountain away and build a road leading to the outside world. As for whether it can be completed in an hour, what do you think, my friend? As for the reward, the village chief said he would give you a god-level equipment. I don't know your reward, but I think you should have received the mission prompt now." "Right." The Empire Bread didn't even have time to be surprised by the god-level equipment. He immediately opened the mission page. And there was indeed a mission on it. Main quest. Help the player He Meower complete the mountain opening quest. Quest reward. 10 gold coins, a set of blue quality clothes. Empire Bread was satisfied. According to the game rules, 10 gold coins can be exchanged for 100 interstellar coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 silver coin is 1 interstellar coin, 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin, and a set of blue quality clothes. Compared with the rewards of a few copper coins outside, this quest reward is really generous. It seems that it is not too outrageous for the person who starts the quest to get god-level equipment. Sister He Meower, don't worry. I'll take care of this task. I'll find someone to dig the mountain when the time comes. The game has been running for more than half a year. There are still a few powerful players. They are all thinking about how to start the public beta. They have a lot of powerful props. Your task is a piece of cake in their eyes." Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, Brother Bread. I'll leave it to you." Seeing that the time was not up yet, Empire Bread said to Xiaohe again, "I think you are very patient. As soon as this task was announced yesterday, the world was in an uproar. And you didn't say a word. If you need help, why don't you just tell the world directly?" Xiaohe sighed. "You don't know. I haven't completed the novice task. The chat system cannot be opened. And I can't say anything at all." Empire Bread suddenly realized. And at the same time, Xiaohe's system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the player for completing the task of talking to other players. The game chat system is turned on. Players can see notifications from all servers in the world channel and exchange information with other players." The chat interface was opened in front of Xiaohe. There were 4 chat channels in total: World Channel, Regional Channel, Team Channel, and private messages from friends. "Brother Bread, I have turned on the chat system. Thanks to you." Xiaohe smiled and thanked Empire Bread. Empire Bread said as soon as he heard it, "Let's add a friend, so that we can contact each other later." Xiaohe nodded repeatedly, and soon received a prompt tone: "A player nearby has requested to add a friend. Do you agree?" Xiaohe nodded, and soon there was one more person in the friend list. When the time came, Empire Bread disappeared in front of Xiaohe. The next second, Xiuhe saw the idea of Empire Bread appear in the originally quiet World Channel. World Channel. Player Empire Bread. Brothers, it's time to live. Player Empire Bread. As a favored child of heaven who is favored by the government, I, Empire Bread, successfully participated in the main mission, here at Himyaur, the last player in the novice village, friends who are still online. Put down their work, form a team to open up the mountain. Player give me 100 million. What? Player I am single and proud. Is this true or not? Player I carry the banner for the Federation. Where is the person involved? Where is the person involved? At Himyaur, since the mission started. This brother has not come out to say a word. Player 3000 handsome men are all mine. Stop making noise. What if you scare him, and Himyaur girl or brother, come out and say something? Is what Bread said true or false? Player light years at Empire Bread, share the mission first. Player Empire Bread. Okay, brother, join my group. There is no upper limit on the number of people for this mission. At everyone, don't be idle if you are online. Put down your work. Come to the foot of the mountain in the novice village and gather. At this time, Xiuhe was hanging out, and went out to see if there were any aircraft coming. After finding that there were none, she replenished some nutrients and re-entered the game. After entering the game, she saw several messages from the World Channel at her floating in front of her. Xiuhe hurriedly pulled out the chat interface. A light screen appeared in front of Xiuhe. After typing a 1 in the input box, click send, expressing that she was, then she added an explanation for why she didn't reply. World Channel. Player Himyaur 1. Player Himyaur sorry. Sorry, I just opened the chat channel. I am currently trapped in the novice village. The task is to flatten the mountain in front of the novice village, and open a road to the novice village. According to the village chief, after completing this task, everyone who participated should have some rewards. After sending these, Xiaohe nodded with satisfaction. This is not bad. There is no word limit. The game she played before, there is a word limit when chatting. The message Xiaohe sent was quickly drowned in various chat conversations. But it was not ignored. After a while, Xiaohe's message was found in the World Channel. Player 24678. Look. The real owner appeared. He even copied the content sent by Xiaohe and started to flood the screen, trying to let all online players see the task content. Xiaohe saw the rows of videos flooding the screen, laughed happily, and continued to reply. Player Himyaur, I will continue to see if there are any easy clues, and share them with you directly when the time comes. Please take care of the task. Player studied history till I was bald. No problem. At Himyaur, we have all gathered at the foot of the mountain, and it won't be long before you can see that mountain being leveled by us. Player I carry the banner for the Federation. That's right. It's been half a year. We have finally waited for the day when we can have a public beta. God knows if this game is not open for public beta, I will give up the game. Player 3000 handsome men are all mine. That's right. What kind of planner has been working on a game for half a year, and still has to play as a novice? Nothing has been figured out, and the scenery is still in tatters. To be honest, if it weren't for the one-to-one exchange of game currency and display, and the official said that different rewards would be given to internal beta players after the public beta, I would have continued to play. Player A shooting star, you're right. If it weren't for the timely appearance of this little Himyaur, you might have to go to the next game to see me. Player Lightyear, let's talk later. At present, everyone has gathered at the foot of the mountain. No matter what method is used, get this mountain away. Player Empire Bread, got it. Player Qian Ba by Air, got it. Player Shan Yin Shang, okay, the whole page is the same message received. Xiaohe closed the chat box. She didn't lie just now. This mountain is so big. It's definitely not possible to dig it hard. Besides, this is a game. There must be some labor-saving method. Xiaohe went to see the village chief again. The village chief of the novice village stood at the gate of his yard during the day, with a big question mark on his head. Exactly the same as when Xiaohe first entered the game. Xiaohe caught a chicken and held it in his hand, and went to find the village chief with a smile. Uncle Village Chief. Standing guard. Look. I just saw this big hen is very fat. I caught it and stewed it for you to drink to nourish your body. The village chief glanced at Xiaohe, and continued to stare at the mountain in front of him without being moved. Xiaohe threw the chicken with wings tied in his hand into the yard of the village chief's house, and then stood beside the village chief and started chatting. Uncle Village Chief. Are you tired? Standing like this every day? How about I stand for you? The village chief moved his mouth, but he held back his words. He complained to the main brain yesterday, and the main brain accepted it and warned him not to violate the rules during work, especially not to talk to players about things other than tasks. The village chief was very upset, but Xiao He kept talking in his ear. Uncle Village Chief, you stand all day long. How about eating? You NPCs also need to eat. Right? It's almost noon. How about you go to eat, and I'll watch for you. I don't have any other requirements. Just tell me a little bit about how to dig this mountain. What do you think? Chapter 6. Xiao He chattered in front of the village chief for most of the day, with only one purpose, revealing some mission details, so that the mission can be completed as soon as possible. The village chief closed his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. He looked around and found that there was no one here except him and Xiao He. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Xiao He. How can you be so talkative? Did the main brain give you the chatterbox attribute when you came here? You just talked nonsense when I asked you to do a task. You can at least take something to dig in the mountain. Xiao He scratched his ears and looked at the village chief very shamelessly. Uncle, you are wrong to say that. It's you who want to dig the mountain, not me. If I can't go out, I can just stop playing. The village chief held back his curse words and flipped through his task settings. Suddenly he remembered something. Glanced at Xiao He. His expression changed, and he said to Xiao He in a serious tone, Dear He Meower player, I have something to do and can't leave. Please go to Sister Wang's house to see what's wrong with her house. At the same time, Xiao He remembered the prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player He Meower for triggering the side quest building a civilized novice village. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Quest rewards: 20 character experience points, 10 sesame cakes, 1 primary peach with sword, 1 novice village deed. You can build a house in the novice village. Xiao He's eyes lit up, looking up at the village chief. Will I know how to open the mountain after completing this quest? Village chief. Is this the point? Xiao He didn't care about the village chief's reaction, waved at the village chief and ran to Sister Wang's house. She said that Sister Wang must be extraordinary, and the quest came. When we arrived at Sister Wang's house, Sister Wang was drying clothes in the yard. When she saw Xiao He, she greeted him cheerfully. He Meow. Why are you here? Xiao He enthusiastically stepped forward to help Sister Wang dry clothes. While drying clothes, he said, the village chief asked me to come and see what's wrong with Sister Wang's house. Sister Wang, what's wrong with your house? Sister Wang put down the clothes in her hand and looked at Xiao He with a sad face and said, the house is fine, but it's a little low, and the light is not good. I think the one next door is not bad. But the village chief said that houses cannot be changed casually. I have asked the village chief many times about this matter. Sister Wang sighed heavily. Xiao He's mission has also changed. Side quest: build a civilized novice village to solve Sister Wang's troubles. Xiao He understood that she was asked to find out what Sister Wang wanted to do. Sister Wang, do you want to demolish the house and build a new one? Sister Wang shook her head. The village chief won't let me, but the village chief praised the house of Mr. Zhang at the west end of the village as beautiful. I get angry when I talk about it. I think Mr. Zhang must have bribed the village chief, otherwise he and I went to find the village chief together. How can he build, but I can't renovate? Xiao He asked tentatively. Then I'll ask Mr. Zhang how he got the village chief to agree? Sister Wang nodded immediately. That's great, He Meower. Then I'll leave it to you. Remember to come back and tell me after you find out clearly. Side quest: build a civilized novice village to help Sister Wang find out why Mr. Zhang built a new house. Xiao He patted his skirt and stood up and said to Sister Wang, Don't worry. Sister Wang, I promise to find out for you. You are the rich man Zhang at the west end of the village. Right, wait for it. Sister Wang. Sister Wang nodded repeatedly and watched Xiao He leave. After Xiao He came out of Sister Wang's house, she walked towards the direction of Mr. Zhang's house at the west end of the village. She had some impression of this NPC Mr. Zhang's house, because the house of Mr. Zhang was the most beautiful in the whole novice village, with a bunch of flowers, clean and tidy, very similar to the ancient rural homestay that was popular before she crossed over. The main body of Mr. Zhang's house is a typical traditional wooden mortise and tenon structure, with green tiles and wooden walls, and the water flowing in the yard. Xiao He liked it at first sight, but the gate of Mr. Zhang's yard was closed, and players were not allowed to enter. Xiao He stood at the door and knocked on the copper ring on the courtyard gate, and asked tentatively, Is anyone there? After waiting for a while, someone in the yard came to open the door, and Xiao He saw a figure through the gap in the bamboo wall. Who is it? I won't show you my house, and I don't have any tasks for you to do, so go. The speaker was a rough male voice, and sounded a little impatient. Xiao He explained hurriedly, "Is that Brother Zhang? Sister Wang asked me to come here. She has something to ask Brother Zhang." There was another noise from inside. And then the door creaked open. Zhang De, who stood at the door, and glanced at Xiao He. He had no intention of letting Xiao He in. He said impatiently, "What are you asking? I told her a long time ago. When I asked the village chief, he agreed directly. Who knows why the village chief didn't agree to Wang? You just want to ask this for her. Right? Go back and tell her that if she has something to ask, she can find the village chief. What's the point of finding me?" After that, Zhang De, who closed the gate mercilessly. Xiao He was disappointed. But she got the key information. She still had to find the village chief for this task. Side quest: building a civilized novice village. Tell Sister Wang about Mr. Zhang's reply. Xiao He scratched his head, feeling that this quest was a bit strange, and the village chief was also very strange. Wouldn't he have to find the village chief after all these trips? After returning to Sister Wang's house, Sister Wang looked at Xiao He expectantly. Xiao He said to Sister Wang embarrassedly, "Sister Wang, I'm sorry, I asked. Mr. Zhang asked me to ask the village chief. Sister Wang, how about I go ask the village chief?" Sister Wang was a little disappointed, then stood up angrily, put her hands on her hips. Let's go find the village chief. My house is too ugly, I want to build a new one." As she said that, she rushed to the village chief Wang's house in a rage. Xiao He hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the village chief's house, the village chief was still standing at the door, without even a sidelong glance. Sister Wang stood in front of the village chief and pointed at him and cursed, "You old bastard, why don't you let me build a new house?" Side quest: building a civilized novice village. Mediating a quarrel. Xiao He immediately pulled Sister Wang. Sister Wang, don't be excited, come on. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Sister Wang looked at the village chief unconvinced. Xiao He asked Sister Wang to sit down first, and then looked at the village chief, Uncle Village Chief, as the head of a village. "You can't have double standards. Brother Zhang and Sister Wang came to you to apply for building a house together. How could you only agree to Brother Zhang's request and reject Sister Wang? Are you deliberately bullying Sister Wang because she is a woman?" The village chief immediately retorted, "Little girl, stop talking nonsense. What do you know? Can you agree to build a house so easily? Besides, why don't you ask Wang Dahua what kind of house she wants to build, if she really agrees to build that house? Will it bring honor to our village?" Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously pointed to the place where Sister Wang had pointed, and said, "Sister Wang wants to build a building. Right? What's so shameful about this?" The village chief looked at the angry Sister Wang speechlessly, then raised his hand, and pointed at the place where Xiao He pointed. The hand pointing at the building shifted slightly to the side and said, "She's talking about that house." Xiao He looked in the direction and saw a dark, messy building, which looked even shorter and more dilapidated than the house where Sister Wang lived now. She asked the village chief uncertainly, "What are you talking about? Is that a house?" The village chief nodded. "It is indeed a house. I don't know what's wrong with Wang Dahua. She likes such a dangerous house that is about to be demolished. Doesn't she know that dangerous houses are not allowed in the village? She still wants to build one." I disagreed and told everyone that the village chief doesn't allow houses to be built. Those villagers who really want to renovate their houses don't dare to come to me. Xiao He looked at Sister Wang in a daze. "Sister Wang, what do you like about that house? You can tell at a glance that it leaks when it rains and leaks when it blows. And it will collapse at any time." Sister Wang held her chin and looked at the strange dangerous house. "Of course it looks good. I like it." The village chief spread his hands and his face was full of, "Look, I didn't lie to you." Xiao He sighed and said earnestly to Sister Wang, "Sister Wang, when we build a house, we must live comfortably and in a beautiful environment. Look at how beautiful the house of Mr. Zhang is. Why don't we apply to build a house similar to Mr. Zhang's? If it's really not possible." Xiao He whispered in Sister Wang's ear, "Let's build one in the backyard without the village chief's knowledge." Sister Wang was reluctant, but was a little shaken. The village chief told Sister Wang expressionlessly, "Wang Dahua, I tell you, if you really want to build a dangerous house that will embarrass the whole village, I will never approve it. Even if other villagers in the village don't build houses, we can't let other villages laugh at us. Just give up on this idea." Sister Wang hesitated to speak, and finally stomped her feet and gritted her teeth and said, Okay, let's build a house like Mr. Zhang's. Is that okay? The village chief was satisfied. And without saying a word, she took out a piece of paper, took out a seal and stamped it, then handed it to Sister Wang. Okay, take it, put it on the foundation stone of your house, and the house can be built. Sister Wang took the blueprint and turned around a little unhappy, and did not forget to say to Xiaohe, "He meow, I'm going back first, I'll treat you to dinner when the house is finished." Xiaohe nodded quickly. Okay. Sister Wang, if you need any help, just come to me. Sister Wang waved and left without looking back. Side quest. Building a civilized novice village. Sister Wang's troubles have been completed. Reward 10 experience points. 2 gold coins. Xiaohe knew at a glance that there was a follow-up to this quest, turned his head, and continued to ask the village chief, "Uncle Village Chief, Sister Wang's problem has been solved. Is there anything else I can help you with?" The village chief looked at Xiaohe with a smile, patted Xiaohe on the shoulder, pointed to a group of buildings in the novice village of various styles, and said, "See, the villagers in our village are very individual. There is no duplicate house in every household. The Lord God is very dissatisfied with this, has warned me many times. Your last task is to distribute these drawings to each household one by one. Make sure that the buildings in the novice village have a unified style." After that, he took out a stack of things that were the same as the drawings he had just given to Sister Wang, and a large village planning map, and handed them all to Xiaohe. Xiaohe took it and took a look. Only then did he realize that the buildings in the village planning map were exactly the ancient Chinese-style villages. If it was done well, this village would definitely be beautiful. It might become one of the classic scenery in the game in the future. Xiaohe stuffed the blueprint into his arms, and said to the village chief confidently, "Uncle Village Chief, don't worry, I'll take care of this task." The village chief nodded, and waved his hand to signal Xiaohe to leave quickly, so as not to delay his guard duty. Chapter 7. When the sun set in the evening, the village chief stretched himself, smiled and prepared to go off work. In the village chief's mind, the new player He Meow was really good. He solved his big task as soon as he arrived. Once this task was completed, the Lord God would definitely reward him. He Meow is really the lucky star of their village. As soon as this thought came to mind, the village chief heard a noisy noise coming from the village. And like fireworks, from the east end of the village, a group of bright light balls exploded, accompanied by the villagers shouting and cursing getting closer and closer. "What's wrong with you? Little girl, where's my house? Where's my good house? Ah, my house! Old village chief, I'm not done with you. You pushed our house down in the middle of the night. Where are we going to live? My house." The village chief stretched halfway, blinked, and saw the house being rebuilt at the east end of the village, and the villagers who were gathering in a black mass towards him, and he turned around decisively, and prepared to go back to the yard and close the gate to pretend he was not there. "Don't be anxious, Uncle Village Chief." Xiaohe came out from nowhere, and grabbed the Uncle Village Chief, smiling and raising the last building plan in his hand. The village chief struggled to push Xiaohe away, and said to Xiaohe, "Let me go." Xiaohe pulled the village chief to sit down and said with a smile, "What are you in a hurry for, Uncle? Your house has not been built yet, you see. I have renovated all the houses in the village. You will see a beautiful and clean village, like a paradise tomorrow morning. Aren't you happy?" The village chief looked at the villagers getting closer and closer, and gave up the idea of hiding, turned to Xiaohe. "What did you do? Did you get the consent of the villagers to build these houses? I tell you, if they want to beat you up later, I will not stop them at all." Xiaohe felt guilty, rubbed her nose. "Agree? What do you mean agree, anyway?" The village chief agreed. She did everything according to the village chief's instructions. Xiaohe's expression gradually became justified. Yes, it was the village chief's instructions. If the villagers want to blame someone, they should blame the village chief. In fact, Xiaohe did ask the villagers, but when Xiaohe tentatively asked the first family, they were decisively rejected, and told Xiaohe that their current house was very good and did not need to be changed. So Xiaohe gave up persuading, slipped directly into the other person's yard, while the villagers were not paying attention, found the foundation stone that the village chief and Sister Wang had mentioned, and simply and roughly pressed the blueprint up. This is the good thing about the game. Xiaohe copied the instructions one by one, and when the villagers realized what was happening, Xiaohe had already completed the new houses for the entire village, leaving only the village chief's house. But that was not the point. Xiaohe patted the village chief on the shoulder and said, "Uncle Village Chief, please stop the villagers." Then he slipped into the village chief's house, and before the village chief could react, he also completed the construction of the village chief's house. The village chief was furious, and he immediately stood on the side of the villagers and pointed at Xiao He and said, "Is this how you do the task? Did we agree to build a house? What's wrong with you? We villagers also have human rights. I'm going to complain to the Lord God about you." Xiao He heard the system prompter. Novice village villager favorability 1-1-1-11111111111. Xiao He felt that this was not okay. She had not forgotten that one of her rewards was a house in the novice village. Just for this, she could not let the relationship with these villagers become strained. Xiao He immediately raised her hand. "Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, listen to me." The villagers looked at Xiao He suspiciously. Xiao He cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "It's like this. Your houses are all dangerous. Uncle Qian's house is leaking. The yard of Aunt Zhao's house. Aunt Zhao's grandson has fallen many times. Right? And sisterly, Brother Niu. Your house is in ruins." The villagers looked at each other. It seemed that what he Miaoer said made sense. Xiao He continued to lie. "Although everyone likes their original houses very much, but I heard during the day that people from the neighboring village laughed at our village. Such a big village, but it is not clean at all. Every year when it is selected, it will be voted out of the ranks of civilized novice villages. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, look. The neighboring village said so. Can we swallow this breath?" After saying this, Xiao He looked at the group of NPCs in front of him with a very sincere expression, whose expressions gradually eased. The village chief's eyes widened. How come he didn't know about this? And when did their village have a neighboring village? For now, they are the only village here, but it was obvious that Xiao He's nonsense really worked. The villagers looked down from the village chief's house at the same time. The village chief's house was the highest, and they could really see the whole picture of the village. The light below had gradually dispersed. The originally messy and various shabby houses gradually turned into Chinese classical buildings with the same style. Peach trees were planted on both sides of the road. The village was also surrounded by peach trees. Every household had a neat courtyard, planted with flowers and plants, and a vegetable field was left at the back. It was indeed more pleasing to the eye than before. The villagers were silent for a while, but their expressions became more and more beautiful. After a long time, someone murmured in a low voice, It seems to be beautiful. Much more beautiful than before. And it won't be laughed at by the neighboring village." The villagers looked at each other, looked at the village chief, and looked at the beautiful, spacious and comfortable courtyard that had been completely renovated. The anger in their hearts gradually disappeared. But they still said to Xiao stubbornly, "Since you are still young, it's okay this time. But it won't work next time." After that, they left with an uncontrollable smile on their faces. After everyone left, Xiao He saw that the favorability of the villagers that had just been reduced had doubled back. The village chief stroked his beard and nodded. "Not bad. Not bad. Let's hang a sign at the entrance of the village and write the name of our Taohua village on it." Xiao He then realized that the novice village was called Taohua village. Soon the system prompt came congratulations to the player, He Miaoer, for completing the side quest. Building a civilized novice village. Experience rewards have been sent to the backpack, and special rewards will be issued by the head of Taohua village. The village chief glanced at Xiao He, then took out a blueprint and said to Xiao He, "Choose a place for yourself. You can build a house. This is your reward." Xiao He looked around and did not walk far. He placed the blueprint on the open space next to the village chief's house. Soon a small courtyard similar to Zhang Dahu's house rose from the ground. Living next to the village chief, while waiting for the house to be built, Xiao He stopped the village chief, who was going to rest. "Uncle village chief, you haven't told me how to dig the mountain faster." The village chief looked at Xiao He impatiently and said, "Why are you so nosy? Take it. Take it. Yugong axe." He threw a worn-out axe to Xiao He and closed the door of the new courtyard directly. He was afraid that Xiao He would ask where the axe came from. The village chief was embarrassed to say that the main god made it according to the story Xiao He told. Xiao He took the axe, looked down, and doubted whether the axe could split the mountain. But with a try-it-out mentality, Xiao He still walked out of the village gate under the moonlight and headed towards the foot of the mountain. After she got there, she waved her axe and looked up the mountain. In fact, Xiao He felt that her action was a bit stupid. Unexpectedly, the axe flew out of Xiao He's hand as soon as she raised it, and chopped towards the mountain with a golden light. Xiao He immediately turned around and ran back to the novice village. She saw that it would be easy to die if she stayed there. After entering Taohua village, she would be protected by the village, and would not be crushed to death. After entering, he remembered that someone was digging on the other side of the mountain, and hurriedly pulled out the chat interface to send a message. Privately chat with friend Empire Bread. Get away from the foot of the mountain. The mountain is going to collapse. Empire Bread, who was busy digging the mountain among the players, wiped his sweat. It's true. This game is real. You will sweat after working for a long time. After hearing the prompt sound, he subconsciously took a look, and his face was full of questions after reading it. Then he heard a huge noise from the other side of the mountain, and the ground shook violently. Empire Bread shouted loudly without thinking, "Run! The mountain is going to collapse." After shouting, he pulled the nearest player, and ran away from the foot of the mountain. Other players didn't know why, but they realized the danger when they saw the amplitude of the shaking on the mountain, and quickly followed Empire Bread away from the foot of the mountain. However, it was too late to run. A large number of players were trapped under the mountain, and went to the reincarnation place to revive. The reincarnation place was so crowded, for the first time, since the server was launched. What happened just now? Are we so powerful? We didn't even dig a hole. And the mountain collapsed? No. Let's go. Let's go back and take a look. The revived players rushed to the front of the mountain again. When they arrived, they saw that the mountain in front of the novice village had collapsed and turned into a stone mountain. Although it was much shorter than before, it still blocked the way to the novice village. The players looked at each other. As a player who was determined to make a fortune in the game, Changan keenly noticed that this pile of broken stones was different. He immediately went forward to touch it, and heard the system prompt. Ding, ore was found. Do you want to collect it? Yes. No. Changan immediately clicked yes. And an ore appeared in the package. Low-level ore can be used to make weapons, improve the quality of weapons. 5 ores of the same quality can be synthesized into an intermediate ore, with a success rate of 70%. Changan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he finally felt familiar with this game. He immediately collected ores quickly and silently. With so many people, once he found that these stones were all ores, he would definitely collect as much as possible. Although Changan did not say anything, many players still noticed Changan's abnormality, and went to check. They realized the problem with the stone, and joined the team to collect, or without saying a word. The amount of ore in a mountain is not small. But there are also many players, and collecting ore consumes very little physical strength. Therefore, after a night, the players who stayed up late to collect ore opened a road out of the ore mountain, leading directly to the novice village. After collecting, the players found that only the ores on both sides of the road were renewable, and the part of the ore that was mined out of the road at the beginning was non-renewable and relatively rare. Therefore, after dawn, players stopped collecting ore, yawning and asking, "Is this mission completed?" Guangyin, Empire Bread, and Yufi pushed away the last pile of stones blocking the road and said, "Should it be completed?" When the dust settled, everyone stared at the novice village in amazement. After a long time, a player muttered to himself, "Is this the novice village? It didn't look like this when I came out." At the same time, the server-wide announcement sounded in the ears of every online player. System notification. Main quest completed. All servers open beta officially open. All players please log off within 10 minutes. The game will be upgraded for half an hour. Players please log off as soon as possible. He heard the prompt in her new home in Taohua village, and immediately clicked to log off. After leaving the game, he stretched, carried a bottle of nutrient solution and walked outside. After lying down for a day, I still need to move around, and see if I can find something useful. After climbing up the garbage mountain, he sat on a high place, and stared at the sky in a daze, thinking about when the next aircraft will come. She didn't have much nutrition left. After sitting for a while, he looked at the time on the game Bracelet. The game upgraded very quickly. He had nothing to do, so she simply went back to the box and logged into the game. Chapter 8. He found something different after entering the game this time. The starry sky on the game login interface circulated, and finally turned into 2 large blue characters. Blue star. After the characters faded away, he arrived at the novice village. Standing in his own yard, he was still a little dazed, and had only one thought in his mind. It was blue star. System notification. The main quest is open. The game is fully open to public beta. Lost Civilization is officially renamed Blue Star. Please explore it actively. As soon as this notification came out, the world channel began to refresh the screen like crazy. He sat down, and pulled out the chat interface to flip through the chat history. World channel. Player Empire bred. What happened? Changed the name. Is Blue Star the Blue Star I thought of? Player Chien Ba by Air. Most likely, this game is a bit interesting. Player I fight for the Federation. Inside information, many historians and biologists participated in the planning of this game. Player Yu. That's true, but the game official said that everything in the game is explored by the players themselves. There is no strategy. Player Love Me. Are you afraid? So far, we have only triggered some small tasks. The main task just opened the mountain, and there was no follow-up. How to play this? Player 3000 handsome men are all mine. It's simple. Aren't we allowed to enter the novice village? Who opened the main task? Let's find him. Player Let's talk business. That makes sense. At the same time, the newly launched Empire Bread received a private message from a friend. Player Lightyear. See if he meow is online. Player Empire Bread replied to Lightyear. Just online, I'm staying in the novice village. Before Xiao he had time to send a message, he heard that the originally quiet Taohua village had moved noisy. Enter the game? It's so beautiful. Didn't someone say that the novice village was shabby before? What a joke. Isn't it possible that this game is really fun and profitable? They said that on purpose? It's really a joke now. Such a beautiful game, much more realistic than other games I've played. Luckily I came up to take a look, otherwise I would have missed it. Xiao He looked out from the yard, and saw many players wearing the inner clothes provided by the system emerging from the light circle in the open space, and began to wander around Taohua village, randomly pulling the villagers passing by to ask if they needed help, and then being rejected by the villagers, and so on and so forth. And finally the flow of people began to gather around the village chief, Imperial Bread and Guangyan, who came to look for Xiahe, also arrived at the entrance of the village. Seeing the novice village renamed Taohua village, Imperial Bread sighed, "Boss, the novice village has changed a lot. What kind of building is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Guangyan looked around and said, "It's a building on Blue Star. I have seen it in ancient books. It is a style called Huaxia." Imperial Bread seemed to understand, but didn't care. He said, "I'll take a few photos and show them to my girlfriend later, so that she can come and play too." After that, he started taking screenshots, completely forgetting what he came here for. Guangyan didn't bother to care about the Empire Bread, and went straight into the village to find Xihe. After walking around the village and not seeing the person he was looking for, Guangyan frowned, looked up at the village chief's house, and found that there was a new house next to the village chief's house. Guangyan thought for a while and went up. Xihe was about to ask the village chief for a reward at this time, because the main quest was supposed to reward her with god-level equipment. However, Xiahe failed to talk to the village chief smoothly, because the village chief was overwhelmed by a bunch of players who had just entered the game, and Xiahe couldn't remember it at all. She had to sit on the doorstep of her house depressedly and watch, planning to go over when there were fewer people. Bored, Xiaohe lowered her head to count ants. Suddenly, it got dark in front of her. A pleasant but cold voice sounded above her head. "Player he meower?" Xiaohe looked up and saw a tall man who was definitely over 1.8 meters tall looking down at her against the light. His hair was long and half tied up. There seemed to be a few strands of hair on his forehead. He was wearing the same white Taoist robe as hers. She couldn't see his face clearly, but from his height and voice, Xiaohe determined that he was a handsome guy. She immediately smiled brightly. I am handsome guy. What's wrong with you?" Guangyan bent down and showed his good-looking face and said, "Nothing. I just want to ask if there is a follow-up to your main quest." Xiaohe could see the person in front of her clearly. He was indeed a handsome guy, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a very handsome face. He was a cool guy. The ID on his head was Lightyear. After being obsessed with the handsome guy for a few seconds, Xiaohe came back to her senses, and hurriedly patted the door sill beside her and said, "Sit down and talk." Guangyan hesitated for a while before sitting down next to Xiaohe. Xiaohe admired the handsome guy for a while, and was about to say that she had not yet handed in the task, when a voice full of youthfulness came to her ears. "He meower? I finally found you. Hello. I am Yu Fei Yu." Xiaohe looked up and saw that the man was wearing a black Taoist robe, with all his hair tied up on top of his head, which was still red, peach blossom eyes, and small tiger teeth on both sides when he smiled. He was a handsome guy with a youthful look. Xiaohe was a little puzzled. What day is it today? Why do handsome guys come in pairs, but everyone is a guest? Xiaohe treated everyone equally. patted the wide door sill and said, I am. Come and sit down. Yu Feiyu sat down very unreservedly. Then looked at Xiao He curiously and asked, Sister He Miao, is there no follow-up to the main quest? Xiao He understood that this game implements the principle of independent exploration. So players are also confused when looking for quests. I haven't handed in the quest yet. The village chief uncle is surrounded by people. I can't squeeze in. Xiao He pointed to the crowd not far away and felt a little helpless. Guangyan looked over. Yu Feiyu stood up, exchanged glances with Guangyan, and walked over there together. For some reason, the players surrounding the village chief suddenly dispersed and ran to the other end of the village. Yu Feiyu winked at Xiaohe, motioning Xiaohe to come over. Xiaohe hurried over and talked to the exhausted village chief first. Uncle Village Chief, you have worked hard. My task is completed. Where is the reward? The village chief took a breath, rummaged in his sleeves, took out something and threw it to Xiaohe, saying, Take it. Take it. I am so tired. I want to complain. This is exploitation of labor. Xiaohe didn't see clearly, and took it directly. The moment he took it, the system prompt sounded. Ding, main quest. Open beta for all servers completed. Congratulations to the player for gaining 300 experience points, a piece of god-level equipment, and 20 gold coins. A burst of light appeared above Xiaohe's head, and her level quickly changed from 0 to 3. Her life and stamina also increased, and her attribute points also increased by 15 points of free allocation. Yu Feiyu looked at Xiaohe with envy and said, It's so fast. You leveled up 3 levels in a short time. We only leveled up to 15 in half a year. It's really hard to level up in this game. Xiaohe didn't know if it was hard to level up. She hadn't even left the novice village yet. Guangyan saw what Xiaohe was holding and said to him, Look at what the village chief gave you first. Xiaohe answered subconsciously, It's probably the god-level equipment that the village chief mentioned before. The reward for completing the task is a god-level equipment. As soon as he said this, Guangyan and Yu Feiyu stared at the thing in Xiaohe's arms. This is probably the first god-level equipment. Xiao He opened the cloth-wrapped object, and after seeing what was inside, Xiao He paused for a moment. Without saying a word, he rushed to the village chief and bared his teeth and claws to settle accounts with the village chief. This is the god-level equipment you mentioned. Old village chief, you can't fool me. The village chief pointed at the gray brick-like object thrown on the ground by Xiao He with a guilty conscience and said, How is it not god-level? Is this thing not good? It is said in ancient books that if you turn your head and hit it, no matter how powerful it is, you can't scratch it off the wall. Besides, you didn't even look at the properties. How do you know it's not good? And, what old man? When you are in a good mood, you call me uncle affectionately. And when you are angry, you call me old man? Do you have any manners? The village chief added a little dissatisfied. Xiao He gritted his teeth, picked up something that was obviously a brick on the ground, slapped the thing in his hand angrily, and called up the attribute page. Name, primary brick. Attribute, god-level growth equipment, current quality blue. Life plus 20. Stamina plus 20. Attack plus 50. Hit rate, 100%. Additional attributes, to be developed. Upgradable. Xiao He pushed the brick in front of the village chief. God-level equipment. The village chief pushed the brick in front of him away and looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. Xiao He took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's okay, Uncle Village Chief. This thing can be upgraded. I won't mind if you give me the upgrade materials. The village chief thought about it, and felt that the Lord God's move was indeed not very authentic. Moreover, it was all He Miao's credit that Taohua village could be what it is now. The most important thing is that He Miao is now a member of their village. You can't cheat your own people. So the village chief nodded, changed his expression, and looked at Xiao He and said, You make sense. It just so happens that I do have an upgrade board here. Oh, it's the material for a god-level weapon. Here you go. By the way, I heard that something happened in the main city recently. My brother sent me a letter to ask for help. He Miao, please help me check it out. Xiao He took the upgrade material given by the village chief, a high-level ore, and stuffed it into the storage bag. Then he received an unexpected task from the village chief. Main quest. Help the village chief of Taohua village to go to the main city to find out what happened to the village chief's brother. Xiao He put away the bricks and turned to tell Guangyan and Yu Feiyu, Main quest, I think you should be able to take it. Yu Feiyu and Guangyan looked at each other, and they tentatively went forward to talk to the village chief. Sure enough, He received the same main quest as Xiao He, and it seemed that the main quest was completely open, and everyone could take it. Xiao He thought about it, and sent a message on the world channel. Player He Miaoer, the village chief of Taohua village can take the main quest here. After that, Xiao He turned around and walked to the next door. She had to lock the door and go out. Guangyan followed and asked, He Miaoer, do you want to do the mission with us? Yu Feiyu also followed. Xiao He entered the yard, took the peach with sword obtained in the mission, and put it on his waist. Then came out, closed the door and said, okay. Yu Feiyu looked at Xiao He in surprise as he locked the door, and subconsciously asked, is this yard yours? Xiao He nodded after locking the door. It's mine. It's a reward for the branch mission of building a civilized novice village. But that seems to be a one-time task. It will be gone after you finish it. If you want it, there should be another way to get it. Guangyan nodded thoughtfully, and the three of them left together and walked towards the village entrance. Chapter 9. The village is now full of novice players. Xiao He followed Guangyan and Yu Feiyu. The three of them had to work hard to squeeze out. Xiao He stood at the entrance of the village for a while with lingering fear. If it was a little later, it would be crowded inside. After a while, Guangyan said, it's almost time. Everyone will come to take the main quest. With so many people, it will be difficult for us to hand in the quest. We should go to the main city as soon as possible. Xiao He thought so. She saw the situation where the village chief was overwhelmed by players just now. She simply ignored Yu Feiyu's increasingly kind, said to Guangyan, how do we get there? Is the main city far? Yu Feiyu didn't care that Xiao He ignored him, touched his chin and said, it's not close. We all rented transportation to get here. I wonder if there is one in the novice village. Yes. 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 The empire bred rushed out of the novice village, probably because there were too many people, the clothes were a little messy, ran over and panted and said, I figured it out, after the update. All towns have set up carriages, we players can use them, but the fee is based on the distance. It seems to cost 2 silver coins to get from here to the main city. Converted to 2 interstellar coins, Yu Fei. You commented, not expensive, it's about the same price as taking a bus in real life. Imperial Bread and Guangyan were very calm, only Xia asked, the same price as in real life? 2 silver coins? Imperial Bread nodded and told Xia, Sister He Miaoer, don't you know? Lost civilization. I mean that the game Blue Star promotes, that the exchange rate between game coins and real money is very close. The game has an official channel to exchange 1 silver coin for 1 interstellar coin. Many people come to play games to make money. Xioha felt very ignorant at this moment. Game coins can be exchanged for real money at a 1-to-1 ratio. It is worthy of the future world. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao He took a look at the money in his pocket. 20 gold coins. 2 silver coins. Xiao He felt that she should figure out the currency conversion. After all, it was related to her future source of income in real life. How many copper coins in the game are equivalent to 1 silver coin? Empire Bread thought Xiao He had never played the game. And because of Xiao he became the first assistant of the main quest, and obtained a complete set of blue equipment. And the attributes rose sharply. So Empire Bread was very happy to talk to Xiao He about some game-related things. He Miaoer, you haven't played games before, right? In this game, 1 copper coin is equal to 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. If converted to real money, 1 silver coin is equal to 1 interstellar coin, and 1 gold coin is equal to 10 yuan. Therefore, many players will enter the game to make money after the public beta test. Xiao He was happy when she heard it. She had more than 200 yuan. As long as she worked hard to make money, she could survive in this world after leaving the garbage planet. Empire Bread continued, but if you exchange for real money, the official channel will charge a 1% handling fee. After all, the official also needs to make money. There are also game dealers who specialize in reselling currency. This is not very safe. If you want to exchange, you should go through the official channel. Xiao He nodded repeatedly. From being penniless to having a little money, Xiao He felt much better. Guangyan waited on the side until Empire Bread and Xiaohe talked about some common sense questions. When he saw many players in the novice village walking out, he immediately said to the two, stop chatting, let's talk later. Yu Feiyu also said, there are more and more people, we have to go. Xiaohe and Empire Bread stopped talking. Empire Bread led the way and said, follow me, we're going to the carriage shop. The 4 of them walked to the carriage shop not far from the Taohua village. At this time, There were not many people in the carriage shop. The four of them paid the fare and got on a horseless carriage smoothly, leaving the novice village. Xiaohe did not dare to ask why this car looked like a carriage, but had no horse, for fear of being called ignorant by Yufeiyu. Empire Bread got on the car and told Xiaohe during the internal test. We only developed 2 main cities in the Huaxia region, Changan and Nandu. The 2 places are far apart. Changan is available when you enter the game. Players mainly go to Changan. Nandu was created by a player who loves outdoor adventures and walked for 3 months. It is said that the player received a very generous reward after reaching Nandu. After saying this, Empire Bread was very emotional. What a ruthless person. This game is said to be 100% realistic. In other words, if you walk a lot, you will feel the same as in the real world. He actually walked out of a city. Changan? Xiaohe looked at Empire Bread in surprise. Changan is the capital of a dynasty in Blue Star, China. Right? Empire Bread nodded, yes. Surprised? Right. This name is said to be discussed by the game planner and a group of historians. And so is Nandu. They also said that these are. Empire Bread suddenly felt a little lost. And after a few seconds, he whispered, these are the things we forgot on Blue Star. As soon as these words came out, the carriage became quiet. Xiaohe didn't hear clearly what Empire Bread said. Forget? But she was really happy. Maybe one day when she made enough money, she could take a spaceship back to Blue Star to take a look at her hometown. The car used for public transportation in the game was moving very fast. It only took 2 sentences for the car to stop. Guangyan got up first and got off the car, and then said to Xiaohe, we're here. Xiaohe hurriedly got off the car. After the 4 people got off the car, the carriage disappeared in front of them. Xiaohe then saw that they should have arrived at the main city Changan. Probably because the game was updated not long ago. There were not many players in Changan City, and the people walking on the street were all NPCs. All the houses were made of blue bricks and blue tiles, and the ground was paved with bluestone slabs. For a moment, Xiaohe felt as if she was not in a game, but in a movie city. It was too realistic, especially because there were shops on both sides of the street. After Yufeiyu stood firm, he blurted out fuck. When he saw the scene, he stared at Changan in front of him in amazement, and subconsciously turned back to ask Guangyan, did Changan look like this when we left? Empire Bread shrugged, didn't you see the new game forum? Everyone is discussing this. But from this point of view, the official has really invested a lot of money. These things are not easy to make even in the game. Yufeiyu also nodded, and then guessed, could it be that after the public beta was launched, this place and the novice village were upgraded simultaneously? From this point of view, I suddenly felt very unbalanced. We got the qualification for the internal beta test, but the result was that we played a broken game with extremely bad scenery for half a year? Guangyan suddenly frowned and said, He Miao is gone. The 2 people who were chatting immediately stopped talking and turned around to look for Xiaohe. Just now, when Yufeiyu and Empire Bread were talking about the changes in Changan, Xiaohe had already slipped into the crowd of NPCs. Zhou Kai, I'm warning you. If you move the wall towards my house again, I won't be polite. Who moved it towards your house? Li Ergu. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaohe squeezed into the crowd to watch the NPCs quarrel. It's true. It was just a handful of melon seeds. She noticed that there was a dispute here just now, and came over without saying a word. She also pushed the NPC who was also watching the fun and asked, Sister, what are they quarreling about? The girl next to her, who looked about the same age as Xiaohe, immediately told Xiaohe, they are neighbors. Zhou Kai and Li Erga have. The courtyard wall is next to each other. Recently, Zhou Kai's family renovated the courtyard. Li Ergu said that Zhou Kai occupied his land. Zhou Kai was dissatisfied and said that he did not occupy it. After a few arguments, Zhou Kai did not allow Li Ergu to renovate the courtyard. The 2 had a good relationship before, but now they quarrel whenever they meet. It was so lively. Xiaohe suddenly realized that it was difficult to say such things. The husband said that the husband was right, and the wife said that the wife was right. Xiaohe shook his head. The 2 people inside had already finished quarreling. When they were about to fight, they were pulled apart by the 2 families. The surrounding NPCs dispersed when they saw that there was no more lively. Xiaohe saw that all the NPCs had dispersed. There was no excitement to watch. Looking back, light years, the Empire's little bread fish Feiyu was also gone. Xiaohe reflected on herself. I can't do this next time. It's more exciting. It's better for everyone to watch together. Looking around, Xiao He chose to go back to look for the 3 people she had forgotten. After all, they had agreed to team up to do the task together in Taohua village. Before she took 2 steps, Xiao He was stopped by a little girl who looked about 11 or 12 years old. There was no name on the little girl's head, and she was obviously an NPC. Xiao He pinched the little girl's chubby cheek and asked with a smile, "Hello, little sister. What can I do for you?" The NPC Chi Daodu looked at Xiao He with some dissatisfaction, slapped Xiao He's hand and said, "Call me Chi Daodu. I want to ask you, where did you get the peachwood sword you carry with you?" Xiao He said and followed Chi Daodu's gaze. Only then did she see the peachwood sword she had obtained when she was doing a mission in Taohua village. She had no other weapons except the brick that was known as a god-level equipment. So Xiao He put the peachwood sword on her waist. "You're talking about this? The village chief of Taohua village gave it to me." Chi Daodu nodded and said, "So that's the case. I thought you stole it." Xiao He was unhappy. He pinched Chi Daodu's face and said, "You little girl, you can't just say you stole something." Chi Daodu seemed to know that she was in the wrong. She covered her face and apologized softly. "I'm sorry. How about this? What are you doing in Changan? Maybe I can help you." Xiao He had seen the intelligence of the NPCs in this game in Taohua village before. Now seeing Chi Daodu's reaction, that was no different from that of a real person, it was hard not to sigh in her heart. However, when she heard Chi Daodu say that he could help, Xiao He's heart moved and she thought of the main task given by the village chief. Chapter 10. The main quest only tells them to come to Changan City to find the village chief's brother, but it doesn't say who the village chief's brother is, what his name is, or where he lives, so this quest is still a bit difficult. Now I met an NPC who can help me. Xiao He smiled immediately. "That's perfect. I came to Changan because the village chief of Taohua village asked me to find his brother." "Do you know the village chief's brother?" Chi Daodu smiled proudly and patted his chest to say, "Then you asked the right person. Let's go, and I'll take you to find him." Xiao He's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that this NPC Chi Daodu actually knew the village chief's brother. Xiao He immediately hooked Chi Daodu's neck and said intimately, "Daodu, we are friends. I will treat you to candied haws when I finish my business." Chi Daodu nodded repeatedly. "I like candied haws. I want the candied haws from Lu's family in the west of the city." Xiao He agreed, and forgot about going to find Guangyan, Empire Bread, and Yufeiyu. Guangyan and the other 2 lost sight of Xiao He at the city gate in the blink of an eye. Guangyan frowned, thinking about looking for clues to the mission while looking for people. However, Empire Bread proposed a different opinion. "Brother, I think we should look for Himiar first. Himiar is a little bit like that." "What does the book say?" "Oh, metaphysics." "Yes, a little metaphysics. You see, she seems to be doing the mission smoothly, so I think we should look for her first." Yufeiyu had no objection. He played the game mainly to see what this game, which claimed to highly restore human history, was like. To be honest, if it had not been successfully tested, he would have definitely given up the game. Guangyan thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. The 3 of them temporarily put down the task, and went to find Xiaohe first. Fortunately, Xiaohe didn't walk very far. The 3 of them walked in for a while, and soon found Xiaohe holding hands with an NPC with a happy face. It seemed that she had forgotten about the 3 of them. Empire Bread quickly stepped forward and patted Xiaohe on the shoulder. "He meower." Xiaohe was startled, and hurriedly turned around. Seeing that there were 3 people behind her, who were obviously looking for her, she felt a little guilty, and then said to Empire Bread confidently, "I was just about to send you a private message to tell you that I have a clue to the task. But I didn't expect you to come here. Let's go and find the village chief's brother." After saying that, he didn't give Empire Bread a chance to speak, and greeted the 3 people one after another, and followed Chi Daodu. Empire Bread opened his mouth, followed Himiar helplessly, and whispered to Guangyan and Yufeiyu, "Brother, do the task first, and talk after you finish the task." The 4 of them followed Chi Daodu around, and soon came to an obviously dilapidated shop. The shop was closed. There were spider webs under the eaves, and there were no NPCs around. It looked very desolate. Xiao He looked at Chi Daodu suspiciously. "Daodu, does anyone live here?" Chi Daodu nodded. "Of course there is someone. Aren't you looking for the younger brother of the village chief of Taohua village? This is his home." Xiao He went forward and knocked on the door, half doubtfully. It looked like no one lived here. After knocking twice, There was movement in the house. Who is it? Xiao He said quickly. Hello? Are you the younger brother of the Taohua village chief? We are invited by the village chief to help. After saying this, the door was opened, and an NPC who looked 70% like the Taohua village chief walked out. He looked sad, and only smiled when he saw Chi Daodu beside Xiao He. It's Daodu. Why are you here? Chi Daodu pointed at Xiao He and said, Uncle Zhu. It's Sister He Miaoer who is looking for you. Didn't she just say so? Uncle is really hard of hearing. Zhu Erding, the younger brother of the Taohua village chief, slapped his forehead and said with a smile, Look at me. As he said that, he looked at Xiao He, and at the same time, in the eyes of Xiao He and the others, the name of the NPC also appeared above Zhu Erding's head. Are you the people my big brother has invited to help? Zhu Erding asked Xiaohe and the others. Xiaohe nodded immediately. At the same time, the main task on the character page also changed. Main task. Asked Zhu Erding what trouble he encountered. Task reward, 30 task experience points. 10 copper coin Jufeiyu. Guangyin, Empire Bread, and the other three naturally saw the task change. Yu Feiyu whispered to Empire Bread, You are right. I now suspect that this He Miaoer is an official member of the game. Maybe they saw that the game has not made any progress for a long time, so they arranged for someone to enter. Before he finished speaking, Yu Feiyu jumped away as if he had been electrocuted. At the same time, the system warning came to his mind. Player Yu Feiyu triggered the ban word, was given a warning. If it happens again, he will be banned for 1 hour. Yu Feiyu shut up. Imperial Bread looked at Yu Feiyu strangely. Yu Feiyu whispered, I've been warned. Imperial Bread suddenly realized, and then turned around to find that Guangyin had followed Xiao He into the house, and the two hurriedly followed him in. Zhu Erding took the people to the backyard, asked them to sit down, and then said, Please sit down for a while, I'll go make tea. After that, Zhu Erding went into a room, leaving Xiao He and the others sitting in the pavilion in the yard. Empire Bread asked in confusion, What's going on? Making tea? Isn't it a quest? Why did the NPC run away? Guangyin and Yu Feiyu have played many games, but this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. Generally speaking, after finding the quest clues, the NPC will quickly enter the set quest process, tell the player the next quest clues, etc. This quest NPC is different from the NPC they have known before. When Xiaohe saw this scene, he somehow thought of the hospitality of their flower-growing family. But when he saw the expressions of Empire Bread and the other two, Xiaohe swallowed his words and said, Wait a minute, the village chief's brother may have gone to get something. After a while, Zhu Erding came out of the house, holding a black tray in his hand, on which were 4 exquisite porcelain cups, a teapot, and a stack of white cakes. Soon, the porcelain cups were placed in front of Xiaohe and the other three. Zhu Erding said with a smile, Sorry for the inconvenience. This is the new tea this year. Please have a taste. Daodu, you can have this white jade cake. Xiaohe picked up the teacup and took a sip. He praised, Uncle Zhu. Your tea is really delicious. The other three seemed to have just realized it. Imperial Bread looked at the porcelain cup on the table in surprise. He couldn't help but blurt out, The national treasure of the Federal Museum? The porcelain cup with river cliff and sea water pattern? It is said that it can no longer be made without the unique clay of the mother planet. This game is actually restored 1-to-1. And this tea, isn't it said that when we were wandering back then? Is it gone for various reasons? Is it reproduced? Yu Feiyu couldn't wait to take a sip. After finishing the sip, his expression was a little strange. Then he took another sip. After a long while, he said, I don't know what's going on. It's obviously not very tasty, but I feel like I want to drink more after finishing it. Xiao He thought the tea tasted average. I don't know if it was because of the game. After drinking it, he planned to continue asking Zhu Erding about the task. Who knew he would hear the words of Empire Bread? Xiao He looked at the teacup in his hand, swallowed the words this tea is average that were about to come out, and nodded in agreement. At this time, Guangyin's eyes lit up, and he put down the teacup and said, The defense attribute has increased by 5 points. Xiaohe didn't react. Empire Bread and Yu Feiyu immediately checked their attributes and found that their agility and attack attributes had increased respectively. The three exchanged glances and looked at Zhu Erding at the same time and asked, Uncle Zhu, do you still have this tea? Where did you buy it? We also want to buy some for our friends. Zhu Erding sat down and sighed as soon as he heard it. Speaking of which, it was related to looking for you. Xiaohe realized after checking the attributes of his increased defense. After hearing Zhu Erding's words, he asked, "What happened? Can't buy tea?" Zhu Erding shook his head and said to Xiaohe, "Didn't you find anything wrong when you entered the city?" Xiaohe thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Hey! There really was. Logically speaking, since this game claims to be restored, then this replica of China Changan is not right. The building is right, and the appearance of the NPC is also fine. The problem is the shops on both sides of the street that Xiaohe saw. All the shops were closed. But Xiaohe was busy watching the fun just now, so he didn't look carefully. Guangyan quickly reacted and asked Zhu Erding tentatively, "Uncle Zhu, do you mean that these teas can't be bought outside?" Zhu Erding sighed and nodded. "It's like this. It was available originally, but then it experienced a disaster, and the tea-making craft declined. In addition, shops in the city are not allowed to open without approval. So there is only this little tea left in my family. We used to make do with it, but now it's not possible. I heard from my elder brother that a very capable adventurer came to their village and helped him solve the village's problems. So I wrote a letter to ask my elder brother to help see if he could solve the current situation in Changan City, not to mention restoring the prosperity of the Celestial Empire. At least it should not look so depressed. Main quest. Asked Zhu Erding what trouble he encountered. Completed. Quest rewards have been issued. When leaving Tahua village, Empire Bread had already created a team, so the 4 of them were in the team, and the prompt for the completion of the quest appeared directly in the team channel. At the same time, the 4 received the next task. Main task. Solve the current situation of Changan City. Restore Changan's past prosperity. Task reward 10 gold coins. 200 experience points. As soon as the task was given, Empire Bread scratched his head and muttered, "This task is too strange. How to restore Changan City's past prosperity without a task completion standard? And according to the records, this is a big project, and the reward is too small. Isn't it?" Guangyan immediately looked up and asked Zhu Erding, "Excuse me, what did Changan look like in the past?" Zhu Erding looked away, looking at the sky deeply, and did not answer Guangyan's question. Chapter 11. Guangyan was stunned for a moment, and quietly looked at his attribute page, and found that the NPC Zhu Erding had a 0 favorability towards him, so it was difficult to get an answer to his questions. At this time, Empire Bread quietly told Guangyan in a private message, "Private chat, Empire Bread. Brother, we can't ask anything, this NPC has a 0 favorability towards us, I'll ask him Yao later, I suspect her affinity is very high, so it is easy for NPCs to increase their favorability towards her." Guangyan glanced at the Empire Bread and replied with a "okay." Xiaohe didn't know what Changan in the game looked like in the past. There were too few clues for this mission, and it was difficult to proceed. Xiaohe thought about it, and felt that if he wanted to complete the mission smoothly, he had to get more clues from the NPC. At least, he had to have a general direction. Xiaohe thought about it, and asked Zhu Erding, "Uncle Zhu, we are here to help you. But what you said is too general. We don't know what Changan looked like in the past. And who are the owners of those closed shops? Uncle Zhu, if you don't even tell us this. If you don't, it's hard for us to help." Zhu Erding, who had ignored Guangyan's words before, immediately looked at Xiaohe and said, "That makes sense. It's like this. Our Changan was also a prosperous city before, but then one day, the prefect disappeared inexplicably. Since then our city has been depressed, and shops can't be opened, because they can't pay taxes. All walks of life have begun to decline. Now that Tahua village is getting better and better, we all want to make Changan City return to what it used to be." As he spoke, Zhu Erding sighed again, looking very nostalgic. Xiaohe thought of the garbage planet where he was currently, and recalled the blue planet that was still prosperous even though it had begun to be destroyed before he crossed over. He felt very empathetic, and nodded in agreement. Yufei quietly poked Xiaohe's arm, and reminded him in a low voice, "Ask the key point." Xiaohe came back to his senses, and continued to ask, "Uncle, how could the prefect disappear inexplicably? How did he disappear?" Originally, Xiaohe thought that the prefect was the key point. But Zhu Erding waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether there is a prefect or not. The important thing is that we, who run shops and do crafts, need a place to pay taxes and a process, so that we can open businesses according to regulations." Zhu Erding looked at Xiaohe expectantly after he finished speaking. "This matter is. Please, by the way, you can go to the abandoned government office in Changan City. There may be some clues there. Xiao He understood. This is to let them go to the abandoned government office to find clues. If you continue to ask, you won't get anything out of it. Xiao He looked at the other three people, inquiring, go to the government office? Guang Yin stood up first. Let's go and have a look first. Xiao He had no objection. Imperial Bread listened to Guang Yin. Yu Feiyu was idle anyway. The four people reached a consensus and said goodbye to Zhu Erding, Qi Daodu, and left Zhu Erding's house. After arriving outside, Empire Bread was not in a hurry about the government office. He first walked around Xiao He for a few circles, looking at Xiao He with great curiosity. Xiao He was confused by the look, and touched his cheek and asked, is there a flower on my face? Empire Bread shook his head. I'm just curious. When my brother asked the NPC just now, the NPC didn't say anything. How come he told you everything when you asked? Xiao He smiled. Maybe it's because I look so cute. After saying this, Empire Bread looked at Xiao He with a hard-to-describe expression. There was nothing else to say. Xiao He's original appearance was indeed good-looking, with fair skin, beautiful face, big almond eyes, and very bright eyes. She could indeed be said to be cute. The problem is that Xiao He chose her appearance when she entered the game, and she was adjusted to the lowest standard. Now she looks very ordinary. Xiao He said that everyone loves her, but in the eyes of others, she seems a bit narcissistic. Yu Feiyu, relying on his height, patted Xiao He's head. Everyone loves you. NPCs like you very much. I will follow you to do missions in the future. Please protect me. Empire Bread immediately looked at Yu Feiyu and said unwillingly, I knew Xiao He Miaoer first. She must be more willing to play with me. Xiao He just thought that these two people were childish, and looked at the more stable Guang Yin and raised his chin. Guang Yin, are we going to the government office now? Guang Yin glanced at the two people who were arguing about who Xiao He should go with, nodded and said, let's find a place first. I have something to log off later. Xiao He said as soon as he heard it. Hurry up. I have something to log off later. Empire Bread and Yu Feiyu stopped arguing, and turned around and said, why log off? If you don't have to log off in the game warehouse, you don't have to log off. It's okay, Xiao He Miaoer. This mission is at a critical moment. How can you log off? Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and said a little embarrassedly, I don't have a game cabinet. I only have a game bracelet. I will log off to eat later. Imperial Bread immediately raised his hand and patted himself. He didn't need it. But he forgot that there were still people who couldn't afford the game cabinet, and apologized. I'm sorry. Xiao He Miaoer, I didn't mean anything else. I just asked casually. Xiao He didn't think it was a big deal. She couldn't even afford this game bracelet, and she picked it up by accident, and smiled and said to Imperial Bread, what's the big deal? Let's go quickly. It seems to be getting dark in the game. Let's find the government office first. Imperial Bread nodded repeatedly, and the four of them began to look for NPCs on the road in Changan City to inquire about the location of the government office. This is not difficult to find out. After asking one or two NPCs, they will know that the government office of Changan City is actually the place where the city manager is located. As Guang Yin and his friends said, this place is located in the middle of Changan City. You can get there by walking along the main street. After arriving at the government office, they found that there was no NPC here, and those ordinary NPCs did not come here. The vermilion gate of the government office was also dilapidated, covered with spider webs, and the plaque of the government office on it was about to fall off, looking like a dangerous building. After finding the place, Guang Yin said hello and logged off first. After logging off, the team disbanded. Seeing this, Empire Bread said to Xia, then I will also log off for some activities. If you are online, please leave me a message. Let's continue to team up to complete the task. Xia nodded, and Empire Bread turned into a blue light and disappeared in front of Xia. Seeing that Xia was about to leave, Yu Feiyu hurriedly stopped Xia and said, wait, let's add friends first. Otherwise it will be difficult to contact later. After that, he sent a friend request to Xia. After Xia clicked to agree, he waved at Yu Feiyu and clicked to log off. After opening her eyes, Xiao rubbed her stiff neck. It was still light outside. She had been in the game for a long time. To be honest, Xiao felt that if it weren't for this game, she would stay alone in this place. It would be okay for a short time, but if it lasted for a long time, even if she stayed at home, her mental state might be affected. Xiao sighed, touched her hungry stomach, picked up a bottle of nutrient solution and drank it. After drinking it, she looked at the remaining 5 bottles and became worried. She drank 1 bottle a day, so she could only last 5 days. Thinking of this, Xiao He simply stood up, picked up the simple cloth bag she made, put it on her back and walked out. She still had to go to the garbage mountain outside to find some food. And she wanted to see if she could find clothes, clean and wearable. Although she didn't have mysophobia, the temperature in this place was not high. Xiao He was still afraid that she would stink after a long time. The garbage mountain outside was still the same as when Xiao He first came, full of things. Xiao He didn't look for it at the bottom, but climbed to the top to look for it. According to Xiao He's logic, the closer the things at the top were thrown down, the more likely it was that even if there was food at the bottom, it would be spoiled. If someone got sick from eating food in this place, there would be no hope. After searching for a long time, Xiao He opened many metal boxes, but did not see any nutrient solution. She did find some clothes, which looked quite new, a bit like pajamas. Xiao He did not mind. When she was in the orphanage, she was not picky about food and clothes, as long as she had something to change into. After putting the clothes into the cloth bag on her back, Xiao He continued to search. After a while, Xiao He was surprised to find a fruit knife. Xiao He happily put it away, intending to use it for self-defense. Although this place seemed to be deserted, it was an abandoned planet after all, and it was big. In case of danger, a fruit knife is also a knife. Xiao He searched for a while, and felt a little regretful that she didn't find a quilt or anything. She actually felt a little cold at night, but she could make do with the old blanket. After searching all the boxes at the top of the garbage mountain, Xiao He finally found a box of nutrient solution, which contained 15 bottles of nutrient solution. Xiao He was relieved, and it would last for several days. After searching almost everything, Xiao He looked around, looking at the huge garbage mountain, and thought optimistically, all these things belong to her now. After resting for a while, Xiao He slowly climbed down, found the water pipe, washed the clothes she picked up, and hung them in front of the box where she lived. She could change into them after they dried. The only drawback was that she had no tools to make fire, so she couldn't boil hot water for a bath. But now, Xiao He felt that it was good enough. At least she was still alive, had food to eat, had a place to sleep, and could make money playing games. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Xiao He went into her little nest, closed the door carefully, and entered the game wrapped in a blanket. After logging into the game, Xiao He appeared at the same place where he logged off. It was getting dark in the game before he logged off, but it was already daytime when he logged on. As soon as Xiao He logged on, he received a private message from Yufeiyu. Yufeiyu, why did you take so long to log on? Wait, I'll be there soon. Following that was a message inviting him to join a team. Empire Bread invites you to join Lightyear's S team. Agree, reject. Xiao He clicked agree, and after joining the team, pulling out the chat panel, he saw the message from Empire Bread in the team channel. Chapter 12. Team Empire Bread. Xiao He Miao, you didn't forget the time because you took a nap. Did you? We walked around Changan City. Wait a minute, I'll come find you soon. He Miao, then I'll wait for you here. Yufeiyu, I'm coming. Xiao He looked around, and sat down on the steps in front of the government office, planning to wait for someone to come and then go into the government office to look for clues. There is no one here. Xiao He is a little bored. There is not even an NPC to chat with. Xiao He sighed and said to himself, why is there not even an NPC here? Xiao Bian Bao. Xiao Yu. Why hasn't Guang Yin come yet? How about I go in and take a look myself? I knew it. If I came later, you would have to go in by yourself. Yufeiyu's voice came from Xiao He's head. Xiao He immediately raised his head and grinned. No. No. I will definitely wait for you. Empire Xiao Bian also ran over, followed by Guan Yin, who was not in a hurry. Xiao He secretly rejoiced that she didn't run in first. It was agreed that everyone would team up to do the task together. If she went in first, it would seem not very righteous. Yufeiyu's face was filled with disbelief, but he didn't say anything. He just turned to ask Xiao He, the Xiaoyu you just mentioned is me? Xiao He nodded, yes. I think calling you Yufeiyu makes us seem unfamiliar, so I call you Xiaoyu. You don't mind? Do you? Yufeiyu shrugged. What's there to mind about? But you call me Xiaoyu. I also want to call you Xiao. Xiao Miaoer? No. It doesn't sound good. I'll call you Xiao He. Xiao He was startled. and almost thought someone was calling her in real life. Fortunately, she reacted in time. Her game ID is He Meower. And it's okay for people to call her Xiao He. Of course. After saying that, Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to go into the government office to investigate, she heard the system prompt player Lightyear request to add a friend. Xiao He immediately glanced at Lightyear, and then clicked agree. She felt that Lightyear was a bit aloof and didn't talk, so she didn't feel comfortable adding him as a friend. After clicking agree, Xiao He smiled and looked up. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look first. Lightyear nodded and took the lead in pushing open the old government office door, which made a creaking sound and brought up a layer of floating dust. Xiao He covered his nose and said, "Is it so realistic? There's even dust." Empire Bread walked quickly in front of Xiao He and said, "The Joint Research Institute said that this game is 99% realistic. But it's also very strange. The Joint Research Institute inexplicably launched a game, and I don't know what it means." Yu Feiyu took over the conversation. "It seems to be related to the mother planet. But who cares? It's fun. It's okay at the moment. But compared to the various dungeon arena gangs in other games, the playability is a little lower." Xiao He felt that a game, what Yu Feiyu said, could not be absent, and after stepping into the door, he said, "How long has this game been released? Maybe it just hasn't reached that stage yet." Empire Bread nodded in agreement. "That's right, this game is said to be unprofitable, and it's only been half a year, and now it's in public beta. Maybe new gameplay will be developed soon." Guang Yin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, raised his hand, and said, "Wait." The three people who were walking and chatting behind him stopped immediately, and looked at Guang Yin nervously. Seeing that Guang Yin didn't speak for a long time, Xiao had to ask, "Guang Yin, what's wrong? Is there something wrong here?" Guang Yin nodded. "It's too clean here." Xiao looked around when he heard it, and then he found something he had overlooked when he came in just now. As soon as he entered, he was in the courtyard of the government office. Not far away was the court where the lawsuit was held. There was a plaque with the words "A clear mirror hangs high inside." Just like Guang Yin said, it was too clean here. There were spider webs and dust all over the gate, but it was spotless inside, as if someone cleaned it every day. Empire Bread shuddered, rubbed his arms, and said, "Didn't that NPC Uncle Zhu say that there was no one here? We won't trespass into someone's house, right?" Yu Feiyu pointed at the gate and said, "What are you afraid of? If something goes wrong, we can just run out." As soon as the voice fell, the two doors that were originally pushed open closed right under their noses. "Xiao, Guang Yin, Yu Feiyu, shut up." Xiao spread his hands. "Okay. The dungeon gameplay you've been thinking about is here." Empire Bread opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. If he refuted, the doors of this place were all closed, and it was obvious that he couldn't get out. It seemed that he had to pass the level before he could get out. If this is not a dungeon, what is it? Guang Yin sighed impatiently, and then said, "A Mion. You and Yu Feiyu go over there to find clues. Xiao and I will go together." Yu Feiyu had an opinion, but was pulled away by Empire Bread. Xiao He followed Guang Yin, looking left and right, and then asked Guang Yin, "Guang Yin, do you have any idea?" Guang Yin shook his head. "No. This is the first time I have encountered this type of game. So far, there is no official strategy. No one has mentioned this dungeon in the game forum. We are probably the first group of players to enter the dungeon." Xiao He scratched his head and saw the case in the court. There was a gavel, a sign holder, a pen holder, and a petition on it. There were sign holders in the sign holder, and there was a chair behind the case. There were fire and water sticks on both sides of the courtroom, but there was no one there, nor any NPCs. Xiao pulled Guang Yin's clothes and said, "I'll go over there and take a look." Guang Yin saw the case in the direction of Xia's finger, nodded, and went over with Xia. As soon as the two of them entered the courtroom, something changed around them. The courtroom, which was originally empty, suddenly had runners holding fire and water sticks on both sides. When he looked up again, there was a man sitting behind the case wearing a red official robe, a black gauze hat, and a dignified expression. He picked up the gavel on the case and knocked it hard. "Who is here? Tell me your name." Xiao He was shocked by this. She looked around. There was no one else in the court except her and Guang Yin. Guang Yin didn't understand. No matter how knowledgeable he was, he didn't know how the cases in the ancient times were judged. So he stood there without moving. After Xiao He realized what was going on, she immediately pulled Guang Yin forward and stood in the middle of the court. She hesitated for a while, and didn't kneel down like in the costume dramas. She just bowed her hands and bowed as a salute. She said to the official who looked so majestic without getting angry, he meower. Greet you, sir. She even pulled Guang Yin after that. Guang Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he imitated Xiaohe and said, Guang Yin. Greet you, sir. After saying these two sentences, the NPC officials above started to move. This office is resting. What grievances do you two have? Tell us quickly. Guang Yin subconsciously glanced at Xiaohe. He always felt that Xiaohe seemed to understand some of the settings in this game very well, which made him wonder if Xiaohe was sent in by the game officials to advance the process. Xiaohe didn't pay attention to Guang Yin's words. A light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, and he directly said the content of the task. Your Excellency, it's like this. We are the people of Changan City. We were originally well off. We opened a snack shop. But later, for some reason, we were not allowed to open a snack shop. They said we didn't pay taxes. But there was no place to pay taxes. All the shop owners in Changan City encountered this situation. Your Excellency, you see, we ordinary people rely on this little business. Now we don't know what to do. Please help us. Sir. The official NPC paused. As an intelligent AI, the official NPC did not receive this in the first copy process. In theory, the players who came in should not understand the situation, knowing nothing, and bumped into him in a daze. Then he could order the left and right yamen runners to beat the players. After the players resisted, they ran into the backyard and found the tax booklet, opened the tax building in the city, and then continued to be chased, and rushed to the backyard to start the next stage of the task. Now, when they met a player like Xiao He who knew the process very well, the official NPC didn't know how to react for a moment. If they just beat him up, he didn't do anything wrong. If they didn't beat him up, the official NPC felt that it was against the process. After struggling for a while, the official NPC simply reported it to the main brain. The researcher who had been monitoring the data in the background immediately received feedback from the main brain, and stood up and called out loudly, Brother Fu, come here. There is a problem here. Fu Yanzhou hurried over, glanced at the problem on the light screen and said, Shaoli, bring up the game screen for me to see. Shaoli nodded, operated it, and the scene of Xiao He and Guang Yin standing in the court in the game appeared on the light screen. Xiao He was looking up at the NPC waiting for the next answer. Fu Yanzhou was stunned for a moment. This ID. Is it the player who started the public beta of the main mission? Shaoli nodded and said, it's her. This dungeon is almost open. But this player named He Miao made a reaction outside the NPC process, causing the NPC to lose the judgment of the next step, and asked the main brain for help. Fu Yanzhou nodded, motioned Shaoli to make room, sat in front of the light screen, operated a few times, and took out the game helmet and said to Shaoli, I'll go in and take a look. In addition, asked the technicians to correct this process. After the dungeon is officially opened, no matter what the player's reaction is, the NPC can directly pull the process back. Shaoli nodded. After Fu Yanzhou entered the game, he took over the authority of the official NPC. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaohe, who was confused. After checking the process, Fu Yanzhou said, how dare the unruly people try to get their hands on the tax revenue? Come on, catch them. Xiaohe was stunned for a moment. I didn't know what was going on. I always felt that this NPC was a little different from the previous one. There was an indescribable feeling. But the yamen runners around had already surrounded him. Each of them was holding a water and fire stick, and looked ferocious. Xiaohe swallowed his saliva. In the games I played before, I could just fight with the NPC. It wouldn't hurt anyway. Chapter 13. But it was different here. She felt pain when the hens in Taohua village pecked her. These sticks hit her body, and Xiaohe unconsciously hissed all over. She subconsciously hid behind Guang Yin and asked nervously, what should we do now? Guang Yin's eyes condensed, a red tasseled spear appeared in his hand, and said to Xiaohe, get out of the way. After saying that, he rushed out and fought with a bunch of yamen runners. In fact, this change in the copy made Xiaohe very confused. She thought her answer was correct. Why did the fight start inexplicably? Xiaohe hid out of the battle circle, and suddenly saw the official NPC sitting behind the case when she looked up. Xiaohe clenched her fist and quietly took out a brick. Fu Yanzhou was observing the situation underground. He was originally looking at Xiaohe, but after Xiao had dodged, Fu Yanzhou turned his attention to Guangyan, who was quite skilled. So when he received a heavy blow on the back of his head, Fu Yanzhou did not react at all and was ejected from the game. A trace of confusion suddenly appeared in his eyes, which were always smart and restrained. Fu Yanzhou took off his game helmet, and before he looked at the monitoring screen, he heard the laughter of the researchers around him. He turned his head and saw that everyone was covering their mouths, trying not to laugh. Fu Yanzhou put the helmet on the table, rubbed his brows and sighed. What happened just now? A round-faced female researcher next to him held back her laughter, pointed at the screen and said, "Boss Fu, look for yourself." Fu Yanzhou looked over and turned the monitor back a little. After Xiao, he was pushed away by Guangyan. He quietly hid from the battle circle. After a while, his eyes rolled, and he took out a familiar brick from his backpack, quietly walked around the signs on both sides of the court to the back of the case, and quickly and accurately hit the official NPC, or Fu Yanzhou, on the back of his head with a brick. Fu Yanzhou looked at it again and again, speechless for a moment, turned around and asked, "Who designed this thing? When was it put into the game database?" The whole office was silent. You looked at me, I looked at you finally. Xiaoli hesitated and said, "It was Mr. Wang's request, Brother Fu, didn't you agree?" Fu Yanzhou said directly, "Remove it." The round-faced female researcher shook her head. "Boss Fu, this won't work, at most. This weapon will not be released in the future. It's already in the hands of the players. It's the property of the players. Not to mention, Boss Fu, you can't interfere with the game for your own selfish reasons." Fu Yanzhou saw Xiaohe, who had begun to hold the NPC hostage on the light screen, and was speechless. "Then replace all the weapons of this appearance. We have found so many weapons in the weapon list. Why did you put this one in?" The female researcher said reluctantly, and began to operate the data conversion. Seeing that the progress in the game was adjusted back, Fu Yanzhou stopped watching and continued to arrange Xiaoli to observe. After Xiaohe knocked out the NPC, he immediately shouted loudly, "Stop it! I have your master in my hands." In fact, even if Xiaohe didn't shout this, Guangyan would have knocked down almost all the Yamen runners below, leaving only 2 or 3 standing. Guangyan turned around and saw Xiaohe standing behind the case, with his legs on the chair. It seemed that he originally wanted to step on the table, but it was too late. He was still holding the NPC, who was not sure whether he was dead or unconscious, and his arrogance was extremely arrogant. Xiaohe waved at Guangyan. "Come on! Come on!" Guangyan had no choice but to knock down the last few NPCs with his backhand, and then walked up and said, "What are you doing?" Xiaohe said, as a matter of course, "Catch the leader first. If he doesn't solve the problem for us, then we will solve him, and we will find the others slowly." Guangyan felt strangely that what Xiaohe said made sense, and asked Xiaohe, "Catch the leader first?" Xiaohe nodded. "That's right. No matter what the situation is, whether it's a group fight or a war, catching the leader and beating him, that's definitely no problem. Ding, catch the leader first has been included in the military book, rewarding the player with a gold coin." Xiaohe paused and spoke cautiously. "You haven't heard of this story?" Before Guangyan could speak, the NPC who was knocked unconscious by Xiaohe woke up, with his neck in Xiaohe's hand, and the NPC didn't care at all and said directly, "This brave man has a good idea." Xiaohe lowered his head, and the brick in his other hand was ready to finish him off. The official NPC immediately begged for mercy. "Stop it. Brave man, I will take you to solve the problem of the residents in the city." The NPC received the order from the mastermind, and asked the player in front of him to complete this task. Xiaohe's eyes revealed a bit of regret. Then he put away the brick, let go of the official NPC with a smile, and patted the non-existent dust on the NPC's clothes and said, "Hey, sir, your men just now didn't control their strength, and a stick as thick as a wrist flew to your head. Fortunately, I was quick to come and support you. Sir, you need to train your men well." The official NPC stared at Xiaohe, who was lying with his eyes open, pointed at Xiaohe for a long time, and couldn't say anything. Finally, he shook his sleeves, stood up and walked to the back of the hall, and turned back to Xiaohe angrily and said, "Why don't you come over?" Xiaohe quickly took his legs off the chair. "Okay." Guangyan was honest. It was the first time in his life that he saw someone lying so naturally. Xiaohe walked 2 steps and turned back to Guangyan and said, "Let's go." Anyway, he didn't realize the shock Guangyan had received. The previous games were not smart, and many plots were fixed. So Xiao He had wanted to do this for a long time. Guang Yin came to his senses and hurriedly followed Xiao He's footsteps, and followed the official NPC to the back hall. As soon as the two entered, they heard the ghostly voices of Empire Bread and Yufeiyu. What's going on? Where did these people come from? What kind of thieves? Damn! Why do these sticks hurt so much? Can you hit these NPCs? Xiao He and Guang Yin looked at each other, quickened their pace, and saw Yufeiyu and Empire Bread running around the yard being chased by the Yamen runners. Their hair was messed up from running, and they waved their sticks in their hands. When they saw Guang Yin and Xiao He, they rushed over as if they saw a savior. You are finally here. Hurry up. Can these NPCs be beaten? At the same time, the official NPC coughed. Okay. Retreat. The NPC that was chasing the two people pushed away instantly, and the red name above his head turned green, like a normal NPC. The Empire Bread and Yufeiyu breathed a sigh of relief, and just as they were about to ask about the situation, the official NPC urged them to hurry up. Xiao He hurriedly followed, and after arriving at the door of a room, the official NPC opened the door. Xiao He then found that it was a study room, and after following in, the official NPC impatiently flipped through it, turned out a piece of paper and a booklet and threw it to Xiao He and said, "Take it, tax booklet, and architectural drawings, take it to repair the Chamber of Commerce Center in the city to solve this problem." After that, he was about to drive Xiao He away. But Xiao He felt something was wrong, because this government office dungeon was obvious. They didn't go to the backyard, and only went from the court to the middle yard. There were obviously buildings behind. According to Xiao He's intuition, there must be more tasks. Sir, is that all? Facing Xiao He's question, the official NPC nodded without changing his expression. At this time, Yufeiyu was studying the stick in his hand. He snatched it from the NPC for self-defense, and subconsciously clicked to see the attributes. Name, water and fire stick attributes, attack plus 20 hit plus 10 special use, apply to become a Yamen runner prop after seeing the last line. Yufeiyu pulled Xiao He and shared the attributes in the team channel. Xiao He understood it at a glance. The task of opening a shop is not that complicated. So the real purpose of this main task is to open the professional gameplay in the game. Xiao He put the booklet and the blueprint into his arms, took 2 steps forward and looked at the official NPC. After looking for a while, he took out a brick and said threateningly, "Sir, times have changed. You don't want to be hit by me again." Yufeiyu and Empire Bread stared at Xiao He in amazement, and clenched their weapons in their hands. There was no other way. Some people in other games tried to threaten NPCs, and the end was miserable. The two were ready to pull Xiao He out of the siege if the situation was not right. Who knew that the official NPC looked at the brick in Xiao He's hand, and actually gave in, and reluctantly said, "There is indeed a more difficult thing. Follow me." Xiao He blinked at Yufeiyu and the other two, and then motioned the three to follow. After arriving at the backyard, Xiao He found that the backyard was actually separated from the front, and was only connected by a small door. The backyard was called the backyard, but it was actually a hall. The official NPC pointed to the dusty hall and said, "See, the reason why Changan City is now depressed is that many professions have no one to inherit, resulting in loss. As long as you find the hidden craftsman in Changan City and successfully activate the job transfer, you will have a generous reward. Mainline task, all kinds of people task reward, choose your own profession. Get the top professional suit, and reward 2 gold coins." Xiao He's current task board has 2 tasks. One is to restore Changan City to its former prosperity, and the other is all kinds of people. As teammates, Guang Yin, Imperial Bread, and Yufeiyu naturally received this task. The 3 of them looked up at Xiao at the same time. Xiao was looking at the dusty place in front of him that had obviously not been used for a long time, and was worried. The official NPC said again, "All the tasks are given to you. I don't have anything else for you to help with. After you go out, this place will be independent. You can go around the main gate to open this place." "Okay, let's go!" As soon as the NPC finished speaking, Xiao and the other 4 were ejected from the government office. As soon as the 3 of them came out, they found that the gate of the government office, which was originally covered with dust and cobwebs, had been completely renovated, and the plaque was also brighter. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in the world channel. System notification. Congratulations to players Lightyear, He Meower, Empire Bread, And you for successfully clearing the government office dungeon. The government office dungeon is officially opened. Players can enter the dungeon to experience the fun of judging cases in ancient times. Chapter 14. Xiao also has a private notification here. Congratulations to the player, he meow clearing the dungeon. The first kill will reward the player with a one-time item drum of wrongdoing. Order. Gavel. 5 gold coins in addition. The player held an official NPC hostage, causing the NPC psychological trauma. The NPC's favorability towards the player will be -100, and the player will be prohibited from entering the dungeon. Xiao was very happy at first, but when he saw the second half of the sentence, he pouted. This NPC is not worth playing with. Forget it, if they don't let her in, then don't let her in. At worst, she can be more restrained next time. Yu and the other two also receive the mission rewards. After this, they are sure that Xiao is the kind of player with full affinity points. It is easy to accept the mission, and the mission process is also very interesting. The Empire Bread looked at the mission and asked, "Do you want to continue the mission?" Guangyan nodded. "Continue. It's still early, restore the Chamber of Commerce building, and complete the mission of prospering Changan City." Xiao didn't object. Anyway, if she went offline, she would face a dark garbage planet with no one. It would be better to stay in the game for a while. The four of them had no objection. They left the government office and followed the address on the blueprint to find the dilapidated Chamber of Commerce mentioned in the mission. The dilapidated Chamber of Commerce was not difficult to find. After all, in the huge city of Changan, there was only one very conspicuous building with broken walls and ruins. Anyone could find it. After arriving at the place, Xiao was familiar with the place. He took the blueprint and walked around the Chamber of Commerce. He found the foundation stone in the ruins and said to Guangyan and the other two, "Then I will put the blueprint up." Yu nodded. "Hurry up. I haven't seen this kind of repair method before." Xiao pressed the blueprint on the foundation stone and then exited. A circle of white light lit up around the ruined Chamber of Commerce. After covering the entire building, the broken wood inside began to fly up. And soon a brand new 3-story building appeared in front of several people. The changes here also attracted the attention of the players, who had come out of the novice village, and the original internal test players. They came to watch and exclaimed when they saw an ancient Chinese building rising from the ground. This game is well made. I have only seen this style of architecture in textbooks. It's really beautiful. The NPCs are also very interesting. It's worthy of being an official product. Xiao looked up and saw the simple words Chamber of Commerce on the plaque. He then retracted his gaze and asked Guangyan, "Shall we go in now?" Guangyan glanced at the players around him and said, "Go in." After that, he entered the Chamber of Commerce. And Xiao Empire's little bread Yu hurriedly followed. Seeing 4 people go in, the players around them were stunned. They subconsciously wanted to follow them in, but were repelled by the Chamber of Commerce's own protection. At the same time, they received a prompt: "This is a Chamber of Commerce. Only merchants can enter." The players who were stopped were unhappy and complained immediately. Why did some players go in? Are they merchants? Dear players. Hello. The 4 players who went in are taskers. As soon as this reply came out, the players stopped complaining. They went in to complete the task. And there was nothing wrong with it. After Xiao entered, he went straight to the 3rd floor. The tax manual was prompted to be placed on the 3rd floor. There was only one room on the 3rd floor. It was full of various materials. Xiao and his friends did not have the authority to view them. They could only see the words on the cover. It was all Changan City store information. There was only a prop that recorded the merchant list that Xiao and his friends could view. This was the next step of the task. According to the records on the list, they found NPCs one by one to come to the Chamber of Commerce to activate the store. Side quest: notify all merchants in Changan City to go to the Chamber of Commerce to register and activate. Mission reward: 3 gold coins. Xiao was very satisfied with this reward. She immediately wanted to drag Guangyan and others to do the mission. It was all money. When she left the garbage planet, how could she enjoy the high-tech future world without money? For this reason, she had to work hard to do more missions to save money. The Empire Bread looked at the time and said, "No, I have to log off. Otherwise, my mother will definitely complain that I play games all day long during the holidays and don't sleep at night." Xiao, let's continue the mission tomorrow. Xiao stopped and waved to the Empire Bread. It seems to be quite late. Then let's continue the mission tomorrow. The Empire Bread turned into a stream of light and logged off. Guangyin glanced at the time and said he had to deal with some things and went offline, leaving Yufiyu and Xiaohe staring at Xiaoyuan. Yufiyu scratched his head and said, "No one at home cares about me, so I can play all night." "But Xiaohe, Yufiyu hesitated for a while before continuing. "Is it okay for you to play so late? Don't you girls say that you have to go to bed early and get up early to have good skin?" Xiaohe thought about the reality and briefly passed the topic. "It doesn't matter. I am naturally beautiful. But Guangyin and Xiaomian are offline, and it's not good for us to do the task by ourselves. The dungeon NPC has a negative 100 favorability towards me and won't let me in. Otherwise, we can still go into the dungeon to play with the NPC." Yufiyu laughed when he heard it. "Even if you can get in, you can't get in now. The entrance of the government office dungeon is crowded with players who want to enter the dungeon. The queue will probably last until tomorrow morning. But you can go to the game forum to have a look. There may be a lot of interesting things on it." Xiaohe's eyes lit up, thinking that since the tasks in the game have been suspended, he may be able to find some information he wants by looking at the game forum. Xiaohe nodded at Yufiyu and said, "You are right. It's getting late anyway. I will log off and check the forum and go to bed." After that, Xiaohe disappeared in front of Yufiyu. Yufiyu stood there. He felt that Xiaohe was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about her. Yufiyu thought for a while and gave up. It didn't matter if it was strange or not. They were just game friends. Their relationship was just game friends at the moment. Why think so much? Yufiyu shrugged and logged off. Xiaohe looked at the dark space, silently shrank into the corner, and huddled himself in the blanket. Then, he opened the bracelet. Before logging off, Xiaohe regretted not asking if the bracelet could read the forum. Now, he could only study it himself. Fortunately, when the bracelet was turned on, Xiaohe found that next to the original option to log into the game, there was an option for the game forum. After clicking in, it was a simple forum page. Everyone uses a game account to enter the forum, and the forum ID can be changed. There have been countless game posts in the forum for a long time. Xiaohe flipped through them bit by bit, and found the fun of reading gossip in the past. The new government office copy is the most popular topic on the forum. After Xiaohe clicked in, he found that the gameplay of this copy is completely different from when they entered. "I want to curse. What a perverted game. As the title says, I am a dungeon enthusiast. When playing games, I like to go to various dungeons. Blue Star is no exception. After all, there are not many ways to play this game at present. I can play it until now only because of my love for my home planet. But I was very happy when I saw a dungeon. After queuing for 2 hours, I entered the dungeon. I have to say that it is indeed restored. As a young person with higher education, I have taken a look at ancient books and materials. The buildings in this government dungeon are particularly restored. Ancient building enthusiasts are very happy. The official NPC inside is also good. Like an official, called Lord Zhao. The question is, what are we players doing in there? It doesn't say what to do in the dungeon. And there are no red-named monsters. Therefore, as a curious person, I plan to see if the thing on the table that seems to be called a gavel can be used. As a result, I took 2 steps into the room. Just 2 steps. I swear. Before I could react, the NPCs holding sticks on both sides instantly pressed me down. I was lying on the ground like a, listening to Lord Zhao above saying a lot, and finally threw a stick and said, "Rape a woman. The crime is unforgivable. Take her to the prison, and wait for punishment." Me? I won't say it anymore. I'll calm down, and I'll complain later. I'm still squatting in the government prison now. I need to carefully recall when I raped a woman, and where the woman I robbed went. After reading it, Xiaohe covered her mouth and almost laughed. It seems that when she and Guangyin entered the dungeon, this dungeon was still a normal opening dungeon. She didn't expect it to be so fun later. When she thought of this, Xiaohe felt very sorry. Why did the favorability go negative? If she had known, she wouldn't have hit him with a brick. The comments under this post are all kinds of +1. A few hours after the copy was released, there were countless victims, all of whom were locked up in the prison by the government copy. Only a few players replied with gloating. "Cheers to a glass of galaxy water, ha 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 ha. I am different." After I went in, there was a civilian NPC next to me. He wanted to sue me for stealing his land. It made me laugh. How could I bear this? I caught the NPC who falsely accused me and beat him up without saying a word. I was also mentally prepared for going to jail. being fined, being silenced, and having my account banned. Hey, you're right. After I beat up the NPC was terrified and begged for mercy, saying that it was not true, and withdrew the lawsuit directly. Mr. Zhao waved his hand. Because I beat someone, fined me 1 gold coin, and let me out. After leaving the dungeon, I found that I had actually cleared the level just like that, and even received the clearance reward. Round beads. Upstairs, I learned from you, and was sentenced to pay 5 gold coins, and then Mr. Zhao ordered the soldiers to hold me down and beat me with 10 boards. Luckily the pain was lowered. After the beating, the NPC who sued me produced evidence to prove that I really stole his sheep, and Mr. Zhao saw that. I was put in jail, and he said that I had to compensate the NPC for the sheep, and then he let me out. Although, I must say that this compensation is really worth it, because after I paid the money, I found 2 more sheep in my bag. Although I don't know what the sheep can do yet, I firmly believe that a game that exchanges game currency for real currency at a 1-to-1 ratio will not give me useless things. Chapter 15. The more Xiao He read, the more she regretted that she had lowered her favorability to negative. Otherwise, she would have wanted to enter the dungeon again. This sounded very interesting. Then there was a series of messages left by players saying, ha ha ha, and some expressing envy. It seemed that everyone was very curious about this government dungeon. She had been offline for a while, and many people were updating their experiences in the government dungeon in real time. Xiao He flipped through the pages again, and found that in addition to the government dungeon, many players said that their quests were interrupted after they came out of the novice village. They all had to go to Changan to find a certain NPC. Xiao He looked carefully and realized that the main quest she had taken from Xiao Bread Fish Feiyu in the Lightyear Empire might be different from others. Xiao He turned off the game Bracelet and planned to talk about it when she logged into the game tomorrow. The next day, Xiao He woke up, washed, and changed into clothes that had been dried. She washed the silver tights she had worn and hung them up. It was only after she changed her clothes that she realized that this place was much colder than she thought. In just a short time, she was shivering with cold. Xiao He rubbed her arms, regretting a little that she had washed her clothes. She could only hope that the clothes would dry quickly so that she could change them back. She hurried back and wrapped herself in a blanket. There was no wind anymore, and Xiao He felt alive again. She breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the cold nutrient solution, Xiao He missed the hot meals. Grilled chicken and fried skewers, milk tea and small cakes. The more she thought about it, the more she drooled. Xiao He wiped the corners of her mouth and swallowed her saliva. There was only nutrient solution in front of her. Xiao He sighed. She had to fill her stomach. After drinking the nutrient solution, Xiao He went out to take another look, fearing that she would miss the aircraft. And then she came back and laid down in a comfortable position to enter the game. Xiao He went online not too late. But after going online, Xiao He found that the game was very lively, especially the world channel. After she pulled out the chat interface, the information flashed quickly, and Xiao He flipped back to see it clearly. World channel, player Qian Ba by air. What's going on? Player Shang. Huh? What's going on? Player Qian Ba by air. I think I encountered a robbery. Not sure. I'll take another look later. Player Qian Ba by air. It's really a robbery. Is this game necessary? Why do you have to arrange NPCs to rob players? Can I go to the government office to file a complaint with Mr. Zhao? Player, let's talk business. Huh? You were robbed? Player, I carry the banner for the Federation. Ha ha ha. I was lucky enough to witness the whole process. This guy is now only wearing his underpants. Player Qian Ba by air. Angry, you said it as if you still have clothes on. Player, I carry the banner for the Federation. Player, a shooting star. Where is it? Where is it? Let me take a look. Player, a cute boy with milk. What does the robbed NPC look like? Player, who is not a big shot. What happened? Tell me quickly. I have never seen a game where players were robbed right after the public beta. Player coming and going, selling melon seeds, peanuts, cola and small stools online, selling melon seeds, peanuts, cola and small stools online. Player business talk. Give me some of the business upstairs. Player Qian Ba by air. Fuck. The robbers are back. Help. Player, I carry the flag for the Federation. Qian Bai was captured. Luckily I ran fast. Player, a shooting star? Player, milky cute man? Player, up. 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 Player, come and go. I found the place, Em. It's hard to comment. Player, business is business. Aren't you selling melon seeds and benches? Player, come and go. This is not important, the point is for safety, I advise everyone, don't go by water when going to Nandu. Chien Bai was left with only a pair of pants hanging on the mast. I'll show you the pictures on the forum later. It's pretty miserable. The following is neat. It can be seen that the online players are very confused about Chien Bai Air's experience. Then, they have been discussing whether the game should develop new gameplay, why the players were caught naked by the pirates, is it the decline of morality, or the extinction of humanity? No one cares that Chien Bai Air no longer speaks out. Only one photo is circulated forever in the game forum. Xiaohe cuts out, and takes a look at the screenshots coming and going. It's true, this picture is well taken. It captures Chien Bai's confusion, panic, anger, shame and helplessness very vividly. Private message, Yu Fei Yu, Xiaohe, doing the task. Xiaohe hurriedly replied, have Guan Yin and Xiao Mian Bao come online? Yu Fei Yu, you are the only one missing, we are forming a team. Just after he finished speaking, a team invitation popped up. After Xiaohe joined the team, he found that all three were there. She was indeed the only one missing. Team channel, Empire Xiao Mian Bao. Xiaohe, why did you come up so late? He Miao Air, very late? Don't you work or go to school during the day? Yu Fei Yu, it's vacation. School starts in September. Empire Bread, +1 light year, vacation. Xiaohe scratched his head, remembering what Yu Fei Yu said before about students having a holiday. It should be summer vacation, but I didn't expect there would be summer vacation in the future. Xiaohe thought about it and replied, he Miaoer, then I'll come early tomorrow. Where are you now? Yu Fei Yu, here at the Chamber of Commerce, waiting for your list to visit the merchants one by one. Xiaohe looked at it when he went offline yesterday. It was not far away, and he would be there soon. When he arrived at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, Lightyear also arrived. After meeting up, they simply said hello, and began to look at the booklet in Xiaohe's hand, then visited the merchants one by one according to the order in the booklet, asked the merchants to go to the Chamber of Commerce to activate, and successfully reopen the shops. This is not difficult. After almost every merchant heard Xiaohe's intention, they reported to the Chamber of Commerce without saying anything, and were even very happy to do as Xiaohe said. The 4 people acted separately, and the task was completed quickly. Side quest. Notify all merchants in Changan City to go to the Chamber of Commerce for registration and activation. Completed. Rewards have been issued. Main quest. Solve the current situation in Changan City and restore Changan's former prosperity. Completed. Rewards have been issued. After the side quest was completed, the shops on the streets of Changan City were successfully opened. Xiaohe's side showed that the task was completed, and the level was successfully upgraded to level 5. Xiaohe, this task is completed, and the rewards are quite a lot. There is also a main quest of 3 religions and 9 schools. What does 3 religions and 9 schools mean? 3 religions and 9 schools? Empire Bread asked puzzledly while looking at the remaining task on the task board. Guangyin glanced at Empire Bread, showing a look of disdain. Read more books. Empire Bread was hesitant to speak, and couldn't figure out what this had to do with reading. Xiaohe kindly told Empire Bread, in the past. I mean when we were on Blue Star, the 3 religions were Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, and the 9 classes were Confucianism, Taoism, Yin-Yang School, Legalism, Ming School, Moism, Diplomacy, Miscellaneous School, Agriculture, so what Bread said was actually not wrong. It's just that later, the 3 religions and 9 classes referred to all walks of life, and the 9 classes were divided into upper, middle and lower. The upper 9 classes said 1st class Buddha, 2nd class Immortal, 3rd class Emperor, 4th class Official, 5th class Cabinet Minister, 6th class Prime Minister, 7th class Jin Shi, 8th class Juren, 9th class Jiyuan. The middle 9 classes said 1st class Scholar, 2nd class Doctor, 3rd rate Painting, 4th rate Puppetry, 5th rate Singing and Playing, 6th rate Gold, 7th rate Monks, 8th rate Taoists, and 9th rate Chess and Music. The 4th rate Puppetry refers to shadow puppetry, a kind of performance in ancient China. 6th rate Gold refers to fortune telling, monks are monks, Taoists are Taoists. There are also the lower 9 classes, 1st rate Actors, 2nd rate Blowers, 3rd rate Circuses, 4th rate Pushers, 5th rate Pool Players, 6th rate Back Rubbing, 7th rate Repairmen, 8th rate Matchmakers, and 9th rate. Speaking of this, Xiaohe paused for a moment before continuing. 9th rate Prostitutes. People in the lower 9 classes are usually lawyers. The small monster NPCs, we met in the government office are one of the lower 9 classes, yamen runners, and matchmakers. The peddlers and jugglers are basically all lower 9 classes. Finally, there are the 5 elements and 8 crafts. The 5 elements are car dealers, which is the car dealer we took when we left Taohua village, ship dealers, business dealers, food dealers, which are for hard labor, and brokers. Brokers are intermediaries. The 8 crafts are technical talents, goldsmiths, silversmiths, coppersmiths, blacksmiths, tinsmiths, carpenters, bricklayers, stonemasons, etc. Xiaohe listed all the trades, but after talking for a long time, he didn't hear any response from Guangyan and the other 2, so he stopped talking, looked at Xiao Bian and Yu Feiyu from Guangyan Empire, scratched his head and said, "What's wrong? Did I say too much? I seem to be a little too long-winded about something that everyone knows." After saying that, Xiaohe felt a little embarrassed. In fact, Empire Bread was completely stunned. He didn't know these things at all. Thinking back to the first 20 years of his study, the books didn't talk about these things. Yu Feiyu reacted quickly and asked Xiaohe immediately, "You are not a history student, are you?" Xiaohe tentatively said, "If you are not a history major, don't you know these things?" Yu Feiyu shook his head, "Not really. But the things you said should be stored in the Federal Information Center. Who would go to find these things after a meal? Those who would read them are history students or Blue Star history enthusiasts." Xiaohe paused and said with a vague look, "You are right. I am a history enthusiast. System notification. Analyze all kinds of people. And reward 2 gold coins." Xiaohe's eyes lit up. And he didn't expect there would be a reward. Guangyan looked at Xiaohe thoughtfully and said to Empire Bread, "Yu Feiyu and Xiaohe is right. According to Xiaohe's analysis, combined with the fact that there is no job transfer task in this game, this task of all kinds of people is likely to be a task to unlock the game's professional skills." After saying this, Empire Bread he remembered, before coming out of the government office dungeon. Did Lord Zhao say that the location of this task is the building behind the government office? Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief. And she would stop asking. If she continued to ask, she might be exposed. Guangyan nodded, "Yes. Let's go there now and take a look. Let's complete the task. After completing this task, we will get rich rewards and can choose any profession." Empire Bread was eager to try. The 4 of them walked to the back of the government office. Empire Bread did not forget to get close to Xiaohe and wanted to ask Xiaohe about those professions, so as to prepare for what profession to choose after completing the task. Chapter 16. Imperial Bread asked questions about what the people in the 3 religions and 9 classes did. Xiaohe told Imperial Bread everything he knew. At this time, they had already arrived at the back of the government office. It was the place where the negative pressure backyard and the government office were connected by a small door that Lord Zhao showed them when they were in the government office copy. It was also a gray building, same as the inactivated government office copy. The eaves were full of spider webs. There were no plaques, only 1 floor, but it covered a large area. There were several steps from the gate to the main road, and the door was closed. Yu Feiyu went forward and tried to push the door, but failed. He just moved his feet away and turned to look at Xiaohe. "Xiaohe, try pushing the door." Xiaohe, who was talking to Empire Bread about the craftsman, pointed at himself. After getting Yu Feiyu's affirmative answer, he walked up and pushed the door. After pushing it, he heard the system prompt, "Please complete the activation task." Xiaohe retracted his hand and shook his head, saying, "I can't push it open. The system prompted me to complete the activation task." I looked at the main task, which said to find the hidden craftsman in Changan City. Yu Feiyu looked at the palm of his hand, and then looked at Xiaohe. After a while he said, "Does this game discriminate against me? Why didn't I get this prompt when I pushed the door?" Xiaohe shrugged and said, "You are embarrassed." The Empire Bread was full of curiosity and yearning for the ancient Chinese professions at this moment. When Xiaohe said he wanted to find the hidden craftsman, he waved his hand, "Stop chatting. Both of you, go do the task quickly. I want to see how many professions we can choose from." Yu Feiyu sighed, said to Xiaohe, "It seems that I must find you to form a team for tasks in the future. Otherwise I am afraid there will be no tasks to do." Xiaohe smiled and said, "No problem. Let's go. Let's find the task NPC first." The 2 walked down. Guangyan had just finished reading the task and said to Xiaohe, "The required NPC is difficult to find. There is no feature hint, and I don't know what kind of craftsman it is." Xiaohe and others also discovered this. Xiaohe's brain is quick. She only knows 2 NPCs in Changan City, Qi Daodu and Zhu Erding. Xiaohe felt that since this game depends entirely on one's own exploration, it means that it is allowed to find NPCs you know to inquire, and there may be unexpected gains. I think we should go ask Daodu and Uncle Zhu. Otherwise, if we go by ourselves, it will probably take a long time to ask all the NPCs in Changan City. Guangyan nodded. Let's do as you say. Let's go. Xiaohe nodded. And the 4 of them went to Zhu Erding's house together. When they arrived, they found that Zhu Erding's house had been completely renovated. The original Menke Kelluo shop had reopened, and it seemed that the business was not bad. Zhu Erding stood in the shop and greeted customers with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. When seeing Xiao He and the other 3 coming in, Zhu Erding immediately came out from behind the counter and greeted them with a smile. I knew you could accomplish this. Come on. This is a thank you gift for you. Take it. It's just a small gift to show my respect. It's freshly roasted tea. Before Xiao He and the others could react, they had a bag of tea in their hands. They could smell the fragrance of tea as soon as they took it in their hands. There was a beautiful word tea written on the paper bag. Xiao He squeezed the tea bag, and the properties of the tea bag came out. Name, Junshan Silver Needle. Usage, brew with boiling water or cook with charcoal fire. Attribute, spirit +5. Can be brewed 5 times, it is a consumable. Xiao He stuffed the tea bag into his backpack and thanked Zhu Erding. Thank you. Uncle Zhu, this tea smells really good. By the way, Uncle Zhu, we came here to ask you something. Guangyan and the other 2 were still looking at the tea leaves in their hands when they heard Xiao He's fluent statement of his purpose. They immediately stopped studying the tea leaves and looked at Zhu Erding. Zhu Erding looked at the shop and said to Xiaohe, then let's go to the backyard to talk. Xiaohe nodded, called Guangyan and the other 2 and followed Zhu Erding into the backyard. After entering the backyard, Zhu Erding asked, what's the matter? Just because you helped restore the prosperity of our Changan, I will tell you everything I know. That's great. Uncle Zhu. It's like this. We want to find out. Are there any great craftsmen in Changan City? Xiaohe asked directly without beating around the bush. Zhu Erding was stunned for a moment before he said, what kind of craftsmen? There are many craftsmen in Changan City. What kind of craftsmen are you talking about? This question really stumped Xiaohe. The mission only said to find the hidden craftsmen in Changan City, but did not say what kind of craftsmen. Nor did it say how many. Seeing Xiaohe's embarrassment, Zhu Erding said, forget it. Forget it. There are many craftsmen in Changan City, such as the blacksmiths on the East Street, and the masters and bricklayers who can make jewelry in the jewelry shop. Are you looking for these craftsmen? Want to build a house? Xiaohe shook his head, not this kind. Is there a more special one? It's the kind of master who can do what others can't. Zhu Erding suddenly realized, I know. You really asked the right person. Imperial Bread and Yufeiyu instantly became excited and urged Xiaohe to ask quickly. Uncle, do you know such a master? Zhu Erding smiled. Of course. Do you think the tea in my shop tastes good? Xiaohe thought about it. It really tastes good. It tastes sweet after a while. It is really top grade. Xiaohe nodded. Uncle's tea is the best. Zhu Erding was even happier when Xiaohe said that, pulling Xiaohe and saying, you have good taste. No wonder my eldest brother praised you when he wrote to me. Come on, I will give you a few more bags of tea. As he said that, he stuffed a few more bags of tea into Xiaohe's arms. Xiaohe accepted them all with a smile. After accepting them, he did not forget to remind Zhu Erding, Uncle, you haven't said whether you know those masters. Zhu Erding's expression suddenly became a little proud, looking at Xiaohe and saying, of course I know them, but I don't know if it's the person you're looking for, the master who provides tea for my shop, who lives on South Street. Her tea-making skills, hey, you haven't seen it. I dare say you can't find another master who makes tea better than her. Xiao He turned around and asked Guangyan in a low voice. I think what Uncle Zhu said might be the hidden craftsman we are looking for. Why don't we go and see? Guangyan nodded. I'll listen to you. Xiao He looked at Empire Bread and Yufeiyu again. Seeing the expressions of the 2 people still studying the tea bags, he immediately ignored their opinions unilaterally and directly thanked Zhu Erding. Thank you. Uncle, then we won't delay your opening of the shop. Let's go first. Zhu Erding smiled and sent the person out and continued to greet the NPC customers in the shop. After Xiao, he walked out of the tea shop. He found that the task had changed. There was an additional line of instructions below the main task. which was to find the tea maker Xiaoyu. You found it right. There is a prompt on the task. Xiao He reminded Guangyan and the other two. Empire Bread gave up discussing tea with Yufeiyu. After seeing the task prompt, he asked Xiao He, "This Xiaoyu? Huh? A pot of tea?" Empire Bread showed an indescribable expression and complained, "This name is too perfunctory." Yufeiyu patted Empire Bread on the shoulder. "It's a name after all." Then he looked at Xiao He again. "This tea master can fry tea." Xiao He, "If I learned to fry tea from him, would it be considered a full-time success?" Xiao He thought about it seriously before answering Yufeiyu. "I don't think your idea is right. Problem, I'll find someone later. Why don't you give it a try?" Yufeiyu pondered for a while and said, "Forget it. Let's see later. You said before that there may be 360 professions. What if you meet someone you like more?" Guangyan stopped and said, "Is it that NPC?" Xiao He looked up and saw South Street not far away. A big pot was set on the side of the road. A middle-aged woman NPC stood behind her. She had an indigo scarf on her head and a short shirt of the same color. She had tied up her sleeves. She was sweating profusely and put her hands into the pot and kept stirring. Xiao He and the others could smell the strong fragrance of tea standing on the street. When you get close, you can feel the hot air with the aroma of tea. Imperial Bread walked up and asked, "Excuse me, are you the tea master?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was scolded, "Don't get close, you're affecting my tea making." Imperial Bread heard a clear system prompt, "NPC Cha E whose favorability has decreased by 1. Imperial Bread. After quietly moving away from the cauldron, Imperial Bread whispered to Xiao He and the others, "Brother, Xiao He, Yufeiyu, that is indeed Xiaoyu." Xiao He looked at the NPC with no name on his head and asked Imperial Bread, "How did you confirm it?" Imperial Bread opened his mouth and sent the system message of reducing favorability to the team channel, and he became autistic. After Xiao He took a look, he coughed lightly, suppressed the laughter that almost burst out, and did not forget to comfort Empire Bread. "Hey, isn't it just a favorability? Look at me. Mr. Zhao from the government office has a negative favorability of 100 towards me. And he didn't say anything even though I couldn't enter the dungeon? Think about it in a positive way. Deducting a little favorability in exchange for the mission goal. It's a good deal." Empire Bread glanced at Xiao He. "Press the corner of your mouth before saying this." Xiao He immediately put away his expression and said seriously, "Let's stand here and wait, and ask after the tea is fried over there." Te who over there was concentrating on frying tea, without any distractions. And the tea leaves in the pot gradually took shape. Yufeiyu looked at it curiously and said in amazement, "Isn't it hot?" Xiao replied casually, "She has practiced for decades. I think you can try it later." Yufeiyu immediately shook his head, "Forget it. Forget it. I haven't adjusted the pain. It will be very hot. You young people say it's not possible before you try it. If my apprentice said such a thing, I would definitely kick him out." Xiaoyu stopped turning the tea leaves, and immediately took the pot off the stove and put it on the pot rack beside him. While talking, he took out the tea leaves and put them on the rice stood next to him. Xioha hurriedly replied, "Master, you are right. Master, we learned from Uncle Zhu that you are the best tea frying master in the world, and we came to visit you specially." Chapter 17. As soon as Xiao He finished speaking, the words Xiaoyu appeared above the NPC's head. Xiaoyu packed up the tea leaves and then looked at Xiao He. After looking him up and down for a while, Xiao He nodded slightly. "Not bad. A well-behaved child. Tell me what you want to talk to me about." Xiao He thought about it for a while before asking tentatively, "Master Cha, do you know what is behind the government office in Changan City?" Xiaoyu paused while packing the tea leaves, and then shook his head as if nothing had happened. "I don't know." "Why are you asking this? Is there anyone who cares about that broken place?" Xiao He looked at Xiaoyu's expression carefully, and felt that Xiaoyu didn't look like he didn't know, because Xiaoyu's expression was too deliberate, compared with the village chief of Taohua village. This Master Xiaoyu's acting skills were really not very good. Xiao He treated it as didn't see it, showed a disappointed expression. "So the master doesn't know. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know, let's go ask somewhere else." After saying that, Xiao He turned around and was about to leave. Imperial Bread quickly pulled Xiao He and asked in a low voice, "You're leaving now?" Xiao He winked at Imperial Bread and sighed, "Let's look for it more." Master Cha said she doesn't know. Let's not disturb the master. Yufeiyu reacted quickly and immediately responded loudly, "Xiao He is right, let's go. Let's go. Let's not disturb the master here. We should also hurry up and ask others. Guang Yin walked out neatly. The four of them directly forgot about Chayihu, and it seemed that they were not going to ask anymore. Seeing that everyone was about to leave South Street, Chayihu tightly grasped the rice sieve in his hand, gritted his teeth for a long time, and called Xiaohe a second before the four people stepped out of South Street. Come back. Xiaohe stopped and pretended to be puzzled and turned back. Master Cha, do you have anything else to say? Chayihu snorted coldly. Don't pretend. Aren't you here to see me? All 360 professions have been abandoned for so long, and there is actually a time to reactivate them. Chayihu sighed as he spoke. Xiaohe immediately turned around and walked to Chayihu with a curious look. Master Cha, that place is called Sanbeliahang? Chayihu nodded. Yes. It is called that name, but it has been abandoned for a long time, and all of us craftsmen have died, or scattered, and I haven't heard anyone asking about Sanbeliahang for a long time. Main quest. Hidden craftsmen from all walks of life. Complete Chayihu's request. Activate the building. Xiaohe followed Chayihu's words and said, Master, why did it become abandoned? Chayihu suddenly showed a blank look. I can't remember. It seems that it suddenly became abandoned one day. Xiaohe? Perhaps the doubt on Xiaohe's face was too obvious. Chayihu put down the rice sieve and said, It doesn't matter. I know why you are here. How about this? If you can help me collect tea leaves from the 1,000-year-old tea trees on the foggy mountain outside the city and bring them back to me, I will not only help you open the door to the 360 trades, I will also help you find the other people you want to find. How is it? Xiaohe agreed without hesitation. No problem, master. Don't worry, we will definitely pick the tea for you. Chayihu said again, Don't be happy too early. The best time to pick the tea is these 3 days. After these 3 days, the tea will be no good. If you can't bring the tea back within 3 days, I won't help you. Side quest limited time quest. Collect Wushan T0/1000 quest reward. A bag of top-grade green tea made by the tea master. 300 character experience points. Countdown 72 hours. Chayihu did not forget to remind Xiaohe and the others. There are wild beasts in Wushan. Please be careful. Xiaohe nodded, and left with Guang Yin and the others, and went directly out of the city. This mission is time limited, and they have to hurry up. After leaving the city, Guang Yin stopped Xiaohe and said, I just checked the forum. Some players have been to Wushan. There are many red-named monsters there. May have to fight all the way up. We don't know the exact location of the tea tree yet. We have to find it after we get up the mountain. Plus the mission is time limited. We have to hurry up as much as possible. Empire Xiaomian and Yufiyu were full of energy. After playing for so long, I finally have a familiar game experience. The two even had weapons in their hands, 2 plain long swords, looking very sharp. Guang Yin also had the red tassel spear he had used in the government office dungeon in his hand. And he told Xiaohe, just follow us and pick up things later. In addition to experience, the red-named monsters in this game will also drop copper coins and some material props. Xiaohe nodded, don't worry. After the 4 of them discussed it, they walked up the Mist Mountain. When they reached the foot of the Mist Mountain, they found that there were many players here, all of whom were walking up the mountain. Xiaohe looked at the players going up the mountain, and then at the Yufei Empire-bred Lightyear. Then randomly stopped a female player and asked, Hello. I want to ask why there are so many players on the mountain today. The stopped female player was called Black Silk Hottie. She was not annoyed, but hurriedly said to Xiaohe, Go up the mountain to kill the boss. The monsters on this mountain will drop money. Many people go up the mountain to kill monsters and gain experience. I don't know if I killed too many monsters just now. The boss was directly killed. I heard that there will be good things. I won't talk to you. You can't get anything if you go to play. After saying this, the Black Silk Hottie ran up the mountain quickly. Xiaohe turned around and asked Guang Yin, Should we go and have a look? Guang Yin refused. No, it's a good opportunity for them to form a group to kill the boss now. There are no monsters blocking us on the mountain. Let's find the tea tree first. The Imperial Bread, who was originally eager to go, suppressed his desire to kill the boss. Nodding in agreement. What you said makes sense. There are many opportunities to kill the boss. Our task is more important. It affects the career choices of players in the entire region. Xiaohe had no objection. After walking up the mountain, there were indeed not many red-named monsters along the way. Occasionally, 1 or 2 wild boars appeared. The Imperial Bread solved them by himself. After picking up the dropped copper coins, they were fairly distributed to everyone in the team. After walking around the mountain, there were no 1,000-year-old tea trees, but there were a lot of 10-year-old tea trees. Since they were already here, Xiaohe also picked a lot of ordinary tea leaves. If Xiaohe didn't want her to keep them, it would be fine. No. How long will it take to find them like this? I haven't seen anything that looks like a 1,000-year-old tea tree after searching for half a day. Empire Bread stopped and said. Xiaohe put away the handful of tea leaves in her hand, ran over and said, "We haven't reached the top of the mountain yet. Let's look for it. Maybe the tea trees grow on the top of the mountain." Yu Feiyu looked up at the top of the Wushan mountain covered by clouds. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to hike a mountain after playing games. Xiaohe looked up at the height of the mountain, and her legs felt a little weak. She swallowed her saliva, picked up a wooden stick and used it as a hiking stick, and walked up along the relatively flat mountain road. Seeing this, Yu Feiyu immediately followed. Fortunately, Wushan Mountain was not too steep, and it was not difficult to climb to the top. The scenery along the way was also good, which was an unexpected gain. After spending 2 or 3 hours on the top of the mountain, Xiaohe found a rock to sit on, waved his hand and said, "I can't do it anymore. I'm running out of energy. I can't walk anymore. I need to rest for a while." Along the way, Xiaohe's energy bar was always on the verge of being empty, and after reaching the top, only a little blood was left. Fortunately, Xiaohe's backpack still had food obtained from completing tasks, which had the effect of replenishing energy. After a short rest, Xiaohe looked at the 3 people who remained calm, and realized the gap between people. In a highly simulated holographic online game like this, some people have good physical fitness in real life, which is also an innate advantage in the game. Empire Bread looked at Xiaohe with a mocking look. "You are not strong enough. How many miles have you traveled? Are you so tired?" Xiaohe did not have the energy to speak. Sometimes it is not good to be too realistic. Yu Feiyu patted Xiaohe's head and said, "How about this? You take a rest here. We will go around to look for it first, and come to us after you have rested." Xiaohe nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. You go quickly. Don't worry about me. I will find you in a while." Empire Bread shook his head, said hello and went to find it first. Guangying glanced at Xiaohe, and left after making sure that Xiaohe was okay. Yu Feiyu didn't go far. He was looking nearby. Xiaohe could see him as soon as he looked up. After the 3 people left, Xiaohe went offline again to take a look, changed into dried clothes, and returned to the game. After coming back, Xiaohe felt that his physical strength had recovered, and he didn't waste any more time, and waved to Yu Feiyu not far away, indicating that he would go to look in another direction. Xiaohe walked along the bushes, feeling that this task was really not easy. After searching for so long, he didn't even see the shadow of a tea tree. After walking for a while, Xiaohe was suddenly hit by something, which directly knocked off a layer of Xiaohe's skin. Xiaohe raised his head, and covered his head with his hands, looking around, trying to find the murderer who attacked him. He didn't find the murderer, and Xiaohe was hit on the arm again. Now Xiaohe saw clearly what hit him. It was a squirrel, which hit him with a pine cone in its hand. When Xiaohe looked over, the squirrel was about to hit him for the 3rd time. Xiaohe was prepared and flexibly avoided the squirrel's attack, and rushed over with the peachwood sword. The squirrel immediately turned around and ran, running around in the bushes, and soon left Xiaohe behind. Xiaohe lost the squirrel and cursed in the direction it ran. "I will definitely hit you back next time I see you." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to continue looking for tea trees. But as soon as she turned around, Xiaohe stopped and froze in place. A big black bear twice her height appeared behind her, staring at her with fierce eyes. Xiaohe didn't dare to move, and quietly pulled out the chat page. "Team channel, he meower, danger, come quickly." Lightyear, where? Yu Feiyu, what happened? Empire Bread, I'm relatively close to you according to the map, wait for me. Xiaohe slowly backed away, and swallowed his saliva. If it was a keyboard online game in the past, you could just revive after death, but now it's different. Looking at the monster through the screen is different from facing the monster in real life. While Xiaohe backed away, he found the big black bear red monster in front of him from the nearby map, and clicked to view the attributes. Name, Black Bear King. Level, 25. Defense, 1000. Attack, 800. Skills, Black Bear Roar causing stun effect Black Bear Paw 1000-year-old tea tree guardian monster. Chapter 18. After seeing the introduction in the last line of brackets in the Black Bear King's attributes, Xiaohe was no longer panicked. staring at the alert Black Bear King in front of him, saying he meow in the team channel. Come on, the Black Bear King in front of me is the 1,000-year-old tea tree guardian monster. The Empire Bred had already rushed over with a sword, and blurted out fuck, when he saw the tall body of the Black Bear King. Perhaps it was this sound that broke the initial balance. The Black Bear King suddenly roared to the sky, and got on all fours, and roared at Xiao He Empire Bred. Xiao He instantly smelled a foul smell, covering his nose and retreating, and did not forget to pull Empire Bred and said, "Wait for Xiao Yu and Guang Yin, the two of us can't beat them. I think the four of us may not be able to beat them." Empire Bred pulled Xiao He behind him and said, "Don't worry, it's just a monster, my brother is very powerful." "Xiao He, are you okay?" Yu Feiyu sneaked over from the other side, obviously did not alarm the Black Bear King. Xiao He shook his head. "It's okay. It seems that the Black Bear King will not come out from there. We will attack when we get close." Yu Feiyu nodded. "We have already touched the light years. Let's see how strong this Black Bear monster is. If it doesn't work, we will find someone to help." Xiao He looked at the Black Bear monster over Yu Feiyu, and shook his head and said, "Don't look at it first. Find someone. This is the boss monster." Yu Feiyu turned around instantly, and saw that the Black Bear monster seemed to be angry. It slapped the ground hard. The eyes began to become red and bloodshot. A long blood bar appeared on its head. Some blood skin fell off. It can be seen that there is another layer of blood bar below this layer of blood bar. Empire Bred stopped Yu Feiyu, who was about to call for help. "Don't rush to call for help, let's go. Let's go to help, don't worry, my brother can handle the monsters." After saying that, he rushed out first, and Yu Feiyu rushed up without saying a word. The remaining Xiao He hesitated for a while, first lowered his sympathy, and then waved his peachwood sword to help. Xiao He, Yu Feiyu, Empire Bred, and the three of them attracted the attention of the Black Bear King in front, harassed the Black Bear King, and Guang Yin attacked the Black Bear King's vital points from behind, and quickly knocked down the first layer of the Black Bear King's health bar. However, this also angered the Black Bear King, who roared loudly. Xiao He saw that he began to lose blood, and was also in a dizzy state. The fish and fish empires next to him also looked dizzy. Xiao He shook his head, and narrowly avoided the Black Bear King's claws. He quickly stuffed some food into his mouth to replenish his blood and physical strength. "Xiao He, get out of the way." Guang Yin's voice came over, and Xiao He reflexively moved to the side. The spear in Guang Yin's hand pierced the Black Bear King's heart, and the blood bar on the Black Bear King's head was instantly emptied. And then he fell heavily to the ground. Xiao He was stunned. She didn't expect Guang Yin to be so powerful. It seemed that he could defeat the boss alone. Imperial Bred clapped his hands, and came over to kick the corpse of the Black Bear King. A lot of things exploded from the corpse. Guang Yin pointed at the things and said to Xiao He, "Put them away first." Xiao He agreed and ran over to put all the things into his backpack without even looking at what they were. The corpse of the Black Bear King gradually disappeared after Xiao He picked up the things. A tea tree also appeared, with 4 bright words on it. 1,000-year-old tea tree. The tea tree is growing well, with dense leaves, and you can pick a lot of tea leaves at a glance. Yu Feiyu stepped forward and said, "Hurry up and pick them, it's getting dark in the game." The tea task requires 1,000 tea leaves, and the 4 people picked them all night to complete the task. After the task was turned in, Imperial Bred stopped, but Xiao He continued, picking while saying, "Since we are here, pick more. What if we have to fight the Black Bear King next time?" Imperial Bred thought it made sense, and continued to pick. Only after the tea tree stopped producing tea leaves did the 4 people stop, and go down the mountain to find Cha Yihu to hand in the task. The task was handed in smoothly. Cha Yihu saw the perfect tea leaves, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He praised repeatedly, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to complete my requirements in such a short time. Okay, I'll take care of your work. When I fry these 1,000-year-old tea leaves, I will bring people to help you solve the problem of the 360 lines. You go to the 360 lines and wait for me first." After that, Cha Yihu entered the house holding the tea leaves that he had been thinking about. Xiao He also received a prompt that the task was completed. Side quest: collecting 1,000-year-old tea leaves, completed, rewards issued. Main quest: the requirements of the 3 religions and 9 classes Tihu, completed. Main quest: all kinds of people to be activated. Xiao He raised his head and asked Yu Feiyu, "Shall we go over there and wait?" Yu Feiyu had just finished reading the quest prompt, and nodded when he heard Xiao He's voice and said, "Anyway, there's nothing to do. Just go and wait. The job transfer quest is open, and this game will probably open up more ways to play." Job transfer quest. So you are doing job transfer quests. I said that when I met you on the mountain. I didn't think you were going to kill the boss. A familiar female voice came. Xiao He looked over. The ID is very distinctive. At least Xiao He didn't forget. It was a player who asked passersby when he went up the mountain to look for tea leaves, called Black Silk Hottie, and as the name suggests, she was wearing the same white Taoist robe as her, but she had long legs, a thin waist, and a 36-inch chest, and her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she was flamboyant and bright, and her Taoist robe had a disco-style temperament. Xiao He swallowed his saliva. When I was on the mountain before, I was busy asking for directions, and didn't look carefully. It turned out that she was really a beauty. The black silk hot girl stretched out her hand, and waved it in front of Xiao He's eyes. "Are you stupid? You haven't told me yet. Are you really doing a job transfer task? What job? Is it this awful tree leaf water? When I was killing the boss, I was wondering what you were doing. After killing the boss, I ran to find you." The black silk hot girl glanced at the top of Xiao He's head, and continued, "He meow. Right? Tell me, I took an inexplicable task from the novice village, which asked me to go to a place called Lungu Mountain to find a Taoist priest named Zhang. The problem is that I searched all the forums, and didn't see a place called Lungu Mountain in the game. Isn't this a scam? And there are Taoist priests. I don't even know what Taoist priests do." The black silk hot girl got angry while talking, and kicked her long legs to the side, kicking the stone at the door away. Xiao He quietly shrank back and said cautiously, "I think you should probably go to Nandu to take a look." The black silk hottie narrowed her beautiful eyes, then smiled, hooked Xiao He's neck, and leaned close to Xiao He's ear, and said, "There's no rush. I'm very interested in the job transfer task now. Don't worry. I won't steal your task. Just follow and take a look." Xiao He looked helplessly at the Lightyear Empire's little bread fish Feiyu, who quietly hid aside when the black silk hottie kicked the stone. The black silk hottie was almost a head taller than her, and her whole body pressed on Xiao He. Although Xiao He was very happy to be close to the beautiful woman, it was also very uncomfortable to be pressed. Guangyan coughed, glanced at the black silk hottie's ID, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Xiaohe? How about you let Xiaohe go first?" The black silk hottie pouted, let go of Xiaohe, and didn't refute Guangyan's calling her Xiaohe. Otherwise, call her a hottie? That would be so embarrassing. It's all because she was so conscious when naming her, and didn't consider how others would call her. Xiaohe felt her neck lighten, breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed her neck and said, "Xiaohe, call me sister." The black silk hottie asked Xiaohe to call her sister without any hesitation. Xiao He said "oh" and changed her words. "Sister Xiaohe, we are going to the mission site. Maybe after we complete the mission, you can find Lungu Mountain." The black silk hottie's eyes lit up, and she smiled and patted Xiao He's shoulder. "That's great. What are you waiting for?" Xiao He was led forward by the black silk hottie, and he looked back at Guangyan and the other two with difficulty. Guangyan Empire Xiao Bread Yu Feiyu looked at each other, and then followed. The place called the 360 Lines by Cha Yi, who was still full of spider webs, and the door was still closed. After Xiaohe and his friends arrived, they stood at the door and waited. After waiting for a while, the black silk hottie lowered her head and asked Xiaohe, "Why don't you go in?" Xiaohe pointed at the door and said, "We couldn't open it when we came before. The quest NPC hasn't come yet, so I don't know if it can be opened now." The black silk hottie stepped forward and pushed the door, but it didn't move, and said, "This door prompts me that I don't have the relevant quest, so I can't go in." Xiaohe also stepped forward and pushed it tentatively, and the door opened. Xiaohe was stunned and said, "It seems that it can be opened after the quest is completed." Then he turned around and said to Guangyan and the other two, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Yu Feiyu walked over first. "Since it can be opened, of course we have to go in and take a look." Then he helped Xiaohe open all the doors. The long sealed door was pushed open, and light shone into the darkness, stirring up the dust on the ground. Looking from the main door, there was still an empty hall inside, and the back door of the hall could be seen at a glance, which was the back door that Xiao He had opened in the government office dungeon before. The hot girl in black stockings raised her hand in disdain to fan away the dust in front of her eyes. She covered her nose and sniffed. "Xiaohe, what kind of place is this? It's so dusty. How long has it been since it was cleaned?" Xiao told the hot girl in black stockings, Sister Xiao. The tea master said this place is called Sanbelyahang. It has been abandoned for a long time. We just opened it this time when we were doing the mission. As soon as she finished speaking, a black-bottomed gold-lettered plaque appeared on the top of the gate outside Sanbelyahang. There were 5 big characters on it, Sanbelyahang. The hot girl in black stockings subconsciously looked up and muttered, this name is really strange. Then she looked into the hall again. After a while, she gave a very fair evaluation. It's a big place. Suitable for disco. Xiao blinked her eyes, thinking that it was already interstellar. And Can You Fayu and the others didn't understand a lot of things. The disco activity was long-lived. Classics chanting and spreading. You have already opened the door now that the door is open. Go in quickly from today on. These 360 trades can finally see the light of day again. Xiao He turned around and saw Cha Yihu rushing over, followed by 2 skinny old men, 2 middle-aged women, who were about the same age as Cha Yihu, and a very young NPC holding a folding fan, who was obviously more gorgeously dressed than the others, and had a good-looking face, following slowly behind him. Chapter 19. Cha Yihu walked into Sanbeixixing from Xiao's side, turned around and greeted the 5 people he brought. Come in quickly, I never thought that we would come back one day. Cha Yihu was very emotional after that. He went in and turned on the lights in the hall, as if he was familiar with the place. The originally dim hall was instantly lit up. The 2 old men went in expressionlessly, but the 2 women smiled kindly at Xiao and the others as a greeting. The romantic young man waving a folding fan suddenly approached Xiao. His pair of peach blossom eyes were smiling, and said, Are you the strange and lovely little girl they said? Xiao said at a loss. The NPC had already gone in. Empire Bread shook his head, and said with certainty, Look, I said Xiao's affinity attribute must be very high. Except for Lord Zhao, who was hit by a brick by Xiao. Other NPCs seemed to like Xiao very much. The black silk hottie looked at Xiao when she heard it. Xiao waved her hands. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't even see that I have the affinity attribute. Yu Feiyu smiled and said, That is a hidden attribute, which cannot be seen. The game official mentioned it before, saying that people with high affinity are more likely to receive tasks from NPCs. This attribute is very random points. The players themselves don't know how much affinity they have, but I think Xiaomian is right, Xiao. Your affinity must be very high. The black silk hottie hooked Xiao's neck again and said, Don't talk about these things. Look at those NPCs. Xiao followed the black silk hottie's eyes and found that there were about 10 windows on each side of the 360-line hall. Similar to offices, there were 3 windows on each side of the small door opposite Xiao. Cha Yihu and the 5 NPCs who came with him sat behind each window. The names gradually lit up on each window. This corresponds to the various industries Xiao He mentioned earlier. The World Channel System notification sounded instantly. System notification. Players He Miaoer, Guangyan, Empire Bread, Yu Feiyu successfully opened the career system. Players can go to the 360 industries in Changan City to complete the job transfer task. Xiao He's 4 people's task completion rewards have also arrived. Mainline task. Various industries completed task reward. Top-level career set gift pack has been issued, can be opened after job transfer. Gold coins have been issued to the package. Xiao He immediately walked around the 360-line hall again after walking around. He said in a very tangled way, I haven't decided what profession I want to change to. Guangyan seemed to be uninterested in professions. After hearing what Xiao He said, he gave a suggestion. You don't have to choose yet. There are 22 professions in total here, but there are more than these professions in the various classes you mentioned, so this game may have hidden professions. The Empire Bread, who had already chosen to become a blacksmith and received a big hammer, was stunned, looking at him with a question mark on his face. Xiang Guangyan, damn it! Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'd become a blacksmith. What's the hidden profession? Do I have a chance to reselect? Yu Feiyu walked over with jade carving tools in his hand and said, Forget it. How can we hide tasks when we can't even get a task? I chose the jade carver. The NPC with the folding fan, whose name is Yu Xingyan. It's a nice name. But he looked disgusted when he saw me accept the task. Xiao He glanced at the big hammer in the hands of Empire Bread, and then looked at Yu Feiyu said, Learn well. This thing will be valuable if you learn it well. Empire Bread was even more disappointed. Blacksmiths are not valuable. Right? Alas, Xiao He scratched his head. Not really. I think blacksmiths can probably make all kinds of weapons. You think about playing games. You always need a handy weapon. Right? Empire Bread cheered up when he heard it. You make sense. Maybe one day I can make a magic weapon. Xiao He nodded repeatedly. That's right. Maybe I need your help to upgrade my brick. The Empire Bread agreed without hesitation. Don't worry. I will definitely help you. The Black Silk Hottie also walked around and came over. She said very disappointedly, those NPCs ignored me. How come you suddenly have a profession? Xiao He thought about it. Taoist priest should also be considered a profession. So he comforted the Black Silk Hottie. Maybe there is no suitable profession for you here. Why don't you see if there are any changes to your mission to Lungu Mountain? The Black Silk Hottie immediately pulled out the mission page when she heard it. And there were indeed changes. Main quest. I was originally from Lungu Mountain, a little immortal who has attained the Tao. Please go to Lungu Mountain to find the quest NPC. Coordinates? The Black Silk Hottie looked up and said, there are indeed changes. There is an additional coordinate, but the coordinates are all question marks. Xiao He couldn't see other people's quest pages. Hearing what the Black Silk Hottie said, he emphasized again, I think you can go to Nandu to have a look. Guangyan shook his head. No, all the coordinates in this game are currently question marks. You can see the location we are currently displaying, which is different from other games, which means this is not a location issue. Xiao He also called up the game coordinates and took a look, and they were indeed question marks, in theory. In order to facilitate the positioning of players in the game, the coordinates will be clearly marked when finding the quest location or quest NPC, but this game is a little different. There are coordinate items, but there are no specific coordinate numbers. Xiao He's current location is only displayed. Current position, 360 rows. Coordinates? If it is an unknown building, it may not have a building name. The Black Silk Hottie put her hand on Xiao's shoulder and said, come, discuss it. Just now they said that your affinity may be very high. If I am alone, I don't know when I will finish the job transfer task. You help me find the task target. I don't worry that you won't work in vain. How about I give you 10 gold coins when the time comes? Xiao blinked. How can I be so embarrassed? The Black Silk Hottie didn't even blink. I will give you half of the task reward. Deal. Xiao put his hand on the Black Silk Hottie's hand to show his agreement. Guangyan had some smiles in his eyes. He pulled the hot girl in black stockings into the team and said, this coordinate may also be a hidden main task. The reward may be very generous. But there is no clue at the moment. Xiaohe and the hot girl in black stockings added each other as friends. After hearing Guangyan's words, Xiaohe said, anyway, Changan City doesn't look like there are any clues. Let's go back to Taohua Village and ask the village chief. In fact, Xiaohe wanted to go back to the novice village to check on his house. This game needs to be played in the house at night. When collecting tea leaves before, various red-named monsters appeared as soon as it got dark. Fortunately, Guangyan's force value was enough. Even so, their life and physical strength dropped very quickly, twice as fast as during the day, and they needed to constantly replenish their physical strength and life. This situation would not happen in the house. Before leaving Changan City, Xiao went to Zhu Erding to ask Zhu Erding if he had any words to tell the village chief. Zhu Erding wrote a letter and gave it to Xiao to take to the village chief of Taohua Village. The five of them went to the carriage and horse shop to take a car back to Taohua Village. When they left, they found that a large number of players were pouring into the 360 lines to do the job transfer tasks. When they arrived at Taohua Village, Xiao found that there were still many players in Taohua Village. There was a steady stream of new players pouring into the game. After squeezing to the door of Xiao's yard with difficulty, Xiao saw the village chief, who was overwhelmed by the players. It was not difficult to see from the gap that the village chief's expression was very depressed. It felt like a worker was forced to work. Xiao looked at the village chief with sympathy, and then quietly asked Yu Feiyu and Guangyan, how did you get those players to leave the village chief when you came to me before? Yu Feiyu also whispered, that method doesn't work after one use. I told them that they can also accept tasks in the west of the village, and they may also receive hidden tasks. When people go to see if there is anything, they will know that they have been fooled. Didn't you see that some players have complained about being cheated on the forum? Xiao gave up looking for the village chief now. Turned around and opened the gate and said, wait until it gets dark and the village chief gets off work before going to find him. You guys come in and sit down first. After that, Xiao went in first, and then motioned to the black silk hot girl, Guangyan, Yu Feiyu, and the Imperial Bread to come in. Empire Bread looked at Xiao in surprise. Is this your home? Xiao He nodded, yes. It's a reward for building a civilization novice village. The hot girl in black silk stockings went in first. Took a look around Xiao He's yard and said pertinently, this yard is nice. Can it be transferred? I also want to buy one. Xiao He shook his head, I don't know. But since I can get this reward, it means that the game will definitely open up the gameplay of players' personal homes. Just wait a little longer. The small yard is a standard feature of Taohua village houses. A main hall, 2 east and west bedrooms, a small kitchen on the east wall of the yard, and the west is empty, with only a set of stone tables and stone benches, which can be used by players to grow vegetables or flowers. Xiao He asked a few people to sit down. Hurry up and sit down. It will be dark for a while. You can stay at my house tonight. Xiao He and I will stay. You 3 will stay on the other side. Yu Feiyu was looking around curiously. He said he had no objection when he heard Xiao He's words. Soon, the players surrounding the village chief found that the yard next door was opened. A few players went in and immediately started to grumble. The brave players saw that they couldn't squeeze in next to the village chief to receive the task. So they simply ran to the door of Xiao He's yard and peeked in, thinking it was a hidden task. The player with the default digital ID above his head tried to walk into the yard, but was immediately ejected. System prompt. Player 743-2648 is not allowed to enter the private residence of player He Meower without permission. This is the first warning. Player 743-2648 touched his sore butt and grinned. Private residence? Player's house? Can you build a house in this game? Xiao He heard the noise and looked outside. He stood up and said to the others, I'll go close the gate to the yard. As he said that, he went over and closed the gate to the yard. As soon as the gate was closed, the noisy sound outside could not be heard instantly. Little did he know that player 743-2648 had already posted this incident on the forum. After the sun went down, Xiao He stood up, opened the door, and looked out. As expected, he saw the village chief angrily driving away the players who wanted to accept the quests. He cursed angrily, I'm off work. You know I'm off work. Come back tomorrow if you want to accept the quests. If you keep pestering me, I won't give you any quests. The players were afraid of offending the village chief, and they left the village chief's house without saying a word. When Xiao He saw that it was quiet, he jumped behind the village chief with a smile and patted him. Uncle Village Chief. Long time no see. Chapter 20. The village chief was startled, and just as he was about to curse, he saw Xiao He's face and said unhappily, It's you. Why are you back? Has my brother's problem been resolved? Xiao He smiled, and pulled the village chief to his yard, and said as he walked, Don't worry, village chief uncle. Look, this is the letter that Uncle Ju asked me to bring to you. The village chief took the letter, opened it, and took a look and said, Not bad. Not bad. I knew you were capable. I received the letter. I'm tired all day. I'm going back to rest. After that, the village chief was about to go back to his home, and Xiao He hurriedly stopped the village chief. Uncle Village Chief, don't be in a hurry. Come on. Sit down. I still have something to give you. As he said that, Xiao He pushed the village chief to sit on the stool, and did not forget to hand him a cup of freshly brewed tea. The village chief squinted his eyes, and put down the tea. You girl never come to the temple for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Xiao He looked at the village chief with a smile, and didn't say what he was doing. First, he took out a bag of tea and handed it to the village chief. Look at what you said. Am I such a person? Uncle Village Chief, look. This is the tea I brought for you. The tea made by the best tea maker is so fragrant. The village chief took it, and smelled it with an approving look. Not bad. Not bad. It seems that you are doing well in this city. After praising Xiao He, the village chief took the tea and looked at Xiao He and said, Okay, if you have anything to say it quickly. If you don't say it, I will really leave. Xiao He hurriedly said, I know I can't hide it from you. Uncle, I'm just a little curious. The village chief asked back, What are you curious about? Xiao He pointed to the ground and said, It's where our village is exactly. I heard that other places have specific numerical values marked as location markers for villages and cities. Does our village have similar markings? The black silk hottie asked Yu Feiyu in a low voice. When has she heard of this? Does this girl often speak like this? Yu Feiyu just said, Anyway. Just ask if it works. The black silk hottie shut up, because the village chief showed a thoughtful, deep and complex expression, and patted Xiao He on the shoulder. When you first came to our village, I was very optimistic about you. You really lived up to everyone's expectations. You saw through the difficulties of our blue star. But you really found the wrong person this time. I am the village chief of Taohua village. I can't take care of such a big thing. Xiao He knew there was a chance when he heard it. Even if it was not the village chief's task, the village chief would definitely know where to take the task. The plight of Blue Star? Uncle, tell me in detail. Xiao He continued to ask while the iron was hot. The village chief shook his head. I told you that it's useless to ask me. You have to go to Changan City to find Lord Zhao. Xiao He was stunned. Lord Zhao? Lord Zhao in the government office. The village chief nodded. Yes. Lord Zhao is in charge of this matter. You can ask him directly, and he will tell you. As long as someone asks Lord Zhao in person, anyone can take this task. Xiao He looked at the bright red -100 belonging to Lord Zhao in his NPC favorability, and asked the village chief tentatively, besides Lord Zhao, is there any other way to take the task? The village chief shook his head mercilessly. Seeing that it was getting dark, the village chief stood up and said, thank you for the tea leaves you brought me. I just wanted to drink tea these days. I have to go back to rest. By the way, the homes of you outsiders have one more function than our homes of natives. It means that no matter where you are, you can go back home to rest directly. After resting, you can go back to where you came in. After saying that, the village chief waved and left Xiao's home. And he did not forget to close the courtyard door for Xiaohe. Xiaohe turned around and asked the four silent people, Uncle, just now. What you mean is that if I want to come back here in the future, I don't have to take a carriage back to the village first? Guangyan nodded. If I understand correctly, this is what you mean. Do you want to find out if your operation panel has this function? Xiaohe pulled out various direct panels. And sure enough, he saw the home option at the bottom. After clicking it, he saw the home function. There was also a special note. After using the one-click home function to return to the home, you cannot go directly to the novice village from the home. You can only leave the home through the home operation function and return to where you came in. Xiao He understood, which meant that she should not use this function as a free transfer. After checking the time, Xiao He said, it's getting late, let's take a rest and recover our strength, and then find a way to find Mr. Zhao tomorrow. After that, several people went back to their rooms as agreed at the beginning. After returning to the room, Xiao He said something to the black silk hottie and logged off. She had to solve her personal physiological problems, and by the way, see if there were any aircraft coming. After taking a look at the garbage mountain that had not changed, Xiao He sighed, looked at the sky that was gradually getting darker, then turned around and entered the box, closed the door, and drank the nutrient solution before re-entering the game. After returning to the game, Xiao He was still in the room. The black-stockinged hottie opposite was sitting casually on the bed, her eyes dull, and she was obviously AFK. It was still dark outside the game, so Xiao He simply started to look through her package. Xiao He's package was almost full of all kinds of things. There were several bags of tea leaves, some food to replenish her energy that she had accumulated while doing quests in the novice village, and a lot of strange props that she had obtained while doing quests in Changan City. There were also a bunch of things that exploded when she fought the Black Bear King in Wushan. Xiao He hasn't looked carefully at the things that the Black Bear King dropped. These things need to be sorted out and discussed with the Light Year Fish Non-Fish Empire Xiao Bian how to divide them. Xiao He looked at the messy game package and took out all the things from the package with a headache, sorted them, sorted his own things first, and then began to look through what the Black Bear King dropped. Name: Black Bear King's fur can be handed over to professionals to make bear fur coats, *1. Name: Black Bear King's teeth jewelry raw materials, *8. Name: Black Bear Claws weapon raw materials, *8. Name: Bear Paw ingredients, *2. Name: Crescent shovel weapon, 0-20 levels grade, blue. Attributes: attack plus 60, hit plus 35, life plus 10. Name: Tea Tree Heart necklace, 0-20 levels grade, purple. Attributes: defense plus 55, physical strength plus 20, agility plus 10. Name: 2 jars of high-quality honey ingredients. Name: 1 token. Xiao He looked at all the things that the Black Bear King exploded, 2 pieces of equipment, 5 materials, and a black token that he didn't know what to use. It can be said that he had a lot of harvest. After Xiao He sorted out the things, he sent the names and attributes of the things to the team channel. At this time, the sky in the game gradually brightened. The black-stockinged hottie moved a little. Her eyes became lively instantly. She stretched and looked at Xiaohe and said, "You're back?" Xiaohe looked up and smiled and greeted, "Yeah. I just sorted my backpack." In the team channel, Guangyan seemed to see what Xiaohe sent, and replied, "Team channel Lightyear, is this what the Black Bear King dropped?" Xiaohe nodded and replied, "Yes. You guys see if there is anything you want. I want those 2 jars of honey. Yu Fei Yu, I need a handy weapon, at Guangyan at Empire Bread. Give me this crescent shovel, I will pay you according to the market price." Empire Bread, what money do you need to pay? I don't need weapons. Give me the necklace, I will give it to my girlfriend when she comes to play games. Yu Fei Yu, Guangyan contributed the most, it's fine if he doesn't mind. Guangyan, you can just divide it, I don't need it. Black Silk Hottie, what do you get when you beat the boss? Can you sell me that bear paw? I can pay 100 gold, I have seen bear paws in the recipes at home, I have been curious for a long time. Xiaohe looked up at the Black Silk Hottie and said, "Can you make bear paws?" The Black Silk Hottie scratched her head. "I've seen the recipe. It means I haven't made it. I can't guarantee the taste." In the team channel, Empire Bread replied quickly, "Empire Bread, you are rich enough. Sister Hey, why do you want this thing? Give the money to Xiaohe, the thing is with Xiaohe, just ask her to give it to you. Lightyear at Xiaohe, you can deal with the other things, you can sell them or keep them. Yu Fei Yu, come out when you are done, it's dawn, let's go find Lord Zhao." Xiaohe jumped off the bed, stuck the bear paw to the Black Silk Hottie and said, "Take it, my bag is almost full." The player Black Silk Hottie issued a trade request. After Xiaohe clicked to agree, the Black Silk Hottie's 110 gold coins were transferred to him, and she told Xiaohe directly, "The other 10 gold coins are the reward for helping me with the task." After that, without waiting for Xiaohe to speak, the Black Silk Hottie left the room first. Xiaohe looked at the double gold coins in the bag, and suddenly felt that the Black Silk Hottie's back was full of money. Rich woman. Now Xiaohe's bag has 204 gold coins. 104 gold coins belong to Xiaohe, and the remaining 100 gold coins are their team's income. After leaving the room, Xiaohe hummed a little tune happily. Guangyan, Yu Fei Yu, and Empire Bread had already come out. Xiaohe gave the crescent shovel and tea tree heart to Yu Fei Yu and Empire Bread respectively. After thinking for a while, he gave a jar of honey to Guangyan and said, "This honey is delicious. You can try it." When Guangyan saw Xiaohe's sincere eyes, he subconsciously took the honey and said, "Okay." Xiaohe continued to say to Guangyan and the other 2, "Sister Xiaohe gave me 100 gold, which is the income from our team's cooperation. We will give each of us 25 gold. Yu Fei Yu said indifferently, "You can take my share. If you look back at the mission process, if you need anything, you can buy it directly." The Empire Bread also said, "What you said makes sense. This is called, for team funds, if nothing unexpected happens, I think we should be able to form a team for a long time, you take it." Xiaohe thought so too, so he didn't refuse, and said directly, "That's fine, I'll put it aside first, let's go find Lord Zhao, I still have to find a way to enter the government dungeon, Lord Zhao's favorability towards me is -100, forbids me to enter, I don't know if there is any other way to enter." If Xiaohe didn't say this, Yu Fei Yu and the others almost forgot that Xiaohe was on the dungeon blacklist. Guangyan stood up and said, "No hurry, if it doesn't work, let's go in and see if we can take the quest. If we can, Xiaohe doesn't have to go in. We can just take the quest and come out and share it with Xiaohe." Xiaohe nodded. "That's fine, then let's go." After discussing it, several people left from the back door of Xiaohe's house, avoiding the group of players surrounding the village chief at the front door. Chapter 21. Arriving at the gate of the government office again, Xiaohe saw 2 more NPC guards at the gate. Xiaohe deliberately followed behind Guangyan and the others, and went forward in secret. Guangyan looked back, then went forward to talk to the guards. When he was resting at Xiaohe's house before, he went to the forum to read the basic introduction of the government office dungeon. There is no strategy, because each player encounters different situations, so it cannot be used as a reference. "Hello, please open the dungeon." The NPC of the government office glanced at Guangyan and nodded. "Okay, the 5-person dungeon team, open." Sorry players. One of the players in your team does not meet the conditions for entering the dungeon and cannot enter the dungeon. Lightyear took a step back and looked back at Xiaohe, who was hiding behind the black silk hot girl. Xiaohe awkwardly showed his head. "I didn't show up." The Yamen runner looked at Xiaohe and his face fell. "It's her." She beat our master before. After that, he looked at the yamen runner on the other side. Watch her. Don't let her in. The water and fire sticks in the hands of the two yamen runners crossed instantly, clearly refusing Xiaohe's team to enter the dungeon. The players waiting in line to enter the dungeon saw this, and immediately shouted, "What's going on in front? Are you still going in? If you don't want to go in, get out of the way." He turned around and smiled at Xiao Mianbao. Sorry. There's a little problem. I'm leaving now. After that, he whispered, let's not block here. These two NPCs won't let us in if they see their posture. Guanyin frowned, took Xiaohe and others out of the government gate, walked to the side, and stopped at the corner of the street where no one was. Xiaohe hung his head in frustration and said, "What should we do? Why don't you go in and I'll wait for you outside?" Anyway, the village chief said that whoever asks Lord Zhao will receive the task. Yu Feiyu and Empire Bread looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, Empire Bread said, "Why don't we go in and try first?" As he said that, Empire Bread was eager to try and line up. To be honest, he had been curious for a long time. Since he first cleared the dungeon, he had not yet gone in to see the current government dungeon. Guanyin shook his head and called Empire Bread no. According to what the forum player said, after entering, you may not even have the chance to talk to Lord Zhao and will be directly convicted of a criminal record. You will either be thrown into prison or pay to pass the level. Empire Bread scratched his head. What should we do then? The four people were silent. After analyzing it this way, they felt that even if they entered, they would never see Lord Zhao. The black silk hottie leaned against the wall and hugged her chest. One leg bent back and supported on the wall. Seeing Xiaohe's worried look, she yawned and said, "Didn't you enter the government office dungeon before? Change your mindset. This is a holographic online game, not an old-fashioned keyboard online game mentioned in the book. Is there no back door in this building?" Xiaohe instantly looked up at the black silk hottie, and then happily patted the black silk hottie's arm vigorously. "Sister Xiaohe, it has to be you. Let's go!" After that, Xiaohe excitedly went around the back of the government office. Imperial Bread and Yu Feiyu were a little confused. Is there a way? Guanyin laughed and nodded and said, "Let's go. I didn't think of it before. There is indeed a back door. Lord Zhao personally showed us." After that, he followed Xiaohe's footsteps. Behind the government office is the 360th line. There is indeed a door leading to the government office in the 360th line. Xiaohe smiled and led people into the 360th line. There are many players in the 360th line now, and they are all taking job transfer tasks. As soon as Xiaohe entered, he heard some players complaining that the full-time tasks were abnormal, and the props they needed could not be found at all. Sanbei Shiliahang is completely different from when Xiaohe and his friends first came. The originally deserted Sanbei Shiliahang is now crowded with people. Xiaohe squeezed to the back door with great difficulty, and then breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around, he found that Guanyin and his friends were gone. Xiaohe did not wait, first walked to the back door, looked around, and then tentatively reached out to push the door, only to find that it was locked. "He meower, why are you here? You haven't completed the job transfer task yet. Come on. How about I teach you how to make tea?" Cha Yihu saw the sneaky Xiaohe at a glance, and immediately came over with a smile and patted Xiaohe on the shoulder and said, "Xiao," he was startled, and raised his head with a guilty conscience and laughed dryly. "I don't think I'm very good at making tea. Master Tea, are you here every day now?" Cha Yihu pulled Xiaohe to her seat and said, "That's right. These people have no talent. It's been a few days, and no one can meet my requirements." He meower, "I think you are very good. Will you really not consider it?" Before Xiaohe refused, Yu Xingyan, who was fanning herself next to Cha Yihu, came over and said, "Sister Cha, this girl is a good candidate for jade carving. Little girl, don't pay attention to Sister Cha, come here, I have a great task for you." Xiaohe immediately shook his head. No, I have something else to do. Let's talk about the job transfer task later." Yu Shengyan put away the fan and shook her head in disappointment. "You little girl are really, people begged me to give me a task, but I didn't give it to them. Why do you still despise them?" Xiaohe blinked and laughed. "I'm not cut out for this, Master Yu. You will definitely find a disciple with more talent than me." Yu Xingyan pouted and turned to ask Xiao. Just now I saw you sneaking around the door. What are you going to do?" Xiaohe looked at Cha Yihu and Yu Shengyan. and suddenly thought that these two people were the key NPCs to open the 360 trades. Maybe they have the key. Xiao He immediately said righteously, "It's like this. Master Cha. Master Yu. I accidentally offended Lord Zhao in order to successfully open the door of the 36 trades. I feel very guilty about Lord Zhao when I think about it. So I want to go to Lord Zhao to apologize in person. But Lord Zhao seems. He was angry with me and wouldn't let me enter the government office. I just wanted to see if I could get in here." As if Lord Zhao was apologizing. Yu Shengyan looked at Xiao He with a half smile, knocked on the table with a fan and said, "Lord Zhao is not so petty. How did you offend Lord Zhao?" Chai Yu also said, "Lord Zhao is very predictable. He specifically told us not to let you in from here." The four people from Guangyan, who finally squeezed in from the back, heard what Chai Yu said, and were a little dumbfounded. The roads ahead and behind were all blocked. Xiao He hesitated for a long time before saying, "It was just a small accident. The brick in my bag accidentally fell on Mr. Zhao's head." The voice was very soft, and it was impossible to hear it if you didn't listen carefully. Chai Yu and Yu Shengyan were both stunned. After a while, Yu Shengyan laughed out loud, looking very happy. After laughing for a long time, she stood up and said seriously, "Come on. I'll take you to find Lord Zhao to apologize." Her tone did not hide her desire to watch the fun. After that, she took out a key from the drawer, turned around and opened the door, and waved at Xiaohe. "Aren't you going to see Lord Zhao? Come on. These are your companions. Right? Come on. Let's go together." Chai Yu opened his mouth, trying to stop him, but seeing Yu Shengyan's enthusiastic look, he shrugged and gave up. He also reminded Xiaohe, "Go quickly. With Master Yu here, Lord Zhao won't make things difficult for you." Xiaohe's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed. After entering through the small door of the 360-line building, you will see the backyard of the government office. It is exactly the same as when Xiao He entered before. There is no change. As soon as Xiao He entered, he thanked Yu Shengyan. "Thank you, Master Yu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to get in." Yu Shengyan shook the key in her hand and said, "Let's go. Lord Zhao should be working in the study now." Xiao He was a little curious when he heard it. "Isn't he handling the case?" Yu Shengyan told Xiao He as she walked. "Those are all NPC programs set by the Lord God. If Lord Zhao is left to handle so many players alone, he will be exhausted." Xiao He turned back to Guangyan with great relief. "Empire bread? Fish is not fish." And the black silk hot girl said, "Fortunately, it's not like before. Go in. Otherwise you won't get the task at all." Yu Shengyan took Xiao He to the door of the government office study room with familiarity, and said loudly before she got close, "Master Zhao, I'm here to see you. If you have good tea, make a pot quickly." The servant guarding the door of the study room smiled and stepped forward. "It's Master Yu. Our master is dealing with the case file now. Master Yu, come with me." "Wait for a moment." Yu Shengyan shook her head. "The case file can be dealt with at any time." "Old Zhao, don't be silent. Look who I brought with me." Before Master Zhao responded, the servant saw the man following Yu Shengyan. Xiao He, who was smiling, suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at Xiao He. You, sir, the outsider who hit your head is here again." Xiao He raised his hand and shook it with a harmless smile on his face. When he saw Lord Zhao opening the door of the study with a dark face, he said very familiarly, "Hello, Lord Zhao." Lord Zhao endured it again and again, and said to Yu Shengyan, "You are here? Why did you bring someone here?" Yu Shengyan said innocently, "This little girl is likable. Besides, she came to apologize to you. I can't. Can you stop them?" Lord Zhao flicked his sleeves and ordered, "Show him away." Xiao He hurried forward and grabbed Lord Zhao's wide sleeves. "Stop. Lord Zhao, I really came to apologize to you. Look at my sincere expression." Lord Zhao pulled his sleeves, trying to push Xiao He away, but he failed, gritted his teeth, and looked at Xiao He. "Let go." Xiao He shook his head very shamelessly. "No, Lord Zhao. If you don't forgive me, I won't let go." Lord Zhao was so angry that his head was about to smoke, but Xiao He seemed to have endless energy, and he couldn't get rid of her, and his sleeves were about to be torn. Xiao He looked at Lord Zhao with sincere and innocent eyes, with an expression that he would not let go until he forgave him. Lord Zhao looked at his wrinkled official uniform with a distressed look and said with gritted teeth, "I forgive you. Let go! Xiao He's eyes lit up. And he immediately let go of Lord Zhao's sleeves, and looked at Lord Zhao with full energy. He also took out a large bag of 1,000-year-old tea leaves left over from the previous task, and said to Lord Zhao, Lord Zhao, this is the tea leaves I picked myself. Consider it all as apology. After that, he stuffed the tea leaves into Lord Zhao's hands. Lord Zhao threw the things to the servant next to him, with an expressionless face, and waved his hand impatiently. Leave quickly after you apologize. I am busy. Xiao He forced a smile, and looked at Lord Zhao hesitantly. Actually, I have something else to ask you. Lord. Chapter 22. Lord Zhao sneered. I knew it. Xiao He saw that Lord Zhao was not in the right trend, and stretched out his hands again, eager to grab Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao took a step back to avoid Xiao He's hand, who was about to use the same trick again, and said impatiently, just talk, don't touch me. Xiao He smiled, and made an okay gesture to Guangyan and the others with his hands behind his back, and then asked Lord Zhao seriously, it's like this. Sir, I'm just a little curious. I have a friend who wants to go to Nandu, but there are no specific coordinates on the map, and she is afraid of getting lost. Lord, what are the coordinates of our Changan city? Please tell me, so that I can find the place without taking a carriage. Lord Zhao was stunned when he heard it, and subconsciously responded. Asked, who asked you to ask me this? How do you know about the coordinates? When Xiao He heard the different tone of Lord Zhao, he knew that this matter was promising, and he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Didn't Lord Zhao give me the 360 trades before? I just found out that there were no coordinates when I went to the mountain to pick tea leaves. I spent a long time looking for tea trees. Plus, my friend was going to Nandu, so I remembered it, and came to ask Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao looked at Xiao He for a while before saying, no wonder the old man in Taohua village praised you for being smart. Yes, I do know about the coordinates. Come with me, Lord Zhao said, and walked into the study. Xiao He didn't expect it to be so simple, so she hurriedly followed him. Guangyan and the others followed him into the study. In the study, Lord Zhao took out a huge blank piece of rice paper that had been mounted and spread it out on the desk. He waved at Xiao He and said, come here. Xiao He hurried over and looked at the blank rice paper that was half her width. Lord Zhao pointed at the white paper and said, do you know what this is? Xiao He shook her head. Lord Zhao sighed, and said with a look of nostalgia, it's the lost map of mountains, rivers, and states. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and looked at the table again. Only then did she realize that the blank paper she thought actually had some almost invisible ink marks, and a vague outline appeared. It was a very familiar outline. Xiao He blinked her eyes, and subconsciously reached out to touch the shape that she thought she would never see again. Lord Zhao slapped Xiao He's hand away, looking at the blank map of mountains and rivers with care. He said, this map has lost its traces over the years. As the map of mountains and rivers has lost its color, all our cities have also lost their coordinates. If you want to know the coordinates of Changan City, you need to restore the outline of Changan City on this map, and mark the approximate direction. Xiao He looked at the map of mountains and rivers and said accurately at the center, 107.4109.49 east longitude, 33.42 34.45 north latitude. Lord Zhao was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? Xiao He pointed at the map of mountains and rivers and said, the coordinates and direction of Changan. At the same time, keyword prompt sounded in the Joint Research Institute. Trigger the key coordinate system. Xiao Li hurriedly clicked into C, and immediately turned back to Fu Yanzhou and said, Brother Fu, come on. Someone triggered the coordinate task, and accurately said the coordinate system of Changan. Fu Yanzhou hurried over to take a look, and was stunned after seeing Xiao He's ID. It's her again? Xiao Li said, don't worry about whether it's her or not. The coordinates this player said are accurate to the decimal point, and more detailed than what is recorded in the data. Brother Fu quickly sent it to the professors going to Blue Star for confirmation, which will be of great help to the excavation work. Fu Yanzhou. Zhou nodded, and sent the information to the professors, who were going to Blue Star through a special communication device. After hesitating for a while, he said to Xiao Li, prepare a game warehouse for me, set the data, and cannot accept tasks, upgrade, or obtain gold coins. Xiao Li made an okay gesture. Don't worry, Brother Fu. The game is running stably now, but there may still be bugs in the game. Brother Fu can eliminate potential bugs by entering the game. After speaking, he moved his fingers quickly, set the game data, and imported the game warehouse. Lord Zhao looked at Xiao He, and suddenly smiled and said, "Okay. Take the things." He threw a scroll of Shanhe Shejitu directly into Xiao He's arms. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly caught the scroll. The task prompt also sounded in time. Main task, Shanhe Shejitu task requirements. Complete the broken Shanhe Shejitu. Task props, a broken Shanhe Shejitu scroll. A magic brush * 1 task reward, 100,000 gold coins. When Xiao He saw the reward, his eyes widened, and he turned around and asked Guangyan, "You said before that the money conversion in this game is 10 gold coins equal to 100 yuan in reality, right?" Guangyan and Empire-bred Fish Feiyu also gave task prompts to the Black Silk Hot Girl, and their tasks were different. Main quest, assist player He Miaoer to complete the map of mountains, rivers and states. Quest reward, 1,000 gold coins. Guangyan nodded. Yes, this quest reward is very generous. Xiao He was dizzy, muttering to himself, 100,000 gold coins, isn't that 1 million? I'm rich. Yu Feiyu had sharp ears, and immediately asked Xiao He, 100,000 gold coins? Your quest reward is 100,000 gold coins? Xiao He nodded, laughing foolishly. Yes, 100,000 gold coins, hee. This game is so generous. To be honest, Yu Feiyu was envious. He was not short of money, but who would complain about having too little money? Empire-bred opened his mouth and stammered, 100,000 gold coins. Xiao He nodded happily. Guangyan looked at Empire-bred with disdain. You are so promising. You are short of this little money? Empire-bred shook his head honestly. No, it's just that this is the first time I see a game task reward of 1 million. The Black Silk Hottie didn't care about these at all, hooked Xiao He's neck. You have accepted this task. Shouldn't you accompany me to find that Lungu Mountain? By the way, do you have the location of Lungu Mountain on your map? Xiao He rubbed his face, and couldn't stop smiling, turned back, and greeted Lord Zhao. Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely handle this for you. Then I'll leave first, come back later. Lord Zhao was eager for Xiao He to leave quickly, and when he heard this, he asked Yu Changan to take Xiao He out from the same place they came in. Standing in the 360-row room, hearing the sound of the door closing behind him, Xiao He still had a smile on his face, looking at the hot girl in black silk stockings, said, "Let's go to Lungu Mountain now." Guangyan looked at the time and said, "It's a bit late. Let's go online to do the task tomorrow." Yu Feiyu said with some apology, "I may not be online tomorrow. I have something to go out for." The hot girl in black silk stockings said indifferently, "Don't worry, I have to go offline too. I have to go out. You can do the task tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Xiao He nodded. "Okay, then we will do the task together the day after tomorrow." The hot girl in black silk stockings nodded, patted Xiao He's head and went offline. Guangyan said goodnight to Xiao He and logged off. Imperial Bread immediately said to Xiao He, "Xiao He, I'm going to the government office dungeon to play. Are you going?" Xiao He nodded. She was also curious. Before leaving, Xiao He subconsciously clicked on the NPC's favorability and took a look. Favorability: Sister Wang, 7. Village Chief of Taohua Village, 8. Cha Yihu, 6. Yu Shengyan, 8. Zhu Erding, 7. Qi Daodu, 9. Lord Zhao, -70 superimposed attribute, forbidden to enter the government office dungeon. Xiao He widened her eyes, and gritted her teeth, and said, "I can't go. Lord Zhao's favorability is still negative. Lord Zhao is playing tricks on me." Imperial Bread held back his laughter, patted Xiao He's shoulder and said, "Forget it, I'll go and see for myself, and tell you later." After that, Imperial Bread turned around and left the 36 lines to go to the dungeon. Xiao He sighed, and seeing that Yu Feiyu hadn't left yet, she said, "Xiao Yu, aren't you going to log off today?" Yu Feiyu said, "It's almost time. I'll log off first, and see you the day after tomorrow." Xiao He nodded, and waved at Yu Feiyu, and Yu Feiyu disappeared in front of Xiao He. As soon as he left, Xiao He's surroundings became deserted. Xiao He looked around, and slowly left the 360 lines. She hadn't decided what profession to change to yet, so she didn't plan to do the job change task for the time being. After strolling around Changan City, Xiao He felt a little bored, and simply logged off and went to sleep. After staring at the dark ceiling for a while with her eyes open, Xiao He shrank into a corner before closing her eyes. When she woke up in the morning, it was still quiet and empty. Xiao He sighed and got up from the bed. She didn't know if it was her illusion, Xiao He always felt that it seemed to be a little colder these 2 days than when she first came. The blanket she covered herself with at night was not enough. The water from the water pipe was also a little bit biting. Xiao He frowned and glanced at the garbage mountain. She might need to find something to keep warm. There was no one here. If she really got sick, she couldn't get treatment. Xiao He put on the simple gloves he made and went to dig up the garbage mountain again. This time, he didn't climb to the top of the garbage mountain. Xiao He had climbed the garbage mountain many times before and found a pattern. The higher the things are, the easier it is to find drinkable nutrient solution. At the same time, there are basically no things like worn-out bedding and clothes. However, the things at the bottom of the garbage mountain are older, so the chance of finding warm items is greater. Xiao He slowly searched around the garbage mountain and found a box of sponges. Xiao He thought that sponges could also keep warm, so he carried them back little by little and stuffed them into the box he lived in. The 4 sides of the box were wrapped with sponges, which was indeed warmer. He also made a small piece as a mattress, and used the cloth of unknown material he picked up as a bed sheet. After finishing, Xiao He looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, and said to herself in a self-deprecating manner, I always said I lived in a doghouse before. And now I really live in a doghouse. After self-deprecating, Xiao He bit open a tube of nutrient solution and drank it, and sighed again. She wanted to eat meat, eat normal meals, and hoped to leave this hellhole as soon as possible. After a simple tidying up, Xiao He turned on the bracelet and entered the game. In comparison, she would rather enter the game. After entering the game, Xiao He found that her friend list was all gray. Light years, Empire bread, fish not fish, and black silk hot girl were not online. Xiao He was a little disappointed. Then she took a walk in Changan City and took a bus back to Taohua Village. Chapter 23. The sun was shining brightly in Taohua Village. One after another, players came out of the novice birth circle, seemingly full of curiosity about the game. Xiaohe strolled around the village and found that there were more shops in the village, such as weapon shops, tailor shops, restaurants, drug shops, grocery stores, etc. It looked like a very formal novice village. Surprisingly, the owner of the tailor shop was Sister Wang. When Xiaohe saw Sister Wang, she walked in and greeted her. Sister Wang. Sister Wang looked up and saw that it was Xiaohe, and a smile appeared on her face. Iti Meower, you haven't been back for a long time. Did you have fun in the provincial capital? After that, she asked Xiaohe to sit down on the small bench next to her and talk. Xiao He thought that she had nothing to do anyway, so she sat down. As she sat down, she asked, Sister Wang, our village is so lively. Sister Wang nodded, with a smile on her face. That's right. The village chief organized us to open several small shops in the village for outsiders like you to buy things. You know what? These adventurers look poor, but they buy things without blinking an eye. The income of our village during this period has caught up with the income of several decades in the past. It can be heard that Sister Wang is very happy. She said to Xiao He, you are still wearing this dress. Girl, come on. Do you like any of the clothes in Sister Wang's store? Pick 2 at random. Young people should dress energetically. As she said that, she reached out and grabbed Xiao He's arm and stood up to take Xiao He to pick clothes. Xiao He looked at the clothes in Sister Wang's shop. They were actually quite nice. However, Xiao He thought that the white Taoist robe on her body was also good. She hurriedly pulled Sister Wang. Sister Wang, I don't like clothes. This one is just convenient to wear. Sister Wang looked at Xiao He suspiciously. Really? Xiao He nodded affirmatively, and then suddenly remembered something. He took out the bear skin dropped by the Black Bear King from his backpack and asked Sister Wang, Sister Wang, can you handle this skin? I got it from a bear hunt with my friends before. Sister Wang took the bear's skin from Xiao He's hand, which was about to cover Xiao He, and exclaimed, wow, this bear skin looks good. Good stuff. What do you want to change it into? Don't worry about my sister's craftsmanship. I will make it for you. Xiao He nodded repeatedly when he heard it. That's great. Sister Wang, I don't know what to make either. Just make whatever you think is suitable for it. I'm not picky. Sister Wang nodded. Okay, I'll make you a bearskin coat. By the way, you can go to the pile of stones in front of our village to see if there are any suitable ores. I'll add them to the bearskin when I make them. Don't you outsiders like to increase the attributes of your clothes? I'll make you the highest standard. Xiao He's expression lit up, and he immediately said to Sister Wang, okay, I'll go find it now. Sister Wang, What kind of stone do you want? Sister Wang thought for a while and said, all are fine. The higher the level, the better. Xiao He went to find stones without saying anything, and planned to find more. In addition to using them on the bearskin, the rest would be given to Sister Wang, because Xiao He felt that Sister Wang seemed to need these ores very much. The place to find ore is the mountain that blocked Taohua village before. After it was split, only 2 piles of stone hills were left. Although they are called hills, they are actually quite large. There are indeed ore inside. At the beginning, many novice players went to mine for novelty. But later they found that they were all common low-level ores. So no one went there gradually. When Xiao arrived, he realized that he seemed to have no tools. There were also a few players mining at this point in the mine. Xiao observed and found that these players were holding a pickaxe in their hands. They knocked on the stone, and the stone would fall off. It didn't seem to be difficult. After observing for a while, Xiao He went up to a player who looked relatively friendly and started a conversation. Hello. Where did you get this tool? He glanced at the top of the person's head after saying that. The player ID was Zai Yanshang. Zai Yanshang recently discovered a new business opportunity. Currently, the only place where you can mine in the game is the stone pile in the novice village. But many small tasks in Changan City require submitting ores. Some players are too lazy to run back and forth, so they will directly purchase the task ores. Although they don't make much money, Yanshang thinks that these are all business opportunities. Now they make little money. But when the game is more developed in the future, won't they make more money? The most important thing is that Zai Yanshang thinks that the game Blue Star will not put some inexplicable things here. Everything in the game is useful. So Zai Yanshang does not upgrade tasks at all, and focuses on collecting game supplies and props. Look, whenever he has time, he goes back to the novice village to mine. It is no exaggeration to say that 80% of the ore in the novice village is mined by him. When he heard someone talking to him, Yanshang finished digging the ore in his hand and looked back at Xiao. I bought it from the blacksmith shop. You can go to the blacksmith shop in the village to have a look. You want to mine? Xiao nodded and looked at Yanshang curiously. The clothes on this player don't look like a novice, but level 3 is very novice. After all, she has done so many tasks, and now she is level 8. After saying that, Yanshang continued to lower his head and smash the ore diligently. After smashing it twice, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Immediately raised his head to look at Xiao. When his eyes moved to the top of Xiao's head, he saw the 3 words he meower. He put away the pickaxe in his hand, and stood up and bowed to Xiao. This was the way he learned to greet the NPC in the blacksmith shop. It's meower. I've heard of you for a long time. Xiao He subconsciously took 2 steps back before pointing at himself and asking, do you know me? Zai Yanshang grinned. Of course I know you. You're the boss who launched the public beta. If it weren't for you, this game might have been shut down because of the public beta mission. You want to mine? What kind of ore do you want? I have all of them. How about I give you a 30% discount? Xiao He looked at the solid stones on the ground. It might take a while to mine by himself, and he might not be as complete as others. Okay, what kinds of ores are there? How are they sold? Yanshang patted the stone beside him and sat down and said, let's sit down and talk. There are only 5 kinds of ores that can be collected in this game. You can't see the properties before collecting. After collecting, different colors will appear: gold, green, blue, red, yellow, corresponding to the properties of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. It seems that some special classification method of the ancient blue star is used. The levels are divided into primary or intermediate or advanced or top level or at present. What everyone needs is primary or intermediate or can also be mined here. You can mine 1 intermediate or out of 10, high level or cannot be mined here. You can synthesize it with intermediate ore, but it requires specific tools. What kind of ore do you want? Xiao He admired Zai Yanshang's appearance of knowing everything, but she didn't know what level of ore Sister Wang wanted. After thinking for a while, she asked Zai Yanshang about the price of the ore. What's the price? I'll take a look at the price before deciding how much to buy. Zai Yanshang was very straightforward. Low level ore is cheap, 1 silver coin apiece. Intermediate ore is 2 gold coins apiece, market price. High level ore is not available yet. What attribute do you want, and how much do you want? I'll give you a 30% discount. Xiao He calculated her package. More than 100 gold can be used. After hesitating for a while, Xiao He said, give me 2 intermediate ores of 5 attributes. Zai Shang's eyes lit up. Other players only bought low-level ores, and not much. People like Xiao He who bought 10 intermediate ores at a time were his big customers. No problem. I'll give you a 30% discount, a total of 16 gold. Thank you for your patronage. After saying that, Zai Shang took out the ore Xiao He wanted from the package and said with a smile, "Lucky, I have so many in my backpack, otherwise I would have to go back to Changan." Xiao He clicked on the application transaction, handed over the money and the goods. After getting the ore, Xiao He waved to Zai Shang. "Thank you." After saying that, he prepared to go back to the village to find Sister Wang. Zai Shang stood up and called Xiao He. Meow. Wait a minute. Add me as a friend. You can find me if you want to buy anything later. Of course. I also buy groceries. After saying that, a friend request was sent. Xiao thought about it and felt that it was true. There were indeed some things in her package that she might need to deal with. After agreeing to the friend request, Xiao separated from Zai Shang and went directly back to the novice village. After arriving at Sister Wang's tailor shop, Xiao saw Sister Wang greeting the players who were buying things. So she stood aside quietly and waited for Sister Wang to stop before going up. After Sister Wang sent the players away, she greeted Xiao He in the corner. "You're back so soon?" Xiao He nodded and said with a smile, "I met a miner and bought some ores from him." "Sister Wang, do you think it's enough?" Xiao He poured out 10 ores and placed them in front of Sister Wang. Sister Wang took one look and said, "Enough." "Enough? Why do you need so many? Let me see, these 5 attributes are all there." Xiao He nodded. "I don't know what attributes I need, so I just bought everything." Sister Wang scratched her head worriedly, finally clapped her hands and said, "Well I'll take all these stones. I'll ask someone to make you a bear fur coat with all 5 elements. I'll make sure it's worth the money." Xiao He nodded repeatedly. "Okay." Sister Wang smiled and put the things away, looked at the time and asked Xiao He, "You haven't had lunch yet? Let's go to my house to eat." Xiao He shook his head. No, I have something to do with the village chief, Sister Wang. I will come back to play next time when I am free." After hearing this, Sister Wang did not want to keep Xiao He any longer. She just said, "Then go quickly. The village chief stewed chicken today. You can still catch up with the meal if you go now. I will tell you when the bearskin coat is ready." Xiao He nodded and left Sister Wang's tailor's shop. She was not actually looking for the village chief, but Sister Wang said that the village chief stewed chicken. Xiao He smiled and decided to go and eat and drink for free. After walking to the door of the village chief's house, Xiao He found that there were no players in front of the village chief's house. Xiao He raised his hand and greeted the village chief, "Uncle Village Chief." The person standing with the village chief turned around and looked at Xiao He. Xiao He didn't put down his raised hand yet, staring at the man with a blank expression, and subconsciously covered his chest with his other hand, muttering, "Oh no! It's a heartbeat." Chapter 24. Xiao He just stared at the person blankly, without moving her eyes, and had completely forgotten that she was coming to the village chief's house for a meal. Until the person walked past her, Xiao He came back to her senses, wiped the corner of her mouth, for fear that her saliva would flow down, and watched the person walk away eagerly. She could watch this back figure for a whole day. That leg, Xiao He had no doubt, that leg could kick her in the heart, and that waist, she had an intuitive understanding of that wasp waist, the hands hanging on both sides of the body, the slender fingers moved slightly, and the wrists that were exposed from the sleeves of the Taoist robe. Xiao He was very sure, this thin-looking person definitely had a lot of muscles, and was very powerful. The most important thing is that face. Xiao He swore that she had never seen such a beautiful face. Sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. A gentleman, and as bright as the stars, could not describe this person's beauty at all. Yes, it was not inappropriate to describe this person with beauty. Xiao He swallowed her saliva. She didn't dare to think about how happy she would be if this person lay on her bed. Until the person walked away and could not be seen. Xiao He withdrew her gaze in disappointment. At this moment, Xiao He felt that she was suffering from lovesickness. She walked to the village chief in a daze and greeted him weakly. "Morning, uncle." "Village chief? What's early?" "It's noon," Xiao He said, listless and absent-minded. Her heart had already followed the person who had just been promoted to her white moonlight and cinnabar mole. Yes, at this moment, Xiao He had already regarded the beautiful woman who had just caught a glimpse as the white moonlight and cinnabar mole in her heart. The village chief raised his hand and waved it in front of Xiao He. revealing a slightly worried look. What's wrong with you? Did someone bully you outside? Xiao He shook his head, and suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly pulled the village chief and asked, Uncle, who was that just now? The village chief paused and said nonchalantly, Who else could it be? An outsider like you. Why are you asking this? Xiao He chuckled twice, and twisted his hands together, and said hesitantly, Well, he is so handsome. Uncle, what is his name? The village chief looked at Xiao He with a question mark on his face. What do you want to do? What does his good looks have to do with you? Don't ask about other people's business. Come on. My family stewed chicken today. Come in and eat some. You have been out for so long. You have lost weight. After saying that, he pulled Xiao He into the house, completely ignoring Xiao He's desire to find the beautiful woman. Fu Yanzhou walked to an empty corner and pinched his forehead, then opened the operation page to contact Xiao Li. What's wrong with the game cabin? The appearance can't be adjusted. Adjust the data. Xiao Li smiled. Brother Fu, do you still need to adjust your face? Will you let others live? Fu Yanzhou said expressionlessly. I'll give you 2 minutes. Write a disguise code. Xiao Li wailed, finally knowing what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot, and had to accept his fate and follow Fu Yanzhou's instructions. He set a disguise prop for Fu Yanzhou's game character, and he could freely adjust his appearance after wearing it. After finishing, Xiao Li suddenly had an idea. Brother Fu, since we have already made this up, why not put it in the game mall? It will definitely sell well. After Fu Yanzhou got the props, he heard Xiao Li's words and said, Just do it as you see fit. After that, he unilaterally cut off contact, and then put on the props, gathered his loose hair, and tied it up with a rope. I don't know what kind of bad taste Xiao Li has, but after logging into his game cabin, he directly entered the game. According to the one-to-one physical data, Fu Yanzhou sighed and adjusted his appearance, from a rare and beautiful face in the world, to an ordinary handsome guy. After finishing, he really didn't attract as much attention as before. Fu Yanzhou was very satisfied. He didn't enter the game to play games. Xiao He was absent-mindedly eating the stewed chicken given by the village chief at his house. The village chief's granddaughter looked at Xiao He curiously. After Xiao He finished eating, he stood up and greeted, Uncle. Xiao Hua. I'm full. The village chief couldn't stand it anymore. How to say it? He Miao is also a member of their village. Going out like this will affect the reputation of their village. The village chief coughed lightly, put one down, and said expressionlessly, Look at your achievements. Xiao He sighed. Uncle, you don't understand. He is so handsome. Xiao He showed an obsessed expression again, and then said, Uncle, why don't you tell me what his name is? The village chief snorted. You girls are superficial. What's wrong with a good-looking face? Is the most important, for example, me. Xiao He glanced at the village chief, sighed, and then slowly left the village chief's house, looking like she was in love with him, which made the village chief scold her for being useless. When Xiao He was about to leave the yard, the village chief said loudly and unhappily, The sea is peaceful, and the river is clear. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, and waved to the village chief, Thank you, Uncle. After that, he walked towards the village excitedly, not going home. While walking, he searched for this name in the friend list, but he didn't dare to send a friend request. After searching, he looked at this name hesitantly and sighed. Xiao He, who didn't dare to send a friend request, started to walk around the village with the idea of a chance encounter. She exuded the aura of being fascinated by male beauty, and couldn't think of the mission at all. After walking around, Xiao He was disappointed to find that she couldn't find it. The peerless beauty she caught a glimpse of seemed to be her illusion. Xiao He was depressed. When she walked back from the end of the village, Xiao He was still melancholy. Suddenly, she bumped into someone. When she looked up, she saw a familiar figure. Long legs, thin waist, and the touch she just bumped into was firm muscles. Xiao He got excited and looked up immediately. What she saw was the face of an ordinary handsome guy. Xiao He blinked, rubbed her eyes, and moved aside in confusion. This dress? This figure? I remember correctly. It was the one I saw at the door of the village chief's house just now. But the face didn't match. Not sure, take another look. Xiao He looked up again. It was still the same ordinary handsome face, but the length and shape of the hair, Xiao He felt that he had not recognized the wrong person, took another look at the ID on the top of the head. Sea and river, it was indeed right. What's wrong with this face? Xiao He couldn't help showing a little disappointed look. Where is the promised beauty? Fu Yanzhou came to find Xiao He on purpose. When he met Xiao He at the village chief's door just now, Fu Yanzhou wanted to say hello, but seeing Xiao He's silly look, Fu Yanzhou went to settle the score with Xiao Li first. Xiao He stood in front of Fu Yanzhou and raised her head from time to time, thinking that it was not obvious to glance at Fu Yanzhou. She looked distressed after a glance, which made Fu Yanzhou laugh. After Fu Yanzhou laughed out loud, Xiao He felt that her ears were pregnant with this voice, which was so beautiful. Xiao He quietly raised her head, and could not see the cleverness of fooling the NPC before. She stuttered and said, "Sorry. I bumped into you just now. Were you at the village chief's place just now?" Fu Yanzhou nodded with the intention of making friends with Xiao He. "Yes. You looked dazed just now. Did something happen?" Xiao He complained in his heart. But there was nothing else. But at that moment, he had already thought of what to name their child. But now that she saw her gorgeous face was covered by an ordinary handsome guy's face, Xiao He regained her senses. But she was still moved. She said a little embarrassedly, "I was just thinking about something. Your name is Hai Yan He Qing?" Fu Yanzhou nodded. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to brag to Xiao He before. But now it seems that there is no problem. Xiao He glanced at Fu Yanzhou again, and her heart was still moved. Xiao He felt that this was the first time in her life that her heart was moved. She must not let him run away. She racked her brains to come up with a topic. "Well, why is your face different from before?" After asking, Xiao He secretly cursed herself, saying that she was talking about something else. What if there was a bug in the game? When someone entered the game with that stunning face, it suddenly turned back to an ordinary face. What a gap. Fu Yanzhou was not angry, but just explained, "There was a glitch when I entered the game, and I couldn't adjust my appearance. I just reported it to the official, and I adjusted it casually." Xiao He widened her eyes. "Oh, he is a handsome guy in real life." She didn't realize that Fu Yanzhou's attitude towards her seemed too familiar. It was obviously the first time they met. Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiao He's dazed look again, frowned slightly. "Clearly when I saw it through the data monitoring before. He Miao was obviously a strange and overly lively girl. Why did she look so dumb when they met? What are you going to do?" Fu Yanzhou decided to take the initiative to bring up the topic, and then followed Xiao He, watching Xiao He do the task of Shana Shejitu, so that he could intervene in time if there was any error during the task. Xiao He forced down the beautiful face in her head, raised her head, and shook her head. "It's nothing. It's nothing. Just call me Xiao He. Hey, can I call you a yin?" At this moment, Xiao He's expression was so obvious that everyone knew what she was thinking, and she did not hide her affection for Fu Yanzhou. Only Fu Yanzhou, the person involved, did not see it. "It's all right. Xiao He. Right. I just entered the game, and I haven't figured out how to play this game yet. Can you play with me?" Fu Yanzhou glanced at the words Xiao Li sent him, and read them out to Xiao He, because Xiao Li's message said that if he didn't say so, he Miao might not take him to do the task together. Xiao He immediately patted his chest. "No problem. I'm a good person. Come on. I'll take you to the village chief to take the task. I will make sure that the village chief will give you the highest level of task rewards." After saying that, Xiao He took action. She covered Fu Yanzhou's wrist with one claw. The moment her hand touched Fu Yanzhou's wrist, Xiao He lowered her head to her chest. She was afraid that she would show a lustful expression and scare people away. And this muscle, she can do it. When Fu Yanzhou heard that Xiao He was going to take him to take the task, he was a little at a loss. He couldn't take the task at all. Without waiting for Fu Yanzhou to speak, Xiao He had already brought people to the village chief in a hurry. The village chief was standing at the door. The players changed their previous style of surrounding the village chief and lined up in an orderly manner. Xiao He pushed Fu Yanzhou to the end of the line and said, "Wait first. It's not good for us to cut in line. I'll move a stool for you." After that, he went back to his home and brought a small stool out from home, fearing that his heart would be tired. Chapter 25. Fu Yanzhou waited for Xiao He to bring out the stool before he found an excuse and said, "Don't wait. It doesn't matter if I don't do the mission anyway. There are so many people here, it may not be my turn even after dark." Xiao He thought about it and thought so, and stuffed the stool into his backpack, and put his claws on Fu Yanzhou's arm, and pinched it as if it was unintentional, and then said seriously, "It doesn't matter, I'll take you to Changan City to play games, and if you don't like to do the mission, we won't do it, let's go! Fu Yanzhou. Thank you, but when you talk, can you take your hand off his arm? Also, don't pinch it. Xiao Yi's drooling expression was still there. But after seeing the expression on Fu Yanzhou's face, she withdrew her hand, coughed twice, and said with a vague look, well, I was afraid that you would fall, so I just helped you up. Don't get me wrong. After that, she took 2 steps forward first, and when she saw that Fu Yanzhou didn't follow, she turned back and tilted her head, as if asking Fu Yanzhou why he didn't leave. Fu Yanzhou felt a little helpless. But when he saw the clear light in Xiao Yi's eyes, he swallowed the words that were on his lips and walked towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was happy, jumping and humming songs. She was so happy. She hadn't been so happy since she traveled through time. She was indeed beautiful, although the beauty looked ordinary now. It didn't matter. Xiao Yi would automatically transform Fu Yanzhou's current face into the face when they first met. After arriving in Changan, Xiao Yi looked at the friend list. Guang Yin and the others were not online. Xiao Yi quietly looked up at Fu Yanzhou, then sent a friend request. After that, she looked at Fu Yanzhou nervously, a little worried that Fu Yanzhou would reject her friend request. However, Xiao Yi's worry was unnecessary. Fu Yanzhou quickly accepted her friend request. Xiao Yi added Hai Yan Yiqing to her friend list. Xiao Yi immediately laughed and explained to Fu Yanzhou, let's add friends so that we can contact each other in the future. But the expression on her face was completely different. After Xiao Yi took Fu Yanzhou around Changan City, she was afraid that Fu Yanzhou would be bored. So she took Fu Yanzhou to find NPCs to do daily small tasks, such as helping the bricklayer in Niwa Lane to deliver a load of mud, or helping the restaurant owner to catch wild game outside the city. Perhaps because Fu Yanzhou was very cooperative, Xiaohe did not doubt that Fu Yanzhou would not receive the task. When she used the peachwood sword to fight wild monsters, she did not forget to remind Fu Yanzhou, stay close to me, but not too close. You just entered the game and have not yet upgraded. I will fight monsters, and you just need to follow me to pick up things. Fu Yanzhou really followed Xiaohe to help Xiaohe pick up things. After Xiaohe killed the monsters, he gave all the things to Xiaohe. After returning to the city to hand in the task, Xiaohe continued to take Fu Yanzhou to do these small tasks with little rewards and little experience. There was no other reason. But Xiaohe felt that these tasks were suitable for them to cultivate their relationship alone. But Fu Yanzhou couldn't help it. He didn't enter the game to play. For a whole day, Xiao Yi kept taking him to take on quests, killing monsters and getting quest items, and then handing in quests, repeating. When Xiao Yi wanted to take on a quest to take him out of the city to kill monsters again, Fu Yanzhou stopped Xiao Yi and said, we have already done all the daily quests in Changan City. Fu Yanzhou said it very tactfully, expressing that he didn't want to continue doing these quests. Xiao Yi slapped his head and said, that's right, Ian, are you bored? It doesn't matter, I'll take you to have tea with Master T. By the way, if I ask Master J to help me carve something, will he help? Hee. I think Ian's neck is missing a bright red pendant. After saying that, Xiao Yi didn't know what he thought of, and the smile on his face gradually became obscene. Fu Yanzhou. Xiao Yi immediately put away the expression on her face, and took the opportunity to hold Fu Yanzhou's hand. When holding Fu Yanzhou's hand, she showed a tyrant's expression in a place where Fu Yanzhou couldn't see. She knew that Ian's fingers were not only beautiful, but also felt very suitable for hugging her waist. Xiao Yi swore that sooner or later, she would let Hai Yanheking's hand rest on her waist. Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiao Yi holding his hand tightly, which was smaller than his hand, and looked soft and boneless, but Fu Yanzhou tried, and couldn't break free, unexpectedly. Xiao Yi looked small, but he was quite strong. So he simply gave up, and let Xiao Yi pull him to walk 360 meters. When they arrived at Sanluxi, it was dark in the game. Sanluxi was about to close. Yu Shengyan and Cha Yi, who came out last, and watched Yu Shengyan's NPC lock the door. Xiaohe forgot that Sanluxi would close at night. He scratched his head and said to Fu Yanzhou, I'm sorry. I forgot that this place would close at night. Yu Shengyan had already seen Xiaohe. He closed the folding fan in his hand to show his elegance, and shouted at Xiaohe, why are you here today? Have you changed your mind and want to become my disciple? After saying that, he walked toward Xiaohe. When he got closer, he saw Fu Yanzhou beside Xiaohe. He was stunned for a moment and blinked his eyes. He remembered that the Lord God had sent a letter to each of their NPCs not long ago, saying that the one who created them came into the game to inspect their work and asked each of them to pay attention and leave a good impression on their god of creation. Yu Shangyan subconsciously tidied up her appearance. Just as she was about to greet Fu Yanzhou, she received an urgent letter from the Lord God, asking him to pretend that he didn't know. Yu Shangyan felt that her head was about to get tangled, but she still respected the Lord God's idea. She turned her gesture of greeting Fu Yanzhou to Xiaohe. Who is this? Xiaohe immediately became excited, and pulled Fu Yanzhou to introduce happily. The sea is peaceful, and the river is clear. A yin? It's me. No. It's my friend. He after saying that, Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. She almost said it's my wife. They had only known each other for a day. What if a yin was scared away? Where could she see such a beautiful face in the future? Yu Shengyan nodded and invited Xiaohe. It's getting dark. Why don't you two go to my house? Xiaohe looked at Fu Yanzhou. She could go back home directly. Fu Yanzhou shook his head. Don't bother me. We'll go somewhere soon. Yu Shengyan said to Xiaohe, if you have something to do in Sanbeliaheng, please come earlier. We have to go home and rest at a certain time. After that, she patted Xiaohe's head with her hand, and left with a fan. Xiaohe glared at Yu Shengyan in dissatisfaction, and then asked Fu Yanzhou with concern, are you going offline? Fu Yanzhou nodded. I have something to deal with. Xiaohe said in disappointment, and soon cheered up again, looking at Fu Yanzhou with expectation. Will your face look like what I saw before when you go online next time? Xiaohe did not hide her lustful nature. Fu Yanzhou sighed silently, thinking that he had probably stayed in the institute for too long, and there was a generation gap between him and the young people outside. When he saw Xiaohe's expectant look, Fu Yanzhou said mercilessly, probably not. He then logged off, leaving Xiaohe standing there, and then clicked back home in frustration, sitting in the yard and sighing. Such a beautiful woman. What's wrong with that stunning face? This was the first time she had seen a figure that met her aesthetic standards. Wait! Xiaohe, who was sighing, suddenly straightened up, and gradually showed a suspicious expression. She suspected that this beauty came for her Shanha Shejita mission. A million reward. Who wouldn't be tempted? Good boy. Is this game so leaky? She accepted a mission so quickly and people knew about it. She even used a beauty trap. Xiaohe clenched his fists. It's okay to be after her. It's not okay to be after her money, no matter how beautiful she is. But Xiaohe gradually loosened his fists, and the hesitation on his face showed his wavering heart. Growing up like a yin, that is not impossible. She is so beautiful, you have to be after something. Right? Xiaohe's eyes wandered. At this moment, she empathized with the ancient tyrants. That's fine, as long as they were willing to spend time on her. It was good. Xiaohe gave herself a cheering look, and then went offline to take a look. After dawn in the game, it was dark on the garbage planet. Xiaohe went out to take a look and closed the door tightly. It was very cold at night. Luckily, she picked up those sponges to keep warm. When she returned to the game, Xiaohe saw that no one in her friend list was online. The new White Moonlight, who grew up in her aesthetic line, was not online either. Xiaohe was very bored, so she simply stayed at home, and took out the task prop Shanha Shejitu, and spread it on the table. Her task was to complete the Shanha Shejitu. Xiaohe was a little worried when she saw the Shanha Shejitu, which was blank with only a faint trace of ink. No matter how good she was, she couldn't make something out of nothing. How could she draw this picture, if she drew it wrong? She didn't know whether the game task would fail. Biting the magic brush, Xiaohe stared at the blank drawing in a daze. After a while, her eyes became firm. She picked up the pen and started drawing on the picture. Who cares? It's just a game prop. Let's try it first. It's strange. The moment Xiaohe picked up the brush and touched the blank scroll, a city outline appeared in her mind inexplicably, and a very detailed national map outline. Xiaohe blinked her eyes, and felt very magical. Does this game have such a function? Can the map be projected into the player's brain? Is it set for completing the task? Xiaohe thought a lot, but her hands did not stop. She directly copied the drawings that appeared in her mind and marked the coordinate data. After finishing the drawing, she was very moved. Her previous drawing was at the level of an elementary school student. Future technology is better. She has become a master of fine brushwork by playing a game. Look at this map. How well it is drawn. She is simply a genius. Looking at the map with 9.6 million square kilometers under her pen, which is exactly the same as in her memory, Xiaohe was very enthusiastic and vowed to finish drawing this map. Then she continued to prepare to draw with great enthusiasm. However, this time, she could not draw the outline of the next area. Xiaohe looked at the pen in confusion, and the shape of the next area did not appear in her mind. Xiaohe put down the pen and looked at the pen and map on the table in confusion. Can't this task be completed in one go? Chapter 26. Xiaohe stared at the small piece of picture drawn on the blank scroll. She really didn't understand the principle. However, after Xiaohe put the scroll away, her Shanha Shejita task changed. Main quest, Shanha Shejita completion. 1 out of 30. Xiaohe immediately threw away the confusion in her mind. Who cares? She can get 1 million after completing the task. Xiaohe was happy to think of the small money. Of course, if the beautiful A Yin came to her arms, she would be even happier. The next day, Xiaohe subconsciously checked the friend list as soon as she went online. She found that Hai Yanheking's ID was bright, and she was immediately excited. She completely forgot yesterday's guess that he was approaching her with a certain purpose. Her mind was full of, forget it. He is willing to spend time on me, and then happily sent a private message. He meowed a yen. After Fu Yanzhou came online, he saw that Xiaohe had not come yet. He first took the time to check some bugs reported by the NPCs in the game. When he received Xiaohe's private message, he had just finished dealing with a problem. When he saw Xiaohe's private message, Fu Yanzhou smiled unconsciously on his face. He replied casually, Hi Yanhe-Qing, where are you? Xiaohe's originally nervous mood instantly relaxed. He rubbed his hands and replied, in Changan, I'll find you. Fu Yanzhou quickly replied, no need, I'll find you. When I went online today, I found that Changan City had specific coordinates. You can check your location. Xiaohe then pulled out the map in the game and took a look. Sure enough, he saw the clear coordinates and hurriedly sent out his current location. Private message Lightyear, where are you? Yu Feiyu, online? Join the team. Black Silk Hottie, you can do it. I haven't been online for a day. The game has coordinates. Xiaohe, who was obsessed with beauty, only remembered the few other friends in the friend list at this time, and hurriedly replied one by one. He Meow Air replied to Lightyear. In Changan, coordinates 187,264. He Meow Air replied to Yu Feiyu. Coming. Coming. He Meow replied to Black Silk Hottie. I did some research since you guys didn't come online yesterday. After replying, Xiaohe saw Yu Feiyu's team application. After clicking agree, I saw that everyone in the team was there. Team channel He Meower. You guys are here so early today. Black Silk Hottie. Huh? It's noon. I've already had lunch. How can it be early? Xiaohe subconsciously cut out the game and took a look. It was just getting light outside before going online. She thought she woke up early today. When she looked at the time again, Xiaohe frowned. Will the daybreaks on this garbage planet get later and later? The reminder sound in the game brought Xiaohe back to his senses, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and returned to the game. When he came back, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. Xiaohe immediately looked up. When he saw that it was still that ordinary face, Xiaohe's expression could not hide his disappointment. Fu Yanzhou was so angry that he laughed. Are you disappointed to see me? Xiaohe hurriedly shook his head. No. No, Ian. I thought you wouldn't be online today, hee. Fu Yanzhou said, this game is actually quite fun. I'm on vacation recently. I won't be offline. Xiaohe nodded immediately. Yes, it's fun, Ian, that. Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiaohe, signaling Xiaohe to speak directly. Xiaohe looked at Fu Yanzhou cautiously. Aren't you going to protest to the game officials? Such a pretty face. Fu Yanzhou thought Xiaohe was going to say something, but it turned out that she was concerned about his face. Fu Yanzhou didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only look at Xiaohe helplessly. Seeing Fu Yanzhou silent, Xiaohe sighed in disappointment, and did not forget to comfort Fu Yanzhou. It's okay. This face is also good-looking. What is good-looking? The hot girl in black silk stockings appeared from behind Fu Yanzhou, and asked Xiaohe curiously. After asking, she looked at Fu Yanzhou, looked Fu Yanzhou up and down, and then said to Xiaohe, your man? Xiaohe widened her eyes, and immediately shook her head. I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. It was her face that turned red in an instant, which made Xiaohe's denial unconvincing. The hot girl in black stockings snorted and laughed, circled around Fu Yanzhou, then shook her head. Your taste, TSK, the figure is good, the face is SOSO, you haven't seen anything good. Xiaohe felt like she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was one thing to have this intention, but being told in front of her, Xiaohe felt socially dead. Fu Yanzhou pretended not to understand and asked Xiao He, "Is this your friend?" Xiao He nodded randomly. Her face was still hot, reached out, and pulled the hot girl in black stockings behind her. "Sister Xiao He, don't say anything." The hot girl in black stockings chuckled twice, and stood beside Xiao He. Okay. Okay, isn't it just that you are thin-skinned? Where are Xiao Mian Bao and the others? Here. Here. Sister He. You run really fast, you just passed by me in a flash. The Empire Xiao Mian Bao came trotting over, and behind him was a light year that was not in a hurry. Yu Fei ran over from the other side, and smiled when he saw Xiao He. Xiao He. Xiao He was thanking people for coming in time, and waved in response when he heard Yu Fei's voice. Guangyan and his friends approached, and saw Fu Yanzhou standing next to Xiao He. Yu Fei stopped and asked Xiao He, "Is this your new friend?" Xiao He nodded, and pointed at Fu Yanzhou and introduced, "This is Haiyan Hiching. I was doing daily tasks with him yesterday. Yin. These are my friends. Guangyan. Yu Fei. Empire Bread. Black Silk Hottie." Fu Yanzhou nodded and greeted, "Hello. I am Haiyan Hiching. Empire Bread is very friendly. Likes to make friends." He responded to Fu Yanzhou quickly, and said with a smile, "It's more lively with more people." Yu Fei saw Xiao He's subconscious approach to Fu Yanzhou, and felt uncomfortable, but soon put the idea aside, smiled and stretched out his hand and said, "Hello. Hello. Xiao He's friends are my friends." Guangyan also nodded slightly. "Hello." Xiao He saw that everyone knew each other, so he said, "Since everyone is here, let's go to do the mission." Fu Yanzhou came just to keep an eye on the mission. Of course he had no objection. Guangyan looked at Xiao He and said, "I checked some information yesterday. The main task of the mountain and river map cannot be completed in a short time. Didn't you promise to help Xiao He find Lungu Mountain before?" Xiao He nodded. "I drew the picture of the mountain and river map task yesterday." Then he took out the scroll and unfolded it for several people to see. "Look! I tried it yesterday. I can draw Changan. The task has progressed. However, when I want to draw other places, I can't draw them. So I think this task may require me to reach the destination in the game before I can draw the next place. At the same time, I can't complete the game alone. So this game will set up auxiliary task players. Which is you." Guangyan nodded. "What Xiao has said makes sense. Then let's go to Nandu first as agreed before to verify what Xiao has said." Yu Fei and Empire Bread Black Silk Hot Girl had no objection. Basically, what Guangyan and Xiao has said would work in the end. Fu Yanzhou was stunned for a moment after hearing what Xiao He said. He didn't set up such a thing. In fact, when developing the game, the task of Shanha Shejitsu was put after the development of the entire game map. Originally, an ordinary coordinate display task was set up, and the NPC who took the task was indeed Lord Xiao. It's just that the NPC's independent thinking is too active. For some reason, Lord Xiao didn't give Xiao He the ordinary coordinate task when he asked about the coordinate task, but directly took out the Shanha Shejitsu task. Xiao He's analysis of the task just now is indeed very reasonable, but all of this is based on the development of the full map in the game, and then there will be relevant settings. So the map drawn by Xiao He is not the program set by the game development team as Xiao He thought. Thinking of this, Fu Yanzhou immediately looked at the map in Xiao He's hand. Most of the map is still blank, only the location of Changan pointed out by Xiao He before has a map. Xiao He drew it in great detail, the outline of Changan, and the general blocks of the main roads, including all the areas outside Changan that belong to Changan, and Taohua village is also on it. Fu Yanzhou paused, and moved his eyes from the picture to Xiao's face. He was sure that this picture was Xiao's own behavior, and had nothing to do with the game, but the picture was correct, and it was consistent with the data and the broken map records. Xiao He followed the main road of Changan City, and determined the route to leave Changan City, and go to Nandu. As soon as she looked up, she found Fu Yanzhou staring at her. It was embarrassing. Xiao He touched her face. "Is there something on my face?" Yu Fei took a look and answered quickly, "No." "Xiao He, I didn't ask you." Fu Yanzhou came back to his senses, and shook his head and said, "No. I'm just curious about how you know the location of Changan City." Xiao He was alert for a moment, but disappeared in the next second. She shook the magic brush in her hand and said, "It's not drawn by me. It's a program set by the game development team. Maybe anyone who accepts the task can draw it." Fu Yanzhou didn't say anything. Maybe Xiao He came from a big family that came from Blue Star, and has continued to this day. The information preserved at home is complete. So she knows all this. Shall he turn around and discuss with Guangyin and the others? Then put away the scroll and said, "Let's go!" After that, he walked out of the city first. There are two ways to get to Nandu from Changan. One is the land route that was found to be taken by players in Nandu during the internal test. It is considered a wild road. There is no public transportation. If you want to go, you have to go by yourself. As far as the current game is concerned, 90% of the time you can only go there on foot. And it is very dangerous. You may die at any level when you reach Nandu. The other is the official road. Go to the dock to buy a boat ticket and take a boat to Nandu. This road is relatively safe. When standing at the dock, Xiaoyi looked at the empty dock and asked, "Why is there no one here? Isn't everyone going to another city to play?" Empire Bread looked down at the forum and said, "Have you forgotten? Not long ago, a player took a boat to Nandu and was captured by pirates. He was hung on the mast with only a pair of shorts on his body. It is said that he has not been rescued yet." Later, more and more players did not believe in it, and they were all captured one by one. Xiaoyi opened her mouth slightly, and she remembered this. Chapter 27. Then let's take another route. Xiaoyi immediately suggested. Yu Feiyu said, "It's true that we can only change one road, but the other road is not safe either. There are red name monsters on the road. Jackals, tigers, leopards, and so on. There were none when we were on the inner side. But once the public beta was released, there were all monsters. The most important thing is that there is no guarantee that there are no bandits on that road." Guangyin also nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. If we take that road, we have to find a means of transportation. Otherwise, if we rely on our legs, we don't know when we can get to Nandu." Xiaohe was a little worried. "What should we do? We can't not go, right? Is there any other way?" Empire Bread shook his head. "There are only these two roads. Unless we learn from the player who discovered Nandu, and walk out of the deep mountains and old forests to find a new road. It is obvious that this is not feasible." Guangyin patted Empire Bread on the shoulder. "Ami, don't scare Xiaohe." Empire Bread laughed, pointed at Guangyin and said to Xiaohe, "But we, don't worry. My brother has checked the information." "Right, brother?" Guangyin nodded. "I have seen the official website of the game. Although there is no gameplay, according to the tasks we have done in the past few days, the game officials cannot block players from going to Nandu. There are bandits on the official roads. Maybe it is a gameplay. There are also some records that people in the ancient Blue Star have an activity called bandit suppression. So I guess that there is a bandit suppression task in the game." Xiaohe suddenly realized and gave Guangyin a thumbs up. "Great. It makes sense. Where should we take the task?" Guangyin shook his head and said, "I don't know. But it is very likely not to take the task in Changan. We have never been to Nandu. I don't know what the situation is. There are no players from Nandu in the forum." Empire Bread snapped his fingers. "This is easy." After speaking, he pulled out the chat interface and sent a message directly in the World Channel. "World Channel Empire Bread, are there any players born in Nandu? What is the current situation in Nandu? Can we get there by water? Paper Plane, is there anyone who wants to go to the government office dungeon together? I carry the flag for the Federation. The boss is being blasted in Wishon. Love Hug, where can I find the job transfer props for the doctor profession?" The World Channel has a variety of information. Empire Bread's information was quickly refreshed. Empire Bread took a look, continued to send information, and sent several messages in succession, achieving a screen-filling effect. "Empire Bread, are there any players born in Nandu? What is the current situation in Nandu? Can you get there by water?" Empire Bread, are there any players born in Nandu? What is the current situation in Nandu? Can you get there by water? Empire Bread, are there any players born in Nandu? What is the current situation in Nandu? Can you get there by water? Finally someone answered this question. "The wind is too big. The above. Give up. I was born in Xinghua village in Nandu. I am still in Nandu. I can't do the job transfer task. The NPC in Nandu said that I have to go to Changan to do it. The water route is blocked. It is difficult to travel by land. I am already considering giving up the game." Little Orange. Upstairs, there are many players in Nandu. Everyone wants to go to Changan, but they can't go there. Why don't you try to see if the pirates are still there? The Empire Bread raised his head and said, "I've asked, and they all said that those who want to come can't come, and those who want to go can't go." Lightyear ignored the Empire Bread. thought for a while, and directly posted Lightyear on the World Channel. It is speculated that Nandu may have a large-scale task with rich rewards to eliminate the pirates. We are trying to get there now, and players in Nandu can give it a try. After these words came out, the World Channel was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds. I am single and I am proud. Damn! That makes sense. There is no need for the authorities to set up this water bandit. Give me 100 million. I only regret that I didn't go to Nandu earlier. Little Orange. Brothers. I won't say anything more. I'm going to find a mission. Guangyan clicked on the chat interface and said to Xiaohe and the others who were still reading the message, okay. Let's go. Let's find a way to get to Nandu. Fu Yanzhou glanced at Guangyan. Nandu setting does have a bandit suppression mission. This mission requires rescuing Nandu Governor Hong, who was kidnapped by water bandits. Fu Yanzhou followed Xiaohe calmly and listened to the others discussing how to get to Nandu. Xiaohe talked for a long time, and suddenly remembered Fu Yanzhou, who was ignored by him. After reflecting on himself, he turned around and pulled Fu Yanzhou into the topic. Ian, you could also give some ideas. Fu Yanzhou was stunned for a moment before saying, go to the carriage and horse shop and ask if we can rent a carriage or a horse. As soon as this was said, the people who were originally discussing stopped immediately. Xiaohe praised with bright eyes, Ian is so smart. Guangyan's eyes dimmed slightly, and then said, what Han Hecking said makes sense. Let's go to the carriage and horse shop to rent a carriage and go over by land. There is no need to worry about the red-named monsters. Just treat it as experience. Xiaohe turned to Guangyan and said, then shall we go to the carriage and horse shop now? After seeing Guangyan use a gun to perfection in Wishan last time, and killing the boss alone, Xiaohe had no doubt that Guangyan said that there was no need to worry about the red-named monsters. Guangyan nodded, looking at Xiaohe with a softer look. He said to Xiaohe, Mian and I will go, you wait here. After that, Guangyan took the Empire minivan back to Changan to find the carriage and horse shop. Xiaohe looked around and said to Fu Yanzhou, I don't know when they will come back. Just now I saw a boatman at the dock. Let's go to the boatman to ask about the pirates. Xiaohe and his friends were at the dock. Although there were not many players at the dock now, there were still NPCs. There were several boats parked on the water at the dock. The boatman was sitting on the bow, bored and looked worried. When Xiaohe and his friends got closer, they could hear the boatman sighing. The whole dock looked very gloomy. The black silk hot girl found a nearby boatman and asked, what's wrong with you? The captured boatman instantly became energetic and smiled at the black silk hot girl. Sir, are you going to take a boat to cross the river? The fare is not expensive. 2 silver coins. How about it? Get on the boat now and leave now. The black silk hot girl thought that the boatman was up to something, and deliberately made an expression that he disliked the high price. It's not so expensive to take a carriage. Why do you charge so much? The boatman smiled, looked around, and sneaked up to the black silk hot girl and whispered, Sir, we are all honest people, and we won't hide it from you. Don't you know that there are bandits on the river during this period? There are guests who cross the river one by one, and they have never come back. The black silk hot girl pretended to be curious. You said there were bandits. Why did you trick me into taking a boat? Are you in collusion with the bandits? You are deliberately sending us to the pirates. The boatman was shocked, and immediately waved his hand. Don't say that. Sir, if you say that, I will go to jail. He lowered his voice again. Sir, you don't know. The boatman looked around while speaking. I have a way. I will take you to the place safely. Where are you going? The black silk girl waved at Xiaohe behind her, and continued to answer the boatman's words. Do you know that we are going to Lungu Mountain? Who knew that after these words came out, the boatman was silent, and the originally hospitable and sneaky expression on his face disappeared. He said to the black silk girl in a bad mood, So you are a little Taoist priest. Why didn't you say it earlier? Wasting my time. I won't send you anymore. Let's go! The boatman rowed the boat away after saying that, and it was clear that he didn't care about the black silk girl. When Xiaohe came over, she saw the boatman walking away with a gloomy face. She asked the black silk girl in doubt, What happened? The black silk girl shrugged. I don't know. He said he could take us to the destination safely, and then asked me where to go. I said to Lungu Mountain, and he was unhappy. He said I was a little Taoist priest, and he didn't take me there. What's wrong with a little Taoist priest? And what is a little Taoist priest? Xiaohe immediately said to the black silk girl, Sister Xiaohe, Why are you standing there? Catch him. He must know where Lungu Mountain is. The black silk girl's brain had not reacted yet, but her body had already done what Xiao He said, and rushed towards the boatman, who was rowing the boat away. She tiptoed and jumped directly onto the bow of the boat, and then caught the boatman. The boatman opened his eyes wide, and pushed the black silk hottie away. What's wrong with you, little Taoist priest? I said I wouldn't take you, and you just didn't take you. What are you doing? You're forcing me to buy or sell. Fu Yanzhou saw this change on the shore, and quickly walked to Xiaohe. What's going on? Xiaohe held Fu Yanzhou's hand and said, don't worry about it. Let's go up first. We can't let this boatman run away. Yu Feiyu saw Xiaohe holding Fu Yanzhou's hand, and always felt a blockage in his heart. He rushed forward and grabbed Xiaohe's arm and said, Xiaohe, wait for me. Xiaohe looked at Yu Feiyu and said, no. We have to leave someone on the shore. You hold the rope of this boat. Don't let the boatman run away. After that, he put Yu Feiyu's hand on his arm on the hemp rope tied on the shore, and then took Fu Yanzhou on the boat, and walked to the boatman, who was held by the black silk hottie. Yu Feiyu looked at the hemp rope in his hand and muttered, why should I watch it? Isn't Haiyan Heching okay? And he's holding Haiyan Heching's hand. Isn't it just that his hand is prettier than mine? Xiao He stood in front of the boatman, with a very friendly expression. Boatman, brother, why don't you pull the little Taoist priest? Besides, my friend is not a Taoist priest. The boatman spat in annoyance and said, I won't pull her even if she's not a Taoist priest. I didn't see clearly just now. She has the marks of a stinky Taoist priest, with a big nose all over her body. Anyway, I won't pull a Taoist priest. After that, he sat on the deck, closed his eyes, and said nothing. Xiao He looked at the boatman in distress. Does this boatman have a grudge against the Taoist priest? The black silk hottie pulled up her sleeves and smelled it, and looked up and down, and said angrily, no smell? There is no mark either, how can you? A boatman? Talk nonsense? Xiao He grabbed the black silk hottie. Calm down. Xiao Heijia. She squatted in front of the boatman and asked softly, Boatman, brother, we are not going to Lungu Mountain, we are actually going to Nandu. The prefect Zhao asked us to go to Nandu to check the situation, because recently no one who went to Nandu to do business in Changan has returned. The black silk hottie frowned, and asked Haiyan Heching in a low voice, did Xiao He ask Xiao to take over the task? Fu Yanzhou shook his head, because there was no such task at all, and he knew why Xiao He could receive those demanding tasks one after another. Chapter 28. Hearing the name of Lord Zhao, the boatman's expression finally relaxed, but he still didn't give in. There is no way, the river is full of bandits. Even if I agree to take you, I will be robbed by those bandits halfway. Xiao He narrowed his eyes, turned to ask the black silk hot girl, did he say that just now? The black silk hot girl shook her head. He just said that he has a way to guarantee that he will take us to the destination safely. Xiao He continued to look at the boatman. My sister said, you can take us there, don't worry, money is not a problem. If you take us there safely, how about I give you 5 gold coins? The boatman stretched out his hand. 10. Xiao He immediately patted the boatman's outstretched hand. Deal. I'll give you half first, and then. Seeing Xiao He so happy, the boatman showed a little regretful look. Xiao He immediately warned, we agreed that if you raise the price it will. I will complain to Lord Zhao later. I tell you, Lord Zhao and I have a good relationship. The black silk hot girl stared at Xiao He with wide eyes. If she remembered correctly, Xiao He couldn't enter the government office dungeon because of Lord Zhao's negative favorability. Right. Xiao He put 5 gold coins in the boatman's hand without changing her expression, and turned to Yu Feiyu, who was holding the hemp rope at the dock, and said, Fish, come on up. Let's go. Before Yu Feiyu got on the boat, he thought, leaving now? What about Guangyan and Xiaomian? He boarded the boat honestly. When Guangyan and Empire Bread came back with 2 horses, they saw only an empty dock. Empire Bread was stunned for a moment. Brother, where are Xiaohe and the others? Didn't they agree to wait for us here? Guangyan pointed to a point on the river that was about to disappear. A boat left. Empire Bread immediately opened the team channel. Empire Bread, where are you? He meowed. Oh, forgot about you, little black sister. Hurry up and ask the boatman to turn around, we'll pay more. He meowed. Bread, Guangyan, we found a boatman who said he could take us to the place. Forgot about you, and went to find horses for a while. System prompt, your teammate he meowed. Yu Feiyu. Black silk hot girl. Sea and river entered a special scene, unable to communicate. Imperial Bread was stunned and asked Guangyan subconsciously, "Brother, what should we do now?" Guangyan pinched his eyebrows and said to Imperial Bread, "This is good. The carriages and horses in the carriage and horse shop have not been taken away. We only have 2 horses. They went by boat, and we will go by land. We should hurry up and reach Nandu as soon as possible." Imperial Bread nodded immediately, and then apologized a little guilty. "It's all my fault. I let it slip at the carriage and horse shop just now, which caused us not to rent enough horses." Guangyan sighed. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be dark. Don't hold me back." Imperial Bread nodded repeatedly. "Brother, don't worry." The 2 of them jumped on the horses, followed the route they had checked before, marked on the map, and rushed directly to the mountain road. After Xiao He sent the message, he found that he could not receive any response. The friend list also showed a special scene, and could not send messages. What's going on? Yu Feiyu looked at the message that could not be sent, and asked in confusion. Fu Yinzhou was not panicked at all, and sat in his seat calmly. Xiao He looked outside the boat, and could only see the scenery of the 2 banks receding, but there was still something wrong. Xiao He walked to the bow and asked the boatman, "Where are we? How long will it take to get to Nandu?" The boatman held up the pole and said, "Why are you in a hurry? We have to take a detour. There are bandits on the main road. For safety reasons, we have to take a detour. I have greeted the minions in the water fort, and give them some tolls, and they will turn a blind eye and let us pass. When the time comes, you can say that they are my relatives. By the way, you have to pay the toll, and you can't let me pay it." Xiao He rolled his eyes, and agreed immediately. "If we pass by the bandits' lair, maybe we can see some useful information. It's worth paying for it." The hot girl in black stockings said generously, "I'll pay for it." Xiao He smiled and sat back. "It doesn't matter who pays. The reward will definitely be more generous after completing the task." The boatman rowed the boat gradually towards the fork, leaving the main road on the river. After entering the fork, it became dark on both sides, only the crows were heard. Yu Feiyu shuddered, and calmly pointed at the crows calling outside and said, "According to records, this creature is a bird on the ancient blue star. It is said that the appearance of this bird represents bad luck. We better be careful." Xiao He blinked, glanced at Fu Yinzhou beside him, expression changed, quietly grabbed Fu Yinzhou's arm, leaned his head and whispered, "Ian, this boatman is not a pirate in disguise? I'm so scared." The hot girl in black stockings who witnessed everything. Fu Yinzhou, who was connecting to the main program of the game to check the bug on the river. Just now doing science. After finishing the praise, "The fish is not a fish. When you threatened the boatman just now, you were not like this." He meowed classmate. Fu Yinzhou, exit the program. When he saw Xiao He's furry head, before his brain reacted, his hand touched it first. "Don't be afraid, you hide behind me for a while." Xiao He's face was full of excitement when she leaned on Fu Yinzhou's arm, for fear of being seen by Fu Yinzhou. After a long while, she pressed down the corners of her mouth that were raised, and said in a pinched voice, "Hey, I'm definitely not afraid with a yin here." The black silk hottie shivered, and stood aside. Yu Feiyu couldn't bear it anymore, and pulled Xiahe and said, "Speak properly. Is your throat blocked? And look at Haiyan Hiching. He is so thin. How can he protect you? You hide behind me for a while. Okay?" Xiahe looked at Yu Feiyu speechlessly. As expected, straight men don't understand romance. Before she could pinch the muscles on Ian's hand, she was pulled away by Yu Feiyu. Xiahe was unhappy, and said to Yu Feiyu perfunctorily, I know. With such kung fu, the boatman had already driven the boat into a cave. Xiahe immediately became alert, and the brick was in her hand. You know, Xiahe used to dislike bricks, and always used peach with swords. Fu Yinzhou paused for a moment when he saw the brick in Xiao's hand, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. Who knew that in the next second, Xiaohe stuffed a peach with sword into his hand. Ian, take this. Although it doesn't look very powerful, but it's better than nothing. The black silk hottie also had two short swords in her hand. Xiaohe had never seen the black silk hottie use them. The weapon in Yufei's hand was the crescent shovel that he had dropped when he fought the Black Bear King before. Looking at the scene in the cave, it was obvious that everyone was ready for battle. At this time, the boatman who had been concentrating on driving the boat also became nervous, and whispered back, remember, when those mountain kings ask about it, you can say that you are my relatives, and you are going to visit relatives in Nandu. If they ask for money, you can give the money. But don't give too much. If you give too much, they will think you are all rich people and won't let you go. Do you understand? Xiaohe nodded. Don't worry. We know. Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiaohe unexpectedly. Xiaohe's expression was very serious, and he even pulled Fu Yanzhou behind him, as if it was not Xiaohe who said that Fu Yanzhou was afraid just now. After the boat left the cave, there was a noisy sound. 6 sixes. Hey, you lost. You lost. Drink. Hurry up. Hurry up. Where has our king been these days? Hey, it's because we made too much noise before. The governor of Nandu was arrested. As a result, many people stopped walking on the river. No one robbed us. The king was worried about this. He was considering sending the governor back. He was also worried that the governor would encircle and suppress us after he returned. Brothers, stop talking. Someone is coming. The pirates, who had gathered together to gamble and drink, immediately picked up their knives and stared at Xiaohe's boat. The boatman quickly put down the pole, raised his hand and smiled. My lords. It's me. It's me. One of the pirates took a closer look, raised his hand and said, It's the boatman Lao Lu, who has come to give us gifts. Then he looked at the boatman Lao Lu and asked, Why are you here today? Who are the people on your boat? The boatman smiled and bowed. It's my 2 cousins and their husbands. They just got married and are about to return to Nandu. They came to me for help. They are my relatives, so it's hard to refuse. That's why I shamelessly come to ask you to be flexible. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Xiaohe and the others. Xiaohe reacted very quickly, immediately stuffed the brick into her backpack, then hugged Fu Yanzhou's arm, smiled shyly, and did not forget to signal the black silk hot girl to follow suit. The black silk hot girl looked at Yufeiyu with disdain, then approached and whispered, Cooperate. Yufeiyu stared at Xiaohe, nodding randomly. The pirate squinted his eyes, and looked at the boatman for a while, then looked at Xiaohe and the others, and stretched out his hand after a while, and rubbed his middle finger, index finger and thumb together. The boatman Lao Lu immediately understood, turned around and pretended to scold. What did I tell you before? Hurry up and take out the gifts to honor the kings. Xiaohe nodded immediately, took out the purse that he and the black silk hot girl had prepared before, and there were 4 gold coins, 15 silver coins, and 20 copper coins in it, both in small and large amounts. Not too much and not too little. If the pirates were not satisfied, they would give 2 more gold coins with a painful expression. The boatman took the purse, handed it to the bandit who came out, and said with a smile, My king, you see, my 2 cousins are not well off, so I will give you a small token of my gratitude, and give you some money for the wine. The bandit took the purse, opened it and took a look, curled his lips, and was obviously not satisfied. The boat blocking the road did not intend to move away. The boatman Lao Lu turned back and urged anxiously, Why are you so stingy with the gifts for the king? Why don't you take out all the things you have? Xiaohe covered her eyes and pretended to be scared and whispered, That's all I have. I'm going to buy gifts for my parents-in-law with the remaining 2 gold coins. The boatman didn't say anything, snatched the gold coins in Xiaohe's hand and stuffed them into the bandit. King, my sister only has this much money, and my parents-in-law are not easy to get along with at home. Please be flexible this time. The bandit weighed the gold coins in his hand a few times, then nodded to the boat blocking the waterway not far away, and waved his hand. The waterway over there opened a path for the boat to pass through. The boatman breathed a sigh of relief, thanked the bandit repeatedly, and held up the pole and left. Xiaohe also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if they could pass safely. They were few in number, and the bandits were many, and they couldn't win. Just as the few people were about to pass by, the pirates behind them suddenly said, Wait! Chapter 29. Xiaohe froze, and slowly looked at the boatman. The boatman turned back. My lord, anything else you want me to do? The pirate approached here in a small boat, looked at the people carefully, and said nothing. Fu Yanzhou suddenly thought of something, looked at Xiaohe, and then looked at the hot girl in black silk stockings, raised his hand to cover his forehead, and it was over, at the same time. He secretly cursed the planner who set this task for his bad taste. I don't know which book he read it from, and set it in a task like this. After the bandit finished reading, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the black-stockinged hottie and said, Is this your sister? The boatman nodded. She is my cousin. My aunt's cousin. What happened to the king? The bandit suddenly laughed slyly. His eyes became lustful, and he looked back and forth at the black-stockinged hottie's chest and waist, and pointed at the black-stockinged hottie and said, Your cousin? What nonsense are you talking about? This is clearly our king's newly married wife. Great. You, Lao Lu, are so bold that you dare to kidnap our king's wife. Someone, come! Catch them. The boatman was stunned, and subconsciously asked back, King, this is my sister. She just got married. The bandit said seriously. Nonsense. This is clearly our king's wife. Why don't you accept it? The boatman immediately shook his head. No. No. King. This. As he said that, the boatman Lao Lu turned around and looked at the black-stockinged hottie in embarrassment. Before the hot girl with black stockings could react, Xiao He had already been staring at her with gossip. Yu Feiyu reacted at this time, whispering, Sister He, it seems that the pirates have taken a fancy to you. The hot girl with black stockings was furious, and she took a step forward to curse. Xiao He hurriedly pulled the hot girl with black stockings. Sister He. Sister He, don't worry. Don't worry, let's see what happens. The pirates had already surrounded Xiao He's boat in a very shameless manner, making it clear that they would not let the hot girl with black stockings leave unless she stayed. The boatman put down the pole, walked up to Xiao He and the others, and said in a low voice, Everyone. There was an accident. These kings seem to have taken a fancy to your companions. Xiao He asked hurriedly, What should we do? Is there any other way? The boatman shook his head. It looks like they are not going to let us go. Xiao He was unhappy. We paid. The boatman said, It's useless to pay in this situation. The hot girl in black silk stockings slightly revealed a dagger hidden in her wide sleeves, and looked at the boatman threateningly. The boatman's eyes suddenly lit up. I almost forgot. Wait a minute. I'll go ask again. After that, he turned around and went to negotiate with the pirates again. Xiao He pricked up her ears and listened. The boatman smiled and said, My lord. This is the case. My cousin is a little Taoist priest in Lungu Mountain. It is her blessing that your lord likes her. But at least your lord has to go to Lungu Mountain to discuss it with the Taoist priests. Otherwise I can't explain it. When the black silk hottie heard the words it is her blessing, she almost lost control. The pirate got angry when he heard about Lungu Mountain. Can a monk from Lungu Mountain get married? Don't fool me, even if he is really the boss of Lungu Mountain. I am not afraid. The boatman hurriedly said, It's true. I didn't lie to the king, look. My cousin still has the mark of Lungu Mountain on her body. The pirate looked at the hot girl in black silk suspiciously, and the hot girl in black silk glared back unconvinced. After a while, the pirate reluctantly moved his eyes to Xiao He, pointing at Xiao He and said, That one is from Lungu Mountain, this one is not. Right? Although she doesn't look good, but she has a good temper. Leave this one to our king as his wife, and I will let you go. The boatman. He said that he shouldn't have taken this order today, and now, the business is going to be ruined. Xiao He was angry, and took out a brick. Who is ugly? Who is ugly? Who can be uglier than you? How dare you say I am ugly? You are a good-tempered person. If I don't smash your head today, I will be your ancestor. After saying that, she rushed up and smashed the brick, hitting the bandit on the head. The bandit didn't react at all and fell into the water with a plop. The surroundings became quiet, and everyone was stunned to watch this scene. Xiao He stepped on the bow of the boat, angrily looking at the bandit who sank into the river. Robbing people just to rob people. You can't say she is ugly. Fu Yanzhou felt a sudden pain in his head. When he was in the government office, Xiao He seemed to have shown mercy with the brick. The hot girl with black stockings instantly snatched the bamboo pole from the boatman's hand. And while the pirates didn't react, she immediately paddled the boat and ran away. After the boat passed the checkpoint, the hot girl with black stockings returned the bamboo pole to the boatman, stood at the stern, and told the boatman, Run! If you are slower, your life will be left here, and I will take care of the rest. As she spoke, she took a pair of short swords in her hands. The pirates behind looked at the pirate leader with a split head in confusion, dyeing a small area of water red, and couldn't understand why someone was so bold to kill their leader in front of them. But the pirates soon reacted, and chased after them with their weapons raised. Chase! Don't let them get away. Xiao He stood with the hot girl in black silk stockings, holding a brick in his hand, staring at the pirates chasing after him, as if he was going to kill them one by one, or two by two. Fu Yanzhou was also stunned. In the program settings, if the player disagrees, they will all be captured and thrown into the dungeon of the water fort. If the player agrees, the bride-stealing gameplay will be enabled. So Xiao He has now developed a third way besides the two gameplays. Yu Feiyu gave Xiao He a thumbs up. It's you. Xiao He. Xiao He raised her chin. They called me ugly. It's just like calling you only 1.68 meters tall. I can't stand it. Yu Feiyu shook her head immediately. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. The black silk hottie bit her lower lip tightly, for fear that she would laugh. The bandits behind were chasing from a distance. The boatman sped up, trying to get rid of the bandits behind, and didn't forget to complain. Look at what you guys are doing. This is great. It's still more than 10 miles away from Nandu by water. If we are caught before we reach Nandu, it will be over. Xiao He said without looking back. Just drive your boat, just don't worry. The bandits still had some way to go. Xiao He saw that the bows and arrows with fire had been set up on the opposite boat. Xiao He hurriedly said, be careful, they are going to use long-range attacks. The black silk hottie held her sword across her body. She was still a little confident in her skills. Fu Yanzhou looked at the peachwood sword in his hand, and sent a message to Xiao Li. Calculate the probability of successful escape. Xiao Li was monitoring this side. He immediately calculated after receiving the message and replied, 100%? Because there is no such option in the program. But now is a good time to set this option to reduce the success rate of escape. He Miao is a good girl. Fu Yanzhou laughed. She is indeed a good girl. The escape rate is 100%. And this probability means that they will succeed in escaping today. Seeing the pirates getting closer and closer, the boatman Lao Lu was anxious. And he burst out with unprecedented potential. His hands were swinging and sparks were flying. The boat instantly accelerated and rushed towards Nandu, leaving the pirates, who were still preparing to shoot arrows, far behind. Similarly, because the boatman suddenly accelerated, Xiuhe and his companions almost lost their balance and fell on the boat. But the crisis was over. The pirates watched Xiuhe and his companions escape successfully in a rage. They turned around and strengthened the blockade of the water surface. When arriving at the dock of Nandu, the boatman Lao Lu let go of the pole, fell on the bow, and sighed, I have never been so excited in my life. Xiao He put away the brick, squatted down with a smile and praised, Brother Boatman. You are really awesome. You run so fast. The boatman glared at Xiao He. You are still laughing. It's all because you killed that little leader of the water bandits. Now, I can't go back to Changan. Then, there was a hot girl with black stockings. I knew that it would be bad if I met the bull nose of your Lungu Mountain. Last time, there was a bull nose who pulled me and insisted that I would have a disaster in 100 years. Bah! What's the matter? Someone is digging my grave. Xiao He covered his mouth tightly and began to suspect that the information the game development team read was a small joke on the internet. The hot girl in black silk stockings glared back. You can curse Niobe if you want. Why curse me? I'm not a Taoist priest. The boatman Lao Lu stood up and drove the people off the boat. Go away. Get out. Give me the balance. If you don't, I'll sue you. Xiao He was not annoyed, and handed 5 gold coins to the boatman and said, I'll find you next time I cross the river. The boatman Lao Lu pretended not to hear, and rowed the boat away without looking back. After stepping onto the Nandu wharf, Xiao He heard the prompt sound. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for arriving in Nandu, the old county of Yuzhong, the new capital of Hongdu. Nandu is the land of fish and rice in ancient Blue Star China, with rich aquatic products and convenient transportation. Please try to explore. Xiao He threw away the system prompt and took a look around. There were not many people at the Nandu wharf. It seems that the pirate incident has a wide range of influence. The hot girl in black stockings glanced at the sky and said, It's getting dark in the game. Let's go in first. Just in time to see if we can send a message to Guangyan and the others. Xiaohe nodded, turned around and took Fu Yanzhou's hand and said, Let's go. Let's go into the city first. The 4 of them walked into the city of Nandu. The architectural style of Nandu is slightly different from that of Changan, and the air is a little more humid. Most of the clothes worn by NPCs are short and bare-armed, and most of them carry farm tools. Outside the city are also large tracts of farmland, no high mountains, and a hilly terrain. After entering the city, there were more players. Most of them were asking NPCs about this and that. Xiao He heard that they were all asking about the pirates. It seemed that everyone was very enthusiastic about the pirate mission. After finding an inn, Xiao He opened the team channel. He Miaoer, Xiao Mian Bao. Guangyan. Where are you? This time the message was sent successfully. However, It took a long time before I saw the reply from Empire Xiaomian Bao. Empire Xiaomian Bao. You are in Nandu. Damn. Brother. Help. I won't talk to you anymore. We estimate that we can reach Nandu tomorrow based on the distance. There was no more news after that. It seemed that the fight was very intense. Xiaohe blinked, looked up and said, when it's daybreak, let's go pick up Guangyan and the others. It looks like there are a lot of red name monsters on the mountain road. Fu Yanzhou looked at the time and said to Xiaohe, I'm going to log off for a while. And I'll be back in 2 hours. Xiaohe nodded, you go. We'll find out about the water bandits later. After Fu Yanzhou logged off, he and Xiaoli and others completed the water bandit mission to ensure that the mission was issued smoothly. Xiaohe glanced at the attribute bar and said to the black silk hot girl Yufeiyu, Sister Xiaohe, you, let's take a break first and restore our status to full. After that, he closed his eyes first to restore his health and physical strength. Chapter 30. After dawn in the game, Xiaohe and the other two were fully restored, and Fu Yanzhou also came online. After the four checked out of the inn, they asked about the prefect on the street, while walking out of the city, preparing to meet Guangyan and Empire Bread, for fear that the two would die on the way back to their reincarnation place. Empire Bread followed behind Guangyan, watching Guangyan killing monsters with an expressionless face. Fortunately, the scene of killing monsters in this game was not too bloody, otherwise Guangyan would probably be covered in blood. Guangyan put away his red tassel spear, turned around and said to Empire Bread, let's go before the monsters spawn. After saying that, he jumped on his horse. Empire Bread didn't dare to have any opinions. During this period, he saw that his brother's personality seemed to be much more easygoing. I didn't expect that. It was all an illusion. He finally knew why his brother took a vacation. If he didn't take a vacation in this state, he would explode. After a night of fighting, it was mainly Guangyan who was killing. Empire Bread followed behind and picked up things in fear, for fear that Guangyan would not kill enough and come back to kill him to cheer him up. As they were about to walk out of the mountain road, they could see a corner of the city of Nandu from afar. Empire Bread finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had gained a lot of experience in this day and night, he could not stand the great psychological pressure. Empire Bread shook his head and continued to pick up things. After walking out of the rolling hills, Empire Bread heard Xiaohe's voice from afar. Finally I see you. Light years. Little Bread. Here. Here. I don't know if it was Empire Bread's illusion, but he always felt that after Xiaohe's voice came, his brother's aura changed, as if he became a little more easygoing. Empire Bread scratched his head, looked over uncertainly, and then found that the corners of his brother's mouth were indeed upturned. Empire Bread paused, looked at the plain-looking Xiaohe in the distance, blinked his eyes, and fearlessly approached Guangyan and whispered, Brother, are you attracted to that crazy girl He Meower? Guangyan stopped, glanced at Empire Bread, and said as if warning, Don't meddle in things that are not your business. Empire Bread raised his hands to his mouth and made a cross gesture, and quickly said, Don't worry. I will never reveal anything in front of my uncle. Guangyan whispered and seemed to admit it, but also seemed not to admit it, and then walked towards Xiaohe. Imperial Bread hurriedly followed, and secretly warned himself that he must not let this slip. As for his uncle, if he told him, he would definitely cause trouble for his brother again. Xiaohe walked out of the city along the route of the system map for a long time. He was almost in the mountain road when he saw Guangyan and Imperial Bread. He waved to the two of them. There were many wild monsters on the way out of the city. Fortunately, the level was not high. They were all small monsters, so the four of them didn't have much trouble along the way. Guangyan and Imperial Bread walked up to Xiaohe and said, Why did you suddenly take a boat at Changan wharf? Xiaohe immediately looked at Guangyan with a guilty conscience and embarrassment. Yesterday a boatman said he could take us to Nandu safely, but because of the mission that Xiaohejia was on, he didn't want to take us. So we used a little money. When the boat left, we remembered that you hadn't come on board yet, and the boatman refused to turn around. Are you okay coming from the mountain road? Imperial Bread shook his head, Nothing. My brotherly. I'm tired. Let's go to the city to replenish our energy. I'll tell you in detail later. Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, Let's go. The players in Nandu are now looking for the pirate mission. We asked along the way. There are no useful clues at present. After saying that, several people walked towards Nandu. After arriving in Nandu, Empire Bread suddenly said in surprise. We came from the mountain road. And we got the achievement reward. Then he shared the system prompt to the team channel. System notification. Congratulations to the player Empire Bread for assisting the player Guangyan to come to Nandu after going through all kinds of difficulties, achieving the difficult road achievement, gaining 500 experience points, 2 gold coins. After sharing the Empire Bread, he said to himself, I didn't expect that it was quite cost-effective to come here from the mountain road. Xiao He took a look and said, before. Except for the pioneering players, no one came here successfully. Yu Feiyu shook his head and answered Xiao He's question. No, all the players who tried to come here from the mountain road did not come here successfully. After that, he looked at Guangyan with admiration. Guangyan, you are really amazing. Empire Bread immediately straightened his chest, looking proud. Guangyan didn't say anything. Just looked at Xiaohe. And didn't know what he was thinking. After entering Nandu, Empire Bread pinched his neck and said, I've been running in the game for a day and a night. And 8 or 9 hours have passed in reality. I can't do it anymore. I have to log off and take a rest. I'm starving. I forgot to add the nutrient solution in the game warehouse. I'll log off first. Nandu City is a safe area. If you log off here, you won't have to fight with red name monsters as soon as you log on. Xiaohe was also a little sleepy. And she felt that reality seemed to have become colder. And her body felt a little frozen. After hearing what Empire Bread said, she hesitated for a while and said, It's really late today. How about we continue tomorrow? Fu Yanzhou found that Xiaohe seemed to be in a bit of a bad state, and said directly to Xiaohe, If you are tired of playing, log off and take a rest. You can do the task at any time. When saying this, Fu Yanzhou was a little serious. Xiaohe didn't know why she thought of the former director aunt, who also cared about the children in their welfare home. Xiao He nodded and asked Fu Yanzhou before logging off, Will you be online tomorrow? The black silk hottie put her hand on Xiao He's forehead and said, Just log off, stop dithering, you've scared me. Xiao He pouted, then scratched the black silk hottie's wrist, looked at Fu Yanzhou again, thought about Fu Yanzhou's face without disguise, and then logged off contentedly. After Xiao He logged off, the black silk hottie looked at Guangyan, who had an expressionless face, and sighed. When Xiao He was staring at Hai Yan He Qing just now, she saw it clearly. The light in Guangyan's eyes disappeared instantly. The hot girl with black stockings scratched her head. She really couldn't figure it out. But she knew Xiao He Guangyan first, so she naturally preferred Guangyan. Besides, Hai Yan He Qing was not as good looking as Guangyan. The hot girl with black stockings decided secretly that when Xiao He came online, she would persuade him well. You have to look at the face when you look for a partner. Fu Yanzhou also went offline shortly after Xiao He went offline. He got up from the game room in the research institute, wiped his face, pinched his shoulders, and then stood up and moved around. Just now in the game, he noticed that Xiao He seemed to be in a bit of an abnormal state. Brother Fu, why don't you play anymore? We have fixed all the bugs we found today, and improved the pirate mission. I said, we should find someone to play the game. Xiao Li raised his head from behind the screen, and said with a smile. Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiao Li for a while, but finally swallowed the words check he Miao's IP address and identity information. As a game development planner, he cannot abuse his power for personal gain and spy on the privacy of players. But Fu Yanzhou still felt a little worried. Xiao He sneezed right after she came out of the game. It was not her illusion. It was getting cold outside again. When she first came, she was wearing so many clothes. It was not cold at all. How long has it been? In less than a month, the clothes she was wearing could no longer keep her out of the cold. What was worse was that the temperature dropped, and she needed to eat more to keep warm. The nutrient solution she had on hand would not last long. Xiao He stuffed the sponges around the box tightly, and wrapped herself in the only old blanket. It was dark outside. Xiao He could vaguely hear the whistling wind. After drinking the cold nutrient solution, Xiao He shivered. It was indeed too cold. When it was daybreak, she would have to find something to keep warm. At worst, she would find a small metal alley, and try to make a fire to keep warm. Xiao He shivered and wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. In the second half of the night, she found some extra sponges in the house, and built a nest to make a better feeling. In the morning, Xiao He was woken up by the cold. The cold outside almost penetrated Xiao He's cold-proof measures. This made Xiao He not want to get up at all. After a long time of psychological preparation, Xiao He got up all at once, wrapped herself in a blanket, and jumped around for a long time. She opened the door, and went out only after she was warm. As soon as Xiao He went out, she was stunned. It was white outside. Looking down, the snow reached her knees. She pulled the door inwards to open it. The wind that didn't stop last night turned out to be snowing all night. Xiao He shivered again. Finally she knew why it was so cold. At the same time, she was worried when she saw the thick snow. It was not easy to search the garbage, but she had to search it. Xiao He found the simple gloves she had made before, and put them on. Wrapped in a blanket and shivering, she dug a hole in the snow, and got into the garbage mountain. After searching for a long time, Xiao He only found a thicker piece of clothing, no food, and couldn't climb up to the top of the garbage mountain. Xiao He squatted in the snow, and began to think about asking for help. Finally, she decided that if she couldn't find anything else to eat before the nutrient was finished, she would find a way to ask for help. In fact, Xiao He hasn't sent a distress message yet, mainly because she is worried that she is an illegal resident. Even if she is rescued, someone will keep questioning her. She can't explain why she is on the garbage planet, and she can't explain her origins clearly. Even if she reaches the interstellar, time travel is probably not a normal event. Xiao He finally managed to save her life. She was scared. Xiao He pursed her lips, put on the thick clothes she had picked up and walked back. Her hands were red from the cold. When she climbed down, she kicked a box and almost fell, but the things in the box made Xiao He happy a little. It was a whole box of nutrient solution, a total of 12. Xiao He hugged the things in her arms, as if she had found a treasure, and hurried back. After closing the door tightly, she used sponges to block the door and leave a vent, which made her feel much warmer. Because it was blocked too tightly, the light could not get in. Xiao He found something she had picked up, which should be a flashlight, and turned it on, and the room soon became bright. Xiao He rubbed her hands, curled into the nest made of sponges, wrapped herself in a blanket, drank the nutrient solution, sighed, and began to seriously consider asking for help. Chapter 31. The temperature on the garbage planet was normal before, so it was not a problem to survive. In addition, Xiao He was actually a bit socially anxious, so she would put off things related to reality as much as possible. The only thing Xiao He did not expect was that the temperature on the garbage planet would change so much. Overnight, it was covered with snow, and it looked like it would freeze people to death. This forced Xiao He to reconsider her situation. She did not know if there were any homeless shelters, or facilities such as minimum living allowances in the interstellar society. And if she pretended to have lost her memory, and did not know how she got to the garbage planet, would anyone believe her? Xiao He sighed, and she no longer expected that there would be a waste transporter coming to her for help. She only knew a few people in the game, but it seemed that it was not easy to speak rashly no matter who they were. After being in a daze for a while, Xiao He turned on the bracelet and entered the game. After logging in, Xiao He appeared in the same place where he logged off yesterday, on the street in Nandu City. NPCs were coming and going around, and there were also players in a hurry. Xiao He stood there for a while, and suddenly didn't know what to do. Xiao He, the hot girl in black stockings, suddenly appeared from behind Xiao He, patted Xiao He's shoulder, and hooked her neck and said, "Why are you standing here like an idiot? I just stood beside you for a long time. You were so stupid when you came online. Are you worried about something?" Xiao He came back to her senses, smiled and shook her head. "No. I was just checking the news." "Sister Xiao He, why are you alone?" The hot girl in black stockings said, "I just came online. I saw you online not long after I came online. I don't know where they went." Xiao He subconsciously glanced at the friend list, and said curiously, "Guang Yin, Xiao Bian Bao, and you are all here. But a Yin is not." After saying that, she showed a little disappointment. The hot girl in black stockings glanced at Xiao He, and asked in confusion, "I don't see you care much about whether Guang Yin and the others are online. Why are you so concerned about Hai Yin He Qing?" Xiao He sighed and said in a pretentious manner, "Sister Xiao He, you don't understand. You don't know how good-looking he is." The hot girl in black stockings was full of question marks, and thought Xiao He was sick. Hai Yin He Qing was indeed not ugly. He had height, figure, and face. No matter how you looked at him, you thought Guang Yin was better looking. She didn't understand. System notification. Player Lightyear invites you to join the team. Do you agree? While the two were talking, Lightyear's team invitation came. Xiao He clicked agree. After joining the team, he saw the information of Empire Bread. Empire Bread. Xiao He, come on. I don't know that you came online late today. Someone received the pirate mission in the morning. The Black Silk Hottie is excited. Black Silk Hottie, where is it? You, they are all at the dock. I didn't expect this to be a national mission. As long as someone accepts the mission, everyone can participate. The rewards are not small. It is said that the player who first rescues the prefect of Nandu can get the Nandu deed. Anyway, come on. The hot girl in black stockings pulled Xiaohe and said, let's go. Let's go. Is this Nandu deed the same as your Taohua village deed, which can buy a house in Nandu? Xiaohe nodded. It's very likely, Sister Xiaohe. We can fish in troubled waters when the time comes, and see if we can get a bargain. The hot girl in black stockings waved her hand. What bargain can you get? Am I that kind of person? It's just to save the prefect. Just go and kill him. Xiaohe gave the hot girl in black stockings a thumbs up. The hot girl in black stockings pulled Xiaohe and said, let's go. Let's go! After that, she ran out of the city. Xiaohe staggered, looking at the hot girl in black stockings from behind, suddenly stopped, called the hot girl in black stockings, Sister Xiaohe. The hot girl in black stockings looked back in confusion. What's wrong? Xiaohe hesitated for a long time, but finally shook his head. The hot girl in black stockings was attentive for once, and said to Xiaohe, if you have any troubles, just tell me. There are only 2 of us here. Don't worry. I am different from Xiaomian Bao. That big mouth. Tell me. And I promise not to tell others. Xiaohe smiled embarrassedly, and finally made up her mind to pull the hot girl in black stockings to a corner where no one was and said, Sister Xiaohe, I want to ask you for something. The hot girl in black stockings said very righteously, you tell me. Don't worry. If it is something that even I can't do, don't ask others. Xiaohe nodded and whispered, Sister Xiaohe, if one day I haven't been online for 3 consecutive days, if it is, then there is something unexpected. I will trouble you. Xiaohe's sister. Before she finished speaking, the black silk hot girl put her hands on Xiaohe's shoulders seriously. Xiaohe, did something happen to you in reality? Don't worry. We are now in a society ruled by law. You can call the police if something happens. Even in the Empire, human rights will not be ignored. Xiaohe shook her head. No. I just live alone. Things are not going well recently. That's why I want to ask Xiaohe's sister for help. The black silk hot girl didn't know why the idea of a poor little girl with a terminal illness that can't be cured by today's medicine, abandoned by her parents, popped up in her mind. Abandoned? I don't know where he is struggling to survive. The miserable scene. Thinking of this, the black silk hottie looked at Xiaohe with more pity, relying on her height. She touched Xiaohe's head, and her tone became a little weaker. Xiaohe, don't worry. By the way, where do you live? If you are not online by then, I will drive a spaceship to find you. And if you have any difficulties, just tell me. I don't have anything else, but I have too much money to spend. I guess your small body can't make me poor, or you tell me where you live now, I will pick you up right away. How about it? I have to say, looking at the black silk hottie, the serious expression and tone of the girl made Xiaohe very moved. She almost said it out loud, but she swallowed it back in the end. She rubbed her head against the black silk girl's arm and said, Sister Xiaohe, I can't tell you where I live. Don't worry. I'm fine now. I'm just thinking about it when I'm free. The black silk girl looked even more loving. I don't know what she was thinking. She just said to Xiaohe, if you don't want to talk, forget it. Anyway, I have a way to make you talk. Okay. Let's go. Xiaomian Bao's big mouth is urging us again. Xiaohe nodded repeatedly, and took the black silk girl's arm and walked towards Nandu Wharf together. Not long after the two left, Fu Yanzhou, who had received the news that Xiaohe was online, came up. From a distance, he saw Xiaohe playing with the black silk hot girl's hand and walking out of the city intimately. Fu Yanzhou followed directly. When they arrived at the dock, there were not many players left. Empire Bread, Lightyear, and Yufeiyu occupied a boat. When they saw Xiaohe, they waved, Come on. If you don't come, the boat will be taken away by someone else. Xiaohe pulled the black silk hot girl and trotted over and said, Come on. But Ian doesn't seem to be online yet. I'm here. Fu Yanzhou's voice came from behind. Xiaohe turned around and found that Fu Yanzhou was not far away from her. A smile appeared on her face. Her hand had already reached out very skillfully and grabbed Fu Yanzhou's wrist and said, Ian, you are here. It's just in time. The Empire-bred looked at Guangyin, then looked at Xiao's hand on Fu Yanzhou's wrist, and his mind suddenly jumped. He threw the bamboo pole to Yufeiyu, jumped off the boat, and rushed between Xiahe and Fu Yanzhou, pulled Xiao's hand off Fu Yanzhou's hand, smilingly said, "Stop dawdling, go. Go!" After saying that, he pulled Xiahe onto the boat. After getting on the boat, deliberately let go of Xiao's hand before she could stand firmly, and even secretly pushed Xiahe towards Guangyin. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, and the black silk hottie secretly cheered. Xiaohe didn't even react. The boat shook, and she fell towards Guangyin. Xiaohe subconsciously waved her hands to find support. And she didn't forget to scold Empire Bread. "Little Bread, what's wrong with you? I haven't stood firm yet." Guangyin had already reached out to hold Xiaohe's shoulders. Frowning and saying, "Be careful." Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief, and almost thought she was going to fall into the water. She turned around and thanked him. "Thanks, Guangyin." Empire Bread secretly gave Guangyin a look of disappointment, and then sighed and got on the boat with Yufeiyu. The hot girl in black silk stockings jumped onto the boat quickly, and she turned back to remind Fu Yanzhou, "Hurry up and get on the boat." Fu Yanzhou nodded and got on the boat quickly. The whole boat went straight to the water fort. Xiaohe was afraid of falling into the water, so he sat down obediently and didn't dare to move. When he arrived at the water fort, Xiaohe saw that the boats near the water fort were full of players, and some slow players got off the boats and walked into the water fort. There were also sounds of shouting and killing in the water fort, and there were several bodies of water bandit NPCs lying at the door. Xiaohe and his friends were the last group of players to arrive. No one came after them. Guangyin already had his weapon in his hand. He reached out and pulled Xiaohe behind him, saying, "Follow me closely." Xiaohe turned around and said to Fu Yanzhou, "Yin, follow me closely." The black silk hottie looked at Xiaohe inexplicably. She didn't know whether to say Xiaohe was slow or stupid. They had known each other for a short time. She could see that Guangyin's attitude toward Xiaohe was different, but Xiaohe didn't see it at all. The Empire Bread was about to use the same trick again, but was stopped by Guangyin calmly. He said to the Empire Bread, "Mian, go over there and take a look. If you have any questions, send a message." Yufeiyu felt something was wrong, and instinctively approached Xiaohe and pulled Xiaohe's arm and said, "Xiaohe, you are lucky. Come with me to find the prefect. I also want the land deed reward." Xiaohe was forcibly pulled away by Yufeiyu. He said to Fu Yanzhou worriedly, "Yin, don't walk around. I will be back soon." After that, he said to the black silk hottie, "Xiaohejia, come quickly too. Otherwise, you will get there first. He also wants the land deed." The black silk hottie came to her senses and immediately chased after him. "Here we come." The three of them ran into the depths of the water fort in a flash, and Guangyin didn't have time to stop them. Finally, Guangyin and Fu Yanzhou looked at each other in silence. After a while, Fu Yanzhou broke the silence. "General Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you these days?" Guangyin glanced at Fu Yanzhou, and after looking him up and down for a moment, he said, "Is it Mr. Fu?" Then he showed a look of sudden enlightenment, and repeated with a helpless smile, "So it's Mr. Fu." It seemed that he suddenly understood why Xiaohe loved to stick to Fu Yanzhou. Chapter 32. Fu Yanzhou and Guangyin walked side by side. While walking, "How is the follow-up of the general's treatment in our institute? I called the military before. They said the general was very busy. I wonder if the general's injury has healed now." Guangyin nodded. "Thank you for your concern, sir. The medicine in your institute is very effective." Fu Yanzhou sighed. "General, you are polite. The general fought for all mankind in the universe. This little thing is nothing. But now that the general is on vacation, if you have time, you should come to our institute for a physical examination." Guangyin nodded. "Go back." The two walked forward in silence, and encountered the NPC water bandits, who rushed out and acted cleanly. Fu Yanzhou laughed and shook his head. "If I had known that the general was going to play games, I should have discussed with the professors and raised the difficulty of the game." Guangyin pulled out the red tassel spear from the water bandit's body and said, "Sir, you are joking. But this game is really interesting." Then he asked in confusion, "How did you recognize me?" Guangyin was indeed confused. He had adjusted his appearance, not up or down, but directly pinched out another face, in order to prevent being recognized in the game. Fu Yanzhou said, "The general's figure is easy to recognize. And you call Xiao Mian Bao A Mian. If I remember correctly, the general came to the institute last time with Xiao Mian Bao. Although he has adjusted his appearance, he is still recognizable from his eyebrows and eyes. Guangyan raised his eyebrows, thinking that if he had known, he would not play with Empire Xiao Mian Bao. At this time, the two of them had reached the top of the mountain. There were still corpses of players who had not been refreshed on the top of the mountain. It can be seen that the players had a lot of fun playing the mission of suppressing bandits, but it was also miserable. They died again, and still hadn't touched the leader of the water bandits. After approaching the interior of the water fort, the water bandits and monsters were obviously more powerful and more difficult to fight. Not many players managed to make it here, and they all had some skills. However, the blue bar on their heads appeared after being beaten, which showed the difficulty of this task. There were also a steady stream of red-named monsters rushing out of the water fort. Players whose health bars were at the bottom did not last long and returned to the living point. Guangyan suddenly became cold and said to Fu Yanzhou without turning his head, "Sir, please stand aside, so as not to accidentally hurt you." Fu Yanzhou was very calm and stood directly outside the attack range. He knew Guangyan's combat power very well, and he might be accidentally hurt if he got close. Xiao He was pulled by Yu Feiyu. The black silk haughty showed no mercy with her sword. They went straight up the mountain from the small path. Xiao He took the opportunity to finish off the enemy. The three of them cooperated very well, and soon reached the inside of the water fort. There were indeed many bandits defending outside the water fort, but the inside was much more lax. The few NPCs were quickly dealt with by the three of them. After they were safe, Xiao He asked, "What should we do now?" The black silk haughty blurted out, "Look for the captured prefect." Yu Feiyu also nodded. They all wanted the land deed. Xiao He looked around. "We don't have a map. We don't know where the prefect is imprisoned. It's not easy to find him if we look for him bit by bit. Are you here to save us?" Suddenly a small voice came from the corner of the wall. Xiao He and the other two looked over alertly. There was a pile of haystacks in the corner. It seemed that the sound came from there. The black silk haughty shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" The haystack moved, and a thin child came out of it, looking at the black silk haughty timidly, looking a little scared. It was an NPC, with a name on its head, the child captured by pirates. Xiao He put away the brick, walked over, squatted down, and touched the child's head. After wiping the child's dirty face, he asked softly, "Where were you captured from? Where are your family members?" The child's eyes were red. "My mother was kidnapped, and my father was beaten to death." Xiao He was stunned for a moment, hugged the child and comforted him. Okay. It's okay. We will rescue your father and mother. Don't cry." Xiao Bao. The child was a little happy when he heard it. "Sister, how do you know my name is Xiao Bao?" Xiao He smiled and said, "Because sister is a fairy. She knows everything." In fact, Xiao He was fooling the child. She used to coax the brothers and sisters in the welfare home. No matter who they were, they all called Xiao Bao. Who knew that this NPC was really called Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao was very happy. He held Xiao's hand and said, "Sister is amazing. There is also a god imprisoned with us. He knows everything. He said that someone would come to rescue us today and find a way to release me from the dungeon. He also told me to hide here and wait." Xiao thought it was just something the hostage said to coax the child. He asked Xiao Bao, "Where is the dungeon?" Xiao Bao, "Can you take us there?" Xiao Bao nodded. Xiao, Yu Feiyu and the black silk haughty all received a system prompt at the same time. Temporary task: help Xiao Bao rescue his parents who were captured. Mission reward: Xiuba's gratitude, Xiuba's treasured candied haws. Xiao turned around and said to the black silk haughty Yu Feiyu, "Sister Xiao, let's follow Xiao Bao to save people." The black silk haughty was amazed at the series of processes Xiao had just used to coax the child. Xiao is really patient, although this is just an NPC. She is so good at coaxing. Yu Feiyu nodded in agreement. For some reason, Xiao coaxing the child at his home popped up in his mind, and he immediately looked around with a guilty conscience, kicked out the picture in his mind, and hurriedly caught up with Xiao's pace. Led by Xiao Bao, the three of them shuttled through the small path of the water fort, and soon arrived at a dark and damp corner. The door was locked. Xiao Bao bit his finger and said, "It's here." Xiao Bao can't open this lock. Uncle said he had to ask the guard for the key. Before he finished speaking, Xiao had already smashed the lock with a brick. Xiao turned around and said, "Xiao Bao, what did you say?" Xiaobao was stunned and shook his head blankly. Nothing. Nothing. Xiaohe smiled and put away the bricks. She turned around and held Xiaobao's hand and said, Okay. Xiaobao. Lead the way for us. Let's rescue the people first. Xiaobao came to his senses and followed Xiaohe inside. He pointed the way as he walked. Sister. Go a little further inside. And my father and others are locked up there. Xiaohe turned around and said to the black silk hot girl, Sister Xiaohe. There may be pirates here. Be careful. The black silk hot girl nodded and walked directly behind Xiaohe. With a vigilant face, Xiaobao led Xiaohe to the end of the road in a short while. In front of them was an iron gate, which was locked with an iron chain. Behind the iron gate was a group of captured people. All of them were old men or strong men who were beaten and could not get up, and a rather special NPC. The NPC was sitting cross-legged in the corner, looking young, very handsome, and dressed more expensively than the other NPCs. Xiaohe wanted to use a brick to break the lock, but the door and the lock were made of iron, and he couldn't break them. The sound of the lock breaking startled the NPCs inside. An NPC with chapped lips, messy hair, and blood on his back instantly crawled to the door, and looked at Xiaobao anxiously and said, Why are you back? Didn't Xiaobao ask you to escape in the chaos? Xiaohe looked at the NPC with the word Xiaobao's father on it disapprovingly. Brother, how old is your Xiaobao? This house is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and a mountain on 1 side. Aren't you afraid that he will be taken away by wolves? Xiaobao's father raised his head and asked blankly, Who are you? Xiaohe coughed lightly. We are here to suppress the bandits. Because the water bandits kidnapped the prefect, the court was very angry, and issued a wanted order with a large reward. Let us kill all the water bandits, and then rescue the prefect and you innocent people who were captured. As soon as the words came out, the NPCs in the dungeon were all excited. Their originally numb expressions suddenly became lively. They approached the iron gate one after another. Lady, please save us. We are all civilians. Xiaohe said seriously. Seeing the reactions of the NPCs, she said hurriedly, Don't worry. Don't worry. I will find a way to break the door open. By the way, do you know where the prefect is imprisoned? Are there any other innocent people arrested? De Bao's father was more reliable. He suppressed the voices of other NPCs and said, The prefect is not imprisoned here. He is being guarded by the water bandit king himself. There are other people who have been arrested. My wife has also been arrested. I don't know where she is imprisoned. Xiaohe nodded, and then asked the NPCs to move away. She was going to break the door. As soon as the NPC moved away, Xiaohe saw the person in the corner, who was still keeping his eyes closed and expressionless. He stopped banging the door and pointed at the person and asked De Bao's father, Who is that? Was he also arrested with you? De Bao's father shook his head. No. This young man was arrested half a month ago. By the way, he was the one who found a way to get Xiaobao out. Lady, don't forget to rescue him later. Xiaohe said oh, and continued to bang the door. The hot girl in black silk stockings told Yufeiyu to be on guard outside. Stepped forward and drew out her 2 swords. Asked Xiaohe to get out of the way, and directly hit the chain. With the cooperation of the 2 people, the chain was quickly broken. At the same time, other voices came from outside. Quick! 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 The king ordered. Bring all the captured people over. What bad luck! We have been rampant on this river for many years. And today we are in trouble. These people are simply indestructible cockroaches. Our brothers have suffered countless casualties. We will use these people to threaten them later. Yufeiyu was startled, and immediately turned around and said nervously, There are pirates coming. Xiaohe opened the iron gate first, and then said to Yufeiyu, Don't panic. The door is open. The hot girl in black silk stockings was already standing at the door with a sword, when she saw a shadow appear on the ground. She immediately chopped it over, and the 2 pirates, who came in from outside, fell to the ground without making a sound. Xiaohe immediately called out, Hurry up! Do you remember the way down the mountain? No, you follow first. After everyone is rescued, you go down the mountain from the back. There is a boat at the bottom of the mountain. Xiaobao's father nodded repeatedly. Many of the people they captured had their wives, sisters or daughters captured. The NPCs got out of the cell, and followed Yufeiyu's black silk hottie carefully. Xiaohe was about to leave, but when he turned around, he found that the NPC in the corner was still meditating, and hurried in, pulled the person up and said, What time is it? Still playing tricks? Hurry up! The NPC staggered when he was pulled, and said slowly, Donor, I haven't finished my morning class today. Chapter 33. Xiao He paused, looking back in surprise and looking at the NPC. Taoist? I am a humble Taoist. My Taoist name is Qin Xian. Just as the NPC finished saying this, the name Taoist Qin Xian appeared above his head. Xiao He. Hurry up. Xiao He didn't care about that anymore, pulled Taoist Qin Xian out first, saying as he ran, never mind, we'll talk about Taoist later. The Black Silk Haughty and Yufeiyu had already dealt with several pirates outside the dungeon and escorted the captured NPC out. After leaving the dungeon, the Black Silk Haughty asked, where are we going? Xiaohe looked at Xiaobao. You just brought us here. Do you know the way to the village? Xiaobao shook his head, pointed at Taoist Qin Xian and said, this god brother knows. He told me. He is so powerful. Xiaohe turned back to look at Taoist Qin Xian. Taoist Qin Xian brushed his sleeves and said slowly, I don't know the way to the water village. But I know where the person you are looking for is. The Black Silk Haughty looked at Taoist Qin Xian suspiciously, pulled Xiaohe's hand and asked quietly, what's going on? Why is this person talking nonsense? Taoist Qin Xian glanced at the Black Silk Haughty, looked at the Black Silk Haughty with a little disgust, and then said to Xiaohe, go over there. Xiaohe looked in the direction pointed by Taoist Qin Xian, the center of the water village. Yufeiyu also came over and asked Xiao He, can this person be trusted? Isn't he a bandit from the water village pretending to fool us? Xiao He shook his head, he can be trusted. Let's finish the task first. By the way, keep an eye on him, and don't let Taoist Qin Xian run away. The Black Silk Haughty immediately patted her chest and said, don't worry. Taoist Qin Xian looked into the distance without saying a word. He really looked like an immortal. Xiao He came back to his senses, and said to the Black Silk Haughty Yufeiyu, hurry up, let's go. After that, he led the NPCs to the direction pointed by Taoist Qin Xian, and did not forget to look back to see if Taoist Qin Xian followed. If Taoist Qin Xian did not follow, Xiao He would take extraordinary measures to ensure that the NPCs related to the Black Silk Haughty's job transfer task would not run away. Fortunately, Taoist Qin Xian caught up with him. Xiaohe continued to move forward, according to the direction pointed by Taoist Qin Xian. Xiaohe soon found a dozen young women imprisoned in a room. When Xiaohe came over, these women were crying. When they saw the NPCs rescued by Xiaohe, their eyes were full of surprise. After Xiaohe confirmed that all the captured people were here, he told Xiaobao's father, you go down the mountain first. Go down the path over there. We have almost killed all the bandits at the bottom of the mountain. Even if there are some who are alone. Don't be afraid. Let's go together. Okay. Okay. Let's go home quickly. Xiaobao's father thanked him repeatedly, grateful, holding Xiaobao, holding Xiaobao's mother, and taking the other captured people down the mountain together. Taoist Qin Xian followed them, as if he was going down the mountain. Xiaohe quickly grabbed Taoist Qin Xian. Master, don't leave yet. Taoist Qin Xian turned back helplessly. What are you doing? I'm in a hurry to get back to the Taoist temple. Xiaohe pulled Taoist Qin Xian's sleeve and said, nonsense. You can't leave. I don't think you look like a Taoist priest. What if you leave and inform the pirates? No. You have to follow us. Taoist Qin Xian rolled his eyes at Xiaohe, pulled back his sleeves. You may look small, but you have a lot of ideas. Okay. Okay. You just got the token of Lungu Mountain. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiaohe pulled the hot girl in black silk stockings over and said, see, this Taoist priest is from Mount Lungu, watch him closely. The Black Silk Haughte's eyes lit up, and she looked at Taoist priest Qin Xian for a while, and said with satisfaction, not bad, this job is good. Taoist priest Qin Xian pointed to the house not far away, and said, if you don't leave now, the daylily will be cold. Xiao He immediately changed his face, and smiled very flatteringly. Hey, I misunderstood. Taoist priest, so you are the Taoist priest from Mount Lungu. Let's go and suppress the bandits, this is also a good deed. After that, he forcibly pulled Taoist priest Qin Xian to the other side, for fear that Taoist priest Qin Xian would run away. When a few people sneaked to the back of the largest house, in the center of the water fort, they could already hear the sound of fighting and killing in front. Xiao He quietly poked his head out and looked forward, and saw a tall and mighty man with big muscles, holding a meteor hammer, indiscriminately attacking all players present, and summoning ordinary water bandits. The blood bar on his head had just dropped a little, and it was obvious that there were several layers of blood bars. The Black Silk Haughty was about to rush forward to help. Xiao He grabbed the black silk hottie and said, "Don't worry. Let's take a look first." Yu Fei whispered, "Guang Yin is there. And Hai Yin He Qing is also there. The corpse lying on the ground looks like Xiao Bian. Team Channel, Empire Xiao Bian, where did you go? Complaint I died so miserably. What kind of weapon did this water bandit boss have in his hand? I didn't even react when he threw it over. And I had already reached the place of reincarnation." After hearing the team information notification sound, Xiao He and Yu Fei clicked to see it. Yu Fei was amused and laughed at Empire Bread. "Yu Fei, you couldn't resist a single blow? Didn't you brag before that you fought 1 against 100 in Star Wars? Empire Bread, this game is perverted. Who knew that in just a pirate mission, everyone would die? Empire Bread, no more. I'm alive. And I'm rushing back." Xiao He poked his head out again to take a look. Guang Yin dodged the attack of the bandit boss, jumped behind the boss with a nimble figure, and pierced through the boss directly. The boss's health bar dropped a lot instantly, and the boss's berserk state was triggered at the same time. The bandit boss roared, and more monsters appeared around him instantly. The players who were fighting the boss together jumped away to avoid them. Xiao He thought for a while, and said to the black silk hot girl and Yu Fei, "Although it's not very kind, but Guang Yin is one of us, it doesn't matter, we will go to the prefect first and get the reward." Yu Fei hesitated and said, "Isn't this a bad idea?" The black silk hot girl pushed Yu Fei and said, "It's not a good idea. How about this? You go to help Guang Yin, Xiao He, and I will go to the prefect, and we will discuss the ownership after we get the land deed." Yu Fei looked at Xiao's small body, and agreed without saying a word, and rushed out with the crescent shovel. The hot girl in black silk stockings and Xiao He looked at each other, and sneaked in through the window at the back of the house. After entering, Xiao He did not forget to remind Taoist Qingxian, "Master, you wait for us here. Don't run around. I think the bandit leader is very fierce." Taoist Qingxian snorted and laughed, and then jumped into the window. Xiao He was satisfied and said with a smile, "Master, it's great that you follow us. Let's go. Let's go find the prefect." The house didn't look big from the outside, but there were quite a few rooms after entering. Xiao He searched for a while, but couldn't find the place where the prefect was imprisoned. So he turned his attention to Taoist Qingxian. "Master, why don't you tell me where the prefect is being held?" Master Qingxian yawned and said, "Today's fortune-telling is over. Please come early tomorrow." Xiao He looked away disappointedly, and dragged the black silk hottie to continue searching room by room, and also to pay attention to the monsters that suddenly appeared. Finally, the prefect was found in the largest room, tied to a chair and gagged. The tied prefect was in a very embarrassed state, with a rag stuffed in his mouth and his clothes torn. Xiao He stepped forward and took the rag out of the prefect's mouth and said, "Are you the prefect of Nandu?" The prefect, who was finally able to speak, took a breath and cursed, "Damn bandits, I must move the water fort." After cursing, he looked at Xiao He, "Are you here to save me?" Xiao He nodded repeatedly, pushed the black silk hottie over and said, "Sir, we are here to save you." The prefect nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, you are all talented people. Please help me untie the ropes. I will reward you handsomely after I return to Nandu safely." Special mission: escort the prefect back to Nandu. Mission reward: Nandu land deed. Xiao He and the hot girl in black silk stockings looked at each other, and at the same time, they felt a little guilty. They didn't know that everyone who came for this mission would get a reward. If they had known, they would have let Yu Fei go with them. After untying the prefect, Xiao He wanted to leave here with the prefect. But when they reached the window, they saw many more bandits outside before they even showed their heads. Xiao He took a few steps back and whispered, "No, we can't go here." Then he turned around and went to the main door of the house. It was not easy to walk to the main gate, because the boss was blocking the way there. Xiao He finally understood that only by killing the boss could he successfully catch the prefect and complete the mission of eliminating bandits. The black silk hottie said to Xiao He, "You stay here to protect the prefect, I'll go out to help." After that, she rushed out with a sword. The Taoist Qingxian then showed a look of approval and said, "Not bad, your character is okay." After that, he looked at Xiao He again. "You have good roots." Xiao He was staring at the battle outside. When he heard what Taoist Qingxian said, he turned around and pointed at himself. "Me?" Taoist Qingxian nodded. "You will come back to the mountain gate with me later." Xiao He thought about it, and felt that the profession of Taoist priest was not bad, so he could go and have a look, so he nodded and agreed. As soon as she agreed, Xiao He got a task prompt. System prompt professional task. I was originally from Lungu Mountain. A little immortal who had attained the Tao. Follow Taoist Qi Xian to Lungu Mountain to formally enter the Tao. Xiao He didn't look closely. The boss outside roared again, summoning a wave of monsters. Among all the players who participated in the boss fight, it was obvious that Guangyan was the main force. Without Guangyan, the whole team would be wiped out. Xiao He now had a task, and was not afraid of Taoist Qi Xian running away. She turned around and said to the prefect and Taoist Qi Xian, Taoist, prefect, you stay here. I'll go out to help. Then she picked up the brick and rushed out. She was getting more and more comfortable with the brick during this period, and she basically didn't use the peachwood sword anymore. After rushing out, Xiao He did not rush, but stayed at the edge, and when he saw the opportunity, he smashed the boss's head, and then ran away. The boss's health bar continued to decrease. Xiao He clicked on the boss's attributes, and found that the village chief had not lied to him. This brick might really be a magic weapon. Just now, when the brick hit the boss was hit by two negative states, continuous blood loss and broken defense. Guangyan obviously discovered this, and stabbed the boss's head, and seized the flaw to use the ultimate move. Chapter 34. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the boss's health bar soon reached the bottom, and he fell down with a loud bang, and before he died, he let out an unwilling roar. You rats! How dare you fight me? Unfortunately, no one paid attention to the boss's final cry, and they all stared at the equipment dropped by the boss. World Channel. System Notice. Congratulations to all players for joining forces to encircle and suppress the bandits, maintaining peace in Changan, rescuing the prefect of Nandu. Participating players will be rewarded with 1,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and the rewards for completing special tasks will be distributed to the player's package. Please check it. System Notification. The mission of encircling and suppressing the water bandits has been completed. The game has added a new water bandit dungeon. Please feel free to explore the dungeon. As soon as the notification came out, the scene where Xiaohe and others were located changed. The lost water bandit boss appeared in the house again, but the body killed by Guangyan was still there. Other players looked at the equipment dropped by the boss with envy. After a while, someone said to Guangyan, you contributed the most to this boss. You pick first. We will randomly distribute the rest. Guangyan waved at Xiaohe. You pick. Xiaohe immediately walked over and squatted down to pick from the pile of things that the boss exploded. The boss dropped a lot of stuff, and they were all good stuff. But there were a lot of people here. Xiaohe picked up a purple quality sword and a set of purple quality equipment. After a quick look, he found a strange item inside, which was the same as the black token dropped by the Black Bear King they had killed before. Xiaohe felt that this item was useful, so he picked it up. When he was about to get up, Xiaohe saw a necklace in his peripheral vision. It had a black string, and a thin cylindrical jade pendant with an arc on it. It was blood red. Xiaohe subconsciously reached out and picked it up, then ran back to Guangyan and gave it to Guangyan. Guangyan didn't take it, and only let Xiaohe take it. The other things, with the unanimous agreement of the players, were randomly distributed by the system. Xiaohe was also assigned a pair of beautiful jade earrings because of her high attack power, which had good properties and increased attack and physical strength. After dividing up the things dropped by the boss, some players were very satisfied, while some were not very happy because they got useless things. But overall everyone gained something. Not to mention that this place has been upgraded to a dungeon, so you can just form a team to brush it later if you want something. Players left one after another. Xiaohe also saw Fu Yanzhou. She immediately took the necklace she had just picked up and presented it to Fu Yanzhou. She said with a smile, Ian, this is so beautiful. I'll give it to you. I'll put it on you. She had wanted to put such a clavicle necklace on Fu Yanzhou's neck for a long time. Today, she really got such a clavicle necklace. Fu Yanzhou didn't even react. He felt a chill on his neck. Xiaohe had already put a necklace on him. When he looked down, Xiaohe showed a look of appreciation and satisfaction. Xiaohe actually just tried to put it on. She didn't expect that she could really put it on. After putting it on, it really suited Fu Yanzhou just as she thought. The red jade was just below the Adam's apple and above the clavicle, which was even more sexy. The black silk hot girl leaned close to Xiaohe's ear and whispered, you can do it. This necklace. TSK. Xiaohe's mouth was almost grinning to her ears. Seeing that Fu Yanzhou was about to take off the necklace. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Fu Yanzhou and said, "A yin. I see that you don't seem to have any equipment. This necklace is very beautiful. The attributes are also good. It increases defense and life. You also worked hard when you brushed the boss just now. But it seems that you were not lucky. You didn't get anything. This is for you. Don't take it off." Xiaohe's words were sincere. Fu Yanzhou stopped moving, looked down at Xiaohe, and finally gave up the urge to take off the necklace. Guangyan was silent for a while, and suddenly walked up to Xiaohe and asked, "Are there any more?" Xiaohe didn't react, and asked Guangyan, "What?" Guangyan looked at the blood-red pendant on Fu Yanzhou's neck and said, "Do you have any more necklaces?" Xiaohe was stunned for a moment, and said embarrassedly, "I only picked up this necklace. But I have another one in my bag that I got from a task before, and its properties are not as good as this one. Can you take a look?" Xiaohe took out the ice blue gem pendant necklace he got from the daily task from his bag. Its properties are not as good as the necklace of love, but it is not bad. And it looks good. Guangyan took a look, took it, put it on his neck and said to Xiaohe seriously, "I like it very much." Xiaohe looked at Guangyan in confusion, secretly complaining in his heart. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you liked the necklace? I would have given it to Guangyan if I had found it earlier. After all, he is the most powerful person in the team. What's the big deal about this request?" Xiaohe thought so in his heart, turned around and said to Guangyan with a smile, "This necklace is not good. Next time we kill monsters and find a good one, you can pick whichever one you like." Guangyan didn't say anything, but turned around and said, "Let's go. Don't we have to send the prefect back to Nandu?" Xiaohe then remembered the Nandu prefect who was left aside, and hurriedly pulled the black silk hot girl and said, "Let's go. Let's go." After sending the prefect, we will accompany Xiaohe to do the task. The black silk hot girl looked at Xiaohe with a complicated expression, and she really didn't know what to say. Empire Bread only felt that his brother looked very worthless, and he had to ask for the gift himself. Just look at him. Yu Feiyu looked at Fu Yanzhou, then at Guangyan, and then looked down at his empty neck, and began to think whether he should ask Xiaohe for a necklace or something. Otherwise, everyone else had gifts. Why didn't he have any? At this time, Xiaohe and the black silk hottie had already led the prefect away, and after a long while, they didn't see the people behind them catching up, and turned back and shouted, "Hurry up!" After saying that, she remembered something and said to Yu Feiyu, "You, Xiaohe, and I have received the task just now. If the land deed reward comes down, I will give you mine if we can trade it." Yu Feiyu swept away his depressed look, and his expression on his face was about to bloom with laughter. He immediately ran to Xiaohe and said, "Okay." The black silk hottie couldn't help but give Xiaohe a thumbs up. A master of keeping things balanced. Xiaohe didn't see the black stockings hottie's action, and directly took the black stockings hottie's arm and said, "Sister Xiaohe, let's go quickly. We will send the prefect back to receive the reward, and then go to Lungu Mountain with Taoist Qi to do the job transfer task. Taoist Qi also gave me a task just now. Maybe we will be sisters in the same sect in the future." The black stockings hottie nodded randomly, and walked down the mountain with Xiaohe. When they got on the boat, they waited for Guangyan, Fu Yanzhou, and others to get on board. After returning to Nandu, they successfully sent the prefect back to the Nandu government office, and Xiaohe and the black stockings hottie's escort task was also completed. After receiving the deed to the government office from the prefect, the world announcement sounded in the ears of all players. System notice: the prefect of Nandu was successfully rescued. Congratulations to all players. The gameplay of Nandu has been unlocked. Various interesting daily tasks are waiting for players to explore. Xiaohe took a look and said, "Let's do the job transfer task first, and then do the daily tasks of Nandu when we come back." Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiaohe and said, "The Lungu Mountain task is not time limited, no rush. You can see if you can draw the terrain of Nandu in your Shanhe scheduled task." It was about 1,000,000 yuan reward. Xiaohe slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot." As he said that, he looked around, trying to find a place to draw a picture. Yu Feiyu shook the title deed Xiaohe had just given him and said, "Now that I have the title deed, I will go to a new house. Can't I just paint in the house?" The housing management office of Nandu is in the government office. They had just finished their task and had not walked far. They quickly went to the government office to apply for the title deed and got the house in Nandu. The location is not far away. It is in the south of the city. Yu Feiyu's house is next to the black silk hot girls. After opening it, it is a typical Hui-style building in Changan. Everyone sat in the courtyard. Xiaohe took out the map of mountains, rivers, and the magical paintbrush from his backpack. After spreading the map, Xiaohe picked up the pen, glanced at the others and said, "Then I will start?" Fu Yanzhou stared at Xiaohe's hand. He really wanted to see how Xiaohe drew it. Xiaohe took a deep breath, followed the existing Changan map, drew the waterway connecting Changan to Nandu, and then Nandu. Fu Yanzhou first stared at Xiaohe's hand drawing, then his eyes unconsciously moved to Xiaohe's face, looking at Xiaohe's serious expression and slightly absent-minded. After Xiaohe finished drawing Nandu, he suddenly stopped writing, stared at Nandu in distress and said, "It's not finished yet, I can't draw the rest." Xiaohe felt a little strange. What kind of task is given a set time to draw a map? Then he thought, the reward is 1 million. It's normal for the task process to be a little strange. Fu Yanzhou came back to his senses and took a look at the finished map of Nandu. There were only the main city of Nandu and the route to Changan, as well as the location of the water fort. There were no other places. It seemed that Xiaohe could not draw the places he had never been to. However, Fu Yanzhou was also sure of his idea. This was not a game program setting, but Xiaohe's independent behavior. In other words, everything drawn was what Xiaohe knew. The only thing he couldn't guess was why Xiaohe didn't draw the map in one go. Fu Yanzhou didn't believe that he could draw Changan and Nandu, but not other places. He was more inclined to believe that Xiaohe didn't tell the truth for some reason. Xiaohe put away his brush and said, "That's enough. I'll continue drawing after we go to Lungu Mountain. The task progress hasn't increased. It may be because it's not finished yet." The black silk hottie waited for Xiaohe to finish and said, "Go ahead. I think Taoist Qingxian over there seems to be getting impatient." Xiaohe looked over and saw Taoist Qingxian standing on the side, looking at this side, with some dissatisfaction. He hurriedly said, "That's enough. Let's go." Then he left Yu Feiyu first house, and said to Taoist Qingxian, "Sorry, Taoist. I kept you waiting for a long time. We will go to Lungu Mountain now. But we have never been there. Please lead the way." Taoist Qingxuan's expression eased a little, and he straightened his clothes and said, "Let's go. It will be dark if we don't leave now." Xiaohe nodded repeatedly and followed Taoist Qingxian out. Under the instructions of Taoist Qingxian, they rented a carriage first. The group followed Taoist Qingxian to leave Nandu, and headed for Lungu Mountain. Chapter 35. Lungu Mountain is east of Nandu. After leaving Nandu, the road is not easy to walk on. It seems that no one has walked on this road. The road is full of weeds and bushes. Halfway through, Xiaohe realized that the carriage is not necessary at all, because it can't pass. The carriage can't pass at all. Xiaohe once suspected that she was fooled by Taoist Qingxian, especially after she put the carriage into her backpack. Taoist Qingxian did not change his expression, and used very skilled movements to push away the weeds that were as tall as her. There were traces of people who were about to disappear. Xiaohe quickly walked to Taoist Qingxian and asked, "Master, how long will we have to walk?" Taoist Qingxian gave Xiaohe an unfathomable look, and continued to use the rusty long sword in his hand to clear the way. It was unknown where Taoist Qingxian took it out. Anyway, before entering this road full of weeds, Xiaohe did not see Taoist Qingxian with his sword. Fu Yanzhou used a stick to split the weeds nearby, and said to Xiaohe, "Be careful. These weeds will scratch your face." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Feiyu behind him cried out in pain, touched his face, and said, "It's over. It's over. My face is disfigured." Xiaohe looked over subconsciously, and saw a small, narrow bloodstain on Yu Feiyu's face. Yu Feiyu was grinning, and when he found Xiaohe looking at him, he immediately said seriously, "It doesn't hurt. Xiaohe, be careful. Don't go to the side. This grass is really sharp." Xiaohe nodded and said, "Okay. Be careful. Don't get scratched again." Yu Feiyu didn't know why, but he felt happy, agreed happily, and cut the grass more vigorously. Xiaohe came to his senses again, pulling Fu Yanzhou's hand and looking him up and down, asking with great concern, "Yin, are you okay? Are you scratched? How else do you know the grass is sharp? Let me see. Do you want to apply some medicine?" Fu Yanzhou smiled and shook his head. "No scratches. I have seen this grass in the literature. Plants from the ancient blue star can easily scratch people." Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out the peachwood sword and began to open the way seriously. The Taoist Qin Xian in front had already pulled away a little, and turned back to urge Xiao He and the others. Yu Feiyu looked at the grass in his hand, and then looked at Xiao He pulling Fu Yanzhou's concerned gesture in front of him, and suddenly felt that the grass in his hand was very annoying. Guang Yin silently handed the short work to Empire Bread, and walked quickly to Xiao He, and before Xiao He started, he cleared the weeds around. The hot girl in black silk stockings watched this scene from behind, shook her head and whispered, "Love brain is not good." After about an hour of clearing the weeds, the few people finally walked out of the wheat field. Xiao He was so tired. She opened the attribute bar, and saw that her stamina had really reached the bottom. She immediately sat down on the stone next to her and said, "I can't do it anymore. I need to take a rest." Taoist Qin Xian stopped and looked at Xiao He, who was sitting there, and refusing to leave. Then he looked at the black-stockinged hottie, who was standing straight and calm. She suddenly felt that sometimes talent was not that important. It turned out that people were judged by comparison. The black-stockinged hottie found that Taoist Qin Xian looked at her with a much friendlier look than before. Before, Taoist Qin Xian always looked at her with a bit of disdain and dissatisfaction. Now he seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The black-stockinged hottie was a little puzzled. Taoist Qin Xian walked up to Xiao He and said with great sorrow, "If you can't even bear this little hardship, how can you practice Taoism in the future? Others practice in the hottest days of summer and the coldest days of winter. But you sleep all day every day? You are not born with good talent." Xiao He looked up and said, "Then I won't practice Taoism." Taoist Qin Xian was speechless. Walked up to the black-stockinged hot girl and said earnestly, "Don't learn from her. You are very good, patient, and a seedling of Taoism. When you get to the mountain gate, I will let you become my master." The black-stockinged hot girl didn't know the difference between becoming a disciple of Taoist Qin Xian and changing her job normally. But it didn't stop her from knowing that it was a good thing. And she nodded and agreed immediately. Xiao He tilted her head to look at Taoist Qin Xian and the black-stockinged hottie, then quietly gave the black-stockinged hottie a thumbs up. She just heard that the black-stockinged hottie's job transfer task was probably from an ordinary Lungu Mountain Taoist priest to a Lungu Mountain disciple. After resting for a while, Taoist Qin Xian looked at the darkening sky and urged, "Hurry up! Don't cry if you don't leave soon or it will be dark." Xiao He felt that she was rebellious, and asked Taoist Qin Xian, "What's wrong with it being dark? It's not like I haven't walked at night before." Taoist Qin Xian looked at Xiao He with a smile. "I forgot to tell you, we have entered the area of Lungu Mountain. Do you know what we do in Lungu Mountain?" Xiao He blurted out, "What else can I do? A Taoist priest who drives away ghosts and monsters." After that, Xiao He slowly reacted, and climbed up from the stone, after taking out the carriage. She immediately said to Taoist Qin Xian in a flattering voice, "Master, can we take the carriage now?" Taoist Qin Xian yawned and asked with a smile, "Why don't you continue to rest?" "It doesn't matter. I walk a lot at night anyway." Xiao He regretted her behavior just now, and felt that her face was swollen. She only knew that Lungu Mountain was full of Taoist priests. But she forgot that this was a game. Taoist Qin Xian also said that if she didn't leave, she shouldn't cry when it gets dark. Xiao He could only think that the game planner reads some wild book from somewhere, and said that there might be ghosts in Lungu Mountain after dark. Actually, Xiao He is not afraid of ghosts. After all, she is a materialist, but she lives alone on a garbage planet. Xiao He shook her head and left a shadow. "No. No. No. I was wrong. Taoist priest. Let's go!" Xiao He shivered after saying that. She always felt chilly around her. Taoist priest Qin Xian had a smile in his eyes this time. He stopped teasing Xiao He and said seriously, "Let's go." Xiao He hurriedly climbed into the carriage with the black silk hottie and asked Fu Yanzhou, Guangyan Yufeiyu Empire, and the minivan to get on. The carriage sped on the uneven road, which was very bumpy. However, no matter how fast the speed was, it was getting dark in the game. The cries of crows gradually sounded around. Xiao He looked out through the car window and saw only a round moon in the sky. If he was not mistaken, there seemed to be a fox standing upright on the top of the mountain. Xiao He immediately retracted his gaze and closed his eyes and muttered, "Appearances are determined by the mind. They are all fake. I am a firm materialist. Everything fake is fake." Taoist Qin Xian sneered. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he flashed from the carriage to the outside of the carriage in an instant, with a long sword in his hand, staring at the fog that began to spread around him to the mountain road. Guangyan began to tense up. The atmosphere here was not right. He felt like he was on edge. It was dangerous. Xiaohe clenched the peachwood sword. Her brick was useless at this time. The peachwood sword could defeat ghosts. Fu Yanzhou did not participate in the design of Lungu Mountain. The plot of Lungu Mountain was constructed by Professor Ming, an expert in folklore research on Gulan Star, and his students. Professor Ming did not let him participate, saying that it was to maintain a sense of mystery. So he was not very clear about this plot. However, seeing Xiaohe so nervous, Fu Yanzhou became interested. It seemed that Xiaohe knew very well what kind of wild monsters would appear here, and felt uncomfortable with it. Fu Yanzhou was becoming more and more interested in Xiaohe. He wanted to know how this girl, who looked young, could know so many things. Xiaohe listened nervously to the noise outside. Yu Feiyu opened the attribute page because he felt something was wrong. He whispered to others, "Look at the attributes. There is a fear buff under my health bar, which reduces my attack power. There is also a blood red system notification. Be careful not to fall into the ghost trap." Xiaohe clenched the peachwood sword and said, "Don't be afraid. Remember, the more you are afraid of ghosts, the more exciting it will be. When you encounter ghosts, just chop them. Okay?" Black Silk Hot Girl frowned. "Are red-named monsters, like ghosts, very powerful?" Xiaohe sighed, "Not really. In the words of the game, these monsters are all attacking the spirit." As soon as the voice fell, a shrill scream was heard outside the carriage. When the sound came in, Xiaohe and the Black Silk Hot Girl Yu Feiyu Empire bread trembled at the same time, and also realized what Xiaohe meant by attacking the spirit. Because of the scream, their health bars were full of negative buffs, and their health bars dropped sharply. The Taoist Qi Xian snorted coldly, and shouted to the inside, "Why are you still hiding in there? Come out quickly, it's not easy to deal with today." Xiaohe was fully prepared, and all kinds of miserable ghost faces flashed through her mind, and she suddenly got out, and was stunned as soon as she got out. The scene of ghosts appearing as she imagined was completely gone, and there was fog around the carriage, and there was nothing. The Taoist Qin Xian looked back at Xiaohe and said, "Let the master calculate for you later. I don't know if you are really an unlucky guy. I have walked so many times, and never encountered such a thing, and it is unlucky to bring you along." Xiaohe bravely observed the surroundings and asked, "Isn't there no ghost?" The Taoist priest, "Are you deliberately fooling me?" The Taoist Qin Xian crossed his legs, with the sword wrapped in his arms, and raised his chin to signal Xiaohe to look ahead. Xiaohe followed the gaze of Taoist Qin Xian. As the carriage moved forward, a standing figure appeared in front of him. It looked a bit like a person in the mist. Xiaohe had a bad feeling and looked at Taoist Qin Xian. Taoist Qin Xian nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Not bad, you actually know." The black silk hottie behind Xiaohe asked, "What do you know?" Yu Feiyu Empire Xiao bred Fu Yanzhou Guangyan, and others were also very curious. Of course, they saw the figure in the mist, and they didn't understand why they were afraid of it. Xiaohe's expression gradually froze, and then he showed a perverted smile, and asked Taoist Qin Xian, as if he was talking to himself, "Master, if it asks me a question, I can answer it, right?" Taoist Qin Xian looked at Xiaohe, his face full of "Are you looking for death?" Xiaohe smiled, and waved his hand, "Don't worry." Then he turned around and said to the black silk hot girls, "Go back to the carriage. Otherwise it will ask you questions because it thinks I'm not easy to deal with." The black silk hot girl looked at Xiaohe in confusion, and Xiaohe pushed the black silk hot girl into the carriage. Xiaohe closed the car door, and turned back to look at the figure with his back to her, getting closer and closer. Soon, a gust of wind blew around, and a spy's evil voice reached Xiaohe's ears. "Do you think I look like a human?" Xiaohe widened her eyes, and watched the person in front of her slowly turn around. He was wearing rich silk clothes, but his head was like a weasel's. Good guy. He really wants to be honored. Chapter 36. Taoist Qin Xian put his hand on the hilt of the sword, reminding Xiaohe in a low voice, "Choose a good answer. This yellow-skinned guy has no blood, won't." Before he finished speaking, he heard Xiaohe pointing at the yellow-skinned guy excitedly and saying, "I think you look like a 1.9 meter tall man, very handsome, very good figure, super high combat power, especially good at twisting your waist and dancing, and a rich man who protects me wholeheartedly." Taoist Qin Xian widened his eyes, looking back at Xiaohe with excitement and disbelief. The weasel who was asking for a title was also stunned. After a burst of white smoke, a 1.9 meter tall handsome guy appeared on the spot, twisting his waist and hips very coquettishly. The scene was very silent for a while. Unable to contain her curiosity, the hot girl in black stockings in the carriage half opened the door and looked out. When she saw the scene, the silence on her face was very obvious. After a while, the hot girl in black stockings finally spoke. "Xiaohe, what's going on?" Xiaohe laughed so hard that her teeth burst out. She waved at the yellow-skinned man who was twisting his waist with a face full of complaints and said, "Hey, sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to try it, ha ha ha." The yellow-skinned man stopped moving, with a face full of complaints, and did not move forward. After taking a look at Xiaohe, he turned around and changed into his original form, and went into the bushes. Xiaohe scratched his head and asked Taoist Qin Xian, "Master, am I too much?" Taoist Qin Xian looked at Xiaohe with a hard time explaining. He has been practicing Taoism for so many years, and he has experienced many situations, but he has never seen a weasel answer like this when he was asked for a title. The problem is that Xiaohe can't be wrong. This answer is not wrong in theory. The yellow weasel has turned into a human. Taoist Qin Xian sighed, and finally, adhering to the character of a Taoist who looks at everything lightly, he said to Xiaohe, "It doesn't matter, it's done, let's go, there should be no ghosts on the way, let's go back to the mountain gate first." Xiaohe hesitated for a while, and asked in a low voice, "Why did Huang Daxian run away?" Taoist Qin Xian was so angry that he laughed. "What else do you want to do?" Xiaohe shut up, thinking with great regret, "Forget it, let Huang Daxian go." Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiaohe in surprise. He had just asked Xiaoli for information and read it. He had learned about the records of this section and the set answers. If the player said that the player looked like a human, the player could pass this section smoothly, and had a certain probability of receiving a gift from Huang Daxian. If the player said that the player did not look like a human, Huang Daxian would start the violent mode, and kill the player back to the resurrection point. The player would also randomly drop the equipment or money on his body. There was no third answer. When Xiaohe answered just now, Huang Daxian's program almost got stuck. Later, the backend tester made a temporary modification based on the reasonable response. Now he has contacted Professor Ming online to report this plot bug. After Xiao, he returned to the carriage. He said to the black silk hottie, "Huang Daxian ran away. I don't know if I can meet it again. Next time I meet it, I will ask it to turn into a cute little loli." The black silk hottie scratched her head. She didn't know what Huang Daxian was. She just thought that the NPC outside danced beautifully. The Imperial Bread was amazed. "Xiaohe, so do you have to answer like you when you encounter such a monster?" Xiaohe held back her laughter. She couldn't help it. She laughed at a low point. After a long time, she answered seriously, "Of course not. The yellow-skinned man's request for a title is a supernatural metaphysical story of the Huaxia people on the ancient blue star. Generally speaking, the serious answer should be I think you look like a Buddhist. Or oh, what the hell is this? If the former is successful in the request for a title, the yellow-skinned man will become a spirit and will give a certain thank you gift to the person who answered. If the answer is the latter, then it's over. The yellow-skinned guy might come after you for revenge." The Imperial Bread Fish Feiyu black silk hottie listened with great interest. Seeing Xiaohe stop, she asked, "What about your answer just now? What happened?" Xiaohe chuckled. "This is what the Blue Star people said when they were joking. It's a joke. It's just for fun. Who knew that the game would really do this?" Guangyan reacted, "You mean if we said it didn't look like a human just now, it might attack us?" Xiaohe nodded. "It's probably like that." Yu Feiyu pondered for a while, and said with great interest, "How about next time we meet it, we say it doesn't look like a human, and see what we can get out of it?" Fu Yanzhou looked at Xiaohe with a smile. At this time, Taoist Qin Xian opened his eyes, and said, "We're here." The carriage also stopped. It was daybreak again in the game. Guangyan jumped off the carriage first. Xiaohe put away the carriage after getting off. Looking at the towering Lungu Mountain in front of him, a winding river converged in front of the mountain to form a lake. The scenery was beautiful. It was slightly different from the Lungu Mountain in Xiaohe's memory. The plank road could be vaguely seen on the mountainside. There were cigarettes rising from the top of the mountain. The eaves of the gym appeared in the woods. Someone on the lake was paddling a bamboo raft slowly towards the shore. World announcement. Congratulations to player He Miaoer, Guangyan, Yu Feiyu, Empire Bread, Black Silk Hottie. The sea is peaceful, and the river is clear and arrives at Lungu Mountain. Nandu map is upgraded online. Lungu Mountain plot is opened. There are hidden professions waiting for players to discover. The task layout of Black Silk Hottie has also changed. Job transfer task. I was originally from Lungu Mountain. and I was a little immortal who had attained the Tao. After arriving at Lungu Mountain, please go to Tianshi Mansion to complete the job transfer task. Xiaohe's task has also changed. Job transfer task. I was originally from Lungu Mountain, and I was a little immortal who had attained the Tao. After arriving at Lungu Mountain, please go to Tianshi Mansion to become a disciple. Xiaohe looked at Taoist Qingxian. Master? Taoist Qingxian waved at the bamboo raft on the river, and turned back to Xiaohe and said, let's go. I'll take you to worship the ancestor. Xiaohe nodded, and after the bamboo raft docked, he followed Taoist Qingxian onto the raft. The NPC wearing a bamboo hat on the bamboo raft was also a young Taoist priest. When he saw Taoist Qingxian, he greeted him with a smile. Uncle Qingxian, you are back? Taoist Qingxian nodded. Is the old master okay? The young Taoist priest smiled and said, I am fine. I just miss my uncle. I miss him a lot. When my uncle is gone for 1 or 2 years, I look forward to his return every day. After that, he looked at Xiaohe and the others and asked curiously, who are these donors to my uncle? Qingxian sat down cross-legged and said, there are 2 good seedlings among the friends I made outside the mountain. Bring them back to show the old master. The young Taoist priest smiled at Xiaohe and the others, and began to row the boat seriously. Xiaohe sat down and sighed comfortably. The beautiful scenery around made people relax. Guang Yin and his friends also sat down. It was the first time they had seen such natural scenery since they entered the game. Xiaohe started humming as he watched. I have practiced the small show Tian, chanted the spell, and pinched the fingers. I was originally a little immortal obtained from Lungu Mountain. I have pushed the 9 palaces and performed Li Jinqian. Dada 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 dada. Xiaohe's voice was not loud, just humming softly. At the end, he even forgot the words and just hummed the tune. Fu Yanzhou listened attentively, and when he turned his head, he found that Xiaohe was squinting, with a smile on her lips, shaking her head and humming a leisurely tune. Somehow, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Taoist Qingxian looked back at Xiaohe and said, 9 palaces. Li Jinqian? You are indeed talented. But the song you sang is not suitable for the occasion, because you have not yet entered my mountain gate. You are not a little Taoist priest, and you are so arrogant. A little immortal who has achieved the Tao? I dare not say so. Xiaohe shut up, opened his eyes, and replied, the scenery is beautiful. I just said so casually. But the Taoist priest is modest. I think the Taoist priest has profound Taoism, and he is a real little immortal who has achieved the Tao. The little Taoist priest, who was rowing the boat, said immediately, that's right. Donor has good eyesight. The little master is the disciple with the most profound Taoism here, and we young people all admire the little master very much. Taoist Qingxian seemed embarrassed, and chuckled, paddle the boat well. The little Taoist priest chuckled and increased the speed. Arriving at the ferry at the foot of Mount Lungu, the young Taoist jumped ashore, tied up the bamboo raft and said to Taoist Qingxian, Uncle Junior, walk steadily. Taoist Qingxian stepped ashore as if walking on flat ground. His expression relaxed, and turned back to Xiaohe and said, you too follow me. And the others? Xiaoya. Take them to visit our Mount Lungu. The young Taoist who was rowing the boat responded. Walked to Fu Yanzhou, the bread of the Guangnan Yufiyu Empire, and said, everyone, follow me. Xiaohe and the black silk hot girl looked at each other, followed Taoist Qingxuan's steps, and walked up the mountain along the steps. Walking to the back, Xiaohe wiped her sweat and said, I can't do it anymore. I need to take a break. The hot girl with black stockings was also very tired. It was estimated that they had been climbing the mountain for more than 2 hours. The Taoist Qingxian didn't even catch his breath, and he walked faster and faster. After he finished, he looked back at her with contempt. Xiaohe was so tired that he lost his temper. He complained to the hot girl with black stockings, so sometimes it's not good for the game to be too realistic. My legs have started to shake. The hot girl with black stockings felt the same way. When she could no longer see Taoist Qingxian, the hot girl with black stockings hurriedly pulled Xiaohe up to continue climbing. After finally climbing to the top of the mountain, Xiaohe could no longer speak. He was dragged forward by the hot girl in black silk stockings. Taoist Qingxian was waiting for them in front. Seeing Xiaohe and the hot girl in black silk stockings, he said with disdain, too slow. Xiaohe waved his hands, and said after a long while, since we are here, take us to worship the ancestors. After worshipping the ancestors, the job transfer is officially completed. becoming a Taoist priest. Taoist Qin Xian said, "What's the hurry? Let me take you to see the master and uncle first." After that, he walked to the side of the main hall, and passed through the back hall to enter the living quarters of the heavenly masters. Xiao He ate something with properties to restore his strength, and followed the black silk Hadian. Taoist Qin Xian turned around and entered a small courtyard. There were 2 old Taoists with white hair and youthful faces wearing purple Taoist robes playing chess. They looked over when they heard the noise, and smiled when they saw that it was Taoist Qin Xian. Qin Xian is back. Come on. Come on. See how your master and I play chess. Qin Xian walked over with a smile. Let me see. The black silk hottie poked Xiao's arm and whispered, "What's the situation now?" Xiao also whispered, "Let's see the situation first. These 2 Taoist priests are very powerful. It's worth it to worship them as your teachers." Qin Xian had already finished commenting on the chess game. He didn't know what he whispered to the 2 Taoist priests. Xiao saw the Taoist priest on the right waved at her and the black silk hottie, and said very kindly, "You 2 come over here." Xiao pulled the black silk hottie over, bowed obediently, and then sat on the 2 cushions pushed by Qin Xian, waiting for the old Taoist priest to speak. Chapter 37. The old Taoist priest on the right looked serious. The old Taoist priest on the left looked kinder. The 2 of them stroked their long beards and looked carefully at Xiao He and the hot girl in black stockings. After a while, the old Taoist priest with a serious expression nodded slightly, and said to Qin Xian, "It's really good, and you have good character. You can become my disciple." Does Qin Xian want to accept a disciple? When Qin Xian heard this, Taoist priest immediately waved his hand. "Master, you don't know me yet? Let's forget about the trouble of teaching disciples. These 2 can be accepted by the master himself. If the master doesn't like them, he can give them to other brothers and sisters." The old Taoist priest sighed, and looked at the black silk hot girl again. After a while, he stroked his beard and said to the black silk hot girl, "Well, if you become my disciple, you will be my little disciple. You will follow your brother to burn incense to the 3 pure ones later, and you will be my inner disciple in Lungu Mountain. As for you," the old Taoist priest looked at Xiao, and hesitated for a while before saying, "You have good talent and are a good seedling." Xiao heard that this old Taoist priest didn't seem to want to accept her. At this time, the old Taoist priest with a kind expression on the left suddenly said, "Brother, why don't you ask me before you accept a disciple, brother? You have so many talented and strong-willed disciples. As your junior brother, I haven't met a disciple that suits my taste yet. It's a pity that there is no one to carry on my Taoism." The hesitant old Taoist priest's eyes lit up. "Brother, you are right. I like this child's talent very much. But after calculating, I find that he is not suitable for learning my Taoism. I forgot about you. Your Taoism and this child are really perfect. It's a good match." Xiao He was confused. She didn't feel the talent mentioned by the 2 old Taoist priests. The setting of this game changes from time to time. Xiao He scratched the back of his head and asked, "I wonder what the Taoist method you are learning is called." The Taoist priest on the left looked at Xiao He with a smile. He was more and more satisfied. Hearing Xiao He's words, he said, "I have learned everything from astronomy and geography, Chiman Bagua, and Geogom arithmetic. If you become my disciple, I can teach you all these." Xiao He glanced at the serious old Taoist priest on the right. "I always feel something is wrong. Do you need qualifications to learn these?" The black silk hottie poked Xiao He quietly and whispered, "Promise him, my job transfer task is completed. The reward is very generous. Give me a set of professional suits with particularly good attributes and magic weapons. Experience directly upgraded me to a level, a full set of auxiliary equipment, and a treasure bag said to be an entry resource. There are 20 gold in it. The tasks I did before were all dozens of copper coins. A few silver coins. This job transfer task directly gives 20 gold." Xiao He didn't listen to it. After further hesitation, he shouted directly, "Master, I accept your disciple and bow to you." The old Taoist priest, who accepted Xiao He as his disciple, was immediately overjoyed. He stretched out his hand to help Xiao He up and said, "Okay. Get up quickly. My name is Wu Wei. Once you join my sect, you will be my only disciple." He pointed at Qin Xian's master and said, "This is my senior brother, Ling Xiaoshenren. You can just call him uncle. He is also the head of Lungu Mountain." Xiao He also bowed to him. "Greetings, uncle." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt appeared. Job transfer task. I was originally from Lungu Mountain. a little immortal who has attained the Tao completed task rewards. Lungu Mountain Taoist Robe *1, Malu Hairpin *1, Hibiscus Crown *1, 7-star Sword *1, Experience 3000, Gold Coins 20. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Isn't this just giving out the school uniforms as soon as you enter the mountain gate? And the training resources to help you, the rewards are really good. After these rounds of tasks, her level has reached level 15. The current level cap of the game is level 25. It is said that the level cap will be open later. Taoist Wu Wei looked at Xiaohe and said, "You will be my disciple soon. You need to take a Taoist name. You are from the Qing generation. Since your name contains the two characters Mya, your Taoist name will be King." Before Taoist Wu Wei said the word Miao, Xiaohe was very alert and interrupted him. "Thank you, Master, for giving me the name Qinghe." In comparison, Xiaohe felt that she liked Qinghe more than Qingyu. Taoist Wu Wei choked for a moment, and then laughed. Okay. Qinghe is Qinghe. Here are some books for beginners. Take them." Xiaohe hurriedly reached out to take the basic book that Taoist Wu Wei had taken out from somewhere. After a closer look, they were all skills, such as elementary divination, ghost exorcism talisman, and demon slaying technique. The name was very Taoist, and he was also a Taoist with high martial arts value. After watching Xiao, he learned the skills. Taoist Wu Wei said, "I see that you have an uncarved magic weapon on you. I happen to have a few talismans that are suitable for engraving on magic weapons. If you like, I can refine them for you." Xiaohe didn't react at first. She didn't have any magic weapons. Later, she thought of the brick. Her eyes lit up, and she took out the brick, handed it to Taoist Wu Wei and asked, "Master, is this what you were talking about?" Taoist Wu Wei took it, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. "It is this thing. Wait, I will engrave talismans on each side for you." Master's task: wait for the gift from the master of the sect. Mission reward: upgraded primary brick random attributes, quality to be determined. Xiaohe took a look at the mission. This upgrade is just like opening a blind box. It all depends on luck, but it doesn't matter, anyway. She won't lose anything. Xiaohe smiled and said to Taoist Wu Wei, "Thank you, Master." On the other side, the Black Silk Haughty also successfully completed the process of becoming a disciple, and was given the title of Qingxi. The Black Silk Haughty was very dissatisfied with this, and once again regretted the idea she had picked up in her mind. After the two of them finished the process, just as they were about to leave, Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly called him. "Wait." Xiaohe sat down again, and waited for Taoist Ling Xiao to speak. Taoist Ling Xiao took out a wax-sealed letter from his sleeve, and handed it to the Black Stocking Haughty, and said to the two, "Are you going down the mountain to Nandu? It's okay to go. Staying on the mountain is not good for your practice. When you go to Nandu, bring a letter to the prefect for me." Main quest: Taoist Ling Xiao's entrustment. Quest reward: 1000 experience points, 2 silver coins equals. The Black Stocking Haughty and Xiaohe looked at each other. Generally speaking, this kind of work of carrying letters and running errands is a small daily side quest, but here it is the main quest. The two of them accepted the task very readily, and after saying goodbye, they went down the mountain. Lightyear Empire Bread, Yu Feiyu, and Fu Yanzhou were all staying at the reception area of Lungu Mountain at the foot of the mountain. It was too long, and some of them even went offline for a walk. When Xiaohe Black Silk Hot Girl came back, she saw Fu Yanzhou sitting on a stool, staring at a light screen whose content was not clearly visible to others, and he didn't know what he was doing. Lightyear was resting with his eyes closed, and Yu Feiyu and Empire Bread were full and had nothing to do, so they fought at the door. Seeing the two people coming back, Yu Feiyu immediately put away his weapons and ran forward. "Xiaohe, Sister Hei, why did you take so long? Have you completed the mission?" The two people in the room heard the noise and came out, looking at Xiaohe from the left and right. Xiaohe raised the 7-star sword in his hand and said, "I have successfully joined Lungu Mountain. My current profession is a Taoist priest, and so is Sister Xiaohe. We have also accepted a new main task, to deliver a letter to the governor of Nandu on behalf of our sect. The hot girl with black silk stockings has completed the one-click change of clothes. The Taoist robe she originally gave out for the mission system has become a white Taoist robe from Lungu Mountain. It is obviously more advanced in workmanship than the one given out by the system, and its properties are also higher. She inserted the Ziwu hairpin she got into her high ponytail, and she looked more like a female knight than a Taoist priest. Empire Bread circled around the black-stockinged hottie with great envy. Sister Black, you look great. The black-stockinged hottie raised her chin. Why are you in such a hurry? This game must have more than one rare profession. Didn't the system ask players to explore hidden professions when it was announced before? Empire Bread thought so. Shall he said at this time, shall we go to Nandu now? The black-stockinged hottie shook her head and said, no, it's getting late. Although I can sleep in the game cabin, I still prefer the way the ancient blue people rest. I want to have a good sleep in bed, so I'm going to log off. I'll talk about the task tomorrow. After saying that, she yawned, waved at Xiao He, and disappeared from the game in a blue light. Xiao He looked back at the others, and Empire Bread looked at Guangyan. Guangyan glanced at Xiao He and said, it's getting late today. Let's all go offline and rest. And we'll talk about the mission tomorrow. In fact, although the real state cannot be seen in the game, Guangyan is still keenly aware that Xiao He's state is different these days compared to before. Guangyan thinks that Xiao He is probably busy playing games and has not rested well. So he plans to urge Xiao He to go offline and rest on time. Xiao He actually doesn't want to go offline to face the real world covered with snow. But she can't really play the game all night. So she hesitated for a while, and decisively went offline. After logging off, Xiao He went to the door to take a look. There was still a thick layer of white snow outside. She didn't know how long it would be covered with snow. Fortunately, the temperature did not continue to drop. Xiao He looked at the correct word she had drawn on the ground next to her. Since she crossed over, she had experienced 40 days and nights on this garbage planet. The day and night cycle on this planet is twice as long as that on the blue planet. Xiao He only discovered this after she successfully logged into the game and used the time provided by the game. Now Xiao He is worried about what to eat later and when the snow will melt. Xiao He's mind was empty, and her hand was unconsciously holding the small iron stick she used to mark time and scratching something on the ground. After a while, Xiao He came back to her senses and comforted herself optimistically, saying that things would work out when the time came, and it wouldn't be too bad. When she lowered her head, Xiao He's eyes froze, and the thing she had just unconsciously scribbled appeared clearly in her eyes. It was a miniature map of China, with clear and complete outlines of each province, without any missing. Xiao He was stunned, and at this time, a clearer picture appeared in her mind, with a terrain switching mode, as if a map navigation system was installed in her mind. After pondering for a while, Xiao He gradually came to her senses. This drawing function was her cheat code for traveling through time. On the contrary, it might be that the game restricted her ability to draw a complete map. This is why she could only draw the map after stepping through the map bit by bit in the game. In reality, there is no limit. She can draw it in one go. However, Xiao He was frustrated and used a small iron rod to rub the map on the ground. When she knew that she could not see the map anymore, she said to herself, what's the use of just being able to draw? At least give me a cheat code like teleportation to let me leave this broken place. Chapter 38. But no one would hear Xiao He's words. The garbage planet is still a silent garbage planet. Before going to bed, Xiao He thought that she should go to other places on the planet after the snow melted. Maybe there are creatures on the other side of the planet. Now it is too unrealistic to stay in one place and wait for the aircraft that may come at any time. The next day, Xiao He took a look at the snow outside. The sky was gray. She hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Xiao He sighed and turned to play the game. The weather in the game was very good, and the sun was very warm. Xiao He squinted and looked up. Xiao He? Guangyan's voice came. Xiao He turned around and found that Guangyan seemed to have been online for a long time. But she just didn't see it. Xiao He walked over and greeted him. Good morning. After greeting him, he asked again, are they not online yet? Guangyan shook his head. No. I just came online not long ago. They should be online soon. Xiao He was actually a little scared of Guangyan, because Guangyan didn't talk much and often had a serious expression. It was okay when everyone was around, but now the two of them were suddenly alone. Xiao He glanced at Guangyan quietly, then lowered her head, and drew circles on the ground with her toes, not daring to say a word. Guangyan frowned slightly, a little confused. Xiao He would chatter non-stop in front of other people. Why was she so quiet in front of him? Is he scary? Xiao He lowered her head and thought, why haven't other people come online yet? I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit awkward now. Should I just talk about something? Before Xiao He could think of what to say, Guangyan spoke first. In another month, It will be the 100th anniversary of mankind's official survival in the H galaxy, and the establishment of the Federation and Empire. The capital star will have a military exercise. Yesterday, Xiao He and Yu Feiyu both said they would go to participate. Do you want to join them? Guang Yin's tone was inquiring and like a comrade. Before Xiao He answered, Guang Yin continued, Where do you live? I have a free ticket for an interstellar ship. If I don't use it, it will expire. This time is a good time to use it. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and immediately shook her head like pounding garlic to quickly refuse, for fear that if she was a step late, Guang Yin would book a ticket for her. No, I can't go, thank you so much. Xiao He couldn't think of any reason for a while, so he had to tell Guang Yin directly that he couldn't go. Guang Yin frowned. Why can't you come on the anniversary? Whether it is the Federation or the Empire, all people have a 7-day holiday. If the rotation and revolution periods of the planets you live on are different, they should be calculated according to the Blue Star timekeeping method. You? As he spoke, Guang Yin suddenly realized that his tone seemed not very good. Xiao He was not a soldier under his command. Guang Yin stopped talking and softened his tone. I was inconsiderate. You girls should have your own arrangements. But if you change your mind at that time, you can tell me at any time. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed. Okay. After that, he said to Guang Yin, You scared me. Your tone of voice is too much like an elder. We look about the same age. Why do you still call me a little girl? It makes me feel embarrassed. Guang Yin looked at Xiao He silently. The main thing is that Xiao He didn't look embarrassed at all. When Fu Yanzhou came online, he saw Xiao He standing in front of Guang Yin, with his head slightly lowered, his face covered, and smiling shyly. Guang Yin looked down at Xiao He, and they looked like a young couple to anyone. But Fu Yanzhou felt that his mood suddenly became bad. Xiao He did not see Fu Yanzhou, but Guang Yin did. He just gave Xiao He a faint look, without any intention of reminding Xiao He that Fu Yanzhou was online. For the first time in his life, Fu Yanzhou spoke without thinking, Xiao He. Xiao He's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Fu Yanzhou, and his feet had already walked towards Fu Yanzhou, and he greeted him as he walked, Ian. Good morning. Fu Yanzhou curled his lips. Sorry. Something delayed me. Xiao He walked to Fu Yanzhou's side, looked at Fu Yanzhou's face, and wondered when Fu Yanzhou would turn into the same face as before. After a while, Black Silk Hottie, Fish is not fish, Empire bread is online. Black Silk Hottie hooked Xiao's neck. You are so early, junior sister. Xiao was happy, satisfying the sudden desire of the Black Silk Hottie. Senior sister, I am preparing to take 2 knights down the mountain to fight against demons and defend the way, help the world. Black Silk Hottie was at a loss for a moment. She knew every word Xiao said, but she didn't quite understand it when they were put together. At this moment, Black Silk Hottie despised her own behavior of being ignorant because she was rich. She had never heard of fighting against demons and defending the way. Black Silk Hottie replied with a guilty tone. That's right, we sisters should fight against demons and defend the way. Xiao smiled, and rubbed the Black Silk Hottie's chest for some reason, without blushing at all. The hot girl in black stockings slowly lowered her head, glanced at Xiao He's chest, then generously hugged Xiao He and pressed her into her arms. It's okay, I'm generous, you're not, I can understand. The other 4 men watched this scene, and they just felt that the friendship between girls was really puzzling. Empire Bread interrupted the 2 sticky people. Are you going to leave or not? Aren't you going to Nandu to deliver a letter? When I went online just now, I saw many Wang family members coming to Lungu Mountain. It is said that they are currently stuck on the way here. The experience is very exciting. Xiao struggled to get out of the arms of the Black Silk Hot Girl, pushed the Black Silk Hot Girl's hand and said, Is it the same as when we came here? Empire Bread shook his head. It should be different. Wait. I guess there will be complaints posted on the forum later. Yu Feiyu glanced at the game time and said, Let's go. The game is dawning. According to the official introduction of Lungu Mountain, it will be very safe during the day, and there will be special settings at night. However, if we don't do the task, we can wait until night. After listening, Guang Yin said to Xiao, Take out the carriage. Let's do the task first. Xiao nodded, took out the carriage from the backpack, and left along the mountain road in and out of Lungu Mountain. When they were halfway there, they saw a group of players who were listless, as if they had been sucked dry, coming out of the fog that had just dissipated. They were staggering like wandering souls. They were a little overwhelmed when they saw the scene suddenly brightened up. They were even more shocked when they saw the mountain road suddenly filled with many people. They clearly remembered that there were not so many people. It was not until Xiao He and his group of carriages, trapped in the mountain road for a night, that the players who faced all kinds of monsters and ghosts came to their senses and instantly moved away from here. They were relieved when they entered the Lungu Mountain area and logged off to adjust their mentality. Xiao He sat in the carriage and shook his head. With this psychological endurance, I suggest that the game specially release a horror copy, with the style of the ancient Blue Star Huaxia tribe, to train courage. As the main planner of the game, Fu Yanzhou asked, "Horror copy? Exclusive to the Huaxia style? Can you tell me more about it?" Xiao He covered his mouth, feeling that he seemed to have said too much. Looking at the reactions of Fu Yanzhou and the black silk hot girl, it seemed that there was nothing scary in this future world. Black silk hot girl Yufeiyu Empire Xiao Bian looked at Xiao He curiously. When they passed by that road before, there was Taoist Qingxian, and it was a wild animal that came out. Except that the atmosphere was a bit weird, there was nothing scary. Now that Xiao He said this, they were really curious about what these players had experienced. Xiao He was under great pressure from being watched. After a while of hesitation, she said, "I don't know how to explain this. Don't you have the information? I think you can look it up yourself. It will definitely be clearer than what I said." In fact, the real reason was that Xiao He was afraid. She lived alone now. There was almost no light source. After telling the ghost story, how would she face the dark garbage planet when she went offline? Of course, she was really a staunch materialist. The hot girl in black stockings shook her head and said, "No, I hate reading the most. It gives me a headache. Just tell me about it." Xiao He shook her head firmly. "No, I'm scared. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep after you finish telling me." The hot girl in black stockings became more and more curious the less she heard. However, when she saw Xiao He's genuine fear, she thought of the poor Xiao He she had imagined before. So she held back her questions and said reluctantly, "Forget it. I'll read the book myself." Xiao He took the hot girl in black stockings' arm and said, "I'll be really scared after you finish telling me about it. Sister Xiao He, why don't you ask the official later?" Fu Yanzhou thought silently on the side. It's useless to ask the official. The official doesn't know either. Professor Ming, who studies this field, didn't say so much. Moreover, Fu Yanzhou has a hunch that the story Xiao He tells may be more vivid than the information collected by Professor Ming. After arriving in Nandu, they first exchanged for a rented carriage, and then went to the government office to find the Nandu prefect, Lord Hong, to hand in the task. The current Nandu is probably because the problem of water bandits has been solved. The NPCs on the street are much happier. The players shuttled through the streets and alleys to complete tasks and upgrade. The government office is also very impressive. The yamen runners stood on both sides of the gate. Xiao He was stopped as soon as he arrived. "What are you doing here?" Xiao He took out the letter and said, "Brothers, please inform me that the disciples of Lungu Mountain are here to deliver a letter to the prefect on the orders of our master." The two yamen runners looked at each other, and one of them said politely, "It turns out that you are the Taoist priest of Lungu Mountain. Wait a moment, I will go and inform you." After that, he turned and entered the government office. After a while, he ran out with a smile on his face and made a gesture of invitation. "Taoist priest, please come in quickly. The master is waiting for you in the study." Xiao He and the black silk hot girl followed the yamen runner in. Guangyan and his companions were stopped outside, and were not allowed to enter without a mission. After arriving at the study, the two saw the prefect, Lord Hong, who had been rescued from the pirates not long ago, sitting behind the desk processing official documents. He did not look up until Xiaohe and the other person came in and made a noise. When he saw Xiaohe and the hot girl in black silk stockings, he showed a little surprise. "Is it you two? So you are disciples of Lungu Mountain. Just now, the subordinates reported that you are here to deliver a letter?" Xiaohe nodded and handed over the envelope. "Sir, this is a letter from my master Taoist Wu Wei to you." Lord Hong immediately walked out from behind the desk when he heard that it was Taoist Wu Wei. After taking the letter and opening it, he stroked his beard and smiled and said, "This is not difficult. You go back and tell Taoist Wu Wei that I have no problem. Also, say hello to him for me." Main quest, Li Xiao Taoist's entrustment completed. Reward issued. Main quest, bring back Lord Hong's message. Quest reward, 1000 experience, 2 silver coins. Chapter 39. After receiving the next mission, Xiao He exchanged glances with the black silk hottie, and said goodbye to Lord Hong and left the government office. Yu Feiyu, who was waiting outside, asked when he saw the two of them coming out, "What happened?" Xiao He sighed and said, "I should have let you wait at Lungu Mountain. I don't know what was written in the letter." Lord Hong read the letter and said it was okay. Then he asked Xiao He and I to go back to Lungu Mountain to tell the master. So we have to go back to Lungu Mountain next. The Empire Bread's eyes lit up, pointed to the sky in the game and said, "That's perfect. We're leaving now. When we pass that road, the game is dark. Just now I took a look at the forum. It seems that every time I go there, a different plot will be triggered." The smile on Xiao He's face gradually disappeared, and he took 2 steps back and said, "Why don't you go first? I'll go after dawn." Emperor Guaziomian Bread glanced at Xiao He with ill intentions. "I don't know what he thought of," he said righteously. "That won't do. We have been a team for so long. How can we leave you alone? Don't you think so?" Yu Feiyu hesitated, but Xiao He looks a little scared. Empire Xiomian Bread hooked Yu Feiyu's neck and said, "What's the matter? There are so many of us. No matter how scary the ghosts are, we can just fight them one by one." The black silk hottie also hugged Xiao He and said, "What are you afraid of? I am here. Besides, didn't our senior say that Long Hushan does this?" Xiao He hesitated. Actually, she was a little moved, but also scared. In short, she is both naive and playful. Guangyan frowned and said, "If you are afraid, then don't go. Ah, Mian. If you want to play, go play by yourself." The Empire Bread was listless, muttering, "Do you really think I want to play? It's all for you." Fu Yanzhou raised his eyebrows and said to Xiao He meaningfully, "Maybe the plot there is different from what you know." Xiao He decided as soon as he heard Fu Yanzhou's words. "Then let's go. Let's go quickly. I will regret it if I don't leave." The Empire Bread smiled immediately, trotting towards the carriage, saying as he ran, "I should have not returned the car earlier. I should have bought another one." After renting the carriage again, the few of them set out for Lungu Mountain again. This time there were no NPCs. After passing through the grass that had become a mountain road, they arrived at the mountain road that would trigger the ghost plot. Several people stopped at the edge, looked at the mountain road, which was more weird than before. The sky gradually darkened, the weapons gradually filled the mountain road. Xiao He swallowed his saliva. "Are we really going there?" The Empire Bread was also a little nervous, but still said stubbornly, "Of course, you are here, right?" Yu Feiyu also agreed. Guangyan and Fu Yanzhou stood at the back without changing their expressions. The black silk hottie was completely ignorant and fearless. "Then let's go, or just take the carriage in." The black silk hottie looked at the motionless people and urged. Xiao He took a deep breath. "Go, go, go. Drive in." After that, he drove the carriage in. Once in, the fog became thicker, and the sky became completely dark, except for the light from the carriage. It was pitch dark outside. It was so quiet that there was no sound. Suddenly, a strange BGM sounded in the quiet mountain road, which made the atmosphere even more mysterious. The little Imperial Bread, who was always paying attention to the buff under his health bar, whispered, "There is a change. It is the same fear buff as last time." There was even a hint of excitement in his tone. Xiao He lifted the car curtain, closing her eyes, and not daring to look, said to Fu Yanzhou, Ian, check if there is anything outside?" Fu Yanzhou glanced outside and said, "No, it's pitch black, everything." Before he finished speaking, he saw a flash of white flashing past the window. Fu Yanzhou paused. "There is a white shadow." Xiao He covered her eyes silently. "I knew it. Everyone be careful." Yu Feiyu and the black silk hottie asked back, "Be careful of what?" "Be careful of close-range killing." "Ah!" The scream of Empire Bread and Xiao He's reminder sounded at the same time, completely drowning out Xiao He's voice. Without opening her eyes, Xiao He also knew how terrible the situation was. Fuck, what is that? Go away." The Empire Bread fell directly to the floor of the carriage, waving his hands wildly, trying to drive something away. The black silk hottie and Yu Feiyu looked at the Empire Bread in confusion. Yu Feiyu even laughed at the Empire Bread. "What are you doing? Isn't it just that the music sounds a bit uncomfortable / so scary?" "That's right, Bread, your order is not good," the black silk hottie also said. The Empire Bread opened his eyes, and stared at the empty carriage for a moment, then quickly got up and asked, "No, you didn't see it." Yu Feiyu and the hot girl in black stockings looked at each other, showing clear and stupid eyes. "What did you see?" The Empire-bred looked around vigilantly, and found nothing else before saying, "Just now, Hassan suddenly dropped a black thing from the roof of our car, and it was almost touching my face, and his face was pale, and his eyes were bleeding, and his eyes were full of resentment, very resentful. The long hair was wrapped around my neck. I don't know what happened, but it scared me anyway." Guangyan and Fu Yanzhou saw it, and it disappeared in just a moment, very fast. No wonder the hot girl in black stockings and Yufeiyu didn't see it. Yufeiyu and the black-stockinged hottie said awe in bewilderment. They saw nothing. The next second, Yufeiyu and the black-stockinged hottie froze, staring straight at the back of Empire-bred. Empire-bred was about to say something, but after seeing the expressions of the two, his expression gradually froze, and he silently lip-synced, "Don't scare me." Yufeiyu and the black-stockinged hottie had automatically moved to Xiao's side. Guangyan and Fu Yanzhou were both at Xiao's side, leaving Empire-bred alone with a stiff expression. Standing there, he could already feel the cold breath behind him. Xiao still closed his eyes and whispered, "Why don't you talk? How far has it developed? Is it a female ghost or a male ghost? Is it a ghost behind you?" Empire-bred has already felt something moving forward along his neck. With the background music here, Empire-bred felt an unprecedented sense of fear. He trembled and dared not look back. The close attack just now was enough. The black silk hottie swallowed her saliva. A head suddenly appeared behind Empire-bred. The long hair covered most of the face, revealing only one red eye with a raised tail. It moved up along the back of Empire-bred. Then the head suddenly looked at the black silk hottie, showing its mouth and hooking a cold smile. Xiao covered her eyes and couldn't hear any sound for a long time. She used one free hand to grab a handful of bread nearby and asked nervously, "What's the situation now? Is Xiao Mianbao okay?" The person who was caught didn't answer. Xiao really didn't dare to open her eyes. She comforted herself that as long as she couldn't see, nothing happened. But Xiao gradually felt that something was wrong. Why did the hand she was holding seem a little cold? "A yen? Sister Xiao? Guangyan. You?" Xiao tentatively called out to others in a low voice. However, no one responded. Xiao paused, and gradually had a bad premonition. She immediately let go of the person she had just caught. Oh, maybe it wasn't a person. Who knows what it was? Xiao stood up and drew out the 7-star sword. But her eyes were still closed. She kept muttering, "Don't come over here. I'm from Lungu Mountain. If you come over again, I'll chop you off." A cold laugh came, and Xiao shuddered. "Weren't you very brave when you asked me for a title?" Hearing this, Xiao was no longer afraid. She opened her eyes and blurted out, "It's you? You scared me to death." After saying that, Xiao realized that she seemed to be no longer in the carriage. She didn't know when she appeared outside. The carriage was not far in front of her. Huang Daxian, who had been turned into a handsome guy by Xiao's answer, stood in front of Xiao and sneered at Xiao. Xiao got up quickly, looking at Wang Taixin with sparkling eyes, waving his hand as a greeting, and not forgetting to show admiration and praise. Wang Taixin is still as charming as ever. Wang Taixin wanted to be angry. Think about it carefully. If he succeeded in asking for the title and transformed himself, his skin would not be so pretty, so he should thank Xiao. But Wang Taixin just felt something was wrong. Plus Xiao said the word wholeheartedly when asking for the title. After noticing that Xiao was here again, he appeared in front of Xiao without a second thought. At that time, the female ghost had just come out. Huang Daxian took advantage of Xiao covering her eyes to get her out of the carriage. After getting her out, he did not forget to intimidate the ghosts around. But the others in the carriage were in trouble. The ghosts intimidated by Huang Daxian all went into the carriage. The Empire-bred jumped up and tried to kick the female ghost behind him, but his kick missed. Bloody ghosts also appeared around Guangyan and Fu Yanzhou. The black silk hottie and Yufeiyu were naturally not spared. For a while, the carriage was full of ghosts dancing wildly, which was very exciting. Empire-bred and Fish just screamed and jumped out of the carriage, saying to the light-year black silk hottie behind him, "Run! Run! This is too scary." The two rushed into the thick fog. Huang Daxian looked at the two as if they were idiots, and said to Xiao, "Is that your companion?" How stupid. Xiao felt the same way. It would have been fine to stay in the carriage and endure the ghosts and monsters until dawn. But these two insisted on experiencing the ghost wall. Xiao felt that there were even ghosts, and the most basic ghost wall could not be missing. Fu Yanzhou immediately noticed that Xiao was missing. opened the carriage and said, "Shioha is missing." The light year who punched a female ghost stopped, grabbed the black-stockinged hot girl who was throwing talismans in a hurry and said, "Stop playing. Shioha is missing." The black-stockinged hot girl came to her senses and immediately grabbed the nearest shivering ghost with a talisman and asked, "Where did you take Shioha?" "The seedlings?" The ghost trembled and pointed outside the carriage and answered weakly, "Master, it wasn't us who did it. It was Huang Daxian. He took your companion away. He is outside." The black-stockinged hot girl threw the ghost away and walked out with her long legs. Looking around, she saw Shioha not far away and breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's not lost. It's there." Fu Yanzhou had already walked towards Shioha first. Chapter 40. When Xiao He saw several people get off the carriage, he said to Huang Daxian, "Huang Daxian, are those ghosts so scary every night? It doesn't feel exciting enough." Huang Daxian paused. "Isn't this enough?" Xiao He shook his head. After recovering from the shock, he had completely forgotten how scared he was just now and didn't dare to open his eyes. He even thought that just scaring people with his appearance was not that good. Everyone would get used to it and probably wouldn't be afraid anymore. Huang Daxian, as a highly intelligent NPC, immediately said, "Then I will contact the Lord God." Fu Yanzhou had already walked in front of Xiao He and asked Xiao He with a worried tone, "Are you okay?" Xiao He shook his head. "It's okay. It's okay. Huang Daxian is here. Those ghosts dare not scare me." Fu Yanzhou nodded. Just when he was about to talk to Huang Daxian, he found that Huang Daxian was gone. When the Black Silk Hottie and Guangyan came over, the Black Silk Hottie still wanted to show you that she was not satisfied. "This plot is really exciting. Hee. I will come again next time." Guangyan saw that Shioha was fine and said, "I don't know where Amian and you went." Shioha glanced at the thick fog around. "It's not easy to find. Anyway, there is still some time before dawn. If we go to find it, we may get lost." The Black Silk Hottie subconsciously retorted, "It's just a straight road. How could we get lost?" Shioha sighed. They really got lost. Otherwise, why did they run into the fog and haven't come out yet? The Black Silk Hottie shut up. But what Shioha said made sense. Guangyan was not only worried about the two of them. If they were really too frightened, the game would activate protection measures to force the players to log off. Finally, the four of them reached an agreement. Since Empire Bread and Yufeiyu were very interested in this place, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to experience it in depth? They just walked forward and waited for the two of them. I don't know if it was because of Wang Tai Sin, or because Guangyan and the Black Silk Hottie were too fierce, they didn't encounter ghosts again, but they couldn't get out of the fog. Until dawn, the fog quickly dissipated, revealing the end of the mountain road. The moment the fog dissipated, Xiao He saw Yufeiyu and Empire Bread not far behind him. With a dazed look in their eyes, the two seemed confused and turned around in a circle. When they saw that the fog was gone, they seemed to react slowly. After seeing Xiao He and the others not far away, Empire Bread blurted out, "It's really weird. We walked at least 8 kilometers. Yufeiyu also nodded in agreement. We were clearly looking at the direction of the intersection. But after walking for a long time, it felt like we didn't move at all. Who came up with this trick?" Xiao He smiled at the two and said, "Isn't it fun?" Yufeiyu thought about it. "You're right, it was really fun." The Black Silk Hottie was happy. "Fun? You two were so scared just now, cowards." The Empire Bread retorted stubbornly, trying to restore his majestic image. "Who is scared? That's because I haven't seen it before, and I didn't react for a while." Guangyan interrupted them. "Let's go, I have something to do, and need to log off." Xiao He nodded and walked back to Guangyan and Fu Yanzhou. "Then let's go to the master to hand in the task, and see what the next task is." The Empire Bread and Yufeiyu didn't say anything, secretly thinking about playing again another day. Back at Mount Lunghu, Xiao He found that there were many more players in Mount Lunghu. There were also many more Taoist NPCs on and off the mountain, and some daily tasks in Mount Lunghu. Xiao He also heard someone say that after completing all the daily tasks in Mount Lunghu, there is a chance to trigger a hidden task to become a disciple. This is the first rare profession in the game, with no restrictions on identity, so many people are keen to do the tasks. Xiao He, the Black Silk Hottie, is now a direct disciple of Mount Lunghu, and a very senior one, and NPCs greeted her along the way. "Hello, two uncles." The players who had not yet triggered the mission were very jealous, and they were more motivated to complete the mission. It was only at this time that Shia, The black silk hot girl realized that there was another benefit for them to join Lungu Mountain. It was easier to climb the mountain. The skills they had learned from Taoist Ling Xiao and Taoist Wu Wei before included a skill of light body. After using the skill, they were as light as a swallow, and climbing the mountain was like walking on flat ground. So the two of them reached the top of the mountain very quickly. Taoist Wu Wei still sat opposite Taoist Ling Xiao, but they changed from playing chess to drinking tea. Xiao He took the black silk hottie and walked forward to pay their respects before saying, Master, Master Hong asked us to bring a message to Master, saying that there is no problem with him. After that, Xiao He asked Taoist Wu Wei curiously, Master, what is no problem? Master Hong's words are incoherent. Taoist Wu Wei smiled and stroked his beard and said, It's not a big deal. It's just that I received a letter from other Taoist friends recently. They want to hold a Taoist exchange meeting. It just happens to be our turn in Lungu Mountain. So I asked you to take a letter to ask Master Hong if he can hold it. Since Master Hong said, there is no problem. We can prepare for it. Main task, bring back Master Hong's message. Completed Xiao He. Said Oh and asked, when will it be held? This time it was Taoist Ling Xiao who spoke, about half a year, speaking of which. There is something I want you to do. Xiao He quietly pulled the black silk hot girl. She knew there was another task. The two looked at Taoist Ling Xiao seriously. Taoist Ling Xiao took out a stack of cards, and put them on the table, and said, You two are our new disciples, and you are also our close disciples. Those old friends have never seen you. This is a good opportunity for them to recognize you. You take these cards, and send them over. There is a destination on the cards. Those old guys have a lot of good things. You have to give one or two as a gift. Taoist Ling Xiao said with a bit of mischief in his tone. Xiao He and the black silk hottie received the main task. Dao Fa Exchange Conference. Send invitations to various mountain gates. Task reward. A lot of experience and unknown rewards. The stack of invitations on the table appeared in Xiao He's black silk hottie's hands. 2 copies. Xiao He opened one, it said. Relative of Wudong sect leader. To be honest, Xiao He felt a little promising when he saw the words. Wudong sect leader, I always feel that this game is turning into a martial arts game. After receiving the invitation, Xiao He, the black silk hottie, agreed to the task immediately. After agreeing, she was about to leave to deliver the invitation. After taking 2 steps, Taoist Wu Wei called Xiao He, Wait! Don't leave yet. I have finished practicing your magic weapon. Xiao He's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned around and walked back to Taoist Wu Wei and said happily, It's ready so soon? Taoist Wu Wei nodded with a smile, and handed over a brick that Xiao He could hardly recognize. There were some more patterns on the 6 sides of the brick. Xiao He couldn't recognize it, but it looked good. Taoist Wu Wei pointed at the patterns on it, and said proudly, Your thing is good. In the past, when I carved these talismans together, they always exploded. Your thing is good. Finally, I made it. Look, the 2 biggest ones are. One is the Emperor's Order, one is the 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady's Order, there are also the God of Wealth's Order, the Thunder Talisman, the 3 Pure Ones Seal. When you meet someone stronger than you outside, use this to hit him. I guarantee you will hit him with 1 hit. Xiao He looked at the changed brick in surprise, took it and clicked on the properties to take a look. Name, Advanced Brick. Attributes, God Level Growable Equipment, Current Quality Purple. Life plus 200. Physical Strength plus 60. Attack plus 1000. Hit rate, 100%. Additional attributes, Exorcism, Demon Destruction. Upgradable. Xiao He hasn't looked at the attributes of the brick for a while. This brick has changed a lot. The attributes have been improved a lot. As soon as she took the brick in her hand, the health bar increased directly. Xiao He was very satisfied. She thanked him sweetly. Thank you, Master. Taoist Wu Wei waved his hand. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, you need to find more things to refine this magic weapon. I don't have enough materials here, so I just refined it initially. If you don't write down the materials for refining, you may damage this magic weapon after a long time. Xiao He nodded. I know, Master. After that, the 2 left here and went out to meet up with Fu Yanzhou and the others. When Xiao He arrived at the agreed meeting point, he found that Guang Yin had disappeared. Empire Bread said, My brother is busy, and he may not be online these days. He told us to do the task first. Xiao He nodded. Work is important. Xiao He and I have received the task of running the map. I will see if I can share it with you. After that, Xiao He clicked on the task and wanted to share it with other members of the team. Team channel. System prompt. The task has been successfully shared. Due to Empire bread, the sea is peaceful and the river is clear. Yufiyu is not a member of Longhushan. The task is automatically changed to assist Longhushan in sending the invitation to the Taoist Exchange Conference. Yu Feiyu was a little confused when he saw the task reward. A lot of experience is easy to explain, but what is this unknown reward? The black silk hottie shook her head. I don't know. The Taoist priest on the mountain didn't say. Xiao He explained. Although the masters didn't say, they said that those who want to send invitations are old friends. Xiao He, and I will get some gifts when we go. Maybe the position reward is these gifts. The black silk hottie suddenly realized. It makes sense. Then should we set off now? Where should we go? This stumped Xiao He. This is a problem. What is written on the invitation is. What is Wudong Mountain? Laojun Mountain. Huashan Mountain. Qingcheng Mountain? I haven't seen these mountains on the game map. Fu Yanzhou said calmly. Maybe we need to find these places ourselves? Yu Feiyu reacted. Xiao He. This task is not to urge you to complete the main task of Shanha Sheju quickly. Right? Otherwise, how come there is such a task of running the map? After saying this, Xiao He also realized this. This task is indeed very compatible with Shanha Sheju the task. One runs the map, and the other draws the map after running the map. It's a perfect match. Fu Yanzhou remained silent. In fact, he had discussed this task with Professor Ming, the planner of Lungu Mountain. He wanted to get the complete map as soon as possible. Because Xiaohe had previously drawn a map of Changan, they had exported it. And there was also news from Blue Star Archaeology. In other words, now they were anxious, and wanted to get the complete map as soon as possible, so they started setting tasks to speed up the progress. Chapter 41. The Lungu Mountain mission was actually added after Fu Yanzhou, and the people from the Research Institute discussed it. They couldn't wait to see the full picture of their homeland. Xiao He pulled a few people to find an empty space, and sat down, and said, let's discuss how to do the mission. The Empire Bread and Yu Feiyu both made a gesture of listening attentively. They have no other advantages, but they are obedient. Xiao He had to look at Fu Yanzhou. The black silk hot girl pointed to the invitation and said, to send the invitation, we must first figure out where the location is written on it. Right? But then again, the names of the mountains on the ancient blue star are so nice. Although I don't know what they mean, but they sound very friendly, much better than the 092, 084 mountains we have now. Hearing what the black silk hot girl said, the Empire Bread and Yu Feiyu immediately nodded in agreement. There are many mountains on the planets in their galaxy, all with cold numbers, not as good as the ancient blue star. Xiao He hesitated to speak. The name is not the point. The point is to find the place. Suddenly I remembered that Huashan seems to be near Changan. When he heard Xiao, he blurted out that the game was broken. Fu Yanzhou's heart choked. He was the one who made the game. Fu Yanzhou sighed. The hot girl with black stockings decided directly, okay. Let's do it. Xiao He looked at the hot girl with black stockings. What do you mean? The hot girl with black stockings looked at Xiao He and said, as a matter of course, go to Changan. Didn't you say Huashan is near Changan? Then we must go to Huashan first. After that, the hot girl with black stockings stood up first. Let's go if we don't go. The game will be dark again. The Empire Bread trembled for a moment, and immediately supported the hot girl with black stockings. Sister Hay is right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go! After that, she couldn't wait to take out the carriage, urging Xiao He Yu Fei Yu Fu Yanzhou to get on the carriage, driving at the highest speed, trying to pass the goblin plot before dark. Maybe it was because the Empire Bread was fast enough. In the game, it left the ghost area before the sun set. The Empire Bread breathed a sigh of relief, and sped up to return to Nandu before dark. After arriving in Nandu, it had to wait until dawn to go to the dock to take a boat back to Changan. In the game yard of the black silk hottie, Xiao He asked boredly, why can't we go out after dark? Is there no way to play at night? Fu Yanzhou replied casually, because according to research, the ancient blue star people don't go out much at night. Xiao He's face was full of question marks. Don't go out at night? How long is this data? If I remember correctly, everyone was having fun all night. How can they not go out at night? The black silk hottie also said, I know this too. I heard that the ancient blue star was very chaotic. Going out at night would result in attacks. At that time, humans could not resist thermal weapons. Xiao He asked tentatively, can we resist thermal weapons now? Yu Feiyu laughed out loud. Xiao He. What are you thinking about? Except for the star beasts. How can we humans resist energy guns? They are all wearable. Xiao He showed an embarrassed expression. The hot girl with black stockings glared at Yufeiyu. In her opinion, Xiao He was a poor little thing, who might not have read much. Yufeiyu said this. What if Xiao He felt inferior? Yufeiyu looked at the hot girl with black stockings inexplicably. Why was she glaring at him? The imperial bred said, anyway, I'm free now. At present, we only have news about Huashan. But then again, Xiao He, how did you know Huashan was in Changan? Xiao He felt a little guilty. Before she opened her mouth, the imperial bred said to herself, I know, it must be Lord Zhao who told you. I didn't expect that Lord Zhao was quite arrogant. It seems that his favorability is negative. I told you everything. Xiao He nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was Lord Zhao who told me. I must thank Lord Zhao next time. Fu Yanzhou glanced at Xiao He. Others didn't know, but he knew. Lord Zhao didn't know these things at all. But Fu Yanzhou didn't ask any more questions. He just said to Xiao He, by the way, now that Lungu Mountain in Nandu has also appeared, is there any change in your main task? The Mountain and River Society map? Xiao He was stunned for a moment. She almost forgot to take the scroll out of her backpack. Just when she was about to open it, she suddenly looked at Fu Yanzhou. She always felt that Fu Yanzhou was too concerned about her task. Fu Yanzhou coughed lightly and said with a smile, I'm a little curious about what the picture will look like after it's finished. Xiao He opened the picture and said, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were curious, but it looks like this task won't be finished in a short time. After saying that, he picked up the pen and completed Nandu. After completing the task progress did change. From 1/30th to 2/30th. Xiao He stepped aside and pointed at the map, saying, it's done. After a while, he suddenly had an idea. If I draw the neighboring Tanzhou and Jiancheng, will the game open the corresponding maps in advance? The Empire bred and Yufeiyu, the black silk hot girl, immediately looked at Xiao He and asked in unison, what Tanzhou and Jiancheng? Xiao He took a step back. It's Jiancheng and Tanzhou. I read in a book that Jiancheng and Tanzhou are next to Nandu. The black silk hot girl asked Yufeiyu. Did the book say that? Yufeiyu was not sure, and looked at the Empire bred. Empire bred shook his head. I don't know, I don't like reading books, my brother might know. After saying that, he looked at Fu Yanzhou again. Empire bred felt that Haiyan Hiching and his brother seemed to have a good relationship. He must be very capable. Who knows? Haiyan Hiching might know. Fu Yanzhou nodded. It is indeed recorded in the book, but I don't know that the game is set up like this. In fact, how could Fu Yanzhou not know? He is the main planner. Fu Yanzhou said to Xia calmly, why don't you try it? Once Xia draws it, Fu Yanzhou will notify Xiaoli and others to open the corresponding map simultaneously. Xiao He picked up the pen, scratched his head, and tried to think of the map, but found that his thinking seemed to be blocked. He couldn't draw anything at all. After a while, Xiao He gave up, put away the pen and said, I can't draw it. The game is hindering me. Fu Yanzhou was a little disappointed, and didn't understand why Xiao He said that the game was hindering her. Xiao He put the map away and said, forget it. This task can't be rushed. When we send the invitations later, we can step on the map by the way. The task will probably be almost completed. The black silk hot girl nodded. That's right. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's see. There will be dawn in half an hour, and we will go back to Changan after dawn. I don't know if the mountain is easy to find. Xiao He didn't know if it was easy to find, but it was quite interesting. The most important thing was that according to the rewards they got when they went to Lungu Mountain, the rewards for opening up the game should be quite a lot. Plus there was the 100,000 gold coins from the Shanha Sheiji map. After daybreak, several people set out to the dock to sink the ship and return to Changan. There are still many players in Changan, although there is also a novice village in Nandu. Most players will still be born in Taohua village in Changan. In addition, the 360 trades are in Changan. So the players in Changan are all new players who have just entered the game. Xia roughly recalled the direction from the map, and went out of Changan City with Fu Yanzhou, the black silk hot girl Yufeiyu Empire, and Xiao Bian Bao. They walked all the way to the east. After passing the foggy mountain, there is an undeveloped area of the game. There are not many players visiting, and there is still a layer of thick fog covering it. Hot girl with black stockings sighed. I never thought that playing a game would require pioneering. Xiao He also sighed. Where do you think the game headquarters is? I want to send a letter with my real name to condemn their behavior. Fu Yanzhou fell behind by 2 steps and dared not speak. Xiao He stepped forward into the fog and said back, let's go. Let's find a place as soon as possible. Yu Feiyu hurriedly followed. I'll lead the way. Fu Yanzhou followed closely behind, and the two looked at each other and walked into the thick fog. Xiao He thought that the task of delivering invitations would be completed quickly. Unexpectedly, this task was not difficult, and the rewards were great. The problem was that it was really difficult to find places in the game, because most of the undeveloped maps were covered by thick fog. It really implemented the saying that the gameplay was left to the players to explore on their own. Xiao He spent a week searching for Huashan alone, which was a week in real time. Moreover, they were trapped in a special map in the game, unable to contact the outside world. In the end, they could only rely on the forum to contact other players. When they found Huashan, several people were a little dusty. Empire Xiaomian took a look at Huashan, sat down on the ground and said, no, this is absolutely not possible. If we walk like this, we will spend all our game time on opening up new land. We are here to play games, not to step on the map. We have to think of a way. Xiaohe felt the same way. Walking in the mountains without direction for a week. This is not a game. This is wilderness survival. To be honest, Xiaohe felt that she could play until now, because she had nothing else to do except playing games. Fu Yanzhou reflected on himself and decided to go offline to optimize the game and simplify the process of opening the map. Yu Feiyu suddenly slapped his thigh. Let's think about it. Why do we have to open up the land ourselves? There are so many game players. Don't you think? The black silk hot girl Empire bred looked at Yu Feiyu. You mean? Yu Feiyu nodded. Yes. Let's post a message on the forum later. Write it more exciting, and give more generous rewards. Are you still worried that no one will come? Xiu's eyes lit up. Yu is right. How long will it take for us to walk like this? Let's look for it together. Maybe the whole map of the game will be open soon. Empire bred. Bao said, that's right, and we will start school in half a month, so we will have less time to play games. Yu's idea is very good, so, it's not early today, I'll go offline to write a post. Yu Feiyu also said, it just so happens that my classmates have finished their summer vacation, so let them register an account and go to the forum to make the posts popular. The black silk hottie touched her chin. It just so happens that I have a lot of pocket money left this month. I'll go to the Star Network to buy a hot search, and playing games, it's more fun when it's lively. Xiao He was amazed when he heard it. The Star people's brains are really good. After the three of them finished discussing, they said to Xiao He, then it's decided. We'll go offline first. Xiao He, you should also check the forum. When you see you post a message, you should leave a message to keep it popular. Understand? Xiao He nodded. Don't worry, I'll go offline in a while to watch. Fu Yanzhou asked beside him, do you need help? The black silk hottie glanced at Fu Yanzhou. She was not a slow guy like Xiao He. Fu Yanzhou looked no simple matter. Maybe he was an official of the game. The black silk hottie shook her head and said, nothing to help. You just need to check the message like Xiao He. After that, she went offline. Yu Feiyu Empire Xiaomianbao also went offline. Xiao He said hello and went offline. Chapter 42. After going offline, Xiao He stood up and moved around for a while. The snow on the garbage planet had not melted yet. Xiao He searched for it several times with difficulty. Finally, he dug out some nutrient solution. But the temperature seemed to be a little higher these days. Xiao He moved around for a while and took out the game bracelet. The bracelet suddenly prompted that the battery was running low. Fortunately, there was a prompt that it could be charged with light energy. Xiao He put the bracelet outside to absorb light energy. That's why it didn't shut down. Later, Xiao He learned his lesson and took the bracelet out to dry every few days. After opening the game forum, the most popular posts in the forum are still the government office dungeon, the water fort plot gameplay, and the Lungu Mountain ghost plot. The others are all asking about various quest props and quest clues. However, Xiaohe saw an interesting post, which is related to the profession. Gaoshan Yangji, friends who have done the job transfer task. Let me ask, does the job transfer task have to be done in the 360 trades? Are there any other possibilities? I am a player on the second floor, normally. It is true. But I heard that the game has hidden professions. What tasks did you accept? Tell me about it. Third floor Gaoshan Yangji. Hidden profession? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can there be such a hidden profession? 3RD floor. The tone of the OPE? Tell me about it quickly, I am a little curious. Fourth floor. I am also curious. What did the OP change to? 5th floor Gaoshan Yangji. It is like this. I came from Xinghua village in Nandu. I went straight to the 360 professions and prepared to have a career for fun, because many friends who have successfully worked full-time said that they can use their careers to make money in the game after changing their jobs, and it will also unlock more ways to play. So I went. But I haven't even reached the 360 lines of business in Changan yet. On the way to Changan by boat, I met a boatman. The boatman said that I was a good seedling. I thought it was a compliment. I asked him what good seedling he was. The boatman didn't tell me. He just asked me to go with him. I thought I was free anyway. So I followed him. Okay, I am now in a place where I don't know what mountain is. It's full of ore. I, a new player who just entered the game, was forced to mine. I don't want to do it anymore. I came to play games. Not to work. But the boatman and other NPCs wouldn't let me go. They said I was a qualified laborer, and I had to mine 1,000 pieces of ore before I could leave. Here comes the question, what kind of job is a coolie? Why does a coolie exist? I don't want to dig rocks. 6th floor player 2374. 7th floor player 3681. 20th floor I am a player. Sorry, I came back from laughing, and I checked the information. Coolie is a job on Gulen Star that earns money by physical labor. Brother, you are lucky. Ha ha ha. 21st floor player 1278. Ha ha ha. This game has such a job? I didn't see it in the 360th line. I laugh so hard, brother. Are you okay now? Where is the mine? I want to take a look. Xiaohe was also happy. This game even has coolies. Continue to scroll down the post. Xiaohe saw another post complaining about the ghost story. It's not expensive. The posts about the ghost story are not fun. Players will get familiar with the routine after going a few times. Some players have already teased the ghost NPCs in return, trying to trigger a more thrilling gameplay. The story of the Water Fortress dungeon is more interesting. If many people cross the river at the same time, if there are more than 2 female players, there will be an 80% chance of triggering a special story, water bandits robbing the bride, similar to what Xiaohe and his friends encountered last time, but the probability of escape is reduced. Almost every player who goes there will be caught in the Water Fortress dungeon, and can only get out after clearing the level. After reading it, Xiaohe refreshed the post, and saw Yufeiyu's ID appeared. The latest post was the post written by Yufeiyu. The post complained that there were too few maps in the game, and that there were more and more players. Then he started to speculate about other maps in the game. Finally, he said that he got rich rewards after participating in the game. The focus was on the last paragraph. To be honest, if Xiaohe was not the person involved, she would have believed it. Yufeiyu simply spoke without thinking. He said that he could upgrade 2 levels by opening a map. 100 gold coins, and some equipment. Xiaohe was tempted by it. Not to mention other players, plus there are pictures posted by Yufeiyu, which are the scenes when they just arrived at Lungu Mountain, and the scenes at Huashan before they went offline. Not to mention, Yufeiyu's photography skills are really good. This picture shows that. You can't see how embarrassed they were when they arrived. You can only see the towering mountains, and the magnificent momentum. This post was pushed to the top soon, and many people asked if it was true. Yufeiyu answered firmly that it was. The climax of the post was a player's reply. Contemporary Sushiaka, it's true. The rewards are indeed a lot. You all know it, right? The map I opened rewarded me with a set of top-level equipment. I won't mention the gold coins, but it's a lot anyway, and some fun props, plus a unique title, which is my current forum ID. After the post went up, the players who clicked in have expressed their intention to return to the game to grind the map. After all, the official news released that the Huaxia area only has 34 large maps in total. If you don't hurry up, you will miss the fun. When Xiaohe logged into the game the next day, the world channel was unusually quiet. Everyone was looking for new maps. Xiaohe stood at the foot of Mount Hua. Seeing that no one else was online, he asked to find a Taoist temple on Mount Hua to send an invitation. The Taoist temple on Mount Hua was not difficult to find. Not long after walking down, he saw a Taoist temple with smoke rising from it. Xiaohe went forward and knocked on the door. An old Taoist priest, who was about the same age as Ling Xiao and Wu Wei, came out to open the door. followed by two little Taoist children. Xiao He went forward and performed the Taoist etiquette before taking out the invitation and saying, "Excuse me. Are you Taoist Master Yunhe? I am here to deliver the invitation on the orders of my master Taoist Master Wu Wei." Taoist Master Yunhe stroked his beard, took the invitation and glanced at it, and then looked at Xiao He again and said with a smile, "Not bad. Not bad, I got it. I will go on time. I don't have anything good here. Since you are here, and you are the disciple that old man Wu Wei finally accepted, I naturally have to give you a gift. It is the thunder talisman I drew recently. Take it and play with it." After that, he took out a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Xiao He. After Xiao He received it and thanked him, he got a system prompt. System prompt. Successfully sent out the invitation. Got 10 thunder talismans. And received 2,000 experience points. When Xiao He looked up, the gate of the Taoist temple was closed. At the same time, there was a carriage and horse station at the foot of Lungu Mountain. Players can return to Changan or Nandu from here. After waiting for a long time at Lungu Mountain, the Black Silk Haughty, Yu Feiyu, Empire Bread, and Fu Yanzhou were not online. Xiao He scratched his head. She had no other way to contact people except the game. Xiao He hesitated for a while, and decided to go back to Changan first. After arriving in Changan, except for Zishang Yinshang, all other friends in her friend list were gray. Xiao He sighed, and started to sort out her bag. There are more and more ways to play the game now. And many props are tradable. There are a lot of things in her bag. And she really should sort it out. After cleaning up, Xiao He found that she had a lot of things, including 2 black tokens she got from killing bosses, which she didn't know the use of. Xiao He left the tokens, the mission props, and packed up all other idle equipment and materials, and then poked Zishang Yinshang's private message. "He Miao, are you there?" Zishang Yinshang, yes. "Yes, what do you need?" "Boss? He Miao, I have some equipment and props here. Do you think you can take them?" Zishang Yinshang, yes, where are you? "Boss, I'll find you." Xiao He was at her own home in Taohua village. After replying to Zishang Yinshang, she waited for Zishang Yinshang to come over. Zishang Yinshang arrived soon, knocked on Xiao He's door. "Are you there?" "Boss?" Xiao He opened the door and invited Zishang Yinshang in. Smiling, "Just call me Xiao He, all the things are there." Xiao He pointed to the table in the middle of the yard, which was filled with things Xiao He had sorted out. Zishang Yinshang walked over and looked at each item, and said to Xiao He, "Take them all. It's just that the equipment has been upgraded. The blue quality ones can't be sold at a high price. These items are all good. These things add up to 10 gold. Xiao He had checked the current game review item equipment prices before. Zishang Yinshang's price was very fair, even a little higher than other merchants. "Okay, I'll give them all to you." Zishang Yinshang put the items into his backpack, paid Xiao He, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your review. Business is not good now. There are many competitors. Next time you have something, just come to me." Xiao He nodded. Zishang Yinshang pointed to Xiao He's yard and asked, "Is this yours?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Xiao He replied. Zishang Yinshang thought for a while before saying, "Is this house for sale?" After rescuing the prefect in the last pirate dungeon and getting the homestead reward, many players want the house in the game, but the official has not yet released the channel, and many players want to buy it, but the players themselves cannot be contacted in Nandu. So I want to ask if you will sell the house? Don't worry. This house will definitely sell for a high price." Xiao He said regretfully, "Maybe not. This cannot be traded." Zishang Yinshang was a little disappointed, and quickly said, "Forget it." Xiao He said, "But the land deeds that have not been built into houses can be traded. You can go to brush the land deeds. There should be related tasks at the Nandu prefecture, because I saw a lot of empty houses there, which should be prepared for players." Zishang Yinshang's eyes lit up, and he thanked Xiao He. "Thank you." After that, he hurried away. It seems that he went to study the land deeds task. Xiao He shook her head. And then she found that Guang Yin was online. And she quickly sent him a private message. "He Miao, you are finally online." Guang Yin has not been online for a long time, since he said he was offline for something in Lungu Mountain. He has not been online once during the period when they were developing the Huashan map. At the same time, the 3 people who had set up a small group offline, including the Black Silk Haughty, Yu Feiyu, and Empire Bread, were encouraging players to open up the game map and expand their influence. They were chatting enthusiastically in the group. The Black Silk Haughty, done. The #1 hot search in the prime time in the evening. Empire bread. The post has been pushed to the top. Feiyu. Did we forget something? The black silk hottie. Empire bread. The three of them sent out at the same time. Oops. I forgot to tell Xiaohe that I will not be online today. Who has her contact information? Chapter 43. Fu Yanshou was simplifying the game map opening mode with Xiaoli and others in the research institute. Once he got busy, he completely forgot about the game. After Xiaohe and Guangnian greeted each other, Guangnian quickly replied, Guangnian, are you the only one online? He meowed, yes, I don't know if they have something to do today, and they are not online. Guangnian, I will go find you. Xiaohe hurriedly replied, I am in Taohua village. Guangnian did not reply. Not long after, Guangnian arrived in Taohua village, and went directly to Xiaohe's home to find her. After seeing Xiaohe, Guangnian's frown relaxed, and his expression became much gentler. Xiaohe. Xiaohe waved his hand as a greeting and said, we have completed the task. But Xiaohe and the others are not online yet. So I didn't continue the task today. Guangnian. Do you know why, Xiaohe? Xiaomian. You and I are not online today. Guangnian lowered his head and clicked on the light screen and said, let me ask. After that, he operated on the light screen for a while. And after getting the reply, he said to Xiaohe, Amian, Xiaohe, and you are working on the post. First, I may be busy with work. Xiaohe nodded, and didn't know what to say for a while. Guangnian sat in the small. He seemed a little tired. Xiaohe asked, are you tired from work? Why don't you take a good rest? Guangnian was stunned for a moment, and whispered, I don't want to sleep. I can rest in the game cabin anyway. Xiaohe disagreed. To put it bluntly, as an ancient blue star who has not traveled for a long time, Xiaohe still thinks that if you are tired, you should have a good sleep. High-tech things can't replace sleep to replenish your energy. Xiaohe thought about it. It doesn't matter anyway. A Yin and the others are not online. So he said to Guangnian, why don't you take a nap in the game? There is a ready-made room. After that, Xiaohe pointed to the room behind and looked at Guangnian very sincerely. Guangnian suddenly felt sleepy, and followed Xiaohe's words, and went to sleep in the room. As a person with long-term insomnia, Guangnian slept well in the game, without any dreams, and completely deep sleep. When he woke up, Guangnian couldn't even tell where he was for a moment. It took a while for him to wake up completely. It was daylight in the game, and it was quiet outside. Guangnian walked out of the room and didn't see Xiaohe, but saw a system prompt. System prompt. Player He Meow invites you to be a guest at his house. You could enter and leave the player's house freely during your visit. In the friend list, Xiaohe's avatar was black, and he seemed to be offline. Guangnian pinched his eyebrows, looked at the time, and realized that he had slept for about a day and a night. In real time, it was a day and a night. No wonder he felt refreshed. Xiaohe was not online. So Guangnian simply clicked to log off. After Guangnian fell asleep, Xiaohe strolled around Taohua village and did some daily tasks. Finally, he saw that there was nothing to do, so he simply logged off. The temperature on the garbage planet began to warm up, and the snow gradually showed signs of melting. Xiaohe hurriedly cleared the snow at the door, fearing that the snow would flow into the sleeping place after melting. After finally clearing the snow at the door, Xiaohe wiped his sweat and leaned against the side to rest. Panting, Xiaohe planned to go to other places after the snow melted, not to mention going far. He had to check the surrounding areas. At this time, on the other side of the garbage planet, 5 or 6 spaceships landed from above the planet. After landing, many people wearing tight clothes similar to Xiaohe's got off the spaceships, and their heads were wrapped tightly, so their faces could not be seen. The common point was that everyone was very tall and had a murderous aura. A completely different person came down from the spaceship in the middle. He looked kind, wore a white windbreaker, and played with something that looked like a pistol. After coming down, he looked around first, and then said slowly, look carefully. The people from the Surid said there are treasures here. They saw it with their own eyes. I want to see what treasures it is. If the people from the Sudri dare to lie to me, I will overturn their new ship when I go back. Yes. The others quickly dispersed in a well-trained manner, stepped on a strange-looking means of transportation that looked like a bicycle, and rose into the air in an instant, and flew around quickly. Only 3 or 4 people were left to protect the boss in white clothes. The garbage planet was now covered with snow, and it was hard to find things. After waiting for a while, someone persuaded him, "Boss, it's very cold here. Why don't you go into the spaceship and wait? I will report to the brothers below as soon as there is news." Xiaoying turned the laser gun in his hand and walked into the spaceship. He had investigated the information of the garbage planet before coming here. This planet is not small. It takes time to find a treasure that you don't know what it is. Instead of waiting, he might as well play some games. He is very interested in the game launched by the Joint Research Institute. Xiao had no idea what happened on the other side of the garbage planet. After clearing the snow, he returned to the warm room and stamped his feet. Seeing that it was getting late, he browsed the forum for a while, but did not go online. He planned to go online early the next morning. At night, Xiao curled up in a ball while sleeping, and shivered a little. He always felt that it was getting colder. Xiao woke up in the morning because of the cold. He shivered. It seemed that the temperature dropped sharply again. Xiao was so cold that he sneezed and wrapped himself with everything that could keep warm. He shivered and opened the door. All he saw was a piece of white. Xiao was a little confused. "Why is it so white?" Xiao stretched out her hand and poked, and found that the white was all snow, and it had already covered the alley where she lived. Xiao held it in for a long time before she swore in a low voice. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered to clear the snow yesterday." Xiao was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. The snow blocking the door couldn't be left there. If it froze hard behind, she would suffocate. Xiao sighed, and was no longer in a hurry to play the game. She used tools to dig a passage in the snow, and then dug a place for ventilation upwards. It took Xiao half a day to dig. After finally getting out of the snow, she found that the thickness of the snow was twice as high as the alley where she lived. At a glance, she could not see the piled up garbage at all. She could only see the tip of the garbage mountain. The surroundings were all white. Xiao was dumbfounded. She had never seen such thick snow in her life. There was no movement at all. Moreover, it was colder outside the snow layer than below. Xiao could not stand it after staying there for a while, especially when the wind blew. Xiao immediately shrank back under the snow layer. She thought that she had already dug it, so she simply dug the passage directly to the garbage mountain to make it easier for her to pick up garbage. After finishing, Xiao rubbed his hands and walked back. After entering the house, he closed the door tightly, huddled in the nest of sponges, and shivered into the game. As soon as he entered, he saw the private message of the Black Silk Hot Girl. "Black Silk Hot Girl, online? Come on. Come on. I handed in the task in Huashan, and got the reward. And you don't know? These players are really capable. As soon as I went online today, there were 5 new maps in the game. Then there was a team invitation. After Xiao joined the team, he found that everyone was quite complete. Guangyan, Empire Bread, Yu Feiyu, and Fu Yanzhou were all there. Team Channel, He Miaoer, you are all here. Empire Bread, I came here a long time ago. You are the only one missing. The new Jincheng map, Nanzhou map, Qianzhong map, Kanwu map, and Luoyang map have been opened. It seems that I underestimated you all before. Yu Feiyu, but I heard that the game officials took the opinions of the players and lowered the difficulty of navigating the map. Which new map should we go to first? Xiao found the invitation first. After seeing Jincheng Mountain on it, he said in the team channel He Miaoer, let's go to Jincheng map first. Jincheng Mountain seems to be there. Then we can go to Nanzhou, Qianzhong, and Kanwu along the way. Lightyear, okay, we will meet at Changan by car and horse. Just as Xiao was about to leave Taohua village, Sister Wang caught up with him and said, He Miaoer, don't go yet, I'm about to write you a letter. I prepared the bearskin coat for you. Xiao hurriedly stopped. Sister Wang, is the bearskin ready? Sister Wang nodded and said with a smile, I know you adventurers can't sit still and like to run around. Take it quickly, more clothes, and more protection when walking outside. After that, she handed out the neatly folded bearskin coat. After Xiao took it, he thanked her earnestly, Thank you, Sister Wang. Sister Wang waved her hand and said, What are you thanking me for? Okay. If you have something to do, leave quickly, I won't delay you. Xiao nodded. Then I'll come back to see Sister Wang another day. After that, Xiao left Taohua village and got on the carriage to Changan. When they arrived at Changan coach house, everyone else had arrived. Xiao He jumped off the carriage and greeted them. Good afternoon. The hot girl in black silk stockings came forward and hooked her arm around Xiao He's neck and said, Why weren't you online last night? We don't have your contact information, which made me worried. Xiao He smiled embarrassedly. I had something to do yesterday, and then it was very late, so I simply didn't go online and went to sleep directly. Fu Yinzhou was busy all night, and only hurriedly went online after simplifying the drawing process. When he saw Xiao He, his expression became happy. Several people took a car from the carriage and horse shop to the newly opened map, and went directly to Jincheng. As soon as they arrived in Jincheng, the hot girl in black silk sneezed, rubbed her nose and said, What's that smell? It's so choking. Xiao He looked at Jincheng, which was full of local characteristics, and her eyes lit up. She was greedy, especially when she saw such familiar peppers, and the red-hot pot on both sides of the street. Xiao He almost rushed over. The NPCs in Jincheng are also very distinctive. The female NPCs are all beautiful, small in figure, but full of momentum, and speak very fast. Xiao He clearly heard a sentence. I'll go to Mount Shudao. Yu Feiyu sniffed and said, It's quite pungent, but I don't know why, the more I smell it, the more I crave it. Xiao He suppressed the idea of eating hot pot, retracted his gaze with pain and said, We'll talk about the rest later. Let's go ask about Mount Qingsheng first, and finish the task as soon as possible. After that, he immediately pulled an NPC to ask, Hello, we are from other places, and want to go to Mount Qingsheng. Excuse me. How can I get to Mount Qingsheng? The NPC who was pulled was a beautiful girl. She looked at Xiao He for a while before saying, Mount Qingsheng, it's not far away. You can leave the city from here, and walk a distance to the northwest. Xiao He immediately thanked him, turned around and went out of the city with Fu Yinzhou and others, and went to find Mount Qingsheng according to the direction given by the NPC. Chapter 44. The NPC was right. Xiao He and his friends walked northwest for half a day in the game, and saw Qingsheng Mountain. Originally, Xiao He was not sure, but as soon as he stepped into that area, the system prompted them that they had reached Qingsheng Mountain. After arriving at Qingsheng Mountain, the task of delivering the invitation became simple. You can still find the Taoist temple, deliver the invitation to the corresponding NPC, gain a lot of experience and some props, and the progress of the task will be pushed forward. Xiao He and his friends rushed to the next place while there was still time, traveled all over the map of Jincheng, Nanzhao, Kanwu and Xinzhong, and then continued to the next place on the invitation. They actually wanted to play in the Nanzhao map, but the task was not completed, and the game countdown was on, so they had to hurry to find the rest. After running for a day, Xiao He had finished running through several newly opened maps, sent out 2 invitations, and had 6 more on hand. Xiao He stayed in Luoyang City and said, Take a break. Let's not look for it for now. We are running from south to north. Luckily it's a game, otherwise we would have lost our lives. Such a big place. The black silk hottie felt the same way. Gu launching looks small. I didn't expect it to be so strenuous to run. Yu Feiyu and Empire Bread said, School is about to start. I have to go back to school these days. I won't be online for now. I will go online when I get to school. You guys do the tasks first. After that, he asked Xiao He, Xiao He, you have been playing the game for so long. Give me a new network account. Let's add friends. Xiao Hejiu and my brother are in the group, by the way. Hai Yan Hiqing is coming too. Guang Yin said, I have Hai Yan Hiqing's contact information. I will add him to the group. After that, he looked at Xiao He. Xiao He was stunned. New network number. This sounds like the same thing as penguin number. The problem is that she doesn't have it. Imperial Bread waited for a long time, but didn't get the new network number from Xiao He. Looked at Xiao He in confusion. What's wrong? Did you forget the new network number? Xiao He opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. The hot girl in black silk stockings immediately thought of the pitiful image she had imagined, and pushed aside Empire Bread and said, How presumptuous of you. Asking for someone's star network number all of a sudden. Go away. Don't meddle in our girls' affairs. After that, she smiled at Xiao He. Don't you think so? Xiao He? Xiao He smiled. And after struggling for a while, she whispered, No. Empire Bread, who had just been scolded, looked at Xiao He in disbelief. No. How could there be no star network number? Everyone will apply for a star network number after school, and it will accompany them throughout their lives. How could there be no star network number? Xiao He was a little scared, and immediately changed her words. I mean, I didn't forget it. Empire Bread was a little embarrassed when she heard it. Oh, my voice was a little loud. I didn't hear it all. Then you can send the Star Network number to Xiao Heijia in a private message. Remember? I'm going offline first. I have to pack my things. After that, he and Yu Feiyu went offline one after another. Guangyan and Fu Yanzhou were a little disappointed that they didn't hear Xiao's Star Network number. But seeing Xiao's entangled look, they were very considerate and didn't ask, but just said to Xiao, I'm offline too, and I may not be online in the next 2 days. Guangyan nodded at Xiao, and he and Fu Yanzhou went offline at the same time. Only the black silk hot girl and Xiao were left. After everyone left, the black silk hot girl asked Xiao, is there anything wrong with you not telling them the Star Network number just now? The black silk hot girl was more inclined to believe that Xiao didn't tell them the Star Network number out of some concerns. Just like what the Empire Bread said. It is impossible for someone to not have a Star Network number. The Empire and the Federation conduct a population census every 2 years. And there are no unregistered residents. Xiao He looked at the hot girl in black stockings. And didn't know what to say. Finally, her brain suddenly twitched. And she performed a scene of going offline in front of the hot girl in black stockings. The hot girl in black stockings was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xiao He, who disappeared in an instant, and finally laughed in anger. Good Xiao He. Wait until you come online tomorrow to see how I will deal with you. After saying that, she also went offline angrily. After Xiao He went offline, she huddled in the dark inside. What kind of thing is this? How could she know that there is such a thing as Star Network? She doesn't even have an identity. So where does the Star Network number come from? It's really worrying. It was fun to escape for a while. I will go online to the crematorium tomorrow. Where did she get a Star Network account? With a worried heart, Xiao He wrapped the quilt tightly around her body and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she started to worry again, so much so that she hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to go online. She went to the garbage mountain to pick up things, trying to find more tools to keep warm. Xiao He was worried that the temperature would drop further, and if it dropped further, she would really freeze to death. On the other side of the garbage planet, the spaceship was suspended above the snow layer. Qiuing frowned and sat in the spaceship, looking out through the window. What's wrong with this planet? It's snowing so heavily all of a sudden. Boss, this is a garbage planet. We evacuated all the people and turned it into a garbage planet because we calculated that the planet's resources were exhausted and it was about to enter a frozen period. Boss, according to the information sent back by the brothers, we have searched half of the planet and haven't seen the so-called treasure. Were we deceived by the people on the Sudari? Qiuing snorted coldly. Search for another 2 days. If we can't find it after searching the entire planet, we will kill back and settle accounts with the Sudari. His subordinate Qiu responded and passed on the order. A reply was received soon. Boss, Number 6 sent a message, saying that a destroyed aircraft was found on the other side, and only the frame was left after being burned. Qiu Ying's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he stood up and ordered, let's go to number 6. She immediately ordered the other ships to start and go to the ruins of the aircraft found by number 6. When they arrived there, the man wearing combat uniform and masked his face was standing next to the ruins. When he saw Qiu Ying's spaceship coming, he raised his hand and waved. After the spaceship came to a steady stop, Qiu Ying got off the spaceship, walked on the snow to the snow pit dug by number 6, took a look inside, and casually asked, have you found anything else? Number 6 shook his head. The snow is too thick. When I searched here, I accidentally fell into it and found it. Qiu Ying laughed, clapped his hands, stood up and said, dig all the snow around here. Qiu Ying, never do business at a loss. If you haven't found the so-called treasure at this point. Suddenly, they are dead. Qiu raised his hand and gave orders, then squatted down to check the ruins of the aircraft, turned around, and suddenly stretched out his hand to break something down and walked in front of Qiu Ying and said, Boss, the sign is from the S-19 Research Institute. That place is very cruel, and they don't treat people as human beings. It was wiped out by the Empire and the Federation some time ago. They may have been chased here. The people on the Sudri must have lied to escape from the boss. The S-19 Research Institute can't hide any treasures in the hands of the Federation and the Empire. Even if there are, they are definitely not good things. Qiu Ying snorted. Whatever it is, I found it and took it out. It's not too much to ask the Federation or the Empire to exchange something for it. Right? Chiyoshi paused. He almost forgot the heart of his boss. How does the old saying go? Pluck the feathers of the passing geese, take away the skins. He has begun to pray for the people on the Sudri. After a day and a night, the snow in this area was cleared. Following the remaining traces, Chiyoing found a place full of garbage metal boxes. Seeing the protective capsule that fell in the corner and broke into two halves, Chiyoing became interested. It seems that the guys on the Sudley did not lie to me. It is indeed a treasure. And it is still alive. After that, Chiyoing asked Chiyoshi, if I catch this thing that is suspected to have escaped the S-19 Research Institute, how much will the Empire or the Federation give me in return? Chiyoshi hesitated. Boss, why don't you find the person first? It's so cold here. Maybe he has frozen to death? Chiyoing snorted coldly. No matter. Even if he is dead, the body is valuable. Find it for me. After giving the order, all the people who had gathered together dispersed to look for him. Xiaohe walked back slowly, holding the newly picked up old quilt and a few bottles of nutrient solution. As she walked, she thought about how to tell Xiaohe about the Star Network number when she went online. It was really worrying. It was getting dark. Xiaohe sighed. When she passed the ventilation hole she dug, Xiaohe was stunned for a moment. She seemed to hear the sound of a flying vehicle. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. She immediately dropped the things in her hands and looked up. She carefully stuck her head out to observe. What she saw was still a vast expanse of white. Xiaohe looked back in disappointment. It might be her own illusion. It is indeed easy to hear hallucinations when you stay alone for a long time. Xiaohe slowly shrank back. At this time, she heard the sound of something whizzing past again. This sound was much clearer. Xiaohe was sure that she had not heard it wrong. She immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Seeing this, Xiaohe swallowed the sound she was about to shout, and quickly retreated under the snow, picked up her things and ran back. After running back to the metal alley, she didn't dare to make any sound, sealed the door, and huddled in a corner. The masked people she saw didn't look like good people. They were holding what looked like weapons in their hands. There were a lot of people, hundreds of them, flying around, looking like they were looking for something. Xiaohe was a little scared. Her intuition told her that these people were dangerous, and she couldn't make any sound and had to hide. This was like a genetic reminder engraved in her bones. So at this moment Xiaohe believed in her intuition. It would be better to stay on the garbage planet than to fall into the hands of such a person who gave her a sense of danger. Xiaohe tightly grasped the game bracelet on her wrist, praying that the person or something outside would leave quickly. Number 10 had already seen the abrupt snow cave on the flat school surface, took a look from the aircraft, and then immediately went back to report to Chiyoing. Boss, we found a snow cave that was obviously dug by people. Chiyoing immediately stood up and smiled. You are lucky. You are still alive. Tell them to fence this place off. I will go and see it myself. Chiyoshi stopped Chiyoing. Boss, I don't know who the other party is, whether they have weapons. It's too risky for you to go like this. Chiyoing shook the thing in his hand. What are you afraid of? Am I a waste? Chiyoshi sighed, took out his weapon and followed Chiyoing, and walked to the snow cave mentioned by number 10. After arriving, Chiyoing took a look around, and then chose a neighborhood. Chiyoshi followed him down, and told number 10, keep an eye on it. Chiyoing saw the footprints left by Xiaohe after he went down, and gestured with his hands and said, it's a little thing. After that, he walked along the passage dug by Xiaohe, and found the place where Xiaohe was hiding very smoothly. Chiyoing looked at the closed metal box, laughed, and said slowly, found it. Chapter 45. Xiaohe actually heard footsteps coming from outside, but she closed her eyes and lied to herself, shivering in the corner. The moment the metal door was violently destroyed, Xiaohe took a short breath, covered her mouth tightly, and hid in the darkness. Chiyoing looked at the black metal box. TSK. Sounded, turned on the lighting equipment, looked at the messy pile of things, took a step back in disgust, and then saw Xiaohe, who was huddled up and shivering, with her head buried in her knees. Xiaohe noticed the light, and instantly raised her head in panic, and at the same time put her hands behind her back, and moved back. Chiyoing frowned after seeing Xiaohe's appearance clearly, and turned to ask Chiyoshi, what kind of treasure can such a thing be? The people on the Sudley dared to lie to me. I will kill them when I get back. Chiyoshi pulled Chiyoing. Boss, ask first. If it is really the S-19 that slipped through the net, it must be controlled. Chiyoing thought about it and said, "You are right. Ask first. Maybe she has hidden a treasure." Xiaohe widened her eyes. What S-109? What treasure? Chiyoing raised the laser gun and pointed it at Xiaohe. Approached Xiaohe carelessly. Half squatted down. The muzzle of the gun was close to Xiaohe's head, and pulled out a vicious smile, showing his white teeth as if he wanted to eat people. Kid, you'd better answer honestly. Where are you from? How long have you been here? Xiaohe was frightened by the cold touch on his forehead and turned pale. He opened his mouth slightly, unable to speak for a long time, and dared not move. Finally, tears could not be held back and flowed down, wetting his long eyelashes. He could only shake his head. In the situation of being too panicked, Xiaohe's language system seemed to collapse directly. Chiyoing frowned when he saw Xiaohe's tears. He gritted his teeth and stood up and said to Chiyoshi, "I'm so annoyed. This little thing is probably a mute. He just knows how to cry. I can't ask anything." Chiyoshi, you ask? When Chiyoshi came forward, Chiyoing was still mumbling, "Do I look fierce? Can I scare people to tears?" Xiaohe's head was buzzing at this time. He didn't realize that the person asking the question in front of him had changed. Xiaohe, who grew up in a peaceful country, had no ability to respond to danger. Chiyoshi squatted down and lowered his voice. "Little girl, don't be afraid. We are just asking questions. You keep answering questions, and this planet will soon be completely frozen. If you answer our questions, we will take you out of here. As for what to do here," Chiyoshi didn't say. Xiaohe opened her mouth, but still couldn't make a sound. She could only shake her head, her face full of pleading, as if she knew nothing. Chiyoshi was stunned for a moment, then turned back to Chiyoing and said, "Boss, you seem to be really dumb." Chiyoing punched Xiaohe's metal alley, and it was dented, and there were cracks. Xiaohe shuddered, thinking silently. She was speechless. Chiyoing asked Chiyoshi, "You said that S-19 was doing human experiments that violated human rights?" Chiyoshi nodded, and said reluctantly, "This may be a victim of S-19. I don't know why he ended up here." Chiyoing put the laser gun back to his waist, and said to Chiyoshi, "Put away your sympathy. Tie him up. Take him back first, and look around this place carefully, if there is nothing else." At this point, Chiyoying's face turned fierce. "Go back and settle accounts with the people on the suttery." Chiyoshi nodded immediately, and then took out a pair of energy locks, and put them directly on Xiaohe's wrist. The aperture of the energy lock just blocked the game bracelet on Xiaohe's wrist. Xiaohe struggled for a while. Chiyoshi immediately warned, "Don't move. My boss has a bad temper." Xiaohe secretly glanced at Chiyoing, and immediately dared not move. Chiyoshi pulled Xiaohe up, and the messy warm blankets that Xiaohe was wearing fell to the ground. Chiyoshi turned around and said to Chiyoing, "Boss, get a thermostat. If she goes out like this, she will freeze to death." Chiyoing threw something from his pocket into Chiyoshi's arms in a bad mood. He was still immersed in the negative emotions of being swiped by others. He had never done a losing business since he was a child. Chiyoing, who was getting angrier and angrier, walked out directly, saying as he walked, "Bring the people here. Let's settle the account with the suttery." Chiyoshi paused, and pulled Xiaohe out. Xiaohe stumbled as she was pulled, and stumbled out. The man had just put something on her body, and she felt better. After she went out, Xiaohe found that the hole she had dug was full of masked men riding on flying vehicles, and they were full of fierce blood. Xiaohe shuddered and subconsciously hid behind Chiyoshi. Chiyoshi pulled Xiaohe and told the people outside, "Search down there, and gather on the spaceship in 2 hours." After that, he took Xiaohe on the flying vehicle and walked towards the spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, Chiyoshi stuffed Xiaohe into a room. There was nothing inside except a bed-like thing. The door was locked, and the energy lock on Xiaohe's hand was not taken off. After no one was around, Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was temporarily safe. After Chiyoshi locked Xiaohe up, he went to find Chiyoing and said to him, "Boss, do you want to collect a blood sample from this person first and check his identity?" Chiyoing waved his hand. "You can do whatever you want. By the way, keep him first, and see if there are any academics in the Federation or the Empire who are interested. If so, you can get some money." Chiyoshi nodded, turned around to get the tools, and went to the room where Xiaohe was locked up again. After opening the door, He saw Xiao He looking at him with vigilance. Xiaoxi walked forward and directly pricked Xiao He's fingertips with a needle. After taking blood, he saw that Xiao He had no reaction, and even looked a little confused. Xiaoxi rarely felt pity. He said in a softer tone, "Don't worry. Although our boss is not a good person, he doesn't like to kill people. Maybe he will let you go when he is in a good mood." Xiaoxi packed up his things while speaking, turned around and went out. After a while, he came in again and said, "I almost forgot. I will unlock the energy lock for you." As he said that, he reached out to unlock the energy lock on Xiao He's hand. Xiao He suddenly remembered the game bracelet. At the moment the energy lock was unlocked, he retracted his hand behind his back. Xiaoxi looked at the energy lock that fell on the ground, frowned, and warned Xiao He, "Behave yourself." Xiao He nodded inexplicably. Seeing Xiao He not talking, Xiaoxi remembered that Xiao He was a mute, and the anger that had risen suddenly disappeared. Without saying a word, he packed up his things and left the room. When he locked the door, he said to Xiao He, "I'll bring you food later." After the people left, Xiao He pinched the bracelet and didn't know what to do for a while. She was now on someone else's spaceship, and she didn't know if she could still go online to ask for help. At this moment, Xiao He regretted her procrastination. Now, she has encountered an accident and is imprisoned. Xiao He sighed and stood up carefully, turned around the room, and went to the corner of the room to try to log into the game. However, the bracelet did not respond, and it returned to the state when Xiao He picked up the bracelet and used it for the first time, and the network was not connected. Xiao He gritted her teeth. She had no other way to ask for help. Xiaoying operated the light screen in the main control room with a gloomy face, and said while operating, "You are quite good at hiding, Xiaoxi. Are all the others back?" Xiaoxi counted on the other side, and just finished counting, and said to Xiaoying, "Everyone is back, and you can set off at any time." Xiaoying knocked on the console angrily and said, "Let's go to the 923 galaxy. Where are those people from the Sudley hiding? Let's settle accounts with them. I must get back the losses on their heads this time." After giving the order, the fleet that had stayed on the abandoned asteroid 2978 for several days took off and headed straight for the starry sky. Xiao He, who was in the room, was startled by the vibration caused by the sudden start of the spaceship. He held the edge of the bed tightly with his hands. It took him a long time to realize that it was a spaceship flying. There were no windows in this room, so he could not see anything. He could only feel a slight shaking. I don't know how long it took. He sat in the corner between the bed and the wall, nodding his head. He was about to fall asleep, but suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head. He was obviously extremely sleepy, but he didn't dare to sleep peacefully. After going back and forth several times, He finally couldn't hold on any longer, and fell asleep with his head on the edge of the bed. However, even though he fell asleep, his brows were still furrowed, and he slept very restlessly. When Xiaoxi finished his work and remembered, a whole night had passed, and the spacecraft was a long distance away from the garbage planet. Xiaoxi glanced at the time and hurriedly walked out with a bottle of nutrient solution. Xiaoying saw this and called Xiaoxi, "Where are you going?" Xiaoxi turned around and said, "Boss, have you forgotten? The little mute has not eaten for so long since we caught her. She is so thin. What if she starves to death?" Xiaoying just remembered and waved his hand. Go. By the way, are there any results for the blood test?" Xiaoxi said, "It should be almost done. I will send the food and check the test results later." After that, he opened the door of the control room and walked out. He walked a few steps in the corridor and turned a corner to where Guan Xiaohe was. There were only him and Xiaoying on this spaceship. The other men were in other spaceships. After opening the door, Xiaoxi walked in and saw He sleeping in the corner. The next second, He suddenly woke up, looked at Xiaoxi instantly, and subconsciously took a defensive posture. Xiaoxi threw the nutrition pill to He, food. He was startled, and then realized that he was already hungry. He reached out and tentatively took the nutrition pill on the bed, looking at Xiaoxi while taking it. Seeing that Xiaoxi did not react, he quickly took the nutrition pill in his hand, opened it, and drank it. Xiaoxi saw He eat and turned to leave. He locked the door, as usual, and went to the testing room to get the blood test report. After getting it, Xiaoxi frowned after taking a look. He hurried back to the control room and said to Xiaoying, "Boss, The blood test report of the little mute is out. But there is no one in the existing public gene bank that can be compared. In other words, this is an illegal household. Xiaoying turned his head in confusion. Illegal household? Are there still illegal households these days? Xiaoxi handed the report to Xiaoying and said, I heard that the human experiments conducted by the S19 Research Institute are not allowed to clone human bodies. And they selected the pure blood genes of a certain race on the ancient blue star for cloning. They said they wanted to recreate the ancient blue star. I suspect that this little mute may be their test subject. But something may have gone wrong in the process. It happened that they encountered the joint encirclement and suppression of the Empire Federation. And they left the little mute on the abandoned star in a hurry. Chapter 46. Xiaoying held a small wooden stick in his mouth. After reading the report, he said, according to you, this little mute is really pitiful. Xiaoxi hesitated to speak, and whispered to Xiaoying's ear, Boss, this is not the point. The point is that this little mute may be the only ancient blue star that has been copied. Xiaoying's eyes lit up. You mean she is very valuable? Xiaoxi. Xiaoying stood up and thought for a while. It's really a treasure. Xiaoxi has become accustomed to his boss's love of money and occasional convulsions. When he heard Xiaoying say this, he asked, Boss, are you still going to cause trouble for the Sudley? Xiaoying waved his hand. Find it. Why not, if you don't find it? Won't it tell others that I really found the treasure? No, I must cause trouble for them. Give the order, move at full speed. Xiaoxi nodded, and passed the order on. Xiaoying added, since the little mute is worth a lot of money, take good care of her. I will see if the Federation and the Empire are more sincere and make a fortune. Xiaoxi hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't help saying, Boss, this is just my guess. What if she is not worth money? Xiaoying said indifferently, it doesn't matter if she is not worth money. I am in a good mood now. If she is not worth money, just throw her away. We pirates on Guiyuan Star don't keep idle people. I am showing mercy to her for not asking her for money because she is dumb. Xiaohe was drowsy again after filling her stomach. Dozing off on the edge of the bed, she even pulled the quilt off the bed and wrapped herself up. She was locked in this room. Xiaohe didn't know the time, and didn't know how much time had passed. She would still think about her not being online. Guangyan, Xiaomian Bao Yu Xiao He Jia, and would a yin worry about her, these days? Yu Fei Yu Empire, and Xiaomian Bao have gone to school, and haven't been online. Only the hot girl with black silk stockings is online every day. I don't know what's going on. Guang Yin and Hai Yin Hiqing, who used to be online every day, don't come online much anymore. They just come online to take a look, and then go offline again soon. The hot girl with black stockings was very bored. She could only do daily tasks. Join the wild team to do dungeons and bosses, or walk around the map to see the scenery. After 2 consecutive days, the hot girl with black stockings complained in the group, why don't you guys come online? And Xiaohe too. Didn't you just ask for her star network number? Now it's fine. She doesn't even play the game. Yu Fei Yu. Xiaohe hasn't come online these 2 days? The hot girl with black stockings. Yes. Empire bred. Will she be busy like us because school has started, and she has no time for the time being? The hot girl with black stockings. I don't know. When will you finish your work? Empire bred, almost done. You can come online tomorrow. Yu Fei Yu. I will be online tomorrow night. Black Silk Hottie. Okay. The next day, Black Silk Hottie did not go online during the day, and only went online at night. When she went online, she saw that both Empire bred and Yu Fei Yu were online. After saying hello, the 3 of them gathered together, and sighed at Xiaohe's gray avatar. Why is Xiaohe not online yet? Black Silk Hottie was helpless. Empire bred scratched his head. I should have known not to ask her if she believed in the internet. I didn't know that Xiaohe looked so familiar, but she was actually a social phobia. Yu Fei Yu concluded, what should we do now? The 3 looked at each other. How could they know what to do at this time? Guangyan came online, and after taking a look at the positions of the 3, he came over, and saw the 3 people gathered together and worried. What's wrong? Imperial Bread looked up and said, hello, brother. Are you online? We were wondering why Xiaohe wasn't online, and now there's no contact information. Guangyan frowned. He hasn't been online much these days. He didn't see Xiaohe online, and thought it was because he didn't have the right time. After hearing what Imperial Bread said, Guangyan clicked on Xiaohe's friend avatar. It said, the player was last online 4 days ago. Guangyan said to Imperial Bread, See if we can contact you privately in the forum. Imperial Bread immediately went to the forum page to find Xiaohe's forum number and sent a private message. As soon as the message was sent, it showed that the player was out of the service area. As soon as Empire Bread told him the result, Guangyan went offline without saying anything. In the dim room, the hatch of the game cabin was pushed open. The upper body naked man took the robe next to him and wrapped his body and came out of the game cabin, clicking on the light brain. Help me check someone. Seeing Guangyan suddenly go offline, Empire Bread was also a little confused. My brother is angry now. No, he is not such a petty person. The three of them were silent for a while. Yufeiyu sighed. It's boring to play games when Xiaohe is not around. Empire Bread immediately looked at Yufeiyu vigilantly. I'm telling you. Don't bet on Xiaohe. Fuck, I almost forgot one thing. It's over. The Black Silk Hottie suddenly became irritable. Before Empire Bread and Yufeiyu could react, the Black Silk Hottie went offline. The two of them, Little Bread of Empire, Fish and Feiyu, looked at each other. I don't know what the hot girl with black silk stockings is crazy about. In the mansion comparable to a castle, a slender and powerful arm was raised from the game cabin, grabbing the edge of the game cabin. And the beautiful long-legged lady came out of the game cabin in a hurry, casually flicked her long hair, and hurriedly walked out while shouting loudly, Butler! Butler! Soon, a dignified and tall middle-aged woman came from the end of the corridor. Miss, what's the matter? Shen Miao said with a slightly irritable expression. Right now. Connect me to the call of the Joint Research Institute. I want to find the person in charge of their blue star. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's urgent. The butler quickly turned on the light brain, found the official contact information and dialed. And the answer was a sweet mechanical voice. Hello. Dear players. This is Blue Star Customer Service. Customer Service number 004 is here to serve you. Shen Miao was getting impatient waiting. He took the computer from the housekeeper and said, Let your person in charge speak out. Let someone else speak. Okay. Number 004 will connect you to manual service immediately. Beep. 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 Hello. What's the problem? This time, the person who was connected was not an intelligent customer service, but a real person. Shen Miao calmed down for a moment and expressed his meaning in a very fast and clear manner. Please help me check the login location of an ID. The player may have encountered an accident. I need the address to report to the police. The person on the other end of the phone paused. Okay. Please provide the player ID. In order not to disclose the player's privacy, we will report to the police on your behalf. Shen Miao said. Player ID He Miao. The last time she was online was 4 days ago. Not long ago. She told me that if she didn't go online for 3 days, something happened. Please hurry up. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then said, Ma'am, please wait a moment. Then, there was the sound of footsteps, and a faint conversation. Brother Fu. He Miao. Yes. The phone is still connected. Then Shen Miao heard the call was transferred. Hello, I am the person in charge of Blue Star. He Miao told you that if she doesn't go online for 3 days, something will happen? Shen Miao was impatient. Why are you so long-winded? Check the address quickly, either call the police or give me the address and I will find someone myself. Fu Yanzhou recognized that the voice belonged to the Black Silk Hottie and immediately said, I am already checking the IP address, don't worry, I will handle this matter. Shen Miao felt that Fu Yanzhou's voice sounded familiar, and when he was about to ask again, he heard someone on the other end say excitedly, We found Brother Fu. Then the phone was hung up. Shen Miao was so angry that he immediately ordered the housekeeper, Prepare the spaceship. I want to go to the Joint Research Institute. The housekeeper nodded and agreed, and immediately prepared the spaceship according to Shen Miao's request. After Fu Yanzhou hung up the phone, he returned to the laboratory with a serious expression. The researcher Changan was responsible for checking the IP disciples. Every researcher in charge of Blue Star knew He Miao's ID. They exported all the detailed maps drawn on the mountain and river map and sent them to the professors of Blue Star as they were. Until today, 2 calls came in asking to check He Miao's IP, saying that He Miao might have been in trouble. They immediately took it seriously and quickly checked the IP address and network used by He Miao's last login. After seeing the displayed IP address clearly, Changan was stunned for a moment and said to Fu Yanzhou uncertainly, Brother Fu, this address is not right. Asteroid 2978 has been abandoned for more than 100 years. All people and creatures on it have been evacuated. It is impossible for anyone to survive on it. Moreover, asteroid 2978 has recently entered a frozen period, and it is even more impossible for creatures to survive. Is this a fake IP? Fu Yanzhou immediately asked Changan to stand up, and sat down to quickly manipulate the code. Finally, it showed that there was no problem with the IP. Fu Yanzhou stood up suddenly. Prepare the spaceship. Changan realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately asked someone to prepare the spaceship. Fu Yanzhou did not even have time to change his clothes, and went out directly, before he even reached the parking area of the spacecraft. Someone called him, Brother Fu. General Ning is here. Fu Yanzhou said without turning his head. You arranged for General Ning to do an examination. I have something urgent to do. Say hello to General Ning for me. After that, he stepped onto the spacecraft, set the destination directly, and flew out of the research institute. No matter how fast Fu Yanzhou was, it was already 2 days later when he arrived at the abandoned asteroid number 2978. The abandoned asteroid was completely covered with ice and snow. Fu Yanzhou's heart sank. After turning on the retrieval system, he detected traces of activity on the asteroid. Soon they found the big pit that Xiaoying and his team had dug. After checking around, Fu Yanzhou returned to the spaceship and began to track Xiaohe's game bracelet. He followed the weak signal from the game bracelet and chased after her. They were stopped by Ningyu's spaceship on the way. After docking, Ningyu asked, Mr. Fu, have you found Xiaohe? Fu Yanzhou shook his head and replied, We tracked the IP address and found the abandoned asteroid number 2978. It was frozen there. But the good news is that a group of people seem to have been there recently. There were traces of searching, and a garbage can where someone had lived for a long time was found. It should be Xiaohe, who is still alive, and has been taken away. We are currently unsure of Xiaohe's situation, and we don't know who took her away. I am tracking the signal of the game bracelet, but the signal appears and disappears from time to time. The current direction is moving towards the 923 star system. As soon as Fu Yanzhou said this, Ningyu frowned. Where the pirates gather. Chapter 47. Fu Yanzhou nodded calmly, and moved his fingers quickly a few times, and said, We have to hurry up. Xiaohe's situation is not normal. Ningyu knew what Fu Yanzhou meant. Normally, Xiaohe would not stay on an abandoned garbage planet. It has been almost 3 months since they met. I checked the login IP for these 3 months, and there is no change. In other words, Xiaohe has been on the garbage planet since the first time he logged into the game, and the game bracelet has more than a dozen records of failed network connection. At this time, Fu Yanzhou must be thankful that the game bracelet was designed to facilitate players who travel in the universe for a long time to connect to the network. And the setting of network failure will automatically connect to the nearest satellite network after a certain number of unsuccessful logins. Fu Yanzhou continued, The purchase number of the game bracelet has also been checked. The buyer is a resident of the habitable asteroid number 434. For some reason, this game bracelet was discarded. It was discarded on the garbage planet by an unmanned spacecraft carrying waste, and finally fell into Xiaohe's hands. Ningyu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Fu Yanzhou nodded, and the beautiful eyebrows on the light screen twisted together. You are right. I checked Xiaohe's registration information. The game bracelet collected Xiaohe's information according to the program, but there was no identity display. The game was entered simply through genetic registration. In other words, Xiaohe is an illegal account. Ningyu suddenly thought of something, used his authority to check some information, and said nothing after reading it. He just sped up and rushed to the 923 star system with Fu Yanzhou. Xiaohe was locked in the room. For the first time, she felt that time was passing very slowly. She had never felt so miserable on the garbage planet. Xiaohe would send nutrient solution to Xiaohe from time to time. By the time Xiaohe sent the nutrient solution, Xiaohe roughly knew how many days had passed. However, because Xiaohe called her a little mute, Xiaohe did not dare to refute. So she had to assume that she was a little mute, and there was no way to ask the time. The good thing was that, after these few days, Xiaohe felt that Xiaohe was probably not a vicious person. Maybe he was a good person. He even gave her an unknown fruit to eat. God knows. Xiaohe almost cried when she ate the fruit. She had not eaten normal food for a long time. Xiaohe's behavior made Xiaohe's expression more compassionate. He couldn't help but say to Xiaohe, Eat slowly. If you want to eat when we get to the place, I'll ask the boss to buy more. Xiaohe nodded immediately while chewing the fruit, her eyes sparkling. Xiaohe couldn't help it again. and frowned and knocked Xiao He's head. Don't think I'm a good person just because you give me food. Xiao He lowered her head and chewed the fruit silently. Xiao shook his head, turned around and went out. Stopped at the door for a while and turned back to say, if you feel bored in the room, you can go out for a walk. But you can't go to other rooms. You can only move around in the corridor. And you can't move around. Understand? Xiao He was even happier. Although she didn't like to move around normally, there was still a difference between being active and passive. After Qiushi disappeared, Xiao He got up from the corner, walked to the open door, poked his head out, and carefully looked outside. Xiao Ying in the main control room happened to take a look at the surveillance camera, and immediately saw Xiao He poking his head out, and immediately asked Qiushi, what's going on? Did you let this little mute go? Qiushi touched his nose and whispered, boss. This little mute is so pitiful. He hasn't even eaten sweet fruit. And he has been very well behaved for so many days. He just huddled in the corner of the room. Didn't move at all. And didn't dare to sleep in the bed. I was afraid that I would lock him up and make him stupid. Xiao glanced at Qiushi unhappily, and then looked at the already. After tentatively stepping out of the room, Xiao He asked sarcastically, are you going to find a game for this little mute to play in a few days? Qiushi's eyes lit up, boss. You are thoughtful. We still have a week to get to 923. If the little mute is bored, we can give her a computer to play with. Xiao Ying's face turned black. Do you still have the qualities of a space pirate? Qiushi shut up, fearing that if he said another word, Xiao Ying would get angry. Xiao Ying stood up and said, you drive. Pay attention to the brothers following behind. Don't let them lose us. Qiushi nodded and sat down to take Xiao Ying's position. Xiao Ying strolled around the main control room, looked at Qiushi who was concentrating on driving the spaceship, pretended to walk out of the main control room door casually, walked a few steps and stopped at the corner, looked over, and saw Xiao He jumping happily in the corridor alone. The jumping range was not large, just 2 meters to the left and right of Xiao He's door. Xiao Ying raised his eyebrows, deliberately walked out, and stood in front of Xiao He with a smile. Xiao He walked back and forth, turned around and saw someone blocking her way, immediately stepped back, stuck close to the door, looked up and saw Qiao Ying smiling. Although Qiao Ying was very kind at the moment, Xiao He could not forget that when they were on the garbage planet, Qiao Ying kicked her door, punched the wall of her home, and pointed a gun at her head. At that time, Qiao Ying was also smiling and kind, and was still cursing. So Xiao He was a little scared. She felt that this was the kind of person who was like a smiling tiger. He smiled on the surface, but he probably had a lot of tricks in his heart. Qiao Ying saw Xiao He close to the door, lowering his head and not speaking. Oh! He forgot that this was a little mute. Little mute? Are you afraid of me? Xiao He did not move. Qiao Ying walked over, bent down and grabbed Xiao He's hair, forcing Xiao He to look up. I look scary? No. Everyone says that I look kind and easy to get along with. Hey, little mute. When I ask you a question, you should nod and answer it. Xiao He felt pain from having her hair pulled. She almost gritted her teeth to hold back the sound of the pain. Her eyes were red, seeing Qiao Ying's small thread ends and her scalp being pulled again. She couldn't help but start cursing in her heart. What a pervert! Qiao Ying saw Xiao He's pitiful look, and subconsciously let go of Xiao He's hair. Little mute. Are you saying that I look really scary? Xiao He immediately shook his head again, indicating that he didn't mean that. At this time, Qiushi's voice came from the surveillance. Boss, don't bully me. And don't pull girls' hair. Qiao Ying looked at his hands, and for some reason, he felt guilty. He took 2 steps back and said nonchalantly, forget it. Forget it. I won't bother with you. A little mute. After that, he walked away. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. And the next second, her arms were hit. Xiao He looked down and found a fruit bigger than her fist. It looked delicious. When she looked up again, she found Qiao Ying was gone. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, wiped the fruit, and slowly sat at the door to eat it. The fruit was delicious. Xiao He thought that they would give her fruit. These 2 people were pretty good. The spacecraft shuttled quickly in the universe. After Xiao He was allowed to move around, Qiushi said her nutrient solution 5 times. Qiao Ying would suddenly appear behind Xiao He and scare her. However, Xiao He concluded that the 2 people might not be good people. But they didn't look bad. At least she was still alive. Xiao He was still curled up in the corner wrapped in a blanket. When she saw the bracelet on her hand, Xiao He suddenly remembered what she had said to the hot girl in black silk stockings. If she didn't go online for 3 days, something might have happened to her. Thinking of this, Xiao He immediately got up, carefully looked out the door, then closed the door stealthily, and shrank back into the corner. Then she carefully opened the game bracelet, and didn't dare to play the game, but only dared to open the forum. After the message showing that the network was disconnected popped up, Xiao He recalled the process of logging into the game before, and immediately clicked to reconnect continuously. After who knows how many times, the network connection has changed again. System prompt detected the internal network of the spacecraft. Connecting, please wait. Connected successfully. Xiao He immediately opened the forum, and as soon as she entered, she saw the private messages from Yufiyu, the Black Silk Hot Girl Empire Xiaomian, all asking why she was not online yet. The Black Silk Hot Girl asked more worriedly, asking her directly if something happened. After reading it, Xiao He immediately wanted to reply to the message, but suddenly her eyes went dark, and the bracelet on her wrist broke into 2 pieces. Xiao He raised her head in panic, and saw Xiaoying standing in front of her with a smile on his face. Xiao He didn't even know when Xiaoying came over, and she was completely stunned. Xiaoying squatted in front of Xiao He, picked up the broken game bracelet in front of Xiao He and said, "Little mute, you are quite good at hiding. Game bracelet? You can get a game bracelet in that damn place of garbage star. I underestimated you." Xiao He shook his head hurriedly. Xiaoying sighed. "I don't know if you are stupid or foolish. Do you really think that we space pirates have no protective measures? You dare to connect to our internal network directly." Xiaoshi hurried over. "Boss. It was intercepted. What happened? Is it really a little mute?" Xiaoying threw the destroyed game bracelet to Xiaoshi. "Give her a light computer. She can play games, and should be able to read. The little mute is troublesome. She can't answer any questions." Xiaoshi paused, took out a light computer, and threw it to Xiao He, saying, "Boss asks you a question. Tell the truth." Xiao He was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and did not dare to speak out that he could speak. He picked up the light computer in front of him, looked at it for a while, carefully glanced at Xiaoying and Xiaoshi with his peripheral vision, did not dare to ask, and had to fumble with the light computer. Xiaoying squinted at Xiao He, turned around and asked Xiaoshi, "She can't be so stupid that she can't even operate the computer?" Xiaoshi couldn't stand it anymore, walked forward to open the computer, pulled out the screen and pointed at it, and said, "Write it down here." Xiao He nodded immediately. Xiaoying pressed on the wall, a stool separated from the wall. Xiaoying sat down and asked Xiao He, "What's your name?" Xiao He wrote on the screen honestly, "Xiao He." "How old are you?" Xiao He continued to write, "Maybe 27, 8. Xiaoying frowned. "Who are you kidding? Be honest." Xiao He felt a little wronged. She was indeed 27 before she died. Xiaoshi whispered quietly in Xiaoying's ear, "Boss, she may not know how old she is. The test report said that the little mute's physical condition is about 19 years old." Xiaoying coughed lightly and continued to ask, "How did you get to asteroid 2978? How long did you stay there? Where did you go from? What did the person who sent you there say to you?" This series of questions made Xiao He dizzy, because she didn't know any of what Xiaoying asked. Chapter 48. How to answer a question you don't know? Xiao He shook her head at Xiaoying, then wrote on the light screen, "I don't know." After thinking for a while, she continued to write, "I was there when I woke up. I stayed there for more than 70 days and nights. I picked up the game bracelet when I was looking for food on the garbage mountain. I really don't know the rest." Xiaoying was stunned for a moment. She really didn't expect Xiao He to react like this. "Then do you know the S-19 Research Institute?" Xiao He looked at Xiaoying blankly. Xiaoying smiled and said to Xiaoshi, "Bring the lie detector. There are many people with good acting skills in this world." If Xiaoying easily believed outsiders, he would have been eaten by other pirates. Xiaoshi quickly brought a small instrument and put 2 patches on Xiao He's temples. After that, Xiaoying continued to ask, "I'll ask you again. Do you know the S-19 Research Institute? Nod if you know. Shake your head if you don't know." Xiao He shook his head, and the instrument didn't move. Xiaoying's smile gradually disappeared. "Then how did you get to the garbage planet? What did you do before?" Xiao He pointed to the words written on the light screen, and then added, "I don't know. I have no memory of what I did before." The polygraph still did not move, which showed that Xiao He was not lying. Xiaoying turned around and asked Xiaoshi, "Is this thing broken?" Xiaoshi shook his head. "Boss, it's not broken. I bought this before going to the garbage planet, and I tested it. The little mute is not lying." Chiu-Ying was unwilling to ask Xiao He a question. Then what were you doing in the game just now? Xiao He continued to write honestly. I went online to contact my game friends. I haven't been online for a long time. Chiu-Ying couldn't hold back his smile anymore. And stood up. Chiu-Shi. Lock up the little mute for me. Chiu-Shi tried very hard to hold back his smile. And took off the patch on Xiao He's temple. Looked at Xiao He lovingly and said, Little mute. Our boss is very generous. You can play with this light computer when you are bored. And don't try to contact the outside world. And when our boss is in a good mood, he may take you to the planets below to play. Xiao He nodded. She didn't really want to go out to play. Chiu-Shi took away the things and locked the door again. Xiao He collapsed in a corner. Just now, she felt the murderous aura of the pirate leader, Fu Yanzhou, who was tracking the bracelet signal. Suddenly stopped and said to Ningyu, who was operating the spaceship next to him, the signal is broken. Ningyu didn't react for a moment and asked back, wasn't the signal intermittent before? Fu Yanzhou shook his head, it's different. Just now, it was detected that the game bracelet had logged into the forum, but it was forcibly disconnected in a few seconds, and then the signal disappeared, which means that the game bracelet was violently destroyed. Ningyu's hand tightened, and she had a bad guess. Fu Yanzhou added, I have contacted the military. Xiaohe is very important to us. She is the key to the recovery of Blue Star. The military has not responded yet. After that, Fu Yanzhou suddenly laughed and sighed. No wonder the ancient Blue Star people said that caring too much will cause confusion. I forgot that General Ning is here. And I am still looking for something far away. Ningyu has received feedback from his subordinates regarding the Joint Research Institute's request for help to mobilize the army to find people. Ningyu was asked for approval. Ningyu directly replied that he agreed, and then asked Fu Yanzhou, where is the signal cut off? Fu Yanzhou said, this is good news. The place where the signal is cut off is at the edge of the 923 galaxy. Ningyu nodded and gave an order directly to mobilize a team to join the 923 galaxy. The two were not far from the 923 star system. If they were moving at full speed, they reached the place where Fu Yanzhou had found the signal was disconnected in a day and a half. However, there were many asteroids in the 923 star system, and there were all kinds of people. There were also many pirates stationed there. It was extremely difficult to find someone here, especially an illegal resident without an identity. Ningyu had no choice but to let the transferred troops disguise themselves and disperse into various asteroids to inquire about Xiao He's news. They gave an approximate height and body shape. Since they had never seen Xiao He's true appearance, they could only roughly describe Xiao He's facial features. Chiu-Ying led his men into the 923 system in a grand manner. As soon as they entered, they spread the news that they were going to settle accounts with the Sudari. When people asked about it, Chiu-Shi said with a bitter face, our boss is very angry now. He said that this is the first time he has been fooled in his life. Asteroid 2978 is frozen. How can people go there? The guys on the Sudari want my boss to die. They deliberately lied to my boss that there are treasures there. You also know our boss. Well, he went there. Who knew that after turning asteroid 2978 upside down, he still couldn't find the so-called treasure? Our boss was furious. As soon as he came out, he wanted to settle accounts with the guys on the Sudari. After learning the reason, all the pirates stationed in the 923 system had no objection to Chiu-Ying's grand behavior of finding fault. After all, in their opinion, Chiu-Ying was a bit stingy, and his business was indeed a bit shady. But he was honest, and he paid for the goods, and he had the integrity of doing business. Moreover, the things Chiu-Ying had were all good things, and his background was mysterious. So they ignored Chiu-Ying and just watched the fun. The Sudley was not so good. They hit on the 923 asteroid to avoid the limelight. And the most important thing was that they did not lie to Chiu-Ying. They hit on the side and saw with their own eyes that the federal law enforcement forces shot down the S-19 spacecraft. And later they went down to search. And the S-19 spacecraft must have a purpose for going to that abandoned planet. And they just didn't tell the whole story. Now, it's good. Chiu-Ying, the vengeful guy, is always causing trouble. Everyone on the Sudley starship was suddenly depressed. Finally, a pirate stood up and said, what are you afraid of? Chiu-Ying is just a black-hearted dealer. Our starship is the latest model. Boss, just kill him. The boss of the Sudley glared at the pirate who was talking and said, do you think I don't want to? Chiu-Ying is not that easy to deal with. I don't know where his men came from. Each of them is extraordinary. And he is so rich. Do you believe he doesn't have a starship? After these words came out, the pirates were silent. And another pirate said, What should we do? How about we surrender to Chiao? He is so rich. He should be short of manpower. Right? The boss of the Sudley spat. Dream on. Chiao is so stingy. If we surrender, I'm afraid we will lose everything. The Sudley was completely helpless. Boss, how about we run? The boss of the Sudley was silent. Where to run? How many pirates are innocent? There was a roar of artillery shells outside, followed by Chiao Ying's kind voice. Hey, Bao Luo, why are you hiding inside like a coward? You dare to lie to me without thinking about the consequences? Bao Luo couldn't help it, and turned on the starship loudspeaker to talk. How dare I lie to you? We saw it with our own eyes. The spaceship of the S-19 Institute dropped something on the garbage planet. Chiao was too lazy to talk nonsense. The people of the Sudley found a good place. There was no one around, and the pirates hiding in the distance watching the excitement couldn't hear him. Chiyoshi, don't leave anyone alive. Chiyoshi nodded, and personally led his well-trained men to encircle the Sudley. Chiao lazily leaned on the chair and stared outside through the monitor. The sound of the battle lasted only half an hour, and Chiyoshi came back with his men. Chiao smiled. Not bad. Not bad. There is progress. Only dead people don't talk nonsense. Okay. Chiyoshi. Let's go. My mother just sent me a message to ask me to go back. Chiyoshi nodded, and after the spacecraft took off, the Sudley below had a huge explosion. Within the explosion range, the people on the Sudley would never see the sun the next day. Xiaohe stayed in the room, heard the sound of the ammunition fighting outside, and silently blocked her ears. When the huge explosion came, Xiaohe's face turned pale with fear. At this moment, she finally realized that the interstellar world is not so easy to survive. After the spaceship moved forward along the predetermined route, Chiyoshi suddenly asked Chiao, Boss, let's go back to Mizu. What should we do with the little mute? Chiao was stunned for a moment, touched his head. I almost forgot. The little mute is now a hot potato, an experimental subject of the S-19 Institute, with independent consciousness. Except that she can't speak. Her IQ seems normal. Chiao sighed. Alas, I am old. If I throw the little mute into the auction house, I really can't bear it. Chiyoshi asked tentatively, why don't you let her accompany Mizu? Doesn't Mizu often complain that the boss doesn't go home all year round? Chiao Ying's eyes lit up, touched his chin. Xiao Chiao, your idea is good. Mizu says every day that no one accompanies her, and she will complain after sending someone away. It's a pity to abandon others. It's just right. The little mute can't talk. Now you won't be annoyed by others. Right? It's just that the illegal household registration is a bit troublesome, but it's not a problem. The more Chiao thought about it, the more feasible it was. Finally, he said, it's just that the loss is quite large. The little mute can't be sold. It's a loss. Loss. Chiyoshi held back his laughter and said to Chiao seriously, Boss, don't worry. It won't be a loss. Although those guys on the Sudley don't do good things, there are many good things on the starship, and the money in their black market accounts has been transferred by me. This trip is not a loss. Chiao was happy. You still understand me? Let's go. Chiyoshi, give the order, return to Rose Star. Chiyoshi responded, turned around and headed straight for Rose Star, Chiao Ying's home. When Fu Yanzhou and Ningyu arrived with their men, they only saw the ruins of the Sudley. After much inquiry, they finally confirmed that a star pirate named Guiyuan had been to the garbage planet and came back to settle accounts with the Sudley. After calculation, Xiaohe was 90% in the hands of the star pirate Guiyuan. However, it seems that they are one step too late. The person is gone. Fu Yanzhou closed his eyes and suppressed his anger and worry. Ningyu's face darkened, and he turned around and asked people to check who the star pirates of the Guiyuan were. After staying in the 923-star system for a day, Fu Yanzhou and Ningyu found nothing and withdrew from the 923-star system. They even made the worst plan in their hearts. But no matter what, there is an old saying that is right. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his body. Chapter 49. Xiaohe covered her ears for an unknown period of time. The door was pushed open again, and Chiao came in, followed by Chiyoshi, and the two stood in front of Xiaohe. Xiaoshi stood in front of Xiaohe and said, "Our boss has seriously considered it. Although you are a little mute, our boss is kind-hearted and does not intend to send you to the auction house, so you have to repay our boss's kindness, understand?" Xiaohe did not dare to refute, and only dared to question in her heart. It was these two people who caught her, and now, they have forced a favor on her head. Qiuing raised his eyebrows, pulled Xiaohe's cheek and said, "Are you not convinced?" Xiaohe felt the pain on his face, hurriedly shook his head, always remembering his current little mute character, and then nodded to show that he was very grateful. Qiuing was satisfied, let go of Xiaohe's red face, stood up and said, "You should thank me for bringing you out of that damn place on the garbage planet, and not planning to sell you to the auction house. You should know that I never do business at a loss. You are a test subject of the S-19 Research Institute. There are many people who want you. It's just that I'm kind-hearted, but I warn you. I saved you and planned to send you to a safe planet to live. If you dare to do something to let me down in the future, you'll just have to wait for me to kill you." Qiuing's tone was very calm during this passage, only the last 3 words, "kill you," were emphasized. Xiaohe covered her mouth, swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, and watched Qiuing nod slightly. Xiaoshi pointed at the light computer in Xiaohe's hand. "This is for you. Our boss will try to find a way to get you an identity later. By the way, what's your name?" Xiaohe was silent. If she remembered correctly, the two men had asked this question before they chopped off her game bracelet. "So is the memory of a star pirate so bad?" Qiuing laughed at Qiushi. "I remember everything. Didn't the little mute say her name was Xiaohe? When we register her household registration later, she will have my last name, and will be under the name of Mizu." Qiushi felt that she couldn't keep up with her boss's thinking. Why did he suddenly let her take his last name? Qiuing turned and left. As he walked, he raised his hand and said to the back, "Remember to keep an eye on this little mute. I think this little mute is not bold and young, and has a lot of tricks. Don't let him cause me trouble later." This was not intended for Xiaohe at all. Xiaohe heard it clearly. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head silently without saying anything. Xiaoshi told Xiaohe, "We will arrive in 2 days. In short, as long as you listen, our boss will not make things difficult for you." Xiaohe nodded reluctantly. She wanted to ask if she could be compensated for the game bracelet, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only watch Xiaoshi walk away. She sighed and began to study the functions of the optical computer. Fortunately, the optical computer used words that Xiaohe was familiar with, so it was not difficult to explore. Xiaohe quickly figured out the various functions. Humans are really good at learning electronic products without a teacher. Only after figuring it out, Xiaohe found that this optical computer could only watch some things similar to early childhood enlightenment. The internal network of the spacecraft seemed to be restricted, and Xiaohe could not search for other information. Finally, Xiaohe comforted herself. Early childhood enlightenment videos are also good, and she just happened to understand this world. When on the garbage planet, Xiaohe could not see anything except games, and could not ask rashly. Qiuing and Qiushi cut a small piece of surveillance video in Xiaohe's room when they were in the main control room. When they saw Xiao, he curled up in the corner and watched the early childhood enlightenment video with relish. Qiuing thought about it and said, "Since she has my last name, she can't be illiterate. Qiushi, think of a way to get her an identity. Give her a resume of a student who took a leave of absence to take the college entrance examination, and then find a few teachers to give her tutoring, and send her to school next year." Qiushi hesitated. "Boss, do you still remember your original intention?" "Your original intention was to send the little mute to accompany Mizu. To relieve boredom? What are you doing now? Do you think you picked up a daughter?" Qiuing didn't hear Qiushi's answer and turned to look at Qiushi. "Is it difficult?" Qiushi shook his head immediately. "Okay. Boss, don't worry. There is a school on Rose Star. I'll give a call and make the student record. It just so happens that Rose Star also has Rose University. Send the little mute, I mean Xiaohe, it's just right to send her there. She can also go to school and talk to Mizu." Who knew Qiuing immediately shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, "Rose University is not good. It's too bad. I am the Central Star. Graduated from the first military academy, the little mute must at least go to Central Star Comprehensive University to match my status." "That's right. Central Star First Military Academy is the little mute's first choice, and at least she must go to Huaxia University. There is no other option." Qiushi gritted his teeth and looked at Qiuing. "Boss, have you forgotten that the little mute can't speak? And she is still an illegal resident. You want me to find a way to let her go to the military academy or Huaxia University next year, boss, or you can just expel me. Xiaoying looked away with a guilty conscience. I have money, I'm not afraid to spend it. Xiaoxi stared at Xiaoying with death eyes. Boss, don't you not do business at a loss? Xiaoying scratched his head. Forget it. Forget it, you should get her identity first, and we can talk about other things later. Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiaoying didn't want to do something out of turn, it would be easy to deal with. Looking up at the surveillance, Xiaohe was holding the light computer. His fingers were poking back and forth on the light screen. His eyes were very excited. The screen was no longer a children's enlightenment video. It was replaced by a small game that was very popular among children. Xiaoying also saw it, and touched his chin and said, Isn't the little mute very smart? He seemed to know nothing before. But now, he can play games on the light computer. Games? Xiaoxi. Did I break the little mute's game bracelet? Xiaoxi took out the broken game bracelet from his pocket, and put it in front of Xiaoying. Yes. Xiaoying took a look and asked, Have you checked the source of the game bracelet? Xiaoxi nodded. I checked the serial number, and compared it on the official website of the Joint Research Institute. This bracelet was bought by a resident of a certain planet. I don't know why it was discarded. Finally, it was thrown on the garbage planet, and was picked up by the little mute. The little mute. Reading, according to the Chinese characters above. I figured out how to play, but because the bracelet was damaged, I couldn't find the game ID of the little mute. After listening, Xiaoying said, That's good, so it seems that the little mute is indeed an innocent victim of the experiment? Xiaoxi continued to nod. Yes, I used the test questions on the polygraph to give the little mute. The final analysis showed that the little mute had normal or even high intelligence, but she had no common sense, and didn't know a lot of things, which verified our initial guess. She might have been born in a laboratory, and never had contact with the outside world. The lunatics in S-129 probably only taught her to recognize words, and didn't teach her anything else. Finally, when they were surrounded, she was thrown to the garbage planet to fend for herself. Xiaoying squeaked, These people are crazier than me. Okay, since there is no problem, then do as I say. Get her identity right on Rose Planet, make up a story about her origins. Say, yes, say that she is a little girl secretly born by Ms. Yu after her divorce. She cannot speak because of a genetic defect, and has never seen outsiders. Now she is old enough to go to college, and she needs to come out and build some social circles. Xiaoxi. Not the boss. Does Ms. Yu know if you make up this story? Ms. Yu doesn't know. After Xiaoying returned to Rose Star with his brothers, he directly landed the fleet at his own manor, and even changed into an exquisite suit, holding a bunch of roses picked in the garden. Those who didn't know would think he was meeting his lover. Mom, your dear eldest son is back. Xiaoying entered the manor, and went straight to the beautiful and elegant Ms. Yu, who was sitting elegantly at a small round table drinking afternoon tea. He put the roses on the table, messing up Ms. Yu's carefully arranged dishes, and then hugged Ms. Yu, spilling the tea in her hand. Ms. Yu closed her eyes, clenched her fists. My own son, my own son, my own son, I can't hit him, I can't hit him. Xiaoying let go of Ms. Yu, pulled a handful of her hair and said, Does Mom miss me? Ms. Yu let out a breath, turned her face away. Call me Ms. Yu. Why are you back at this time? I sent you several messages before, but you didn't come back. Xiaoying sat opposite Ms. Yu, smiled and said, Ms. Yu, what are you talking about? I came as soon as I received your message. I came back without stopping. Ms. Yu sneered. Without stopping? Who entered the 923-star system and killed a starship pirate? Xiaoying felt guilty, sat up straight and changed the subject. Ms. Yu, what did you ask me to come back for? Are you bored? I told you that this small place, Rose Star, is not as fun as the capital star, but you insisted on staying here. Ms. Yu put down the teacup, and wiped her hands slowly. Her movements and expression were exactly the same as Xiaoying's. She said after wiping her hands, Yes. Your father sent a letter, saying that he wants you to go back for something. If you are not busy, go. Maybe the old man will die soon and ask you to go back to inherit the estate. It is a large sum of money. You can probably add 2 starships, and support another mercenary team with it. Xiaoying's face darkened. He is looking for you again? Ms. Yu chuckled. How dare he come? He would only mess with your cheap brother. Go and have a look. Remember to tell me if there is any excitement later. Xiaoying nodded. I know. I'll go in 2 days. Ms. Yu said again, Okay. You don't know how many days you have traveled. Go back and have a good rest. Remember to come down for dinner in the evening. By the way, where is Xiao Qiu? Why don't I see him? You squeeze him every day. And now you don't allow people to come and rest? Xiao Ying immediately thought of Xiao He and said a little guilty, he is settling my men. Mizhu looked at Xiao Ying suspiciously, and she felt that Xiao Ying was hiding something from her. Xiao Shi arranged for the more than 100 men to rest and eat, and then took Xiao He to the main building of the manor. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard his boss's guilty words. Xiao Shi looked at Ms. Yu's newly made eldest daughter. Yes, he had just submitted the identity application information, and all the information was done perfectly. Now Xiao He's ID card should be called Xiao He, the second daughter of Ms. Yu who lives on Rose Star. Although Ms. Yu herself is not very clear about this matter. As soon as Ms. Yu finished asking, she saw Xiao Shi standing at the door. She smiled and waved, Xiao Qiu, come here. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xiao He following Xiao Shi slowly with his head down. She immediately became puzzled. Who is this? After speaking, she smiled. Oh, is it Xiao Qiu's girlfriend? Come on. Come on. She didn't forget to glare at Xiao Ying. Look at her. Look at you. I don't know when you will bring a girlfriend back. Xiao Ying looked up at the sky with a guilty conscience, but didn't look at Ms. Yu. Chapter 50. Xiao Shi was a little embarrassed, turned around and whispered to Xiao He, follow me, don't be afraid, that's our boss's mother, she's a very nice person. Xiao He nodded and followed Xiao Shi in. Xiao Shi walked in, smiled and bowed, and said, Ms. Yu, you misunderstood, she's not my girlfriend. Ms. Yu herself asked Xiao Ying and Xiao Ying's brothers to call her Ms. Yu, saying that they shouldn't do the ancient Blue Star feudal behavior of Mrs. Yu is long and short. Xiao Ying was already slowly moving upstairs. Ms. Yu looked at Xiao He who was hiding behind Xiao Shi in confusion. She's not your girlfriend. Then where did you kidnap this little girl from? After saying that, Ms. Yu suddenly paused, then suddenly grabbed Xiao Ying's ear with her backhand. Tell the truth, is it you who did this? Xiao Ying was grabbed by the ear and begged for mercy. No. No. No, Ms. Yu. Let me go. Let me go. Do I still have any shame? Ms. Yu let go of Xiao Ying and slapped him. Speak. Xiao He was startled, but it was fun to watch. She still remembered Xiao Ying pulling her hair in her face. Xiao Ying immediately looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, explained clearly. Xiao Shi was caught off guard and pulled Xiao He out from behind him. She said to Ms. Yu, this is your daughter. Xiao He. Ms. Yu suddenly realized, oh, my daughter. After a while, Ms. Yu looked over fiercely. Say it again. Whose daughter? Xiao He shrank back behind Xiao Shi. It was so scary. Xiao Ying's mother was as scary as Xiao Ying. Xiao He learned Xiao Ying's name from Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi subconsciously took a step back and answered again, your daughter. Xiao Xue is 18 years old this year. She was born after your divorce, because of genetic damage at birth. She can't speak and is timid. She has been raised at home. Outsiders don't know. Now she is grown up. You think she should go out and socialize. So you asked me to apply for an ID card for her. I just finished it. The ID card will be sent to me in about 3 days. Ms. Yu was confused, mainly because Xiao Shi said it seriously, as if it were true. Ms. Yu began to doubt whether she really gave birth to a second child. After a while, Ms. Yu came to her senses and asked Xiao He, Xiao He? Xiao He slowly poked his head out and shook his head, then stretched out his light brain and wrote, Xiao He. No Xiao. Xiao Ying was dissatisfied and pulled Xiao He out from behind Xiao Shi. What Xiao He? Did you feel wronged by my last name? Ms. Yu waved Xiao Ying away. Shut up. Then she looked at Xiao He again. Can't speak? Xiao He glanced at Xiao Ying quietly, weighed the consequences of continuing to lie to maintain her persona and speaking, then nodded firmly, indicating that she was indeed a mute. Ms. Yu's expression softened a little. She patted Xiao He's head and pointed to the sofa in the living room and said, where are you going to sit? I'll ask you later. Xiao He ran over immediately, away from the place of trouble. Ms. Yu turned around and her expression became dangerous. Tell the truth. Both of you. Where did this child come from? Xiao Xiaoying. Tell me. Did you ruin someone's illegitimate daughter when you were studying? Good. You are so young. What you did is really a piece of shit. Where is the mother of this child? And you? Xiao Shi. You actually dared to help him. Xiao Shi lowered his head and gave Xiao Ying a look. What should we do now? Boss? Or do you just recognize this illegitimate daughter? Xiaoying glared at Qiushi and looked at Ms. Yu helplessly. Mom, look at how old I am. The little mute calculated his bone age to be 18. 9, no matter how gifted I am. I can't give you a granddaughter at the age of 8. Ms. Yu's face looked better. It was true. Xiaoying couldn't give birth to such a big daughter. Ms. Yu now thought that this child might have been picked up by Xiaoying from somewhere. It is very likely that she is an illegal resident. Ms. Yu's tone slowed down a little, and she sat down and said, "Speak clearly. If you don't, I will throw her out in a while." Xiaoying knew that his own Ms. Yu kept her word. When she found out that she was cheated by her scumbag father, she immediately made a scene, divided the scumbag father's property, and left with him. So Xiaoying didn't intend to hide it from Ms. Yu. He just teased Ms. Yu on purpose. Mom, the little mute is a victim of S-19. Qiushi and I picked her up from the abandoned star. When we picked her up, the abandoned star was almost completely frozen. The little mute lived there for more than 3 months. I originally planned to throw her into the auction house after bringing her out. You also know that. I don't do business at a loss. Pa! What a prospect! Throwing her into the auction house. You thought of that. You are a living father. Ms. Yu threw a cup in front of Qiuoying and cursed him in a yin-yang tone. Qiuoying duo smiled and said, "Isn't it lost? Calm down." Calm down. I just thought that Ms. Yu was kind-hearted. She brought the person back. Didn't she? Besides, she is a mute, so pitiful. I can keep her as a companion for you. Ms. Yu pondered for a moment and sighed. Okay, I brought the person here. So a daughter is a daughter. I got a big girl for free. She looks innocent and well-behaved. It won't be troublesome to raise her. But what about the future? What are you going to do? Let her stay with me in Rose Star? Qiuoying touched his nose. I think she should go to school. Ms. Yu nodded. Your consideration makes sense. Send her to Rose University. Qiuoying glanced at Ms. Yu. No. It's too embarrassing for me. Ms. Yu, you teach her during this period. And try to let her go to the first military academy or Huaxia University next year. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing for me. We have the same household registration. I go to the first military academy. She goes to Rose University. Where can I put my face? Ms. Yu? Ms. Yu was so angry that she laughed. Qiuoying was very confident. That's what he thought. Ms. Yu, get lost, go to sleep, don't get in my way here. Qiuoying and Qiushi got lost quickly, and ran upstairs to find a place to sleep. Ms. Yu walked around outside for a few times, considered how to arrange Xiaohe, and walked in after a while. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw Xiaohe sitting obediently on the sofa, with her head down, not daring to move at all. Ms. Yu didn't know why she softened her heart, walked over and said, "Don't be nervous, just treat this as your own home. Xiaoying is just a bit mean, but he's not a bad person." Xiaohe was startled by Ms. Yu's sudden voice, and shrank back abruptly. She was distracted just now, and was startled suddenly, and fell on the sofa. Ms. Yu held back her laughter, looking at Xiaohe's panic, sat down beside Xiaohe and said, Okay, don't be afraid. Are you sleepy? Xiaoying didn't tell me in advance. You stay in the guest room for a while. I'll prepare a room for you later. By the way, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Xiaohe shook her head, opened her mouth, remembered her current personality, raised her laptop and typed, "Thank you. Sister, I'm not hungry. Qiushi gave me a nutritional supplement when I got off the spaceship. I'm not sleepy." Ms. Yu glanced at the words and then at Xiaohe, and found that Xiaohe lowered his head after typing, and didn't move. Xiaohe's performance made Ms. Yu sigh. What good place can a laboratory be? No wonder Qiuoying said Xiaohe was timid. Ms. Yu touched Xiaohe's head. Call me Ms. Yu. When Xiaoying applied for your identity, she said she was my daughter. I don't have a daughter either. Just tell me that when people ask you about it. Okay? Xiaohe nodded and looked at Ms. Yu quietly. Ms. Yu and Qiuoying were very similar in their eyebrows and eyes. You could tell they were related at a glance. However, Ms. Yu seemed easier to talk to than Qiuoying. Thinking of how Ms. Yu had pulled Qiuoying's ears just now, Xiaohe was not sure. In line with the principle of not saying anything bad, Xiaohe lowered his head and waited for the lady to speak. Ms. Yu sighed, gently pulled Xiaohe up and said, You have been following Xiaoying for quite some time. Come. I will take you to the room. Have a good sleep first. I will make you something delicious tonight. When Xiaohe heard about food, his eyes lit up instantly. Ms. Yu laughed and said, Just tell me if you want anything. After that, she took Xiaohe to a room on the second floor, opened it, let Xiaohe in and said, Have a good sleep. I will call you for dinner tonight. Xiao He nodded, thought for a while, and raised the light brain to thank him. Thank you. Miju touched Xiao He's head, closed the door, and went downstairs to ask the chef to prepare dinner. Xiao He sat in the room and studied the optical computer. Her identity had not been issued yet, so she could not register a Star Network account. On the way here, Qiushi told her that without an identity and a Star Network account, she could not do anything. At most, she could only watch children's enlightenment videos. So if she wanted to learn more about the world, she could only wait for 2 days for her identity card to be issued. There were also games. Xiao He hesitated for a long time, but still did not dare to ask for a game bracelet. Lying on the bed, Xiao He felt very relieved. When she was on the garbage planet, she was always worried about survival. After being captured by Qiuing and taken to the spaceship, she was worried that Qiuing would kill her, throw her away, or buy her. When she arrived here, Qiuing clearly asked Qiushi to apply for an ID card for her, and took her home to settle her down. Xiao He's heart finally settled down. In any case, Xiao He is very grateful to Qiuing in her heart now. Qiuing basically solved all the things she was worried about, and even made up her identity. It's just that Xiao He feels a little guilty. She touched her throat. What if Qiuing knew that she was not a little mute one day? Xiao He hissed a little, and silently thought, just pretend. Pretend for the rest of my life. They are fearless. The sound of even breathing gradually rang in the room. The quilt on the big bed bulged a little, and if you didn't pay attention, you could hardly see that there was a person sleeping on the bed. Xiao He was completely buried in the quilt, sleeping soundly. Fu Yanzhou, who lost someone in the 923 star system, was full of anger after returning to the institute. It was the first time that Xiaoli Tsungen and others saw Fu Yanzhou with a cold face. Before, Fu Yanzhou had always been very gentle and rarely lost his temper. Therefore, seeing Fu Yanzhou like this, no one dared to speak and buried their heads in work. Fu Yanzhou turned on the satellite phone. There was a call sent back from Blue Star that he had not received. Fu Yanzhou pinched his eyebrows, suppressed his emotions of not finding the person, and ordered Tsungen, continue to track the signal and monitor Himyao's IP in real time. Tsungen didn't dare to say that if the game bracelet was damaged, the possibility of tracking the signal was zero, but seeing Fu Yanzhou like this, he could only nod and add a code for real-time tracking of the IP. Fu Yanzhou called back while walking aside. The call was quickly connected, and a gray-haired, energetic old man in work clothes appeared on the screen. He became excited when he saw Fu Yanzhou, and said with a smile, Xiao Fu, quickly transfer the rest of the map. According to the map, we have dug up the ruins of Changan. The restoration work is also going smoothly. In less than half a month, the ancient blue star Changan will be restored. Chapter 51. Fu Yanzhou's eyes lit up, then dimmed again, and said to the person on the screen, Sorry, Professor Wen, something went wrong, and the map was not completely repaired. Professor Wen's face became serious. What happened? What happened? Fu Yanzhou told the story, and Professor Wen's brows tightened as he listened, and then said to Fu Yanzhou, Don't worry, I can't say anything about the Empire, but the Federation is still okay. I'll apply to the higher authorities later, and send someone to look for it. Fu Yanzhou smiled bitterly. Professor, did you forget? The top talents who can track people are all here. What's more, General Ning also mobilized people to look for him, but he was lost in the end. However, General Ning and I have analyzed that there is a 90% chance that Xiao He is still alive. Now we can only wait and look. Once Xiao He comes online again, we will lock the IP address. Professor Wen sighed. Really, what's the old saying? Good things take time. Life is full of twists and turns. We have been waiting for this day since we settled in the second solar system, unexpectedly. When we finally made progress at the end, an accident happened again. Xiao Fu, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. We'll take it slowly. Fu Yanzhou nodded silently. Hey. Madam. You can't go in. This is a research center. You will be held criminally liable if you break in. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound outside the laboratory. Fu Yanzhou frowned and said to Professor Wen, Professor, something happened here. I'll go deal with it first. I'll contact you later if I have any news. Professor Wen nodded and hung up the call. Fu Yanzhou put down the satellite communication prop, hurried out, and saw the security guard stopping people. He immediately scolded, Why are you making so much noise? As soon as Fu Yanzhou's voice came out, The corridor became quiet. The security guard who stopped people hurriedly said, "Mr. Fu, this lady insisted that we took human lives lightly, and she is going to ask you for an explanation." Fu Yanshou looked over and saw Shen Yao, who was arrogant and followed by 2 bodyguards. Fu Yanshou raised his hand to signal the security guard to withdraw and step forward. "There is. You can tell me anything." Shen Yao took off his sunglasses. "What's wrong with you? How many times have I called? You're missing. You know, it's been so long and you haven't replied to me, you." Speaking, Shen Yao suddenly lost his words, looking at Fu Yanzhou's expressionless face, some messy long hair, wearing a white lab coat, an extraordinary figure, mainly that face. Shen Yao swallowed his saliva. "Are all researchers so good-looking these days?" Shen Miao's tone softened unconsciously. "I'm not deliberately making trouble, but my friend is missing. I'm very worried. It's not too much to ask you to check the IP, and I've called the police, and filed it." Fu Yanshou looked at Shen Miao, recognized Shen Miao as a hot girl in black silk stockings, and said in a softer tone, "We are already investigating, don't worry, there will be news soon. We take this matter very seriously, but it takes time to investigate. It's not convenient to disclose this matter to you." Shen Miao came back to her senses from the beauty, looked at Fu Yanzhou suspiciously. "You didn't lie?" Fu Yanzhou said, "No, you go back and wait for news. I'll notify you when there is news." Shen Miao was still worried and finally said to Fu Yanzhou, "I won't leave. I'll buy a house on your planet and live there. If you can't wait for news, just wait for me to expose the matter." After that, Shen Miao glanced at Fu Yanzhou's face again, then turned around and strode out of the institute. Fu Yanzhou sighed and contacted Ningyu to discuss the progress of the search. Rose Star. After the sun set on Rose Star, the lights in the manor were turned on. Mizu led the chef to prepare dinner in the restaurant. After all the dishes were ready, Mizu looked at the time, went upstairs to Qiuing and Qiuxi's room and knocked. "Don't sleep anymore. Get up and eat." Then she went to Xiaohe's room, knocked on the door first, and opened the door after thinking for a while when she heard no movement. Then she complained again, and still had to remind this child to remember to lock the door next time he went to bed. After entering, I saw Xiaohe sleeping soundly in the quilt. Mizu came forward and shook Xiaohe's shoulders. "Don't sleep. Xiaohe, get up and eat." Xiaohe opened his eyes dazedly, and saw Mizu's gentle expression and subconsciously smiled. Then he woke up, slowly got up from the bed, and looked at Mizu. Mizu looked at Xiaohe's messy hair with amusement, pointed to the clothes placed beside the bed, and said, "Change your clothes. Today's time is too tight. I'll ask someone to make you some clothes tomorrow." After that, Mizu went out considerately and closed the door, letting Xiaohe change his clothes by himself. After Mizu left, Xiaohe shook her head, picked up the clothes beside the bed, shook them open and found that it was a dark green dress and a pair of underwear. Xiaohe picked up the clothes and walked into the bathroom that Mizu pointed out. She found hot water, took a shower, changed her clothes, and went out with half-dry hair. However, when standing in the corridor, Xiaohe began to dawdle. She had social phobia and always felt embarrassed to go down to someone else's house. When Qiuing came out of the room, he saw Xiaohe dawdling back and forth at the door. It's true, the little mute looked quite decent after changing his clothes. Little mute. Xiaohe almost couldn't catch her breath. She leaned against the door when Qiuing suddenly called her from behind. She touched her chest and looked at Qiuing in panic. She knew Qiuing was a pervert. Qiuing looked Xiaohe up and down and pinched her undried hair. "Why don't you blow dry your hair? Didn't you find a dryer?" Xiaohe endured it and looked at Qiuing without saying anything. Qiuing didn't mind. He glanced at Xiaohe's skirt and said, "Mizu has been here for so many years, and her aesthetic taste is still the same. Let's go. Let's go downstairs to eat." After that, he forcibly pulled Xiaohe's hand and took her downstairs. Qiuing had long legs and big steps, and Xiaohe had a hard time following behind. He even trotted down the stairs. When he was pulled to the restaurant, Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of a group of people eating together, as she had imagined, was not there. There were only Mizu and Qiuxi at the table. Seeing Qiuing and Xiaohe coming down, Mizu waved and said, "Come on, we've been waiting for you." She also pointed to the chair next to her and asked Xiaohe to sit next to her. "Sit down quickly. I don't know what you like to eat. You eat first. If it doesn't suit your appetite, tell me later. I'll ask someone to make your favorite food." Xiaohe smiled shyly, sat down to eat, and ate with small bites. The meal that Mizu prepared was just rice. But the taste was different. The dishes were also delicious. Xiaohe was not picky about food. And everything tasted delicious. She only dared to carefully pick up the dishes in front of her. Xiaoying saw it, and piled up a small mountain in Xiaohe's bowl without any reason. Eat. You are so thin. Xiaoshi can kill 2 of you with 1 punch. Xiaoshi, who was concentrating on eating. Xiaohe continued to eat hard. Thanks to Xiaoying, she finally had a normal meal. Although she didn't know what these dishes were. What kind of meat they were. It was good enough. After finishing the rice in the bowl, Xiaohe felt a little full. But he saw that Mizu, Xiaoshi, and Xiaoying had not put down their chopsticks yet. And he ate the dishes in front of him bit by bit. It was not until Mizu put down her chopsticks that Xiaohe put down her bowl and chopsticks. Xiaoying wiped his mouth and said, Mizu's food is still delicious. Xiaoshi agreed very much. There was a reason why he liked to follow Xiaoying back to Rose Star. After dinner, Mizu took Xiaohe to sit in the living room. Xiaoying walked over slowly with a small wooden stick in his mouth, and sat down nonchalantly and said, Then this little mute is left to you. By the way, little mute, I have ordered a gift for you, and it will arrive tomorrow. Xiaohe looked at Xiaoying with some doubts. But Xiaoying did not say anything. Mizu could hear it. You're leaving so soon? Are you not going to stay at home for 2 more days? Xiaoying shook his head. No, the more I think about it, the more I feel that the old thing is going to do something naughty. Let's go and see it sooner. Mizu did not stay any longer, but just told Xiaoying, Be careful if necessary. Ask your cheap brother for help, by the way, since you are going to the capital star when you come back. Buy Xiaohe some jewelry, bags and clothes that girls like. Okay, since you let her take your last name, she is your sister. Stop being stingy. You always get in the way all day long. Money-minded. Xiaoying curled his lips and glanced at Xiaohe, who shook her head to say no. He suddenly thought it would be nice to buy something. So he nodded and agreed. Then he got up with Xiaoshi and left directly. He waved to Mizu and Xiaohe behind his back and said casually, Let's go. Mom, I'll bring you gifts later. Little mute. After Xiaoying and Xiaoshi left, only Mizu and Xiaohe were left. Xiaohe looked at Mizu, a little confused about what to say, and wondered if this was not a good idea. Mizu was very kind or intimate to Xiaohe. She pulled Xiaohe up, let Xiaohe hold her arm and said, Come on. I'll take you for a walk and meet some people. Xiaohe, who was socially anxious, widened her eyes, and was taken out by Mizu before she even had time to struggle. She was like a quail, and she put on a fake polite smile reflexively. She smiled stiffly, and nodded every time Mizu introduced her. Then she saw the neighbors far away looking at her with pity. After visiting one house, Mizu put her on the hovercraft and went to the next one. Yes, the walk that Mizu mentioned was driving a hover car to visit the neighbor who lived 10 minutes away from home. It was already late when they returned to the manor. Mizu said with reluctance that she would take Xiaohe out for a walk tomorrow. She had been alone for so long, and Xiaoying was a boy who didn't like to accompany her. Finally, a little girl came. Mizu sincerely praised Xiaoying for doing a good job this time. But Xiaohe was very frightened and was already considering the possibility of dying on the spot. The next morning, Xiaohe walked out of the room with big dark circles under her eyes. She carefully looked around and was relieved when she didn't see Mizu. She walked downstairs along the corner of the wall. When she reached the living room, a voice came out of nowhere. Miss, the things Mr. ordered for you have arrived. Do you think they should be installed in the room? Xiaohe was startled. Then she saw an old man with white hair and a suit, who looked like the butler in those cartoons, and appeared behind her mysteriously. Mizu came in from outside in sportswear, and saw the huge cardboard box by the door, and said, We'll pack it in the afternoon. I've called someone to clean up Xiaohe's room, and then we'll put it in her room. Young people like to play games. The housekeeper nodded and asked someone to move the things to the door of the room with the best lighting on the second floor. This meant that the person the lady called came and arranged to clean up the room. In the afternoon, Xiaohe's new room was ready, and the game cabin was installed by the window, and the network was connected. The ID card that was supposed to take 2 days also squeezed in. After Mizu signed for it, she smiled and said, Xiaohe, look at your ID card. Xiaohe, not bad. Not bad. Xiaoying finally did something reliable. Let me teach you how to bind your ID card. By the way, ask Xiaoying to give you pocket money regularly. Xiao He waved his hand and blurted out, "No. No. You have helped me a lot. I have my own money." "Ms. Yu? No. Aren't you a mute?" Chapter 52. Ms. Yu looked at Xiao He in confusion. Did she have hallucinations just now? Xiao He covered her mouth. Oh no. Once Xiao Ying left, her tense nerves relaxed, and she was exposed. Ms. Yu subconsciously prepared to call Xiao Ying to ask him clearly. Xiao He showed the fastest reaction in her life, and pitifully blocked Ms. Yu's video call. Seeing Xiao He's reaction, Ms. Yu asked tentatively, "Xiao Ying doesn't know?" Xiao He nodded and whispered, "When he went to the garbage planet, he brought a lot of people with him. I was scared. He kicked the door of my house, and broke the wall of my house with a punch. I didn't mean it. But Xiao Ying was really fierce. I didn't dare to speak. He imagined that I was dumb." Speaking of this, Xiao He nodded affirmatively and added, "Later he took me away. I didn't dare to say that I could speak, for fear that he would throw me to the auction house." Ms. Yu. After hearing it, he laughed out loud without recognizing him. "So you have been pretending to be dumb in front of Xiao Ying?" Xiao He lowered his head to his chest, and his voice was almost inaudible. "Yes." Ms. Yu put away her laptop, looked at Xiao He with amusement, and finally patted Xiao He's head and said, "The boy misunderstood it himself. What does it have to do with you? Don't you think so? Hee. Don't talk in front of him in the future. I want to see when he finds out." Xiao He glanced at Ms. Yu secretly, and found that Ms. Yu's face was full of an expression of watching a show. So she breathed a sigh of relief and laughed along. Ms. Yu said again, "Don't save money for him. Xiao Ying has a lot of money. He has to be responsible for you since he picked you up. What's wrong with giving him some pocket money?" Xiao He shook his head. "No need. I really have money." Ms. Yu showed an expression of disbelief. What money can Xiao He have? Coming out of the garbage planet. He is still alive, which means he is lucky. Seeing that Ms. Yu didn't believe it, Xiao He emphasized again, "I really have money. I picked up a game bracelet when I was on the garbage planet. I play games. There is money in the game, which can be exchanged." Ms. Yu looked at Xiao He lovingly, thinking that Xiao He had no concept of money, and thought that the money in the game could be exchanged for a lot. In fact, Ms. Yu had played games before, and was familiar with the conversion of game coins. However, Ms. Yu didn't say anything. On the surface, she agreed to Xiao He, but in fact, she had sent a message to Xiao Ying, asking him to give Xiao He pocket money. Next, Ms. Yu taught Xiao He how to register a Changan account, log into various social software, add friends, and also pull Xiao He into the group. There are 3 people in the group: Xiao Ying, Xiao Shi, and Ms. Yu. Now there is Xiao He. The group name gives Xiao He an unusually intimate feeling, called a loving family. After Xiao He joined the group, there was no movement in the group for a while. Ms. Yu took Xiao He to browse various social software again, and said after making sure that Xiao He had no problems, "Okay, you can play by yourself. The room should be cleaned up. If you need anything, tell the housekeeper. You can also ask the housekeeper to buy your favorite food, or you can buy it yourself in the shopping software I just downloaded for you. I'm going to sleep for a while." Xiao He stood up and said, "Okay. I know." Ms. Yu went upstairs to her room to rest. Xiao He went upstairs looking at the empty living room. The room that Ms. Yu had prepared for her was changed to the one next to Xiao Ying's room, saying that Xiao Ying didn't come back often, and the rooms were next to each other to foster affection. The housekeeper had just finished installing the game console, and came out with a note. Seeing Xiao he smiled and said, "Miss, this is a note from Mr. Xiao He hurriedly said. Just call me Xiao He." The housekeeper looked at Xiao He in surprise. At this time, the light brain on his wrist vibrated. The housekeeper glanced at the message sent by Ms. Yu, and calmly put away his surprised expression and said, "Miss, you are too polite. The room has been cleaned up, and the game console has been installed. If you have any instructions, you can send me a message." As he said that, the housekeeper connected his light brain with the light brain on Xiao He's wrist, saved the contact information, and then nodded and left. Xiao He took the note into the room, and read it after closing the door. The note said, "Little mute, compensate for your game bracelet. Don't think I don't know you're cursing me for breaking your game bracelet. Play by yourself. Don't forget to study hard with Ms. Yu. If you can't go to the military academy or Huaxia University next year, you can think about the consequences." It was accompanied by a smiling expression. Xiao He crumpled the note into a ball and threw it away. Study or something. We'll talk about it later. At this time, what attracted Xiao He was the game cabin placed by the window. Milky white capsule shape, with a circle of metal lines in the middle. The hatch on the top was transparent, and the material looked like glass. Xiao He was not sure. There are also switch buttons near the hatch, and the housekeeper even thoughtfully marked which one to press to turn it on. Xiao He went dark, and the game cabin slowly retracted its head. The interior was white, and it felt very soft, and it could fit the curve of the body perfectly. After lying down, the hatch closed automatically, and the prompt sound of the game cabin sounded, "Hello, players. Welcome to use the latest Blue Star exclusive game cabin developed by the Joint Research Institute. If you already have an ID, please log into the game directly. Novice players, please register your ID according to the prompts." Xiao He clicked to log in, and a blue light swept over Xiao's head. The game cabin began to change, and the animation of logging into the game. The stars turned, and finally gathered into the familiar words Blue Star. Welcome players back to the game. It is detected that the player information is incomplete. Please supplement the identity information according to the prompts. The electronic elf that Xiao He had when she first entered the game appeared in front of Xiao He, reminding Xiao He to complete the identity information. Xiao He understood that the game is a real-name system, in order to prevent minors from being addicted to the game. But it is a bit strange that there was no such prompt when she used the game Bracelet before. Now it has been upgraded to a game warehouse, and it feels that the game restrictions are stricter. Xiao He filled in the identity number that she had just memorized according to the information to be supplemented in front of her, and the associated star network number. After that, the elf turned into a stream of light and disappeared, leaving a sentence, "I wish players a happy game." Xiao He appeared in the game, which was the place where she went offline last time. After changing to the game warehouse to log into the game, Xiao He found that the experience of the game Bracelet she used before was really bad, and this game warehouse is so realistic. Joint Research Institute, Blue Star Laboratory. Brother Fu, come quickly. He Meower's ID went online a minute ago, and the real player information was added. Changan instantly jumped away from the light screen, and shouted at Fu Yanzhou, who was not far away. Fu Yanzhou reacted very quickly. He walked to Changan's light screen in 3 or 2 steps. Took a look, confirmed that it was Xiao's ID, and quickly said, "Lock IP." Changan sat in front of the light screen next door. His fingers moved quickly, and soon got the result, Brother Fu. The login ID is on Rose Star, a remote tourist planet with a small population and a small planet. It uses a game warehouse, which was sold 3 days ago. The buyer is anonymous. Fu Yanzhou pondered for a while, and Changan could not sit still anymore. He said to Fu Yanzhou, "Brother Fu, we don't have the authority to view the real information of players. Although there is suspicion of violating the privacy of players, we can't care about so much now. Brother Fu, use your authority to check the player information." Others also looked at Fu Yanzhou. Fu Yanzhou let out a breath and said, "No, I'll go play the game now." After looking away from him and the others in disappointment, Fu Yanzhou walked to the game cabin on the other side of the laboratory, and laid down to log into the game. After entering the game, he immediately checked Xiao's location, and found that Xiao was staying in Taohua village. Fu Yanzhou hurried over and saw Xiao standing at the door chatting with the village chief from a distance. Fu Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fu Yanzhou realized that his worry about Xiao had surpassed others. Xiao He saw that no one was online in the friend list, so he simply went back to Taohua village for a stroll. After talking for a while, he caught a glimpse of Fu Yanzhou from the corner of his eye, and immediately jumped up and greeted Fu Yanzhou, "A yin." "Good afternoon." Fu Yanzhou smiled subconsciously. "Good afternoon." Xiao He walked up to Fu Yanzhou and looked at him carefully before saying, "A yin. Why do you look unhappy?" Fu Yanzhou smiled and said, "What's unhappy? It's just that you haven't been online for so many days." Xiao He was anxious. "Dead?" They all called the police. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and slapped his forehead. "Oh no! I forgot to tell Xiao Hejia." Then he remembered that he didn't have the contact information of the hot girl with black silk stockings. Xiao He was anxious, pulled Fu Yanzhou and said, "A yin, do you have the contact information of Xiao Hejia?" Fu Yanzhou just said, "Don't worry, I have sent her a message." Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, and the next second, he saw the hot girl with black silk stockings avatar light up, And then the hot girl with black silk stockings sent a private message. Black stockings hot girl. Xiao He, where are you? Wait for me. Xiao He panicked instantly, turning in circles on the spot, and then said, will it be useful for me to hide or go offline now? It's over. It's over. Will Sister Xiao He beat me up? Fu Yanzhou laughed, just watching Xiao He anxiously. Xiao He made up her mind, and planned to go offline to avoid the wind, but after hesitating for a while, the black stockings hot girl's sinister voice came from behind her. If you dare to go offline now, you're done. Xiao He immediately put on a pitiful look, turned back to look at the black stockings hot girl. Sister Xiao He. The black stockings hot girl strode to Xiao He, stared at Xiao He for a long time, and suddenly hugged Xiao He and said, I was scared to death. You told me before that if you didn't go online for 3 days, something might happen, but you didn't move for more than 20 days, the stupid group of Blue Star planners. I have been looking for you for so long, but I still can't find you. Fortunately, you are fine. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and hugged the black silk hot girl back. Xiao He, I am fine, just had a little accident, I am fine now, and I will be fine in the future. The black silk hot girl let go of Xiao He, pinched Xiao He's face, and said, hand over the Star Network number. I will definitely not let you get away with it this time. Xiao He smiled. She didn't give it to her before because she didn't have it. Now she has the Star Network number. Xiao He quickly told the black silk hot girl the Star Network number, and Fu Yanzhou also knew it. After receiving the message, the black silk hottie added Xiao He as her friend, and urged Xiao He to approve the application. Xiao He's real friend list soon had 2 more people. One was named Shui, and the other was named Yen. So it was easy to tell who was who. After agreeing to be a friend, the black silk hottie pulled Xiao He into the small group in one go, and tagged Yu, Empire Bread, and Lightyear in the group, and welcomed Xiao He to join the group. Chapter 53. After a while, Yu popped up from the group. Yu, Xiao He, where have you been? We are all worried to death. Empire Bread, that's right. Where have you been? There has been no news for so many days, and you said such scary things to He Jia. You don't know how worried my brother is. Lightyear, Mion, shut up. Empire Bread, okay. Okay, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. Xiao He, you play by yourself first. I am in class. I don't have class tonight. I'll talk about it online in the evening. Oh, the teacher is looking at me. Xiao He, okay. After Xiao He finished replying, there was no movement in the group. After switching back to the game, the black silk girl asked Xiao He, what happened to you recently? Did you encounter any difficulties? Don't be embarrassed. Just tell me if you have anything to say. I like to help others the most. In the second half of the sentence, the black silk girl said with a joking tone. Xiao He smiled, and said to the black silk girl seriously, I did encounter some problems, but now everything is fine. It was a blessing in disguise. Don't worry. Xiao He. The black silk girl sighed, and emphasized again, if you don't want to talk, I won't ask. It's good that you are fine. Xiao He nodded, and was very moved. She and the black silk girl had only known each other for less than 3 months. But the black silk girl was so concerned about her own uncertain statement. Xiao He took the black silk girl's hand and said, Xiao He. Thank you. The black silk girl only said, there is nothing to thank me for. Anyone would do the same. Xiao He chuckled, and pulled the black silk girl and said, I haven't been online for many days. How many new maps have been opened in the game? The black silk girl pulled Xiao He and talked slowly. Fu Yanzhou was watching Xiao He not far away. When Ningyu checked Xiao He's whereabouts, he used the military system. After returning from the 923-star system, Ningyu had not rested much. He had been checking Xiao He's background with a cold face. Based on the very little information he got from Fu Yanzhou, it was too difficult to check. Just when Ningyu was at a loss, Fu Yanzhou suddenly sent him a message. Xiao He was back online. Sun Shenniao pulled him into their Star Network game group. When Ningyu was about to ask about the situation, the adjutant beside him suddenly came to report, General, there is news about the person you want to check, but it is not sure if it is the person you are looking for. Ningyu turned off the light brain and turned back to signal the adjutant to continue. The adjutant clicked on the information he had found and said, thanks to the general's reminder, let us search in the direction of the recent ID card application. And we really tracked it down. Just 2 days ago. On the remote information Rose Star. Shioshi. A star pirate with no criminal record. Applied for an identity ID. The information submitted was very interesting. The information said that the applicant is... The adjutant paused, carefully glanced at Ningyu, and then continued, the applicant is Ms. Yumingjia's daughter, who was born 2 years after her divorce. The father is unknown, because she was born weak. Ms. Yu was superstitious about the ancient Chinese, so she did not register the child. It was not until recently that this person turned 18 years old that she was registered. The applicant's name is Qiuxia. General. Is the person you are looking for also called Xiaohe? Moreover, the facial features of the ID photo uploaded are very similar to the general's description. Therefore, the subordinates immediately retrieved the information and sent someone to check the medical system. As expected, there was no record of Ms. Yu's childbirth. This Qiuxia, who suddenly appeared, is likely the person the general is looking for. And the leader of the star pirates on the Guiyuan is Qiuing. General. Didn't I tell you before? Ningyu paused when he heard Ms. Yu and Qiuing, but did not interrupt the adjutant. After listening to the adjutant, he said to the adjutant, show me the information. The adjutant was relieved to see that Ningyu was not angry. Those who have followed Ningyu for a long time know that Ningyu's family is a mess. Now after many years, Ms. Yu is involved again. The adjutant is a little worried about Ningyu. Seeing that Ningyu is in a relatively stable mood, he is relieved. After handing the information to Ningyu, he retreated. Ningyu carefully checked the information. The information was very detailed, and it seemed flawless. The last page was Xiaohe's ID photo. The eyes seemed to be looking at something, and the smile was a little reluctant, but Ningyu recognized it at a glance. This person was Xiaohe. At this time, Ningyu was really relieved. Carefully cut out the photo of Xiaohe from the paper information specially printed by the adjutant, and put it neatly into his pocket. Report. Not long after Ningyu put it away, someone came to the door again. Ningyu looked up and motioned for him to come in. He is Ningyu's personal guard, who is responsible for handling some of Ningyu's affairs outside the army. After the guard Xiao Wang came in, he said to Ningyu, report to the general, Mr. Bai made a scene at home, and then sent people to Rose Star to harass Ms. Yu, demanding that Mr. Chiu come back. Mr. Chiu returned to the capital star this morning, and then... Xiao Wang paused, then said with full energy, and even a little happy tone, beat up Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai cursed the unfilial son at home, said he would complain to the general, and let the general teach Mr. Chiu a lesson. Mr. Chiu said, go ahead and sue, you see. Is my cheap elder brother going to teach you a lesson, or teach me a lesson? Xiao Wang learned this sentence vividly, and even heard the laughter of the guards outside Ningyuman. There was no way. This Mr. Bai was called Bai Laoding, although they were unwilling to admit it, but Bai Laoding was indeed their master's biological father. Their general had earned his military rank at a young age with his desperate attitude, and no one could deny it. But there was a point that was attacked by political enemies, saying that their general was disrespectful to his biological father. But who doesn't know about the Bai family's little shit? Bai Laoding is a piece of trash. He married their general's mother, Miss Ning, for his face. At that time, everyone praised them for being a perfect match. But the good times didn't last long. When Ningyu was 6 years old, Miss Ning's family fell into poverty. At this time, Miss Ning found out that Bai Laoding had cheated on her. The illegitimate child was only 1 year younger than Ningyu. At that time, Miss Ning was already exhausted by the death of her parents. Her body was about to collapse. When this matter was exposed, Miss Ning fell ill. Bai Laoding took the opportunity to occupy the Bai family's property. He also tried to throw the 6-year-old Ningyu to the edge star to fend for herself. Miss Ning managed to snatch back half of the things from Bai Laoding with one breath, and arranged everything. Originally, this was a case of a scumbag cheating on 2 women at the same time, who knew that after Miss Ning and Bai Laoding had a fight, the matter became a big deal and became a hot topic. Now everyone in the galaxy knows about it. Everyone is condemning this mistress, who has not yet been exposed. Now the excitement came. The mistress, Ms. Yu, brought the legal marriage certificate of Bai Laoding from a remote star system to the capital star. She grabbed Bai Laoding and beat him up at the entrance of the villa, which was originally Ning's house, and was now changed to Bai's house. Then she said in front of the reporters that she was the victim. When she met Bai Laoding, she didn't know that Bai Laoding was married. Moreover, because she didn't live in the capital star, she also got a legal marriage certificate with Bai Laoding. Who would have thought that she could still be a mistress even after getting the marriage certificate? After the incident was exposed, Ms. Yu and Miss Ning confirmed the incident and reacted quickly. They settled down the little enemy Ing, who knew nothing. For the first time in her life, She went to the capital star and beat Bai Laoding violently. Then she apologized publicly. And then she filed for divorce strongly and demanded that her marriage with Bai Laoding be declared invalid. Finally, she demanded compensation and asked for half of Bai Laoding's savings. After dealing with all this, Ms. Yu apologized to Miss Ning in person, and even apologized to Ning Yu, who was only 6 years old at the time, very sincerely. These outsiders did not know that the compensation she got from Bai Laoding was also returned to Miss Ning by Ms. Yu. In the end, Ms. Yu and Qiuing lived in the Rose Galaxy. Even when Qiuing was admitted to the first military academy of the Federation, Ms. Yu did not set foot on the capital star. She just told Qiuing to respect Ning Yu when he met her. Miss Ning died of depression when Ning Yu was 7 years old. After that, Ning Yu's life could be said to be in dire straits. Bai Laoding did not care about anything. Although no one in the capital star was willing to marry him again, Bai Laoding still enjoyed torturing Ning Yu. He was also Ning Yu's only guardian before Ning Yu came of age. If it were not for the people left by Miss Ning to take care of him from time to time, he would have been tortured to death by Bai Laoding. After becoming an adult, Ning Yu was no longer controlled by Bai Laoding. Just 2 years after he was admitted to the first military academy, he joined the army, went to the most dangerous edge star, made great military achievements, maintained the safety line of mankind, defeated countless attacking star beasts, and became the youngest admiral of the Federation. At this time, Bai Laoding began to cry in front of the media and the public that Ning Yu was unfilial and disobeyed his elders. Fortunately, the Star Network is not without memory. Everyone dug up the relevant news about Ning Yu's childhood and severely mocked Bai Laoding. In the end, Bai Laoding retreated back home in disgrace, but he did not give up and regarded himself as the general's father, and made a lot of money by taking advantage of Ning Yu's title of general. After Ning Yu found out, he gave Bai Laoding a severe warning. However, Bai Laoding was desperate and took pleasure in destroying Ning Yu's reputation. He often used Qiuing, who was also admitted to the military academy, to drag Ning Yu down, saying that after Qiuing graduated, Ning Yu would be replaced by another general, and he would still be the general's father. Although Qiuing even changed his surname and refused to admit that he was Bai Laoding's child. Bai Laoding still enjoyed it. However, Qiuing was different from Ning Yu. Ning Yu was too upright and would not use shady means to deal with Bai Laoding. Qiuing was not like that. Bai Laoding went to the academy every few days to show his hypocritical care for Qiuing, which annoyed Qiuing so much that he finally became desperate and found an empty alley to put a sack on Bai Laoding and beat him up. After graduation, Qiuing went all out and got a starship, becoming a star pirate, giving the man a taste of his own medicine. Bai Laoding was taken away for questioning many times. Xiao Wang felt that their general was wronged. Ning Yu's expression eased a little, and he nodded to Xiao Wang and said, "I know. Where is Xiao Ying?" Xiao Wang shook his head. "I don't know. Mr. Qiu is now a star pirate. It's not easy for him to appear openly on the capital star. After he beat up Mr. Bai, I don't know where he went." Ning Yu nodded and said, "Let's go. The matter is resolved. Go back and continue your vacation." Xiao Wang was relieved when he heard it. He saw clearly how their general was looking for someone these days. Fortunately, the person has been found now. It's okay. Their general's happiness is more important than anything else. Chapter 54. Ning Yu returned to her residence. She had just changed her clothes when she saw Qiuing sitting cross-legged in the game room playing games. She frowned and said, "You came without saying hello. How is Ms. Yu doing recently? Is he still harassing Ms. Yu?" Qiuing said nonchalantly, "My mother is fine. The old man is just acting up when he has nothing better to do. But don't worry. I just beat him up. He can't go out for half a month. Who cares about his inheritance?" Qiuing pouted disdainfully and laughed again and said, "Brother, you don't know. The old man is almost mad today. I told him that my mother got pregnant with another child a year after she left him. It's not his. She's 18 years old now." Ha ha ha. The old man's face was blue and white. It looked very good. Qiuing was so happy that he lost the game controller. He stood up and looked at Ning Yu. He pouted and said, "Old. If you are shameless, you can be controlled by me." Ning Yu pinched her eyebrows and sighed. "How many days will you stay this time? Why don't you spend more time with Ms. Yu?" Qiuing said, "Don't worry. Ms. Yu has someone to accompany her. I picked up a little mute to play with her." Ning Yu was stunned for a moment, with some subtle gasps, Little mute? Xiaoying nodded. Yes, I was tricked by the Sudley some time ago, and went to a garbage planet. Who knows if there are any treasures there, only a little mute. According to the clues, the little mute is a test product of the S-19 Institute, maybe. Huh? Aren't you responsible for destroying the S-19 Institute? Don't you know that a test product was missed? Ningyu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that there was indeed a team of unmanned destroyers tracking the last fish of S-19 to the garbage planet, and the images brought back showed that the spacecraft was completely destroyed. Xiaoying was too lazy to care about Ningyu's military affairs, and said, I just came by to report to you, to prevent others from making a fuss about this. The little mute is in Rose Star, and is quite pitiful. By the way, she has my last name. Xiao huh? She is quite well behaved, but timid. Of course. She is also very smart. Ningyu asked calmly, besides not being able to speak. Does she have any other problems? Have you taken her to the hospital? Can she be cured? Xiaoying looked away, feeling a little guilty. He had not thought of this. It doesn't matter. He will take the little mute to see a doctor later. Ningyu thought of something and asked Xiaoying, Brother, the little mute seems to have never been to school. I want her to take the entrance exam for Huaxia University. I originally wanted her to take the entrance exam for the Military Advisor Academy. But she is so small. I thought about it, and decided to give up. Brother, does Huaxia University have any majors with relatively low requirements? Ningyu went over the majors of Huaxia University in his mind and said, There is one, the major of Ancient Blue Star History. In fact, the requirements of this major are very high, but Xiaoying didn't know. When he heard Ningyu say this, he said, I will urge the little mute to study hard when I go back, otherwise it will be too embarrassing for me if she fails the entrance exam. Ningyu said to Xiaoying, When are you going back, if you go back? Take me to say hello to Ms. Yu. I will go to see him when I have time. Xiaoying nodded, then took something out of his pocket and threw it to Ningyu, saying, Keep it safe. I stole it from the old man when I beat him up today. It's your home access card. The old man is too troublesome. He can get your access card even though he lives here. He's not afraid of being sent to a military court. Ningyu took the access card and frowned. Just now, he thought Xiaoying had sneaked in to avoid patrols. It turned out to be an access card. He had kept this access card in the entrance. He didn't expect it to be taken away by Bai Lao Ding. Xiaoying waved and walked out. Brother, I'll leave first. Ningyu watched Xiaoying leave. Went into the bathroom to take a shower. Returned to the room. Took a look at the dark game room. Opened the game, and went online. As soon as he went online, he saw Xiao He and the black silk hottie Fu Yanzhou were online. Guangyan hesitated for a moment, and sent a private message to Xiao He. Lightyear, are you okay? Xiao He is doing a reputation task refreshed by the black silk hottie. If you have enough reputation, you can exchange it for fun props. You also need the reputation of the master, which can be exchanged for related professional equipment. Seeing Guangyan's message, he hurriedly replied, Hemiar, I'm fine. I heard from a yin that you have been helping me find me during this period. Thank you. I'm fine now. Guangyan, yeah, I know. Hemiar, let's not talk about this. Do you want to do the reputation mission? After saying that, he sent Guangyan a team invitation. Guangyan joined the team and rushed over after seeing the location of his teammates. Xiao He was killing monsters with a hot girl in black silk stockings to collect quest items. When she saw Guangyan coming, she invited him to kill monsters together. Fu Yanzhou and Guangyan looked at each other and continued to kill monsters as if nothing had happened. After handing in the task, Xiao He did not continue to accept tasks, because it seemed that the time was almost up. It was estimated that Yufeiyu and Empire Bread would be online in a while. When they were all together, they would continue to do the main task. Xiao He saw Guangyan was absent-minded, stretched out his hand in front of Guangyan and asked, What's wrong with you? Guangyan looked at Xiao He, stared at Xiao He's mouth, and frowned unconsciously. Xiao He was a little confused. Why did Guangyan look a little strange? As if he was pitying her? Guangyan retracted his gaze and said, Nothing. I just haven't seen you for a long time. I'm glad you're okay. Xiao He laughed, Well, I'm fine now. Don't worry. World Channel System prompt. The Monkey King of Mountain will refresh in 10 minutes. This prompt sounded directly in the ears of every player. Xiao He and the others naturally heard it. Xiao He had not been online for a long time. Turning around, he asked the black silk girl, Sister Xiaohe, is this Monkey King a wild boss? The black silk girl nodded. Although I haven't played much recently, I know a little bit. It is said that more than half of the game map has been opened up. The game has been upgraded. There is an additional wild boss gameplay. It is said that it will drop top quality equipment, which can be sold for money. But the refresh time is not fixed. And the location is also random. Do you want to go? Xiaohe nodded. Let's go and have a look. Guang Yin. A yin? Xiao Mian bow. And you don't have a full set of good equipment. Only the two of us have benefited from our master's help, and have put together a full set of equipment. The black silk girl thought it made sense, and looked at Guang Yin and Fu Yanzhou. Guang Yin had no objection. Fu Yanzhou followed Xia. So the last 4 people quickly rushed to Mountain, reached the boss refresh point. There were already many people gathered here. It was a sea of people. Xiohe couldn't even squeeze in, standing outside on tiptoe to look inside, wanting to see what the refreshed Monkey King looked like. But the Monkey King hadn't refreshed yet. Everyone just came to take up a position in advance. The black silk hottie said to Xia, "Don't worry, the places we are standing are all within the refresh range of the Monkey King. The Monkey King is random. Maybe he will refresh in front of us." The countdown for the Monkey King to appear in the air began to count down. When it was reset to 0, a monkey cry suddenly sounded. The light in front of Xiaohe dimmed. And before she could react, she quickly retreated. When she reacted, she found that the black silk hottie was really smart. The Monkey King had refreshed where they were standing. If Guang Yin hadn't reacted quickly, she would probably be in the reincarnation now. The black silk hottie dodged with only a little blood left. Secretly thanking her, Guang Yin put Xiaohe down and said, "Be careful." After that, he took out his weapon and went straight to the Monkey King. The surrounding players also began to use their attack skills. Guang Yin kept the output of attack first. After the Monkey King fell, Guang Yin quickly pulled Xiaohe over to pick up something. Xiaohe saw the familiar black token dropped inside at a glance, and picked it up without thinking too much, and then snatched a few pieces of equipment. And the rest of the things were snatched by other players. Not long after the boss was killed, the Yufeiyu Empire bread came online, and Xiaohe was just about to do the main task when she heard someone calling her. Miss Yu is waiting for you to eat," Xiaohe hurriedly said to others. "Cut out of the game. Open the game room." Looked at the maid who came to call her embarrassedly, and hurriedly came out of the game room, packed up, and went downstairs. Miss Yu was waiting for her to eat in the restaurant. Before Xiaohe could speak, Miss Yu pulled Xiaohe to sit down and said, "Did you have fun? Remember to come down to eat next time. You are still growing. You are so thin. You should eat more." After that, she picked up some food for Xiaohe. She was satisfied only after Xiaohe finished eating. She said to Xiaohe, "Okay, go and play by yourself. I know you young people like to play games. Go ahead." Xiaohe looked at Miss Yu embarrassedly and said, "I will take you for a walk." Miss Yu laughed. "Forget it. Forget it. When I took you out for a walk yesterday, it was like I wanted to kill you. Anyway, I've already recognized you. If you don't like to go out, don't go out. Don't worry about me. When you come to my house, we are a family. Why should we be polite when Xiaoying is at home? He won't come down to eat when I call him. Go and play." Xiaohe blushed after being exposed. Miss Yu simply pushed Xiaohe to the stairs. "Go. Go." After returning to the room, Xiaohe touched his burning face and calmed down before logging back into the game. Fu Yanzhou, Light Years, Black Silk Hottie, Empire Bread, Yufeiyu were all there, and when they saw Xiaohe online, they said, "Let's go, we've been delayed for so long, go and finish the main quest. The countdown for the quest to deliver the invitation is running out." Xiaohe was quickly pulled away by the Black Silk Hottie, Empire Bread, and Yufeiyu were swallowed back when they wanted to ask, so they had to shut up and not ask, thinking that it would be good if the person was fine. Now more than half of the game map has been opened. In addition to the previous 7 cities, now the Yanqing map has been added. There are also the Jiancheng map, Tanzhou map, and Qiantang map, Rongqing map, South Vietnam map that Xiaohe mentioned before. As these maps were opened, there were more players, and the tasks in each city were different, and each had its own style, which was very attractive to players. It was also because these maps were open that Xiaohe's invitation task became much simpler, and the places could be found quickly, so the task was completed quickly. After returning to Lungu Mountain to find Master Wu Wei to hand in the task, he received generous task rewards, experience and gold coins. and master's reputation. After completing the task, he also visited all the newly opened maps. Xiao thought about the reward of 100,000 gold coins for the Shanha Sheiji map. As soon as the task was handed in, he went back to his home to draw the map without Fu Yinzhou's reminder. After drawing all the existing maps in detail, the task changed. Main task: complete the Shanha Sheiji map. Progress 12/35. Chapter 55. After Xiao He finished drawing the map, he looked at the remaining blank screen and said, "We are making quite fast progress." Fu Yinzhou stood beside Xiao He, looked at the map carefully, and finally couldn't help asking, "Can't we finish it all at once? If multiple maps are opened at the same time, the rewards may be more generous, maybe doubled." Xiao He was very tempted to hear that. Now she was short of money. Although Mizu kept saying that Qiuing had brought her back, he must be responsible for her. But Xiao He felt that she was an adult, and relying on others for support was not her way of cooking, so she needed to make money urgently. But in reality, she faces a problem. Although her identity problem has been solved, Xiao He has no education, no skills, and even her understanding of this world is limited to the star network. When she arrived at Rose Star, Xiao He realized that she was too naive when she was on the garbage star. This is an interstellar society. In this galaxy, there are countless habitable planets, and there are hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures in the interstellar, including humans. Xiao He imagined that after leaving the garbage star, she could earn money by physical labor and settle down in the interstellar, and then slowly adapt to this world. Now that she has understood it, Xiao He realized that this is not feasible. In other words, if Mizu and Qiuing hadn't taken her in, her fate would be hard to predict. After Xiao He thought of this, he silently apologized for scolding Qiuing for being abnormal, although Qiuing pointed a gun at him when they first met. In the end, Qiuing was indeed a good person, so Xiao He was even more unwilling to accept Qiuing's kindness with a clear conscience. To put it bluntly, they were not related, and it was good enough that he could take her in. She had to have an income. Apart from anything else, she could buy a gift or something as a thank you to Mizu and Qiuing, and Qiushi. But Xiao He sighed, looked at the task props, said faintly, "Do you think I don't want to? I really can't draw it. There's something wrong with this game. I could draw it before, but I can't draw it in the game." Fu Yinzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly grasped the key point of Xiao He's words. "You mean you can draw it outside the game?" Xiao He thought about it. Now she is a person of status, I'm not afraid. So Xiao He nodded. Fu Yinzhou's eyes were instantly surprised, but before he could continue to ask, Guang Yin stopped Fu Yinzhou, and signaled Fu Yinzhou not to ask first. Xiao He felt that Fu Yinzhou was a little strange, so he asked with concern, "Ian, is there any problem?" Fu Yinzhou saw Guang Yin's eyes, and finally did not continue to ask. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Nothing. I'm just a little curious about the overall picture of ancient blue star China." Xiao He suddenly realized that it seemed that the people in the interstellar were very concerned about ancient blue star. Take this game for example. Empire Bread and others have said many times that they will abandon the game if it is not publicly tested. Later, Empire Bread and Yufeiyu said that they did not really want to abandon the game, but were just talking. Everyone is very curious about Blue Star, so Xiao He thought Fu Yinzhou might think the same way. Empire Bread and Yufeiyu came after they finished their respective professional tasks. As soon as they came, they said, "I just found out today that the professional tasks of the 360 lines are only the primary ones. Today, a sister has maxed out the reputation of this profession and obtained the title of Master Craftsman, and then received the gift of the NPC of the job transfer task, and became a member of the Mountain Gate, which is said to be an advanced profession. Everyone who completes the primary professional tasks and maxes out the reputation has a chance to receive this task." When Empire Bread said this, his face was full of excitement, and he and Yufeiyu said, "You and I have decided, every day, you need to complete all the professional tasks, change to an advanced profession as soon as possible." Xiao He was curious. She put away the Shanha Shejitu and asked, "What are the advanced professions?" The Empire Bread shook his head. "I don't know, someone asked on the official website, but no reply, but it is said to be a very powerful profession." Yufeiyu also said, "Although there is no news now, we will know when that sister successfully changes her profession." Now many players, who worship as Taoist priests in Lungu Mountain, are a little regretful that they didn't wait any longer. Xiao He touched her chin. Based on her previous experience of playing online games, this may be the opening of the set gameplay. The hot girl with black stockings came back at this time. Just now she said she was going to hang up to deal with something. When she came back, she heard Yufeiyu and Empire Bread talking about their careers. The hot girl with black stockings was not very interested in this. She interrupted them and said, "The anniversary will be here soon. What are you going to do during the holiday?" The Empire Bread sighed. "What else can we do? We can be part of the honor guard and pave the way for His Majesty Haman of the Empire." Yufeiyu was happy. "Is it your turn this year? I just don't want to do this, so I came to the Federation to attend university. You don't know that, every year at this time, Our Majesty always says to have fun with the people, and then let the students of the Empire's capital star serve as the honor guard, calling it youthful vitality. It is said that 1 year is a different age. The question is, do you know how outrageous this shift system is? When I was in the first year of high school, it just started to be implemented, and our grade was elected." Yufeiyu gradually showed a painful expression. "In the second year, it was the turn of the second year of high school, yes. That's right, it was our grade. Others were happily singing and dancing, having fun. We stood on the street all day." The expression of Empire Bread gradually changed. "Your shift system is like this." Yufeiyu nodded with sympathy. Empire Bread blurted out, "Is it too late for me to go back to the Federation to go to college now?" After saying that, he looked at Guangyan. Guangyan couldn't help showing a disgusted expression. "Didn't you say you wanted to experience the place where your uncle lived when he was a child?" The Empire Bread sighed. "Forget it. Forget it, it's only 6 years. Shilha listened with relish, curiously asked the Black Silk Hottie, "Is the Empire system like this?" The Black Silk Hottie whispered, "It's about the same. The royal family likes such an exaggerated style. Our Federation is better, not so exaggerated, and the chairman's style is also very simple. By the way, Shilha, would you like to come to the capital star to play? The anniversary holiday will be very fun." Shilha was a little moved, but this little bit of excitement was not enough to cure her social phobia. The hot girl in black silk stockings looked at Xiao He expectantly. Xiao He said vaguely, "We'll see when the time comes." Fu Yanzhou soon realized that Xiao He probably didn't want to come to the capital star, and he didn't say the words he wanted to invite. Guang Yan gave Fu Yanzhou a look, and the two walked to a corner not far away. Fu Yanzhou whispered, "Is there anything wrong with you stopping me to ask me just now?" Guang Yan nodded. "It's about Xiao He, her identity is a bit problematic." Fu Yanzhou frowned. "Did you ask someone to check?" Guang Yan did not deny. "I will find a way to get Xiao He to the capital star." Fu Yanzhou thought for a while and said, "Forget it, Xiao He doesn't seem to be willing to come to the capital star. Since you have checked, where does Xiao He live?" Guang Yan glanced at Fu Yanzhou and said nothing. Fu Yanzhou was helpless. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You military people are like this." Guang Yan simply walked away. If he continued talking, Fu Yanzhou would definitely get Shioha's address. After Shioha went offline, he went to the Star Network to check the anniversary holiday that the Black Silk Hot Girl said. After reading it, he found out that it turned out that this anniversary day commemorates that mankind has successfully ended the wandering of the universe and the war, and has a galaxy that can be settled, so there will be a holiday on this date every year, for a week. After reading it, Shioha got up and thought, it would be really fun to have a holiday. "Xiao He, are you still playing games?" Ms. Yu's voice came from outside the door. Xiao He hurriedly put on her slippers and ran to open the door. "I'm here, Ms. Yu." "What's wrong?" Ms. Yu smiled and said to Xiao He, "The clothes I made for you have been delivered. Come and try them on." After that, she took Xiao He to another room, and after opening it, there were rows of well-matched clothes inside, including jewelry, bags and shoes. Xiao He took a look and blurted out, "So many." Ms. Yu pulled Xiao He in and said, "How much? It's just that Rose Star is too remote. For the time being, we can only send this much. See if you like it. By the way, pick a dress to wear at the anniversary celebration in a few days." Xiao He was almost suffering from choice difficulty after seeing so many things. When he heard Ms. Yu talking about the anniversary celebration, he subconsciously asked, "Will Rose Star also hold a celebration?" Ms. Yu nodded. "Of course, but we won't celebrate the anniversary at Rose Star this year." Xiao He said, not quite understanding what Ms. Yu meant. Ms. Yu smiled and said, "I hadn't thought about this at first, but Xiaoying said he wanted to take you to see the world." Calculating the time, "Xiaoying will be here soon." Okay. Take a look at these clothes to see if you like them. If you don't like them, it's okay. We'll buy more." Shioha was busy picking clothes. Ms. Yu had taken her to buy clothes before, but she was embarrassed to accept them. Then Ms. Yu bought all the clothes she had seen and said it didn't matter if she didn't like them. She would like them if she bought more. Xiaohe knew from then on that as long as she refused, Ms. Yu would happily buy all of them. When Xiaohe fell asleep in the middle of the night, she was suddenly awakened by the sound of a spaceship docking. She got out of bed and looked down from the window. She saw a familiar spaceship. Qiuing and Qiushi had returned after leaving for 8 or 9 days. Xiaohe yawned and hesitated for a while, then put on a coat and walked out of the room and went downstairs. As soon as she arrived in the living room, she saw Qiuing and Qiushi entering the kitchen to find food. After hearing the noise, she turned around and looked over. Qiuing threw the noodles in his hand to Qiushi, walked to Xiaohe, and pinched Xiaohe's face. "Did I wake you up?" "Not bad. Your ears are quite sharp. Do you want to eat noodles?" "If you do, ask Brother Qiu to cook more." Xiaohe opened her mouth, then realized her personality in front of Qiuing, swallowed the sound, shook her head to indicate that she didn't want to eat, and raised her hand to block Qiuing's hand that was pinching her face, showing a dissatisfied look. Qiuing patted Xiaohe's head. "Forget about eating, go to sleep, sleep makes you taller, get up early tomorrow, we have to go on a long journey." Xiaohe nodded, and smiled at Qiushi over Qiuing, waved his hand, and went upstairs to sleep. Qiuing touched his face, and looked back at Qiushi. "Do you think the little mute smiled at you or me?" Qiushi spread his hands, pointed at his face, and said, "Who would be in a good mood if they pinched their face when they met?" "You pinched the little mute's face red." Qiuing coughed lightly and changed the subject. "Is the noodles cooked?" Chapter 56. When Xiaohe woke up in the morning, he had forgotten that Qiuing had come back at midnight yesterday. He went downstairs to eat, yawning. This was a good habit that Ms. Yu had developed over the past few days. You can play as you like, and you don't have to go out, but you must eat on time. After going downstairs, breakfast was already set in the restaurant. Ms. Yu went out for morning exercise. Xiaohe sat at the dining table with a still unclear mind. Today's breakfast was wontons with some meat filling, which were very delicious. Xiaohe sighed. The novel lied to her. There are so many delicious foods in the interstellar world. She happily ate the wontons in the bowl, and had a glass of juice. Usually, after Xiaohe had eaten her fill, Ms. Yu would come back from her morning exercise. Xiaohe would sit with Ms. Yu and eat some more fruit, and then Ms. Yu would go to do her own things. Xiaohe went back to her room to read the study materials Ms. Yu had given her, and play games in the afternoon and evening. It can be said that her days were very fulfilling. After eating, Xiaohe found that Ms. Yu had not come back yet, and looked towards the door with some confusion. "Little mute." Xiao Ying's voice came from the stairs. Xiaohe was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered that Qiuing came back at midnight yesterday. Qiuing and Qiushi had already come over, and the chef brought 2 more wontons. Xiaohe raised his hand and greeted him after she realized what was happening. Qiuing ate without raising his head, and said to Xiaohe, "Little mute, go change your clothes and pack up. We will leave soon." "And Ms. Yu has already packed up." Xiaohe looked at Qiuing in confusion. Qiushi kindly explained, "Didn't Ms. Yu tell you? We are going to Capital Star." At this time, Ms. Yu called Xiaohe upstairs. "Xiaohe, come quickly when you are full." Xiaohe hurriedly stood up and ran upstairs. Ms. Yu was choosing clothes in the cloakroom when she saw Xiaohe come in. She smiled and said, "Hurry up and change your clothes. We will leave after you change." After that, she stuffed the dress in her hand to Xiaohe without saying anything, and then pushed Xiaohe to change her clothes, and continued to choose a set of matching jewelry for Xiaohe. Xiaohe changed into its Songlan-colored dress, which was a suspender waist style, and the hem was umbrella-shaped. As soon as she came out, Ms. Yu gave Xiaohe a dark green gemstone necklace and earrings. After that, Ms. Yu quickly gave Xiaohe a big wave and put on makeup. After finishing, she looked at Xiaohe with satisfaction and said, "I didn't do it well enough. The stylist is busy recently, and I can't make an appointment. Let's go." "I'm afraid Xiaoying and the others have been waiting for a long time." Xiaohe didn't say anything, and was hurriedly dragged downstairs by Ms. Yu. Qiuing and Qiushi had finished their breakfast, and were sitting on the sofa chatting. "What do you think Ms. Yu and the little mute are doing? It hasn't healed in such a long time." Qiuing complained. Qiushi said calmly, "Women always have to take time to clean themselves up. You little brat, you're complaining after such a short time." Ms. Yu slapped Qiuing on the back of his head. Qiuing touched his head and stood up. "It's been a long time indeed. If we don't leave now, We won't be able to catch up. Little Mute? Damn. Mom, are you doing plastic surgery on Little Mute? Xiaohe stared at Xiaoying. What are you talking about? Ms. Yu slapped him again. Can you speak? Xiaohe is pretty. And are you polite? Calling Little Mute Little Mute. Can't you call your name? Little Mute Xiaoshi, who was about to call out the 3 words. Changed the name of Little Mute, Xiao. She is really pretty. After saying that, he looked at Xiaoying righteously. Boss. This is your fault. What, Little Mute? My name is Xiaohe. Xiaoying's expression clearly said, I didn't expect you to be such a Xiaoshi. Xiaohe glanced at Xiaoying, then walked out behind Ms. Yu, boarded the familiar spaceship. Xiaoying and Xiaoshi followed him up, and the two went to the main control room to start the spaceship. After the spaceship flew steadily, they set the route and started automatic driving. Xiaoying asked Xiaoshi to watch, and he went to find Ms. Yu and Xiaohe. Ms. Yu had an exclusive room on the spaceship, and Xiaohe lived next to Ms. Yu. Overall, her treatment was more than twice as good as when she was first captured by Xiaoying. When Xiaohe arrived at the room, she realized that she was being taken to the capital star by Ms. Yu and Xiaoying. It seemed that they were going to attend the anniversary celebration. Xiaohe suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. There were a lot of people at the anniversary celebration. When Ms. Yu asked her to go out to play, would she go or not? But with so many people, Xiaohe was a little emo. Ms. Yu next door called Xiaohe to come out and play after she had packed up, and not to stay in the room all the time. Xiaohe responded with I'm coming, and got up to open the door and prepared to go to the next door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiaoying with a look of horror on his face. Xiaohe was stunned for a moment, and then raised her hand to gesture as if nothing had happened, pretending that she was still a little mute, and slowly moved towards Ms. Yu's door. After Xiaoying came to his senses, he tried to grab Xiaohe's collar, but Xiaohe's suspender skirt didn't have a collar for him to grab. So he had to settle for the next best thing and grabbed Xiaohe's hand, asking in disbelief, You can speak? Xiaohe was caught, and looked around but didn't look at Xiaoying. He shook his head and denied it immediately after hearing Xiaoying's words. Speak? You can't speak. And your character must be carried through to the end. Xiaoying gritted his teeth. Approach Xiaohe, you can't speak? Try shaking your head again? I'll knock your head off. Xiaohe felt guilty, and he hesitated for a while before saying in an almost inaudible voice, You didn't ask me if I could speak. Xiaoying didn't hear clearly, and pinched Xiaohe's face and said, Speak louder. Xiaohe closed her eyes. You didn't ask me either. Xiaoying. Okay. He didn't ask. Xiaoying was so angry that he stared at Xiaohe. Seeing Xiaohe was a little scared, and finally let go of Xiaohe, gritted his teeth and ran away, and went straight to the main control room. He drank a bottle of water and then angrily said to Xiaoshi, I was cheated. This is the first time I've been cheated in my life. I'm so angry. Xiaoshi turned around in confusion. Boss. Who cheated you? Our newest business was cheated? This can't be possible. The military can't be so untrustworthy. Right? Xiaoying punched the table. It was the little mute. Xiaoshi was even more confused. What did she lie to you about? Xiaoying, you're wrong. She's not a mute at all. She can talk. She's really good at hiding. Xiaoshi. He gradually became stunned. Not a little mute? Can she talk? Xiaoying nodded unhappily. I heard it clearly just now. My mother called her. She answered very quickly in the room when she came out and saw me. She was as surprised as if she had seen a ghost, and tried to deny it. Xiaoshi held back his laughter, and said to Xiaoying seriously, Boss, why didn't you teach Xiaomute, Xiaohe a lesson? Xiaoying threw the empty bottle in his hand into the smart trash can and said, How to teach? Beat her up. After that, it's Ms. Yu's turn to beat me up. And Xiaomute, Xiaohe has such a small body that I can't help but hit her. Xiaoshi smiled. Boss, forget it. Forget it. We were also wrong. When we were on the garbage planet, who wouldn't be scared? Maybe Xiaohe was too scared to speak at that time. The misunderstanding was caused by this. Isn't it a good thing that Xiaohe can talk? By the way, will we still do the genetic test that we arranged for her in Capital Star? Xiaoying thought about it, and felt that what Xiaoshi said made sense. When he heard the latter sentence, he said, the test still needs to be done. Even if she can talk, it doesn't mean that there are no other problems. What good can the S-19 laboratory do? Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief when Xiaoying left. When he turned around, he saw Ms. Yu standing at the door of the room. laughing so hard. Xiao He looked at Ms. Yu accusingly. Ms. Yu pulled Xiao He into the room and said, "It's rare to see a bad boy being fooled. Not bad. Not bad. I took pictures of it." Xiao He, "What do you want to eat?" I asked the chef to pack the food when we came out. Xiao He asked cautiously. "Ms. Yu, will Mr. Chiu be very angry? I'm a little scared." Ms. Yu raised her eyebrows. "What are you afraid of? But if you call him Mr. Chiu in front of him, I can't guarantee that he won't be angry." Xiao He scratched his head. "Then what should I call him?" Ms. Yu said directly. "Call him brother. You have his last name. If you don't call him brother, you have to be willing to. You can call me dad if you want." Xiao He. Chiu Ying stood at the door and looked at Ms. Yu, who was laughing, and Xiao He, who didn't know how to react. "Ms. Yu, please teach me something good." Xiao He hid behind Ms. Yu with a guilty conscience. After a while, he mustered up the courage to look at Chiu Ying at the door. "Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you, but I didn't mean it." Chiu Ying snorted, walked to Xiao He, tapped Xiao He's forehead with his fingers and said, "Am I such a stingy person?" Xiao He immediately smiled at Chiu Ying in a flattering way. Chiu Ying threw something into Xiao He's hand and said, "Take it. It's still a few days before we reach the capital planet. It's not convenient to install the game cabin on the spacecraft. This is the only game bracelet. By the way, what's your game ID? Add me later." Xiao He took it and changed it again. Then she looked at Chiu Ying in horror. What kind of person is this? Why is he asking for the game ID? She didn't want to give it. Chiu Ying waited for a while, but didn't get Xiao He's answer. Looked at Xiao He, game ID. Xiao He stuffed the bracelet back to Chiu Ying. "Chiu Ying?" Looking at the bracelet on his hand. Chiu Ying looked at Xiao He speechlessly. "I'm just asking for your game ID. I'm not asking for your life. Is it that serious?" Xiao He nodded silently. "Of course it is that serious." Chiu Ying turned to ask Ms. Yu, "Has she always been like this when she was on Rose Star?" Ms. Yu said in a nonchalant manner, "Some people are naturally introverted and don't like to talk to people. In the words left by the ancient blue star, they are socially anxious. You can't force a socially anxious person to hand over the game ID." Chiu Ying stuffed the game bracelet back into Xiao He's hand and said very patiently, "I'm just asking. The game blue star has a good future. You tell me the game ID, and I won't eat you." Xiao He looked at Chiu Ying with great resistance. "Everything else is fine, but the game ID is not." Chiu Ying laughed angrily, pinched Xiao He's cheeks with both hands, pulled them to both sides, and said, "Don't tell me. If I find out, you're done." Xiao He covered her face. "The head can be cut off, the blood can flow, but the vest cannot fall off." Chapter 57. Chiu Ying stared at Xiao He. It was so hard to get a game ID. She looked timid and stubborn. But Chiu Ying couldn't do anything with Xiao He. If it was when they just came out of the garbage planet, according to Chiu Ying's usual style, he would definitely throw Xiao He away to exchange for money. But now Chiu Ying saw that Xiao He and Ms. Yu were getting along well. The most important thing is that Ms. Yu looks much happier than before. And she is even willing to go to the capital planet again. Chiu Ying looked at Xiao He, who was covering her face and rolling her eyes at him secretly, thinking that he didn't see it. He was so angry that he laughed, looking at the way Xiao He gritted her teeth. He didn't feel angry at all. He just bent down and picked up the game bracelet that Xiao He accidentally dropped on the ground when she was busy covering her face. Put it on Xiao He's hand and said, "Forget it. I think you are a turtle. The 12 zodiac signs and the relevant information about the ancient blue planet recently released by the Federation are quite reasonable. You are a turtle." Xiao He hesitated to speak, and finally muttered, "There is no turtle in the 12 zodiac signs." How uncultured. The last 4 words were not uttered. Xiao He was afraid that Chiu Ying would pinch her face again, which would hurt. Chiu Ying snorted. "If I say yes, then yes." Xiao He lowered her head and said nothing. Ms. Yu could not bear it any longer, and punched Chiu Ying on the shoulder. "You are so ignorant, and you think you are right? You should say that there is something that is not in the federal government's published information. Don't say it's my son when you go out. I'm embarrassed." Xiao He lowered her head and held back her laughter. It was not until Chiu Ying shouted helplessly, "Mom," and then was driven away by Ms. Yu, that Xiao He slowly raised her head and looked at Ms. Yu with great admiration. Ms. Yu rolled up Xiao He's hair and said, "Okay, go play. I need to take care of my face and have a good rest. There will be a tough battle to fight when we get to the capital star." Xiao He didn't quite understand what Ms. Yu meant by the tough battle, but she was obedient. Although she was curious, She would not poke other people's wounds. So she nodded and walked out. After walking for a while, she suddenly turned back and saw Ms. Yu was a little absent-minded. She suddenly turned back and hugged Ms. Yu and whispered in Ms. Yu's ear, "You are super powerful. Others are paper tigers, which will be torn apart if torn." Ms. Yu laughed out loud, and after seeing Xiao He finish her words and run away shyly, she thought with a very happy expression, Xiao has not been a man since he was a child. But he did a good job in picking Xiao He up. Xiao He ran back to the room with a hot face, covering her face and screaming silently. She felt so embarrassed by her previous action. Would Ms. Yu think she was weird? Xiao He shook her head, made up her mind to be a calm, intelligent and independent woman, not to be noisy. Ding ding. The message prompt on the light brain sounded. Xiao He quickly clicked it and took a look. It was their game group. The group name was very long, Imperial Bread, and Yu came up with it together, and in order to prevent it from being changed, these two directly used their status as group owners to restrict others from changing the group name. Has the full gameplay of Blue Star been opened? No. Black Silk Hottie. Xiaohe, when will you be online? Yu. Xiaohe, I am online to play the dungeon. The official took the initiative to open a dungeon. They said it was an anniversary benefit. You can get gold coins. Come on. Empire Bread. Oh, I can't play anymore. I was caught rehearsing. What new dungeon? Why can't I see it? Yu, a new dungeon that has just been released. I haven't checked it online yet. Ask Xiaohe if she is online. Black Stockings Hot Girl. I just came online. The new dungeon seems to be on a newly opened map, called Bianjing. I haven't been there yet. Xiaohe, when will you come online? Let's go together. He meow, coming. Coming online right away. Wait for me a moment. After Xiaohe replied to the message, ran to the small sofa beside the bed and curled up, clicked on the game bracelet, entered the game after loading the information. As soon as Xiaohe came online, she was dazed by the red color everywhere, especially bright red. Red lanterns were hung in the streets and alleys, especially festive. For a moment Xiaohe thought she had returned to the ancient Blue Star. Xiao He. The black-stocking girl patted Xiao He's shoulder from behind. She knew Xiao He was going to go online, so she went to the place where Xiao He went offline and waited. Sure enough, she saw Xiao He appear here. Xiao He came to her senses and turned around to hold the black-stocking girl's arm. Xiao Hei's sister. You scared me. The black-stocking girl raised her eyebrows. I have been standing here for a long time. You are the one who was distracted as soon as you came online. What are you thinking about? Xiao He smiled. I just think the game has changed a lot. It's decorated with lights and colors overnight. Decorated with lights and colors? The black-stocking girl had never heard of this word. They have been wandering in the universe for a long time. Many things gradually exist only in the saved data. But the black-stocking girl thinks that the 4 words Xiao He said are quite appropriate. System notification. Player He Meower said the idiom hang up lanterns and decorate with colorful lights, which is consistent with the database record. A gold coin will be awarded. Xiao He was stunned for a moment. When she was on the garbage planet before, she thought it was just a way to play the game. After arriving on the Rose planet, Xiao He came into contact with the Star Network. After learning more about this world, she realized that this kind of randomly triggered gameplay is likely to supplement the culture that has been forgotten in the data during the wandering process. Therefore, there will be a reward mechanism to encourage players to spread these things. The Black Silk Hottie didn't ask any more questions, but just said with emotion, "What you said is a good word. Why didn't we think of it before? Do you like reading books?" Xiao He scratched his head. I don't like reading books very much, but these are the historical records of the ancient Blue Star. They should be in the published information. Right? The Black Silk Hottie pulled Xiao He to the post station. While walking, who cares? By the way, the carriage and horse business is now renamed the post station. Let's go to the new map to see what the new copy looks like. Xiao Bian Bao is probably not online, rehearsing during the day, accompanying his girlfriend at night. I don't know if Han Hecking Guangnian will be online. The fish should be here soon. Xiao He followed the Black Silk Hottie to the post station. There were many people along the way. Most of them were players. Everyone looked very happy. Xiao He also vaguely heard others discussing holidays. It seems that no matter what era, everyone likes holidays. As soon as I arrived at the post station, Yu came online, sent a private message, and then there was a team invitation. Yu, where are you? Xiao He clicked to accept the team invitation, joined the team with the Black Silk Hot Girl, and replied to Yufei's message. Team Channel. He Meower, at Changan Post Station, getting ready to check out the new dungeon. Black Silk hot girl, we're waiting for you, come soon. Yufeiyu, no need to wait for me, I'm in Nanzhou, let's meet up at Bianjing Post Station directly. He meower, okay. After sending the message, Xiaohe and the Black Silk hottie clicked on the post station NPC and chose the destination Bianjing. After choosing, they found that there were quite a lot of people going to Bianjing, and it showed that there were 2,000 people in line. Xiaohe looked at the Black Silk hottie. Why are there so many people? No matter where I went before, I never had to queue for such a long time. The Black Silk hottie spread her hands. New map plus new dungeon, plus the holidays are coming, it's normal to have a lot of people. Complaints aside, the queue still had to be lined up. Fortunately, although there were many people in line, they didn't have to wait for long. It took about an hour for the two of them to line up to go to Bianjing. When we arrived at Bianjing, Yufeiyu was already waiting at the post station. There were even more people. As soon as we left the post station, we saw people everywhere. Yufeiyu said, fortunately, I went to the dungeon entrance to find the NPC to queue up as soon as I arrived. There are so many people. Based on the current situation, we may have to wait for an hour before we can enter the dungeon. Xiaohe asked, what are we doing now? Wait. The three of us looked at each other, and then looked at Bianjing, which was full of people. Xiaohe shook his head, there are so many people. Why doesn't the game planner know how to optimize it? As soon as he finished speaking, the world notification came. World notification. Due to too many players, the game transmission is congested. Now we are upgrading online to optimize the game content and improve the gaming experience of all players. The upgrade time is 15 minutes. Xiaohe shut up. After a while, he whispered, isn't the game planner always listening to what the players say? Yufeiyu laughed. What are you thinking about, generally? After such large-scale games are developed, there is a mastermind to supervise them. How can the game planner have the time to monitor the game every day? Xiaohe was embarrassed. It was mainly because the time of the world notification was too coincidental. She had just finished complaining about the game planner when the notification came. The hot girl in black stockings pulled Xiaohe and said, wait a minute. After 15 minutes, we probably won't have to queue. You know what? The efficiency of the Joint Research Institute is acceptable. And their leader, you've never seen him. His face is amazing. If their leader had come out to promote the game, this game would definitely be packed with players. Xiaohe was curious. Sister Xiaohe, have you seen their leader? The hot girl in black stockings nodded, and was about to say something when she heard two light coughs. The three of them looked over and saw Fu Yanzhou, who had come online at some point, looking at Xiaohe. Xiaohe immediately stood up and ran over. A yin, just now. Sister Xiaohe said, she saw a very good-looking person. Fu Yanzhou glanced at the hot girl with black silk stockings and followed Xiaohe's words and said, what very good-looking person. Xiaohe looked at the hot girl with black silk stockings. The hot girl with black silk stockings was speechless, then her mind turned. When you have a sister who is in love, don't panic, take her to meet someone who is better looking. Hey, it's nothing, I don't play games, Xiaohe, I will take you to see it next time I have a chance. I promise not to lie to you, it's really very good looking. Xiaohe glanced at Fu Yanzhou, then said seriously, I'm not such a superficial person, Sister Xiaohe, we can't judge people by their faces. You know? In fact, Xiaohe's eyes were completely different. She almost wrote the words. Sister Xiaohe, you are my only sister, take me to see it. On her face. Fu Yanzhou glanced at Xiaohe with a surprised look. Xiaohe didn't say that when she first met him. The ignored Yufeiyu looked at Xiaohe dimly, and said with dissatisfaction, I am also good looking. Why don't you look at me? The black silk hottie glanced at Yufeiyu, and then thought about the face she saw in the research institute, and immediately shook her head. There are some things we can't compare. Yufeiyu was immediately stunned, and he always felt that the black silk hottie was saying that he was ugly. But he had no evidence. The problem was that he was not ugly. In their school selection this year, he won the first place by a cliff, and won the title of Huaxia University's campus grass. Chapter 58. Xiaohe looked at Yufeiyu with sympathy, but he became more and more curious about the game manager that the black silk hottie mentioned. Based on the black silk hottie's usual performance, that person might be really good looking. 15 minutes passed quickly, the game was upgraded online. Xiaohe instantly felt that the surroundings were much more spacious, and it seemed less crowded, and a prompt appeared in front of him. Do you want to enter the festival copy? After confirming, Xiaohe's eyes blurred, and he appeared in an open place. The light was dim, and the visibility was low. As soon as he entered, a prompt appeared in front of him. System prompt: enter the festival dungeon. Please successfully reunite with your teammates. Xiao He looked around. The black silk hottie, Yufeiyu, Fu Yinzhou were not there. She was the only one. After the prompt appeared in front of her, 3 paths appeared in front of her. There were green lights, and the roar of monsters. Obviously, this scene required the players who entered the dungeon to choose a path and start the dungeon process. Xiao He thought for a while, clicked on the team channel. He meowed. Where are you? I have 3 paths for me to choose. Black silk hottie. I don't know where it is, but I'm in a room. There's no prompt at the moment. Yufeiyu. Damn, when I came in, there were all red-named monsters. I won't say any more. There are more and more. Hi Yin He Qing. I can't see clearly. I can't move. It seems like I'm covered by something. Xiao He scratched his head. This situation seems to be that when you enter the dungeon, each person is assigned a different scene, and took another look at the 3 identical paths in front of him. Xiao He's eyes moved back and forth, and finally walked to the middle. The road in the middle was lined with weeds on both sides, and there was no end in sight. As soon as she stepped onto the path, a strange background music appeared. Xiao He immediately became cautious. As soon as this background music appeared, this road was probably not simple. Xiao He took out the 7-star sword from her backpack, held it in her hand, and held the brick refined by Taoist Wu Wei in her left hand, and walked slowly to the end of the road. After walking for a while, Xiao He suddenly found that she was losing blood, but she didn't feel attacked at all. Xiao He frowned, took out the blood-replenishing food and ate it, stood still, and observed the surroundings. The problem was discovered at a glance. The 2 sides of the road were just weeds, but now there are many locust trees. In fact, Xioha doesn't know locust trees, but the words locust tree are clearly written on the tops of these trees, as if they are afraid that the player doesn't know them. Xioha's health bar is still dropping. There is nothing else around except these locust trees. Xioha took the 7-star sword, and carefully and tentatively chopped at a locust tree next to him. The next second, the locust trees on the whole road began to move, waving their domineering branches at Xioha, and accompanied by the skill of summoning little ghosts. Xiao He said, "Fuck," and ran away with her sword in hand, stuffing blood-replenishing food into her mouth while running. Then she activated her exorcist skill to kill monsters, and cut down the locust tree. When she was still alive, she ran to the end of the path. As soon as she stepped out of the path, the locust tree behind her stopped chasing her. The monsters killed by Xiao He turned into copper coins, and accumulated in a collective backpack waiting to be distributed. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down to rest before continuing. At the same time, she replenished her blood bar and stamina to prevent more powerful dungeon monsters from appearing, and she could not handle them. Who knew that before they could rest for a while, a house suddenly appeared from the fog behind them, decorated in a festive manner. The door opened, and music was played immediately. Then a group of people came out talking and laughing, and came to Xiao He. They hugged Xiao He and said, "Son-in-law, why are you here? We have been waiting for you to watch the wedding ceremony." Xiao He was stunned. In the blink of an eye, she changed into a red wedding dress. The surrounding scene turned into a wedding hall. There was also a bride with a red veil next to her. However, this bride looked a little too tall. No, this is not the point. The point is, she is a woman. At this time, Xiao He found that he could not move. He felt that his body was taken over. He and the bride were married in the cheers of the surrounding NPCs. The 2 NPCs in the hall smiled, and gave the newlyweds red envelopes. Then, he was sent to the bridal chamber. It was not until the NPCs left the bridal chamber that Xiao He took over his body again, and began to look around the bridal chamber, trying to find out what this dungeon was. There was also the bride sitting motionless on the bed. Xiao He opened the team channel. He meowed. Just now, I was forced to marry the NPC. Now the bride is sitting on the bed. I dare not lift the veil, for fear that once I lift it, a dungeon boss will appear. What is your situation now? Black silk hot girl, I don't know. But I found that some props in the room I stayed in can be picked up, and they will turn into copper and silver coins. Yufeiyu, still killing monsters. How come these monsters keep appearing? Hi Yin He Qing. He meow air. Can I pick up the props in the room? I'll try. Yin, how are you doing now? Hi Yin He Qing. Do you want to lift the bride's veil to take a look? Xiao He immediately shifted his attention from the beautiful vase to the delicate lady on the wedding bed, walked over slowly, looked her up and down for a long time, concluded, the bride is a little tall, big frame, flat chest, very long legs. Xiao He gradually fell silent. And with lightning speed, he lifted the veil of the bride. Fu Yanzhou's face appeared in front of Xiao He. From his face, he looked very stable. After the veil was lifted, Fu Yanzhou could move. Xiao He couldn't help laughing. Ian is the bride. Fu Yanzhou stood up and looked at the skirt on his body, and then looked at the wedding dress on Xiao He, and sighed, let's look for clues first. Xiao He laughed happily, and followed Fu Yanzhou to look for clues in the room. At this time, the conversation between NPCs came from outside the new house. The young lady is finally married. When she gives birth to a child, the family fortune will finally have an heir. It's a bit early to say that. I don't know if this son-in-law can live to that time. However, the master has specially investigated and found that this son-in-law can give birth. That's true. The one in the guest room on the west side has a child with a son-in-law. Shh. Stop talking. If someone hears us, we will be punished again. Xiao He listened and looked at Fu Yanzhou. Young lady who can kill people? Fu Yanzhou. Let's go to the guest room first. There are NPCs in the guest room. Xiao He smiled and said to Fu Yanzhou, the bride must follow closely. After that, he carefully opened the door. There were no NPCs outside. Xiao He immediately pulled Fu Yanzhou and ran in one direction. There was also the noise of toasting in the front yard. The two left in the dark and found the guest room on the west side mentioned by the NPC. There were two NPCs guarding the door of the guest room. It looked difficult to get in. Xiao He saw the window behind her. Quietly went around, opened the window carefully, asked Fu Yanzhou to help her, and successfully climbed into the room. As soon as she entered, she saw the black-stockinged hottie sneakily stuffing something into her arms. Xiao He was silent. So it was her little black sister who had a child with her in the dungeon plot. The black-stockinged hottie turned around and was startled. The things in her arms were scattered all over the floor. She patted her chest and said, I was scared to death. Where did you come from? Xiao He helped the black-stockinged hottie pick up the jewelry on the ground and said, the window. There were two NPCs at the door. I climbed in through the window. Didn't you say you were getting married? The black-stockinged hottie asked subconsciously. Xiao He pointed out the window and whispered, look outside. The black-stockinged hottie looked over and saw Fu Yanzhou in a red dress. She slowly reacted and widened her eyes. The bride? Xiao He nodded. The black-stockinged hottie was happy, patted Xiao He on the shoulder. That's great. After picking up the things, Xiao He said again, guess why you were locked up here? The black-stockinged hottie looked at Xiao He in confusion. Xiao He pointed at himself, then pointed at the hot girl in black stockings and said, because you and I had a child. The hot girl in black stockings. Thank you. I can't laugh anymore. What kind of weird plot is this? Team Channel Yu Fei Yu. Is there anyone who can come and save me? Fu Yanzhou glanced at the message and said to Xiao He in the room, Yu Fei Yu is asking for help. The hot girl in black stockings picked up the valuables in the room and said coldly, who cares? Although the copy is inexplicable. But there are a lot of gains. Let's go find fish. After that, she strode open the door. Xiao He didn't even have time to stop her. The two NPCs guarding the door turned red instantly. Who is it? Someone is coming. Someone broke into the backyard. The surroundings suddenly heard chaotic footsteps, and a fire suddenly lit up outside, and the NPCs rushing over were all red-named active monsters. Xiao He was dumbfounded, grabbing the hand of the black silk hottie and climbing out of the window. Let's go here quickly. There are no monsters here. Fu Yanzhou subconsciously caught Xiao He who was climbing out of the window, half carried her down, and when Xiao He stood firm, the black silk hottie had already jumped down from the window neatly, and lifted up her dress, and tied it up to make it easier to run away. The three of them ran out of the back door, and onto the dark path, followed by a line of red-named NPCs. The black-stockinged hottie ran breathlessly, and said, what on earth is this dungeon for? Xiao He shook her head, and just ran. Halfway through, Xiao He suddenly felt something was wrong, and tilted her head to ask the black-stockinged hottie Fu Yanzhou, can't we just kill our way out? The black-stockinged hottie slowed down. It seems possible. The two stopped, and turned around on the spot, with weapons in hand, because they remembered that this dungeon was essentially a dungeon that dropped money. How could money drop without killing monsters? No matter what the plot was, kill a wave of monsters first. Fu Yanzhou stood behind the two of them, always paying attention to the back. The NPC holding a torch ran over, and surrounded the three people. Then an NPC, who was obviously the boss, came out. He looked at Xiao He with great sorrow and blamed him. Son-in-law. Son-in-law. You are so confused. Our beautiful daughter is not worthy of you. But you kidnapped our daughter? You even broke into the backyard and rescued the thief from the mansion. The hot girl in black stockings glared. Who is the thief? Who is the thief? The boss immediately looked at the hot girl in black stockings coldly. You emptied our guest rooms. If you are not a thief, what are you? The hot girl in black stockings felt guilty. Xiao He pointed at the boss and retorted. I heard it. When your son-in-law's life is in danger. The boss's face darkened instantly. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Miss, don't stay with this bad guy. Quickly come to me. After I kill this guy, I will find a better one for you. The second half of the sentence was directed at Fu Yanzhou. Fu Yanzhou silently stepped back behind Xiao He. Chapter 59. Seeing that Fu Yanzhou did not react, the little boss's eyes instantly turned red, and he roared at Xiao He. How dare you hold my daughter hostage? Give me your life. Xiao He, you need evidence when you speak. Your daughter voluntarily left with me. The little boss's eyes turned even redder, and he used his ultimate move directly, within the attack range. Xiao He and the black silk hottie instantly lost half of their health, but Fu Yanzhou was fine, and was not affected at all. Xiao He immediately used his skill to swing the 7-star sword to kill the boss, and the black silk hottie also reacted quickly, and drew out her weapon to meet him. The surrounding monsters holding torches also surrounded them. Fortunately, the defense of this boss was not very high. Under the joint siege of Xiao He and the black silk hottie, the boss was quickly killed. A bunch of props exploded, and the surrounding monsters disappeared with the death of the boss. The moment the boss fell to the ground, the whole house shook, and at the same time the copy background appeared in front of Xiao He, and the other two in the form of text. Lu's house copy. Miss Lu was newly married, suddenly killed her husband on the wedding night, and began to hunt passers-by. There were many skeletons buried under Lu's house. Miss Lu turned into a man-eating ghost, in the name of recruiting a son-in-law, and hunted many young and strong men. The prefect of Bianjing issued a commission, asking all heroes to eliminate ghosts and monsters, and get rich rewards. Xiao He complained after reading it. What a cliched script. When we pass the level, will Miss Lu come to us to complain that her first newlywed husband was a scumbag? A heartless man. She killed her husband after she found out when she was newly married. But the subsequent development is quite exciting. It's just that he turned into a ghost, and you don't understand why he turned into a ghost. Fu Yanzhou had nothing to say. He had read the script for this copy, and it was really similar to what Xiao He said. It's just that when the script was first released, it received unanimous praise. The hot girl with black stockings looked at Xiao He curiously. What's old-fashioned about it? It's very interesting. If TV producers can make such a drama now, it will definitely be a big hit. Xiao He looked at the hot girl with black stockings. Isn't it old-fashioned? The hot girl with black stockings shook her head. It's not old-fashioned. It's better than the overwhelming war dramas. Xiao He forgot that this is the future world, or an interstellar world, where a lot of information is sealed in the database. The hot girl with black stockings became interested at this time, pulling Xiao He and saying, Let's go. Let's go find the boss. I want to hear the complete dungeon story. Team Channel. Yu Fei Yu. No one comes to support me again. The blood tonic has run out. Yu Fei Yu. Xiao He. Hey Jia and Yan Ge. Did you see it? Help. Xiao He just saw a reply from the Team Channel. He meow air. Fish. Where are you? We'll go find you. Yu Fei Yu. I don't know where it is. But there are endless little ghosts to fight. The only benefit is that it drops a lot of copper and silver coins. Fu Yanzhou said to Xiao He at this time, Look at the map. The location of teammates is displayed. Xiao He took a look. The map, which was black before, did show the location of the dungeon. The 4 blue dots on it represent the location of the 4 of them. According to the map, Yu Fei Yu is not far away from them. Go northeast to reach Yu Fei Yu's location. Moreover, Yu Fei Yu's blue dot was surrounded by a bunch of red dots. It was hard for Yu Fei Yu to hold on until now. The 3 of them immediately rushed to Yu Fei Yu's side. Just after walking a little distance, a bunch of monsters appeared. They could only walk over there while clearing the monsters. When they arrived, Yu Fei Yu could no longer be seen. There were 3 layers of red monsters inside and outside. Xiao He, the black silk hottie Fu Yanzhou, and the other 2 were clearing the monsters on the periphery. Yu Fei Yu in the middle was relieved and could take a breath. I don't know if it was because the 4 people were together, These monsters no longer refreshed. After they were cleared, they disappeared. Yu Feiyu sat down and took a breath and said, "This dungeon is not going to spawn monsters like this. Right?" Xiao He shook his head. "Maybe you are the only one who keeps spawning monsters." Xiao He and Sister Yin just spawned a small boss and walked the dungeon plot. It was quite fun. Yu Feiyu sighed. "What should I do now? The surrounding monsters have been spawned, and there is no prompt for the next round of dungeons yet." The hot girl in black silk stockings walked around and said, "This looks like a small courtyard. Should we go out and take a look?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to shake. "Bold lunatic, how dare you slaughter my descendants?" A rough voice, with a built-in reverberation effect sounded around. The walls of the small courtyard collapsed completely. The surrounding area became a ruin. The originally festive and luxurious house also became dilapidated. A huge locust tree rose from the ground. It was estimated that the diameter of the tree was so big that Xiaohe and the other 4 people could not circle it. The trunk was 3 stories high. The sound just now came from the locust tree. Xiao He held up his sword and said, "We are ready to fight the boss. This one doesn't look easy to deal with. It is indeed not a good team. It is harder to kill than the previous small boss. It took 3 people to make the big locust tree lose a layer of blood. The big locust tree will also add a buff of continuous blood loss to Xiao He and the other 2. After killing half of the blood bar, Xiao He suddenly looked at Fu Yanzhou and shouted, "A Yin, come and help." Fu Yanzhou was helpless. "I can't move." Xiao He was dumbfounded. But now is not the time to ask questions. So he had to kill the boss first. At this time, Xiao He missed Guangyin, who has a superior combat value. If Guangyin was there, this boss would not be a problem at all. At the end, the locust tree boss used a big move. Yu Feiyu, who had no blood replenishing potion, fell to the ground with a scream. He was lying on the ground and speaking in the nearby channel. Small bubbles appeared on his body. "Come on, Xiaohe. Come on." Xia Heiji. Xiaohe used coquettish positioning, went around the back of the locust tree boss, and attacked from the front and back with the black silk hot girl, and finally killed the locust tree boss before the red potion ran out. The locust tree boss left a sentence. "The master will not let you go. You wait to bear the master's wrath." Then a bunch of copper coins exploded. And there were also many equipment red and blue potions. After Xiao He picked up the things, he found 2 resurrection charms. After resurrecting Yu Feiyu, he divided the red and blue medicines and said, "We have finished the boss. But the dungeon is not over yet?" Yu Feiyu sat there and drank medicine to restore his health and said, "The boss said there is another master. We may have to kill another boss. However, there are a lot of medicines dropped in this dungeon." Xiao He remembered Fu Yanzhou, who was said to be unable to move just now, and immediately went to see Fu Yanzhou. "A Yin, why can't you move?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yanzhou changed drastically. He became taller and looked like the locust tree boss just now. At the same time, the sea and river on his head became Miss Lu. Xiao He widened his eyes. What kind of operation is this? The ultimate boss is actually the player who is doing the dungeon. The black silk hot girl and Yu Feiyu were also dumbfounded. Now the 3 of them have to fight a more powerful boss. Yu Feiyu said after a long while, "No wonder the resurrection charm, and so many red and blue medicines were dropped." Xiao He felt the same way. Fortunately, the ultimate boss Miss Lu, who was transformed by Fu Yanzhou, was not an active monster. It needed to be triggered by the player. Therefore, the 3 of them discussed the strategy, redistributed the medicine, changed to high defense equipment, and made sufficient preparations before fighting the monster. After fighting the monster, Miss Lu waved her sleeves and glared at Xiao He. "Why don't you marry me immediately?" After saying this, she used her moves on Xiao He. Looking at the team's data, Xiao He suffered the most damage, and the boss's hatred points were almost all on Xiao He. Seeing this, the hot girl in black silk stockings said to Xiao He, "Run faster. Hold the hatred, and I and you will attack." Xiao He nodded, and quickly ran around Miss Lu, holding the hatred firmly. When Miss Lu's health bar was halfway, she exploded wildly, changed her form, and her exquisite bridal bun fell down, and her makeup was also messed up. She waved her hand to summon a monster, and roared, "If that's the case, then leave your life." Seeing this, Xiao He hurriedly poured red medicine into his mouth. After a wave of attacks, She finally dodged it with the blessing of the red medicine. Miss Lu continued to attack, and the skills she sent out appeared in the air. Dizziness, Fateful Beauty, Revenge. 3 skills were thrown back and forth. The Black Silk Hottie and Yu Feiyu were still very reliable. The 2 of them also attacked very well finally. Miss Lu's health bar dropped to 10%. The violent state was triggered again. The earth shook. Fu Yinzhou's body fell out of Miss Lu's body, lying on the ground. The Black Silk Hottie immediately took out the last resurrection charm and threw it over. After Fu Yinzhou was resurrected, the health bar was immediately increased, and he went up to help. With Fu Yinzhou's help, Miss Lu survived the last big move and fell to the ground miserably. Her ferocious face turned into a weak lady, lying on the ground. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. Miss Lu said with a miserable face, "He killed my Wu Lang, and dared to come to ask for marriage. I want to avenge my Wu Lang. I saw the method of turning into a ghost in the book. Kill him to avenge my Wu Lang." Xiao He shook his head. He was a love-brained boss. The question was, why do you want to hurt innocent people after you have avenged? Miss Lu changed her miserable expression and snorted coldly. These are all unfaithful people. They have a wife who has been with them for a long time. They are all tempted by my wealth. They deserve to die. Xiao He, oh. I am a person who loves to stand up for the weak. Miss Lu sighed again. That spring outing, Wu Lang and I fell in love at first sight, and promised to spend our lives together. Unfortunately, we were not destined to be together. Wu Lang was killed and I unfortunately turned into a ghost. Xiao He, how can I put it? This boss is a bit crazy. She said before that she turned herself into a ghost for Wu Lang. But now she says that she turned into a ghost unfortunately. Miss Lu snorted again when she saw Xiao He's expression. What's your expression? You are not moved by my tragic love story? Xiao He immediately waved her hands. Don't dare to move. Miss Lu glared, and got up from the ground angrily and pointed at Fu Yinzhou and said, You don't want to marry me because you like this little bitch. Xiao He, what can she say? Xiao He nodded honestly. You are right. Miss Lu was waiting for Fu Yinzhou. Fu Yinzhou felt that he was innocent, and was going to ask the person who designed the plot what he was thinking after he went offline. Miss Lu pointed at Xiao He, and was so angry that she closed her eyes without catching her breath. And a bunch of equipment exploded. Xiao He felt that it was difficult to evaluate, and even felt that if the previous conversation was wrong, their copy would be in vain. However, it seems that the explosion rate is very high now. There are a lot of things, and a lot of copper and silver coins. After picking up the things, the copy will have a countdown to the end, and there will be a clearance prompt. Clear the copy. Congratulations to the players. He meower. The sea is peaceful, and the river is clear. Black Silk Hot Girl. Yu Feiyu clear the celebration copy. And there are more copy endings waiting to be explored. Chapter 60. After teleporting out of the dungeon, Xiao He said, More dungeon endings? Should we go in again? The Black Silk Hottie looked at the group backpack, and was very excited to see the various props inside. Brush. Yu Feiyu sighed. Let's take a break. I just brushed the entire dungeon, and I don't want to go in for the time being. Xiao He looked at Yu Feiyu sympathetically, and the next second, he saw the friend's online notification. Your friend Lightyear is online. Xiao He's eyes lit up, and said to Yu Feiyu, don't worry, Lightyear is online. Will you open the dungeon? Yu Feiyu immediately sent a team invitation to Lightyear, and his attitude changed very quickly. Open. The dungeon application was very fast, and there was no need to queue. As soon as he entered, Xiao He found that he was different from the first time he entered the dungeon. This time he was not in front of the 3 paths, but in a dark room, which was still very damp, and there was no light. Xiao He clicked to start the team chat. He meower. What's going on with you guys now? I'm in a very damp room, no light, no windows, a bit like a basement or cellar. Yu Feiyu. Yu Feiyu. I just said I wanted to take a break. Why me again? Okay. Endless monsters to clear. Someone come and save me. He meow. Puff. Sorry I couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Lightyear. New dungeon? How do I choose among the 3 paths? Black Silk Hottie. Oh my, I seem to have become Miss Lu. Hi Yin He Ching. Do you want props? He meow Eric Guang Yin. I've walked through the middle. You walk through the 2 sides to see if you can trigger other plots. He meow air. Yes, at Hi Yin He Ching, a yin, take them all. It's all money. In the last round, we each got 1 gold and 50 silver. He meow air. Sister Xiao Hei, Just become Miss Lu and wait. After sending them out, Xiao He heard a noise, then the sound of the door opening. Someone came in with a candle. The weak light allowed Xiao He to see a little bit. She was indeed in a cellar. The one who came in, with a candle in front of her, was Miss Lu. She had a gloomy expression and a little resentment. She put the candle on the table beside her and said to Xiao He affectionately, "Wu Lang, why are you unwilling to marry me even if you die?" "Xiao He, if I remember correctly, Miss Lu, the Wu Lang you mentioned in the last copy was killed by the NPC named Zhou." "Right," Miss Lu sighed. "Wu Lang. Wu Lang, you can't escape, I must marry you. Someone came today. If you don't agree to marry me, I will kill one person. Remember, those people died because of you. You are responsible for many lives." Xiao He confirmed, "You are a crazy woman." Seeing Xiao He didn't say anything, Miss Lu came close to Xiao He. Her breath sprayed on Xiao He's face, and she reached out to touch Xiao He's face. "Wu Lang, don't be afraid. Although I broke your leg. But who told you to run away? Oh, by the way, I have properly arranged for your wife. Don't worry. I found her a husband who is both talented and handsome. And she has forgotten you. Wu Lang, just let it go, so as not to continue to suffer." Miss Lu's eyes were sparkling, and her expression was even innocent. Xiao He asked tentatively, "What if I don't agree?" Miss Lu's expression changed instantly. She stood up straight, and her tone sounded very calm. "Ah, is that so? Wu Lang is just being stubborn. I wonder how his tongue tastes when cut off and eaten with wine." Xiao He. She admitted that Miss Lu was a pervert. Xiao He changed his words on the spot. "Okay, Miss, it's just a marriage. I have been wandering for half my life. Thank you for not abandoning me. I would like to. No, I would like to marry you and grow old together." Miss Lu was delighted and immediately picked up Xiao He. "Great. Wu Lang, I will cure your legs right now. We will get married after your legs are cured. And then Wu Lang will give birth to a big fat daughter for me, who will look like Wu Lang." Xiao He. "No. Has the Interstellar Society developed to the point where men can give birth to children? If I am not mistaken, this Wu Lang is a man. Right? Miss Lu is a woman." Xiao He was numb. As Miss Lu picked her up easily, she realized that her legs below her knees were drooping weakly. Well, Miss Lu kept her word and broke Wu Lang's legs. Miss Lu happily carried her Wu Lang to a bedroom, gently put him on the soft bed, and turned to find the housekeeper, who was the first boss Xiao He killed in the previous game, and asked the housekeeper to bring a doctor to treat Xiao He, and also asked him to move and prepare for the wedding, to marry her Wu Lang. Xiao He jumped up from the bed, and Yu Feiyu was going crazy in the team channel. "Yu Feiyu, help! Who designed the dungeon? When will these monsters be defeated? Yu Feiyu, how long will it take? It feels like it will take longer than the last game. Yu Feiyu, Xiao He, Guang Yin, Hey Jia, Brother Yin, help me. Black Silk Hottie, hey, these melon seeds are really delicious. I will ask someone to copy them for me after I download the game. Ah, I can't move now. You just hold on. Maybe the light years will pass quickly. Hi Yin He Qing, sorry, I can't leave for now. I haven't finished the plot yet. Guang Yin, I saw you. Yu Feiyu, Guang Yin, brother, you are my brother forever. Guang Yin, I took the road on the left. There are clinging roses on the road. It took some time. He meow, from this point of view, if you go to the right, you can reach Guan Yin's room, but something is wrong here. He meow, the ultimate boss of this dungeon. Miss Lu is very perverted. Hi Yin He Qing. Xiao He, are you okay? Just agree to whatever the boss says, we will come to you soon. Just as Xiao He was about to reply, Miss Lu came back, wearing a bright red wedding dress, and a delicate crown, turning in front of Xiao He. Wu Lang, do I look good? Xiao He nodded repeatedly. Look good. Look good. Miss is the most beautiful in the world. Miss Lu was satisfied, and waved her hand. Come on, help Wu Lang change his clothes. Today is our big day, we must dress Wu Lang up. 8 maids NPCs filed in, surrounding Xiao He with wedding clothes in their hands, and all helped Xiao He change into the wedding clothes. Xiao He blinked. Oh, this time he is still the groom. Miss Lu saw that Xiao He had changed his clothes, and picked him up, and walked towards the decorated wedding hall. When they arrived, she did not put him down, but just carried him directly, omitting the step of worshipping in the hall, and announced in front of a group of NPCs with the same expression, Today is the wedding day for Wu Lang and I, everyone. Eat and drink well. Xiao He was numb, looking at Miss Lu's smug face. I just felt that something was wrong. Isn't this Miss Lu's script about revenge on the scumbag? Last round, she avenged her lover, but this round turned into imprisoning her lover. Xiao He sighed. After the announcement, Miss Lu took Xiao He back to the brand new house and said to Xiao He with her head down, Wu Lang, wait for me. I will deal with the little bastards who broke in and then come back. After that, Miss Lu left. Xiao He lay on the bed and waited until Miss Lu disappeared, and then came out of the dungeon plot and was able to stand up and walk. After getting off the bed, Xiao He found that there were no other NPCs guarding here. In other words, she could sneak out. After only thinking for a second, Xiao He made a happy decision and walked out with her hands behind her back. After leaving the room, she immediately chose a direction and started jogging. Just kidding, this Miss Lu might really want to eat her when she comes back. In the physical sense, she should first go to find the extremely powerful Lightyear to ensure her life safety in the dungeon. At this time, the system prompted Xiao He that the first housekeeper boss had been cleared, and there were many more equipments in the collective backpack. Team Channel C in peace. Xiao He, where are you? Fish is not fish. Xiao He, we will be here soon. Black Silk Hot Girl, I know you are anxious, but don't worry, according to the route, you should find me first. But what Xiao He said here is different from what he said in the last game. I have waited for so long and didn't see the groom come to the hall. Lightyear, we're here. Xiao He, come out. Black Silk Hottie, you are worthy of being Lightyear. Sea Peace and River Peace, go find Xiao He. The angry voice of Miss Lu suddenly came to mind in the copy. Don't leave. Hurt my men, steal my money, smash my mansion, take your life. Miss Lu appeared in front of Fu Yanzhou and others as the ultimate boss. Black Silk Hottie, good fellow, you're so active. What kind of plot is this? Lightyear went straight in without saying anything. As a player who comes into the game with his own strength, Lightyear finds it easy to fight the boss. At least Miss Lu, who Xiao He and the others had to work so hard to defeat, is not good enough in Guangyer's hands. In less than 10 minutes, Miss Lu fell down with hatred. The hot girl in black stockings came forward and grabbed Miss Lu fiercely and asked, where is Xiao He? Miss Lu smiled sadly at the hot girl in black stockings. My fate is short. I can't be with my lover. Wu Lang. Wait for me. The hot girl in black stockings saw Miss Lu's appearance, and suddenly, she didn't know what to say. At this time, Xiao He's voice came faintly from the corner. Is the Wu Lang you are talking about me? Miss Lu jumped up from the ground in an instant, rushed to Xiao He. Wu Lang, why did you come out? These are not good people. Xiao He pointed at herself. Do you think I look like your Wu Lang? Miss Lu tilted her head and looked for a while, suddenly showing her fierce appearance and pinching Xiao He's neck. Where did you put my Wu Lang? Fu Yanzhou and Guangyan reacted extremely quickly, rushed to Miss Lu's back, and hit Miss Lu from the left and right. Before meeting Miss Lu lay on the ground. Woo-woo. You are so miserable. These thieves broke into my house and killed us without any reason. Sheila squatted in front of Miss Lu, took out a piece of white paper with words written on it, and hung it above Miss Lu. Don't act anymore. Look, I have obtained the confessions of other people, such as Wulong and Zhou. Miss Lu, isn't it better to be sincere? Miss Lu looked at it, closed her eyes, folded her hands on her abdomen, and began to play dead.